The Ascending Tiers Tournament crowned Yuwen Zhi as its golden prodigy, unstoppable and adored. But his power came at a terrible cost, secretly devouring his life. When a rival sensed his weakness and dark temptations arose, Yuwen faced an impossible choice. How far would you go when your strength becomes your downfall? The Banner That Broke, a web novel, Cultivation Xianxia. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The wind on the highest platform carried the smell of bronze and frost. Yuwen Zhi stood at the center of it, black hair bound tight against his scalp, and let the chanting wash over him like a tide he had learned to ride before he could walk. The Nine Vault Pavilion rose behind him, its 7 spires piercing the morning clouds, and below him the terraces of the ascending tiers spread in concentric rings, each packed with bodies, banners, and the collective hunger of a nation that measured worth by ascent. They were here for him. The elder performing the ceremonial blessing raised both arms, sleeves falling back to reveal the heaven scale cradled on a cushion of white silk. It was an ancient thing, bone white and veined with silver, no larger than a child's open hand. Generations of readings had worn its surface smooth as water. The crowd's roar built toward a peak as the elder turned to face Yuwen, and he felt the weight of 10,000 gazes land on his chest like stones. He cracked the knuckles of his sword hand, once, twice. The familiar pop of cartilage against tendon steadied something in his ribs. "Disciple of the Nine Vault Pavilion," the elder intoned, voice amplified by a resonance formation hidden beneath the platform. "Present yourself to the heaven scale that the Empire may witness your measure." Yuwen stepped forward. The platform was broad enough for a duel and carved from a single slab of cloudstone, its surface etched with wind-guiding script that hummed beneath his boots. He had stood on similar stones 100 times. Examination halls, promotion ceremonies, the private testing chambers beneath the pavilion where Marquee had watched him force his first heretical breakthrough at 12, silver-eyed and silent, measuring. This was different. This was public. Irreversible. The ascending tiers began here, on this platform with this relic, and once he placed his hand on the heaven scale, the Empire would see exactly what he had become. He reached out. His fingertips touched the scale. A cold tearing ripped through his meridians. It started in his palm where the stress lines ran white and webbed, and shot up his arm like a blade of frozen silk sliding beneath the skin. His cultivation base, that beautiful engine of compressed chi and borrowed speed, convulsed once, violently, as if something inside the relic had reached into his chest and gripped the root of his spirit. The heaven scale cracked. The sound was not loud, a thin, clean fracture, like ice breaking under a footfall. A silver vein split from the center to the edge, and a fragment no larger than a rice grain flaked off and tumbled into the wind. Silence. The elder stared at the relic. His hands trembled, just slightly, and the cushion dipped as the scale's weight shifted in its ruined casing. Then the crowd erupted. "Overflowing chi! Heaven's favor upon the pavilion!" Did you see? The scale could not contain him. Yuwen kept his face still. He had learned stillness the way other children learn to read, by necessity, under the weight of praise that could turn to disappointment in a breath. He withdrew his hand, curled his fingers into a fist at his side, and let the elder collect the fractured scale with the practiced reverence of a man covering a mistake with ceremony. The cold tearing did not stop. It coiled in his chest now, a thread of something ancient and hungry, settling between his ribs like a second pulse. He breathed through it. In, out. The rhythm he had used before every duel, every breakthrough, every moment when his body had screamed and he had told it to wait. Patriarch Marquee rose from the observation throne at the far end of the platform. The crowd's noise sharpened into a new pitch as the Patriarch stepped into view. He wore the deep blue robes of his office, the silver mountain crest embroidered across his chest, and his fingers, fused with 6 jade sealing rings that caught the high sun, rested against his belt with the ease of a man who had never doubted his authority. His eyes met Yuwen's. There was no alarm in them, no question, only a faint, measuring approval. The look a master gives a student who has performed exactly as expected. "Yuwen Zhi," the Patriarch said, and his voice carried, amplified by the same formation that had carried the elders, "has been chosen by heaven. The scale confirms what the pavilion has long known. No disciple in living memory has reached his realm at 17. Today the Empire witnesses the truth we have guarded." The crowd roared again. Yuwen bowed. The cold tearing pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He straightened and let his gaze drift across the terraces, past the ecstatic faces, the waving banners, the children lifted onto shoulders to see the miracle. His eyes found a figure at the edge of the eastern observation tier, dressed not in pavilion blue but in dark gray, unmarked, standing motionless while the crowd surged around him. Helian Wu. The demonic air was not cheering. He was not even smiling, not yet. But as Yuwen's gaze crossed his, Helian's lips parted, and his expression shifted into something slow and knowing. The look a man wears when he has just watched a coffin lid splinter from the inside. Yuwen turned away. He stepped back from the altar, past the elder, past the formation lines that hummed with residual blessing, and walked toward the arch that led into the tournament grounds. Each step felt heavier than the last. The cold tearing in his chest was a passenger now, something riding his breath, and he could feel the hair-lined cracks in his foundation like a map of failures he had never let himself read. Behind him, the elder announced the official seating ceremony. Behind him, the crowd chanted his name. Behind him, Helian Wu stood at the edge of the observation tier and did not once look away from the space where Yuwen's hand had touched the scale and broken it. Yuwen reached the arch and paused. His palms were wet. He had not noticed himself sweating. He cracked his knuckles again, the 3rd time this morning, and the sound drew the attention of the pavilion disciples standing guard at the passage. They straightened. One of them, a Jewer he barely recognized, opened his mouth as if to offer congratulations. Yuwen walked past him. The cold tearing had begun to settle, not fading, but nesting, coiling tighter around something deep and vital. He could feel it now, as clearly as his own lungs. A second architecture inside his chest. A countdown. He did not know what it was, but Helian Wu had known, and the Patriarch had not flinched, and the heaven scale had cracked. Yuwen Zhi stepped into the tunnel that led beneath the tournament grounds, away from the sun, away from the roar, and the cold thing inside him pulsed once, twice, like a heart learning to beat in a language his ribs had never been taught. Chapter 2. The tunnel opened onto the tournament grounds. Yuwen stepped into sunlight and the sound of 50,000 voices. The ascending tiers sprawled before him across a series of elevated stone platforms linked by bridges of woven mist, each one carved with formation sigils that glowed faintly beneath the noonday sky. Banners hung from every pillar, blue and silver for the pavilion, gold for the imperial court, crimson for the smaller sects that had sent their best to compete. The air smelled of incense, crushed herbs, and the metallic tang of spirit stones burning in braziers. Disciples lined the main avenue. They pressed against the rope barriers, craning for a glimpse of him, and when he appeared, the noise changed. It sharpened, became a kind of hunger. There he is. Yuwen Zhi, the heaven scale's chosen. He's younger than I thought. He looks like a boy. He's 17. He's been at the 7th realm since 15. My cousin's master said no one has advanced that fast in 3 centuries. Yuwen kept his eyes forward. The cold tearing pulsed in his chest, steady now, rhythmic, like a heartbeat that did not belong to him. He had stopped trying to quiet it. It would not be quieted. Ahead, the main platform rose in concentric rings, each tier packed with cultivators, officials, and noble families who had traveled from the lower valleys to witness the opening ceremonies. At the center, a second altar had been erected, smaller than the heaven scale's pedestal, but draped in gold cloth and surrounded by imperial guards in polished armor. Princess Nare Song stood before it. She was younger than he had expected, perhaps 25, with the sharp cheekbones and composed mouth of someone who had learned to smile without meaning it. Her robes were the color of aged honey, threaded with phoenix motifs, and her hair was pinned with jade combs that caught the light like scales. When she saw him approaching, she smiled. The crowd fell silent. "Yuwen Zhi," she said, and her voice carried without effort, trained by years of addressing assemblies. "Disciple of the Nine Vault Pavilion, the heaven scale has spoken. The Empire has watched your ascent. Today, I name you what the throne has long known you to be." She paused. The silence stretched. A banner of Kung Wei's future. The crowd erupted. Yuwen bowed, and the cold tearing twisted inside him, sharp and wrong, as if the words had triggered something in the thing nesting between his ribs. He kept his face smooth, straightened, met the princess's eyes. She was still smiling, but her gaze flickered, just for an instant, to the space where his hand had touched the heaven scale, to the fingers he had curled into a fist at his side. Then it was gone. "The ascending tiers will test every disciple who enters," she continued, turning to address the wider assembly. "But some are born to summit. Some carry heaven's will in their blood. Yuwen Zhi has been marked since childhood. His victories are not his alone. They belong to every citizen of Tongwei who looks to the high terraces for proof that righteousness endures." More cheering. Yuwen stood beneath it, and the sound did not feel like praise. It felt like weight, like stones being laid on his chest one by one, while the cold, tearing pulsed beneath them. The princess descended from the altar and approached him, her guards parting to let her through. Up close, she was shorter than he had imagined, but her presence filled the space around her like a formation. Up close, he could see the faint tension at the corners of her mouth. "You performed well this morning," she said, quiet enough that only he could hear. "The scale's crack will be remembered. Some will call it a sign of overwhelming power. Some will call it a warning." She paused. "Which do you believe it is, Yuwen Zhi?" The question landed like a blade. He opened his mouth to answer, to give her the reply a banner disciple should give, that the crack meant nothing, that his cultivation was sound, that he was exactly what the Empire needed him to be. The cold tearing surged. He swallowed the gasp. "I believe," he said, "that the scale recognized what the pavilion has always known. I am where I am meant to be." Princess Nore studied him for a long moment. Her eyes were dark and unreadable, the eyes of someone who had learned to see past words. "Of course," she said. "The pavilion trains its disciples well." She turned and walked back toward the altar, and the guards closed around her like a gate swinging shut. Yuwen stood alone in the center of the platform, 50,000 eyes on him, and the cold, tearing pulsed. He moved. The processions continued. He was led through the tournament grounds, past the seating boards where names would be carved at dusk, past the training rings where disciples were already sparring for the crowd's approval, past the merchant stalls selling inscribed talismans and spirit-infused delicacies. Disciples called out to him. Some bowed, some reached for his sleeve as if touching him might transfer luck. He let them. He let them because that was what a banner did. A banner stood still. A banner absorbed devotion. A banner did not flinch when hands grasped at its fabric. But the cold tearing did not care about banners. It coiled tighter with each step, and by the time the procession reached the inner corridor behind the main ceremony hall, Yuwen's vision had begun to blur at the edges. He slowed, braced a hand against the stone wall. The corridor was empty now. The crowd had been left behind. Only the distant roar of the arena filtered through the stone, muffled and strange. He heard footsteps. He straightened. Madame Kutaiba Saran appeared at the far end of the corridor, moving with the efficient stride of someone who had business elsewhere. She wore the dark robes of the Imperial Examination Service, unadorned except for the silver badge at her collar, and her face was smooth, professional, empty. She saw him, and she looked away. It was not the casual glance of someone who had not recognized him. It was deliberate. Her eyes slid past his face as if he were a wall, a pillar, a piece of furniture. Her pace did not change. Her expression did not shift, but her hands tightened at her sides. Yuwen watched her pass. She did not speak. She did not meet his eyes. She walked to the end of the corridor, turned the corner, and vanished. Yuwen stood there, his hand still pressed to the stone, the cold tearing pulsing in his chest like a second heart. She knew something. She had looked at him this morning, during the ceremony, and her gaze had lingered a beat too long on his face. She had watched him touch the scale. She had watched it crack, and now she could not look at him at all. The question burned in his throat. What does she know? He pushed off the wall and walked toward the corner, but when he reached it, the corridor beyond was empty. Madame Kuteba was gone. He stood in the silence, breathing. The cold, tearing pulsed, and in the distance, above the roar of the crowd, he heard the bells that signaled the first seating. The names would be carved soon. His name would be at the top. He had wanted that once. He had wanted it more than anything. Now, standing in the empty corridor with the taste of something ancient and hungry in his chest, Yuwen Zhi was no longer certain whether being at the top meant he was winning or being prepared for the fall. He cracked his knuckles, once, twice, and walked toward the sound of the bells. Chapter 3. The bells faded into the stone as the seating grounds opened before him. A wide amphitheater carved into the mountain's inner face, ringed by rising tiers of white granite where elders and observers stood in ranked silence. At the center, a formation disk pulsed beneath the translator's feet, its sigils cycling through light and shadow as names began to rise from the engraved surface and hang in the air like smoke given weight. Yuwen stopped at the rim of the amphitheater. The leaderboard was already forming. His name burned at the top, characters traced in pale gold, each stroke steady and bright. Below it, the other contenders materialized one by one, their ranks determined by cultivation realm, tournament seed, and the invisible calculations that senior evaluators had spent months refining. Second position, Daiyan Shu, Nine Vault Pavilion, Skyward Terrace. The pairing sat wrong on the board, two rival sects claiming the top slots before a single duel had been fought. Yuwen read her name twice, his jaw tight. Third, Generals Der Chu Yinfeng, House of Falling Iron. Fourth, Bian Yu, second disciple of the Jade Scale Monastery. Fifth, Shui Mu, no sect listed, sponsored by the Imperial Court directly. The names kept coming. 43 elites in total, each one a threat, each one carrying the weight of a sect, a family, a patron who expected victory. The formation disc hummed as it completed the seating, and the crowd that had gathered around the amphitheater's edges began to murmur, to calculate, to place bets that would shift fortunes before the first platform duel. Yuwen read the board again. His name was still at the top. He did not know whether that felt like a crown or a target. Banner's Zhi, the voice came from his left, low and measured. He turned. Daiyan Shu stood at the edge of the formation light, her sword sheathed at her hip, her posture relaxed in a way that suggested absolute readiness, disguised as ease. She was taller than he remembered, lean, with the kind of stillness that only came from years of disciplined patience. Her eyes met his without awe, without deference, without anything but calm assessment. "The board favors the pavilion this year," she said. "2 of the top 3. That must feel secure." Yuwen held her gaze. "The board favors what the evaluators measure. The platforms will measure something else." "True." She did not smile. "I am glad we agree on that much." A moment of silence passed between them, filled with the hum of the formation disc and the distant thunder of the crowd above. Neither looked away. "Your match against Wang Xuan of the Vermilion Gate is seeded for the second climb," Daiyan said. "He has an earth body cultivation that absorbs impact. He will try to corner you against the platform edge and drain your chi reserves through attrition. He will expect you to overcommit on the third exchange because that is what you have done in every public bout since you were 15. Yuwen's hand moved toward his sword hilt before he stopped it. She smiled then, just a slight tilt of her mouth. "I read opponents," she said. "That is what I do. Do not hold it against me." She turned and walked toward the eastern alcove where the Skyward Terrace cultivators were gathering, her steps unhurried, her sword swaying with the rhythm of someone who had already mapped the ground ahead. Yuwen watched her go. The cold, tearing pulsed. He cracked his knuckles. Once. Twice. Turned back to the leaderboard, where his name still burned at the top, where the names beneath him were not rivals to be dismissed, but calculations to be survived. The crowd had thickened by the time the seating ceremony ended. Disciples pressed forward to read the board, to check their rankings, to whisper about pairings and odds and the brutal shape of the climbs ahead. Merchant stalls did brisk business in healing talismans and spirit-replenishing pills. Sect elders gathered in tight circles, their voices low, their gazes tracking the elite contenders like hunters reading the movements of prey. Yuwen moved through the press of bodies, answering bows with nods, receiving congratulations he could not feel. The cold tearing stayed with him, constant now, a low thrum beneath his ribs that he was learning to carry. He did not see Madame Kuteba again. He did see Princess Nere, seated on a raised observation platform with the other imperial representatives, her jade combs catching the light as she spoke to an advisor. Their eyes met for an instant. She inclined her head, a gesture of acknowledgement that was also a dismissal, and turned back to her conversation. A hand touched his sleeve. He stopped. A young disciple stood before him, no older than 14, her robes bearing the modest insignia of a minor sect he did not recognize. She was trembling. "Banerjee," she said, her voice barely audible. "I just wanted to say I hope you win. Everyone hopes you win." Yuwen looked at her. She was trembling because she was afraid. Not of him. For him. She believed in him the way the Empire believed in him, the way the crowd believed in him, the way he had once believed in himself. He forced his mouth into something that resembled a smile. "Thank you," he said. She blushed and bowed and retreated into the crowd. And Yuwen stood there with the cold, tearing pulsing and the weight of her faith pressing against his chest like another kind of crack. A hand gripped his shoulder from behind. He turned. Bai Luming stood there, his senior brother's face creased with worry that he tried to hide behind a calm expression. He wore the pale robes of the pavilion's healing corps, and his fingers, always cool, pressed against Yuwen's shoulder with diagnostic precision. "You have been walking for 3 hours," Bai Luming said quietly. "You have not eaten, you have not sat, you have not allowed yourself a breath. The seeding will mean nothing if you enter the first climb already hollow." Bai Luming's hand tightened. "Come, I have a chamber prepared. Rest. Let me check your channels." Yuwen wanted to refuse. The refusal gathered in his throat like bile, hot and fast and familiar, but the cold tearing chose that moment to twist, and his vision swam, and he let Bai Luming guide him away from the crowd. They walked through a narrow passage behind the amphitheater, past storage chambers and unused training cells, until Bai Luming stopped at a door carved with formation seals that glowed faintly in the dim light. He pressed his palm to the lock, the seals parted, and the door swung open. The chamber inside was small, warm, lit by a single lantern that cast soft shadows across the walls. A cot sat in the corner, a basin of water, a tray of simple food that Bai Luming must have prepared in advance. "Sit," Bai Luming said. Yuwen sat. Bai Luming knelt before him, took his wrist and closed his eyes. The diagnostic technique was gentle, a thread of qi that traced through Yuwen's meridians like a finger following a wound. The thread stopped. Bai Luming opened his eyes. "Yuwen, I know." "Do you?" Yuwen pulled his wrist free. "I know my channels are strained. I know the scale cracked. I know Madame Kutaiba will not look at me and the princess asks questions she should not ask, and the cold thing in my chest has not stopped since the ceremony. I know all of it." Bai Luming's expression did not change. "Then you also know that the Patriarch has been waiting for you at the pavilion quarter for the past hour." Yuwen went still. "He sent for you at the end of the seating," Bai Luming said. "I told them I would find you. I needed to see your condition first, before you spoke to him." The cold tearing surged. Yuwen stood. "How bad?" Bai Luming did not answer immediately. He looked at his hands, at the diagnostic thread still shimmering between his fingers, at the floor. "Bad enough," he said finally, "that I cannot tell you what I found until you hear what the Patriarch has to say first." Yuwen stared at him. Bai Luming met his eyes. "Whatever he tells you tonight," his senior brother said, "promise me you will wait before you answer. Promise me you will come back to this chamber before you decide anything." The words hung in the air like the names on the leaderboard, weighty and final. Yuwen cracked his knuckles. Once. Twice. Take me to him. Chapter 4. They walked in silence. The pavilion quarter rose at the end of a stone bridge, lined with lanterns that burned pale gold against the dusk. Yuwen had walked this path 1,000 times, from training to ceremony to audience. But tonight the lantern light felt different. Thinner, like it might gutter out before he reached the door. Bai Luming walked half a step behind him, close enough that Yuwen could feel the heat of his senior brother's presence, but not close enough to touch. The diagnostic thread had faded, but its echo remained, a ghost of pressure tracing through Yuwen's meridians like a finger still following the wound. "What did you see?" Yuwen asked. "I told you, I cannot." "Not the full diagnosis, just what you saw." Bai Luming was quiet for 3 paces. "Your channels are frayed," he said finally. "Not cracked, frayed. Like rope that has been pulled too tight for too long. The strands are still holding, but they are separating, and I do not know what kind of strain will snap them." The cold tearing twisted in Yuwen's chest. He did not flinch. "Is that all?" "It is not nothing, Yuwen. I know it is not nothing. I asked if that was all you saw." Bai Luming did not answer. They reached the door. It was unguarded. That was the first wrong thing. The Patriarch always kept at least 2 attendants at his threshold during tournament season. Tonight, the corridor stood empty, the seals on the door unlit, the silence thick enough to taste. Yuwen raised his hand to knock. "Wait," Bai Luming said. Yuwen turned. His senior brother's face was drawn tight, the worry he had tried to hide earlier now fully visible in the set of his jaw and the stillness of his hands. "Remember your promise," Bai Luming said. "Hear what he tells you. Then come back to the chamber before you decide anything. And if he asks for my answer tonight, then tell him you need time to meditate on it. That is not weakness. That is wisdom." Yuwen looked at his senior brother. Bai Luming had been at the pavilion since before Yuwen's first breakthrough. He had held Yuwen's hair back when the qi surges made him vomit blood. He had sat beside Yuwen's bed through 3 nights of fever after the forced breakthrough at 12, when Moxuan Jin had said the boy would either stabilize or die, and Bai Luming had refused to leave until the choice was made. He had never lied to Yuwen, but he was keeping something now. Yuwen could see it in the way Bai Luming's hands stayed still, in the way his breath came shallow and measured, in the way he would not quite meet Yuwen's eyes. "If I promise you," Yuwen said slowly, "will you tell me what you saw?" Bai Luming's jaw tightened. "Yes. Then I promise." The word hung between them. Bai Luming exhaled, and for a moment he looked older than his years, the lines around his mouth deepening into something that resembled grief. "I saw a resonance pattern I have only encountered once before," he said. "In an old text, one of the restricted ones that the pavilion does not teach to healers under 30. "What kind of pattern?" "A consumption pattern." Bai Luming's voice dropped. "Your qi is not regenerating properly. It is pulling from somewhere deeper than your core, somewhere that should not be accessible until much later in cultivation, and only then through techniques that require immense preparation." Yuwen stared at him. "Pulling from where?" Bai Luming did not answer. "Bai, I do not know," his senior brother said, and the admission sounded like it wounded him. "I have seen the pattern. I know what it resembles, but I cannot name the source, and I cannot treat what I cannot name. That is why I need you to hear the Patriarch first. He may have answers, I do not." The cold tearing surged, pressing against Yuwen's ribs like something trying to escape. He turned back to the door and knocked. The sound echoed down the empty corridor. "Enter," said a voice from within, calm, measured. The voice of a man who had been waiting for a long time and had used every moment of that wait to prepare. Yuwen pushed the door open. The Patriarch's private study was a wide chamber lined with scroll cabinets and formation diagrams. The walls hung with banners that bore the 9 Vault crest. A single brazier burned in the center of the room, casting long shadows that climbed the walls like reaching hands. Moxuan Jin sat behind a low desk, his silver hair bound in a scholar's crown knot, his 6 jade sealing rings catching the brazier light as he set down his brush. He wore deep blue robes tonight, not the formal ceremonial white of the blessing, but the simpler attire of a man working late. The burn scar along his inner right wrist was visible where his sleeve had pulled back. He looked at Yuwen, then at Bai Luming, who had followed just inside the threshold. "You may wait outside," Jin said. "Patriarch," Bai Luming said, "I respectfully request—" "I did not ask for a request. I gave an instruction." Bai Luming's hands tightened at his sides. Yuwen felt the cold, tearing pulse, felt the weight of his senior brother's presence behind him, reluctant and bristling with unspoken protest. Felt the brazier heat against his face and the shadows climbing the walls and the terrible stillness of the man who had raised him. "Senior brother," Yuwen said quietly. "Wait outside." Bai Luming held his ground for a long moment. Then he turned and stepped into the corridor, pulling the door closed behind him. The seals on the door clicked into place. Yuwen and the Patriarch were alone. "Sit," Jin said. Yuwen sat. The brazier crackled. Jin studied him with the same measured attention he gave to formation diagrams and sect ledgers, his black and amber eyes moving across Yuwen's face, his hands, the line of his shoulders. "You seated first," he said. "Yes, Patriarch." "As expected, the crowd's faith is strong. The Empire's faith is strong. Your rival from Skyward Terrace is seated second, but the gap between your ranking and hers is wide enough that the leaderboard does not lie. You are the favorite." Yuwen said nothing. Jin leaned back. "The first climb begins at dawn. Wang Xuan of the Vermilion Gate is your opponent. A solid fighter, earth-body cultivation. He will try to drag you into a long engagement and exhaust your reserves." "I know. Then you also know that your reserves are not what they should be." The cold tearing went still. Yuwen met the Patriarch's eyes. "I have trained for this tournament for 3 years," he said. "My reserves are sufficient." "Your reserves," Jin said, "were sufficient before the heaven scale cracked, before the seeding, before the diagnostic your senior brother performed in a healing chamber half an hour ago." He paused. "I know what Bai Luming found. I know what he withheld. And I know that if you enter the first climb without addressing the instability in your channels, Wang Xuan will not need to exhaust you. You will exhaust yourself." The words landed like stones. Yuwen did not look away. "Then what would you have me do?" Jin rose. He walked to the brazier, his robes brushing the floor, and stood with his back to Yuwen, looking down at the flames. "The ascending tiers are not a test of who you are," he said. "They are a test of what you are willing to become. Every cultivator on that leaderboard will push beyond their limits. Every single one will bleed. The difference between the winner and the broken is not talent. It is whether they break at the right time." "And when is the right time?" "When the crowd is watching," Jin said, turning. "When the Empire has seen the effort. When the sacrifice becomes visible and undeniable. Breaking in private is waste. Breaking in public is strategy." Yuwen understood. The understanding settled into his chest like the cold tearings twun, heavy and cold and familiar. "You want me to break through," he said. "Before the first climb." Jin did not deny it. "Your channels are frayed. Another advancement will strain them further. But strain and snap are not the same thing, and a breakthrough performed correctly can reinforce more than it damages. The pressure of advancement forces the meridians to adapt. If you push through steadily, with proper preparation and guidance, you may emerge stronger than you entered." "And if I do not push through?" Jin's eyes went flat. "Then you enter the first climb with a foundation that is already compromised, face a fighter designed to exploit exactly that weakness, and lose before the tournament has properly begun. The pavilion does not need a banner who loses in the opening round." The cold tearing surged. Yuwen felt it press against his ribs, against his spine, against the base of his skull. It wanted him to answer. It wanted him to move. It wanted him to do something before the silence became unbearable. He thought of Bai Luming's face in the corridor. He thought of the consumption pattern, the frayed channels, the source that could not be named. He thought of the young disciple who had touched his sleeve and said, "Everyone hopes you win." "If I attempt this breakthrough tonight," he said slowly, "and I fail, You will not fail. You cannot promise that. Jin stepped closer. The brazier light caught his face, illuminating the lines around his mouth, the silver in his hair, the rings on his left hand that had not moved in years. I can promise that failing tonight will cost you less than failing on the platform tomorrow, he said. The chamber can contain a collapse. The platform cannot. The crowd does not forgive visible weakness. But a chamber is private. A failure there can be hidden, explained, managed. And if you succeed, you enter the first climb at a higher realm with stronger reserves, and the world sees only the victory. Yuwen's hands were shaking. He did not know when they had started. He looked down at them, at the fine white stress lines at the base of his palms, at the tremor he could not stop. He cracked his knuckles, once, twice. Where is the breakthrough chamber? Jin's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. A relaxation, a confirmation. Beneath the eastern bell tower, I have already prepared it. The formations are keyed to your resonance. The ambient chi density has been adjusted. You will have 6 hours before the first climb. Yuwen stood, the cold tearing twisted, sharp and insistent, and for a moment he thought he might vomit. He swallowed it down. He straightened his spine. He looked at the man who had raised him and did not see a father. He saw an architect. 6 hours, Yuwen said. 6 hours, Jin repeated. I will have someone inform Bai Luming that you are resting. He does not need to know where you are until after the breakthrough succeeds. Yuwen walked to the door. His hand touched the seal. Yuwen. He stopped. Jin's voice came from behind him, softer now, almost gentle. The pavilion does not ask this of you blindly. It asks because you are capable of more than you know. The heaven scale did not choose you by accident. It chose you because you were strong enough to bear what others cannot. Yuwen did not turn around. He opened the door. Bai Lumin stood in the corridor, his face pale, his hands clasped so tightly that the knuckles had gone white. He looked at Yuwen. He looked past Yuwen at the Patriarch. He looked at Yuwen again. Yuwen, he said, what did you agree to? Yuwen walked past him. I'm going to the breakthrough chamber beneath the eastern bell tower, he said. Tell no one. Bai Lumin grabbed his arm. Yuwen, your channels, the pattern I told you about. If you force another advancement now, then I will be stronger. Or dead. Yuwen pulled his arm free. He looked at his senior brother's face, at the fear that Bai Luming could not hide, at the love that made him speak when silence would have been safer. I know, Yuwen said, but the pavilion cannot have a banner who hesitates. He walked down the corridor. The cold tearing pulsed in his chest, faster now, like a heart learning a new rhythm, and behind him he heard Bai Luming call his name once. He did not stop. The eastern bell tower rose against the darkening sky, its bronze bell silent, its shadow stretching across the stone path like a finger pointing toward the ground. Yuwen walked to the entrance. The seals on the door glowed as he approached, recognizing his resonance, parting for him like water. He stepped inside. The chamber below was small, circular, lined with formation diagrams that hummed with stored chi. The air was thick and warm, heavy with pressure that pressed against his skin and his meridians, and the cold tearing in his chest. He stood in the center. The formations activated. The pressure doubled. Yuwen closed his eyes and began to circulate, and the cold tearing answered. It rose to meet his chi like a predator recognizing prey, and for the first time since the heaven scale cracked, Yuwen felt what lay beneath the cold. It was not emptiness. It was hunger. Chapter 5. The pressure in the chamber did not push against Yuwen's skin so much as into his bones. It sat behind his eyes, beneath his ribs, inside the hollow where the cold tearing had coiled since the heaven scale cracked. The formation diagrams on the walls pulsed once, twice, synchronizing with the chamber's ambient chi density until the air itself felt thick enough to drink. Yuwen stood in the center and breathed. He had done this before. The forced breakthrough at 12 in the northern meditation hall, when Jin had stood outside the door and told him through the seals that pain was proof of growth. The second, at 14, in a fracturing chamber much like this one, when his left iris had bleached gray and he had vomited blood for 3 days afterward. Each time the technique had worked. Each time he had risen. He cracked his knuckles and began to circulate. The first pull was gentle, measured, the disciplined opening of a cultivator who had been trained to treat qi like a conversation rather than a command. Yuwen drew the ambient energy toward his dantian, letting it filter through the meridians in his arms, his chest, his spine. It moved like water through cracked clay. The channels held, but he felt every join, every stress line, every place where the fabric of his cultivation had been stretched too thin. Bai Luming's diagnosis echoed in his mind. Frayed. A consumption pattern, deeper than your core. He pushed the thought aside. The second pull was stronger. The ambient qi in the chamber responded to his resonance like a summoned thing, bending toward his center with an obedience that had always made masters remark that his talent was not natural, but ordained. He could feel it flooding into his dantian, compressing, building toward the threshold that would lift him into the next realm. And then the hunger moved. It rose from beneath his heart like a creature surfacing from deep water. Not cold now, not tearing, warm. As if the cold tearing had been a sheath and the blade was finally drawn. Yuwen's eyes snapped open. The hunger poured into his circulation, not opposing his qi but riding it, using his technique as a conduit. The ambient energy that should have filled his dantian diverted. It flowed past his core, through his channels, toward the source of the hunger itself. Toward the thing that had nested in him when the heaven scale cracked. No, he whispered. He tried to stop his circulation. The hunger would not let him. It pulled harder, faster, and Yuwen felt his own technique turn against him. The elegant absorption, the heaven-defying speed that had made the Empire call him a miracle, was now a siphon feeding something he could not name. The chamber lamps flickered. The formation diagrams on the walls began to dim. Yuwen's hands trembled as he fought for control, clenching his fists, digging his nails into his palms until the stress lines at the base of his hands whitened. The pain helped. It grounded him in his body, in the here and now, in the discipline he had spent 17 years building. He forced his circulation to slow. Not stop, that was beyond him now, but slow. The hunger resisted. It pulled against his will like a muscle contracting, and for a long, terrible moment, Yuwen felt his channels begin to tear, the frayed edges straining toward snapping. No, he could not fail here. Not in a chamber, not in private, not before the first climb. If he collapsed in this room, Mak Xuanjin would find him, Bai Luming would find him. The pavilion would know that its banner had broken before he ever reached the platform. Yuwen made a choice. He opened himself completely. The hunger surged forward, and he rode it instead of fighting it. He pulled the ambient qi into his center with everything he had, not toward his dantian, but toward the hunger itself, feeding it, giving it what it wanted. The technique burned. His meridians screamed. The hairline fractures that had been hidden in his foundation for years became visible as threads of fire running through his arms, his legs, his ribs. But the breakthrough came. The threshold cracked open. Qi flooded into him in a torrent that should have taken hours compressed into seconds. His cultivation base expanded, shuttered, stabilized. The realm he had been chasing for months settled into place like a key turning in a lock. He was stronger. He was more. Yuwen opened his eyes. The chamber lamps had gone dark, not dimmed, dead. The formation diagrams on the walls were cold, their glow extinguished. The ambient qi density that had filled the room when he entered was gone, drained, as if the chamber had been bled dry. The hunger in his chest was quiet now, sated. Yuwen looked down at his hands. They were steady. The white stress lines at his palms were deeper, more defined, etched into his flesh like scars that had always been waiting to surface. He flexed his fingers. The channels held, but the hairline pain did not leave. It threaded through his cultivation system like veins of glass, brittle and bright. And Yuwen understood with a clarity that felt like falling that he had just done something that could not be undone. Borrowed heaven. The phrase surfaced from a memory he could not place, a restricted text, perhaps, a whisper from an elder who had lived too long and seen too much. Borrowed heaven buys the summit and charges interest in flesh. Yuwen turned toward the chamber door. The seals were dark, unresponsive. The formation that had been keyed to his resonance had spent all its stored energy. He had to push the door open with raw strength, the stone grinding against stone, and when he stepped out into the corridor beneath the eastern bell tower, the air hit him like a wall. Cool, thin, normal. He stood there, breathing, and felt the hunger stir again. Not sharp, not urgent, but present, waiting. Yuwen cracked his knuckles and began walking toward the first platform, the hairline pain settling into his bones like a second skeleton. The cold tearing was quiet, but the warmth that had replaced it was worse. It felt like belonging. And when he reached the base of the mountain platform and saw Wang Xuan standing across the stone, arms folded, earth-body cultivation radiating patience and mass, Yuwen smiled. The smile was not his own. He felt it stretch his face, felt the hunger behind his teeth, felt the borrowed heaven in his channels singing for release. Let them watch, the hunger seemed to say. Let them cheer. You are already gone. Chapter 6. The mountain platform sat high enough that the mist curled around its edges like breath against glass. Yuwen climbed the final step and felt the wind catch his robes, flattening them against his ribs. The stone beneath his feet was bare, unmarked, waiting to be claimed or stained. Across the platform, Wang Xuan stood with his arms folded, feet planted wide, earth-body cultivation radiating a patience that bordered on contempt. The Vermilion Gate disciple was shorter than Yuwen had expected, broader, the kind of build that looked carved from riverstone, dense and immovable. His skin had the dull sheen of someone who had tempered his meridians against impact so many times that flesh had learned to mimic mineral. When he grinned, the expression did not reach his eyes. "The banner himself," Wang Xuan said. "I hoped I would draw you early." Yuwen cracked his knuckles twice. The sound was sharp, deliberate, a ritual that had carried him through every bout since he was 14. You wanted the first round seated against an earth-body attrition fighter. I wanted to see what the scale crack really meant. The words hit harder than they should have. Yuwen kept his face still, but the hunger in his chest stirred, a predator lifting its head at the scent of attention. He forced it back down. From the observation tiers below, the commentator's voice rose like oil on water, smooth and carrying. Disciples and honored guests, the first climb of the ascending tiers. Yuwen Zhi of the Nine Vault Pavilion, seated first against Wang Xuan of the Vermilion Gate, seated 37th. The difference in rank would suggest a short bout, but I am told Wang Xuan has not lost a platform duel in 11 months. The crowd murmured. Yuwen heard the shift in their tone. Not doubt, interest. They wanted to see the legend earn his place. The formation sigil at the platform's center flared blue, and the bell sounded once. The bout had begun. Wang Xuan did not rush. He settled into a low stance, arms dropping, weight sinking through his heels into the stone. The ambient qi around him thickened, not gathering into his dantian but dispersing into his skin, his muscle, his bone. Earth-body cultivation at its most fundamental, attrition and absorption. He would take everything Yuwen threw at him and give back nothing until the moment Yuwen's reserves cracked. Yuwen knew the strategy, had studied it in the brief between the leaderboard announcement and Bai Lu Ming's diagnostic. Wang Xuan's fights averaged 37 exchanges. In 36 of those, he gave ground. On the 37th, his opponent broke first. The best defense against patience was speed. Yuwen moved. He closed the distance in 2 breaths. A cutting wind, his palm forming a blade strike before the mist could settle behind him. The strike hit Wang Xuan's guard, aimed at the collarbone where even earth-body cultivators carried softer tissue. The impact felt like hitting a cliff. Wang Xuan did not flinch. His qi flared along the point of contact, absorbing the force, dispersing it through his reinforced channels. He gave ground half a step, then planted again. "Fast," he said. "I heard you were fast. Does it hurt yet?" Yuwen did not answer. He flowed into the second strike, a feint toward the ribs that became a rising palm aimed at the chin. Wang Xuan absorbed both, his footing shifting, his guard holding. The hunger stirred again. Yuwen ignored it. He had fought 312 recorded bouts. He had never lost a public match. He had been called heaven-blessed, a once-in-a-millennium anomaly, the sword that would define Kangwei's next generation. He did not need the hunger to win against a seated 37th. He needed discipline. He needed technique. He needed to prove to himself that the breakthrough in the chamber had not changed what he was. The third strike landed clean against Wang Xuan's ribs, felt like wood meeting iron. Yuwen stepped back, reset, and noted that his breathing had already quickened. The commentator's voice drifted up. A strong opening sequence from Yuwen Zhi, but Wang Xuan's defense remains unbroken. The banner has yet to draw blood. From the observation platform, Yuwen saw the Nine Vault section. Bai Luming stood at the rail, hands white-knuckled on the carved wood. Beside him, Moxuan Jin sat motionless, fingers resting on the 6 jade ceiling rings, expression unreadable. Daiyan Shu was farther down the tier, arms crossed, watching with the stillness of someone who had already read the ending and was waiting to see how the pages turned. Yuwen looked back at Wang Xuan. The man's grin widened. "You're holding back," he said. "I can feel it. You hit hard, but the follow-through is tight, like you're afraid to let something loose." Yuwen's jaw tightened. "I've watched your fights," Wang Xuan continued. "You usually break rhythm on the third exchange, reset your stance, then explode on the fourth. It's a good pattern, predictable, but the burst is fast enough that knowing doesn't help." He settled deeper into his stance. "The burst isn't coming today." Yuwen moved on instinct. The third exchange, reset, strike. The hunger surged. Not from his choice. It rose like a tide, pushing through his channels, accelerating his circulation beyond what he had intended. His palm strike landed with force that cracked the stone beneath Wang Xuan's feet. The earth body cultivator staggered, eyes widening, and the grin slipped. The crowd gasped. Yuwen stood frozen, his hand still extended, the resonance of the strike vibrating up his arm. The hunger was warm, satisfied, hungry. He had not meant to use it. The smile touched his face before he could stop it. The same smile from the chamber, the one that felt borrowed. Wang Xuan straightened, rolling his shoulder where the strike had landed. Blood beaded at the corner of his mouth. He spat it onto the stone. "There it is," he said, and his voice had changed. Less mockery, more interest. "That's the scale crack, isn't it? Not chi overflow. Something else." Yuwen's hand trembled. He forced it still. "Fight," he said. Wang Xuan laughed, and then he stopped giving ground. The Beth-body cultivator advanced for the first time in the bout, and Yuwen realized with a cold clarity that had nothing to do with the hunger that he had just shown the entire arena something he had never intended to reveal. The crowd fell silent. On the observation tier, Princess Norei leaned forward. Moxuan Jin's fingers stilled on the ceiling rings, and from the corner of his vision, Yuwen saw Helian Wu standing at the edge of the lowest tier, dressed in dark gray, watching with that same knowing smile. The hunger purred. Wang Xuan struck. Yuwen's hand moved to block, and the blood hit his sleeve before he could hide it. Chapter 7. The impact sent Yuwen skidding across the platform stone. His feet found purchase at the edge, heels over empty air, and for one suspended breath, he felt the wind curl around his spine like a hand testing whether to push. Wang Xuan did not wait. The earth-body cultivator came forward with the weight of a landslide, each step cracking the formation seals beneath his soles. His right fist drove toward Yuwen's chest, and Yuwen twisted, deflecting along the forearm instead of meeting it head-on. The force still traveled through him. His ribs sang with the shock. He landed 3 paces back, breathing hard. The blood on his sleeve had already dried to a dark patch against the gray fabric. He kept that arm angled away from the observation tiers, from the crowd, from Moxuan Jin's sightless stare. It does not matter, he told himself. A scratch. Nothing. The hunger stirred beneath his ribs. He pushed it down. Wang Xuan circled, patient now, the grin replaced by something more dangerous. Recognition. He had seen what Yuwen carried. He had felt it in the 4th exchange, and he had chosen to keep pressing. "You're bleeding," Wang Xuan said. Not a taunt, an observation. "That strike should not have landed. You flinched." Yuwen said nothing. "I saw the scale crack," Wang Xuan continued, lowering his voice so only the platform carried it. "I know what it means. Your chi is wrong. Too fast, too hot. It burns you when it moves. Yuwen's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "You're not going to tell me I am wrong," Wang Xuan said, "because you already know." The commentator's voice rang across the terraces. "A fierce exchange!" Wang Xuan presses the advantage, and Yuwen Zhi has yet to reclaim center platform. The banner is on the defensive for the first time in this tournament. From the observation tier, Bai Lumin's knuckles were white against the rail. He had seen the blood. He knew what it meant. Mak Xuanjin had not moved. Yuwen straightened, rolled his shoulder, felt the cold, tearing pulse once, twice, a heartbeat that was not his, waiting. "You talk too much," he said. Wang Xuan laughed. "Good, fight me angry." He struck again. This time Yuwen met him. The exchange was brutal and fast, palm against reinforced limb, technique against absorption. Yuwen moved through the forms he had drilled 10,000 times, the sword patterns that had made him famous, the footwork that elders called flawless. Each strike landed. Each strike was absorbed. Wang Xuan absorbed and advanced. The platform shrank. Yuwen's reserves drained faster than they should have. His breath came in ragged pull. The hunger pushed at the edges of his control, wanting to surge, wanting to feed, wanting to crack through his discipline and take what it needed. No, he could win without it. He had to. The fifth exchange ended with Yuwen's back to the platform edge again. Wang Xuan stood 3 paces away, steady as carved stone, blood drying at the corner of his own mouth from the earlier strike. "You can barely stand," Wang Xuan said. "I can feel your qi stuttering. Every time you push, something pulls back, something that does not want you to win clean." Yuwen tasted copper. The hunger purred. "Let me," it seemed to whisper, "let me and you win." He cracked the knuckles of his sword hand. Once. Twice. Then he stopped fighting the surge. The hunger rose like water through a broken dam. It filled his channels, hot and eager, and Yuwen did not direct it. He simply opened himself and let it move. The burst that followed was not technique. It was need. Yuwen crossed the distance in a heartbeat. His palm struck Wang Xuan's center mass with force that cracked the air. The earth body cultivator's absorption failed. His feet left the stone. He hit the platform hard, rolled, and came up with blood streaming from his nose. The crowd erupted. Yuwen did not hear them. He was already moving again. The hunger drove his looms, accelerated his circulation, poured power through his channels at a rate that should have torn them open. He struck once, twice, 3 times. Each blow landed. Each blow pushed Wang Xuan closer to the opposite edge. Wang Xuan tried to anchor. His qi flared, earth-type, stable, immovable. Yuwen broke through it. The final strike caught Wang Xuan in the chest and lifted him off the platform entirely. He crashed onto the outer ring, skidded, and came to a stop with one leg hanging over the drop. The commentator's voice rose to a shout. "Victory! Yuwen Zhi claims the first climb." The crowd roared. Yuwen stood in the center of the platform, trembling, his vision gray at the edges. The hunger receded, satisfied, leaving him hollow and hot. Copper filled his mouth. He turned toward the observation tiers, toward the applause, toward Bai Luming's pale face and Mak Xuanjin's unreadable stare, and he smiled. The smile that was not his own. Then he raised his sleeve to his mouth, coughed once, and let the blood soak into the fabric before anyone could see. He stepped off the platform with his head high and his left hand pressed against his ribs, and he did not look back at Wang Xuan, who was still lying on the outer ring, staring at the sky with the expression of a man who had felt something he could not name. The crowd cheered. Yuwen walked through the tunnel toward the healing grotto, and behind him, at the edge of the lowest tier, Helian Wu turned and followed. Chapter 8. The healing grotto was carved into the mountain's bone, damp and cold, lined with formation sigils that glowed a weak blue. Yuwen sat on the stone bench with his back against the wall and let his hands fall open in his lap. The tremors were still there. Fine, persistent, undeniable. Bai Luming knelt before him, fingers pressed to Yuwen's wrist, and said nothing. The silence stretched. "How bad is it?" Yuwen asked. Bai Luming did not answer immediately. He shifted his grip, closed his eyes, and sent a thread of diagnostic qi into Yuwen's channels. Yuwen felt it travel, cold and precise, past the wrist, up the forearm, into the shoulder. Then it stopped. Stopped the same way it had stopped in the healing chamber before the breakthrough. Bai Luming withdrew his hand. "Your channels are still intact," he said slowly, "and there is something else now." Bai Luming's voice tightened. "A residue, foreign. It coats the inner wall of your meridians like oil on water." Yuwen looked at his hands. The stress lines at the base of his palms had darkened. They were no longer white. They were gray. "I broke through," he said. "I know. I won the match. I saw." Yuwen's jaw tightened. "Then why do you sound like I lost?" Bai Luming looked up at him, and for the first time in years Yuwen saw something in his senior brother's face that he had never seen directed at himself before. "Pity." "Because you did not break through," Bai Luming said quietly. "Something broke through inside you." The words sat in the cold air between them. Yuwen's chest pulsed once, twice, that foreign heartbeat, and he pressed his palm flat against his ribs to still it. "The pavilion's text," he said. "The one you read. Does it name the residue?" Bai Luming hesitated. It does not name what I saw today." Bai Luming's voice dropped. "It names what happens to cultivators who survive multiple forced breakthroughs on borrowed heaven foundations. They develop a signature in their channels that matches the consumption pattern I found in you. The text calls it the unsealing ground, a threshold. Once crossed, the body stops producing its own qi entirely. It becomes a vessel, a conduit for whatever source the practitioner opened themselves to." Yuwen's throat went dry. "And what does the text say about reversing it?" Bai Luming did not answer. "Bai." "Nothing." Bai Luming's voice cracked. "The text says nothing about reversal. It says the unsealing ground is a terminal condition. The cultivator burns through their lifespan within 3 years of crossing it. Less if they keep pushing." 3 years. Yuwen stared at the sigils on the grotto wall. Blue light, weak, flickering, a formation meant to stabilize, to soothe, to repair. It could not touch what was inside him. "Does the Patriarch know?" "I do not know what the Patriarch knows," Bai Luming said. "But I know what he is willing to say. And he did not warn you. He prepared that chamber for you. He knew what would happen when you broke through in that formation." Yuwen closed his eyes. The hunger stirred. Not strong, just present, aware. "You knew too," it seemed to whisper. "You just did not want to name it." Movement at the grotto entrance. Yuwen's eyes snapped open. A figure stood in the mist-lined passage, dark gray robes, unmarked, hands loosely clasped behind his back. He had not made a sound approaching. The formation sigils had not reacted to his presence. Helian Wu stepped into the light. "You," Yuwen said. Bai Luming rose. His hand went to the blade at his hip. "The healing grotto is restricted to pavilion personnel. You have no right to be here." "I have every right," Helian Wu said. His voice was calm, unhurried, the voice of someone who had walked through places where doors did not matter. "I am not here to fight. I am here to ask a question your senior brother is too afraid to put into words." He looked at Yuwen. Eye contact, direct, unflinching. "Do you want the lie?" Helian Wu said. "Or the truth?" Bai Luming stepped between them. "You will not speak to him." "He is already dying," Helian Wu said flatly. "Your silence will not save him. It will only make sure he dies calling you a friend." Yuwen stood, his legs held, barely. "Let him speak," he said. Bai Luming turned. "Yuwen, let him speak." Bai Luming's jaw worked. He looked at Helian Wu with undisguised venom, then stepped aside, but did not sheathe his blade. Helian Wu walked forward until he stood 3 paces from Yuwen, close enough that Yuwen could see the faint scar running from his temple to his jaw, the strange stillness in his eyes, the way his mouth curved like he already knew the answer. "You touched the heaven scale," Helian Wu said. It cracked. You felt something enter you, cold, foreign, like a second heart learning to beat in a language your body had never been taught. Yuwen said nothing. The pavilion told you it was nothing, a blessing, a sign of heaven's favor. Helian Wu's voice did not rise. But you already know it was not a blessing. It was a mark. The scale does not only read affinity, it reads capacity. In bodies like yours, it identifies how much life can be converted into speed before the vessel collapses. Yuwen's hands curled into fists. The pavilion did not misunderstand your gift, Helian Wu said. They cultivated it. Every breakthrough you made, every realm you climbed, every record you shattered, they watched and approved and pushed for more. Because the faster you rose, the sooner you would peak. And the higher you peaked, the more glory they harvested before your foundation gave out. Bai Luming's voice came from behind. That is not true. It is true, Helian Wu said, and you know it. You read the text. You saw the pattern. You just do not want to admit that your sect has been burning prodigies like kindling for generations. Yuwen's chest tightened. The hunger pulsed. Once, twice. What do you want? He asked. To offer you a way out. Helian Wu reached into his sleeve and withdrew a strip of black silk. He unrolled it. Inside were characters in script Yuwen did not recognize, dark ink that seemed to drink the light. This is a foundation knitting art, Helian Wu said. Demonic, forbidden. It does not restore what borrowed heaven consumed. It replaces it. Draws vitality from external sources and resonance from the natural world to patch the cracks in your meridians. It will not make you whole, but it will keep you alive long enough to find another path. Yuwen stared at the silk. Why would you offer this? Because I do not like watching righteous sects claim heaven's approval while they bleed children dry. Helian Wu's voice hardened for the first time. And because you will not survive the month without it, not at the rate you are burning. The grotto was silent. Bai Luming's hand trembled on his blade. Yuwen looked at the dark script, at the offer of survival, at the cost written between the lines. And if I refuse? Helian Wu rolled the silk closed. Then you will win your next match, and the one after that, and the crowd will cheer, and the pavilion will praise, and your foundation will shred further each time you push the hunger through your channels. And when you fall, they will call it a tragedy. They will mourn you in public, and then they will find the next anomaly and raise them in your image. He tucked the silk back into his sleeve. That is the truth, he said. The only question left is whether you want to die as their banner or live as something else. He turned and walked toward the mist-lined passage. At the threshold, he paused. I will be in the hollow reed valleys for 3 days after your next match, he said. After that, the offer closes. He stepped into the mist and was gone. Yuwen stood alone in the cold blue light, the hunger pulsing beneath his ribs, the gray lines on his palms staring back at him like a countdown he could no longer ignore. Bai Luming's voice came from behind him. Yuwen, tell me you are not considering this. Yuwen did not answer. He could not. Chapter 9. The mist in the healing grotto had not settled. It coiled at the edges of the formation stones, pale and watchful, as if the chamber itself waited for his answer. Bai Luming's blade had not left his hand. Yuwen. The name landed like a stone in still water. Yuwen did not turn from the threshold where Helian Wu had vanished. The mist had already swallowed the man's footsteps. The black silk was gone. The offer remained, suspended in the cold blue light like smoke that refused to disperse. Tell me you threw it out of your mind the moment he spoke, Bai Luming said. His voice was low, controlled, the voice of someone holding a door shut against a storm. Tell me you understand what he is offering. A way to live. That is not living. That is becoming a vessel for external contamination. You would trade one death sentence for another stained in demonic essence. Yuwen too. Bai Luming stood with his blade half raised, the tendons of his sword arm corded. His face was pale, his eyes too bright. He looked like a man who had already lost the argument and was fighting anyway. How much time? Yuwen asked. What? Without the art, without the hunger slowing, how much time? Bai Luming's mouth pressed into a line. The truth sat behind his teeth, unwilling to be born. I need the answer, Yuwen said, not the comfort. Less than you think. Bai Luming's voice cracked on the last word. The unsealing ground is not a fixed count. It accelerates each time you push your cultivation. The breakthrough you forced in the bell tower cost you months. The fight just now cost you more. If you enter the next bout and draw on the hunger again, you could cut your remaining span to less than a year. The words hung between them. A year. The ascending tears ran for 8 weeks. Yuwen had already used a third of what little time he had left on a single climb. And if I take the art? You become dependent on external vitality. You absorb natural resonance, animal essence, human essence. The contamination spreads with each use. You will never be clean again. The orthodox world will hunt you. The pavilion will denounce you. I will be forced to stand aside or be destroyed with you. That is the price, Yuwen said. Not the method. The price is being seen. Bai Luming's blade lowered a finger's width. You are considering it? I am counting the days I have left and finding them shorter than the tournament schedule. Then withdraw. I cannot. You can. You are the pavilion's banner. One word to the Patriarch and you are excused on medical grounds. The crowd will understand. They will call it noble sacrifice. Yuwen laughed. It was a dry, hollow sound that surprised him. You still believe that, he said. You still think they will let me walk away with my name intact? The Patriarch would not. The Patriarch prepared the breakthrough chamber before I agreed. He knew the hunger would rise. He has been burning prodigies longer than I have been alive. Do you think he will let me step aside and reveal to the Empire that the heaven scale's brightest miracle is a dying boy with borrowed chi and a foundation made of cracks? Bai Luming did not answer. The silence was louder than any confession. That is the true price, Yuwen said. Not the contamination, not the demonic stigma. The price is admitting that the pavilion never intended me to survive at all. He looked at his hands. The gray stress lines had deepened since the bell tower. They ran from the base of his palms into the webs of his fingers like roots searching for earth. I have spent my entire life being measured, he said. Every breakthrough, every record, every match. I thought the measuring was love. I thought the people chanting my name were witnesses to something sacred. He looked up. They were witnesses to a harvest, and I walked into the field myself and called it destiny. Bai Luming's blade clattered to the stone floor. He crossed the distance in 3 steps and seized Yuwen's shoulders with both hands. Then run, he said. His voice was raw, stripped of formality. Do not take the demonic art. Do not stay for the next match. Slip the tournament. Leave Kangwei. Disappear into the lower valleys. I have contacts in the eastern plague villages. They owe me debts. I can hide you where no one will look. Yuwen looked at his senior brother's face. The fear, the love, the desperation. And you? I will stay. I will tell them you collapsed from exhaustion. I will burn false trails and let them think you died in the mist. I can buy you weeks, and when they find no body, then they will hunt me instead. Bai Luming's grip tightened. I do not care. Yuwen reached up and removed Bai Luming's hands from his shoulders. Yes, you do. He took a breath. The hunger stirred beneath his ribs, a warm pulse that felt almost sympathetic. I will not let you burn for me. Then take the art. The words came out bitter, defeated. Take it and become what he wants you to become. He does not want me to become anything. He offered a tool. Whether I use it is my choice. You will be bound to him. You will be drawing on external vitality, which means you will need to feed. And when the natural world runs thin, you will need human sources. That is how the demonic path always starts. With necessity. With one compromise that makes the next easier. Yuwen did not deny it. The grotto's blue light flickered as a shift in the mountain winds pressed through the formation seals. Helian Wu said I had until after my next match, Yuwen said. I have not made my choice yet. But you are leaning toward him. Yuwen did not answer. Bai Luming picked up his blade. His hand was steady, but his shoulders had lost their straightness. "If you take his art," he said, "I will not fight beside you. I cannot. I have taken oaths against the demonic. I will mourn you as dead because the person you become will not be the brother I raised." He turned and walked toward the grotto's entrance. At the threshold, he stopped. "I have hidden the full diagnosis from the Patriarch's records," he said. "He does not know how far the unsealing has progressed. That is my last betrayal of him for you. After today, I will be truthful." He stepped through the mist and was gone. The grotto fell silent. Yuwen stood alone with the lingering warmth of Helian Wu's offer and the cold absence of Bai Luming's departure. He looked at his hands. 3 days. He had 3 days to decide whether to die as the Empire's brightest monument or live as something the Empire would hunt. The hunger pulsed, and somewhere in the hollow of his chest, the second heart beat in that foreign language, counting down to a choice he could no longer postpone. Chapter 10. The grotto's blue light had not dimmed, but the air felt emptier now, as if Bai Luming's presence had been holding heat that the mist could not replace. Yuwen remained where his senior brother had left him. The stone floor was cold through his boots. The lingering scent of medicinal herbs clung to his sleeves, mixing with the copper ghost of blood he had not fully cleaned. He stared at the grotto wall where the formation sigils pulsed in their slow, indifferent rhythm, and he waited for the rage to rise. It did not come. Instead, a quiet settled over him, the kind that follows a wound too deep to bleed immediately. He offered me a way to live, Yuwen thought, a way that stains everything I am. His hands opened and closed at his sides. The gray stress lines at his palms caught the light, and he remembered the scroll of black silk that drank light, Helian Wu's scar cutting from temple to jaw, the stillness in those knowing eyes. A foundation knitting art, Helian had said, that replaces lost vitality from external sources, natural resonance, ambient life force. The righteous call it demonic because they fear what they cannot control. The words returned with crystalline precision, each syllable carrying the weight of something measured long before it was spoken. Yuwen's jaw tightened. He had stood on the highest platform of the ascending tiers while 50,000 voices chanted his name. He had touched the heaven scale and felt it crack beneath his palm, cold tearing into his chest like a blade sliding between ribs. He had climbed the mountain platform and tasted his own blood while the crowd roared his victory. He had spent 17 years being the brightest thing the Nine Vault Pavilion had ever produced. And Helian Wu had walked into a restricted healing grotto, as if the formation sigils were missed. Named his condition with the casual certainty of a physician reading a familiar fever, and offered him survival on a black silk scroll that drank the light. Contamination disguised as mercy, Yuwen told himself. The thought should have burned. Instead, it sat in his chest beside the hunger, two weights that did not cancel each other. He turned and walked out of the grotto. The corridor beyond was dim, lit only by the pale glow of guiding lamps set into the stone. He passed an elder from the skyward terrace who glanced at him with professional curiosity, and he returned the look with a nod so brief it bordered on rudeness. The elder did not stop him. The pavilion quarters were quiet when he reached them. The bronze bell hung at the eastern corner, motionless in the still air. The banners of the Nine Vault Pavilion lay flat against their poles, the silver mountain crest catching the last light of the suspended sun. A young disciple, the same girl from the first ceremony, was polishing the rail outside his door. She looked up when she saw him, and her eyes widened with something between awe and fear. "Senior brother Yuwen." He should have smiled. He should have reassured her. "Leave," he said. She fled. The door to his private quarters slid shut behind him, and the room swallowed the outside world. A bed, a table, a brazier that had long burned cold, a stack of cultivation manuals on the shelf, untouched since he had arrived. Nothing personal, nothing warm, nothing that felt like home. He sat on the edge of the bed and pressed his palms to his knees. The hunger stirred, not aggressively, not with the surge that had cracked stone beneath Wang Xuan's feet. It was a slow, warm pulse, almost lazy, as if it knew it had time. It is an act of waiting, Yuwen realized. It does not need to push because it knows I will come to it eventually. He pressed the heel of his hand against his chest, over the place where the second heart beat its foreign language. I will not take it, he said aloud. The words hung in the empty air, unanswered. He remembered Helian's voice, low and unhurried, the tone of someone who had already seen the ending and was simply watching the story catch up. You have crossed the unsealing ground. The body stops producing its own chi. You become a vessel, not a cultivator. The brightest prodigies burn out the fastest. The heaven scale does not read affinity, it reads capacity. How much life can be converted into speed before the vessel breaks? Yuwen's hands trembled. He clumped them still. He thought of the bell tower chamber, of the formation diagrams drained dead, of the hunger diverting his breakthrough to feed itself. He thought of Mak Xuanjin's amber-ringed eyes, watching him break through, and the silent calculus behind them. The Patriarch prepared the chamber before I agreed. He knew. Everyone knew. The rage finally came. It arrived not as fire but as ice, a cold that settled into his bones and sharpened everything he saw. The cracks in the ceiling plaster, the faint discoloration on the desk where a lamp had rested too long, the way the banner outside his window hung perfectly still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I am 17 years old, Yuwen thought, and I have less than a year to live because the man I called father cultivated me like a crop. He stood. The movement was sudden, and the hunger rose with him, a warm coil that wrapped around his spine and whispered without words. Let me. No, he said it aloud, and the room received the word without judgment. He walked to the window and looked out at the tournament terraces below. The platforms were empty now, the crowds dispersed to their quarters. The ascending tiers would resume at dawn, and he would need to stand on the leaderboard with every eye on him, pretending he was still the miracle they had come to see. The hunger pulsed again, softer this time. Yuwen closed his eyes, and Helian Wu's words returned, not as memory but as echo. The exactness of them, the way each syllable had fit into his ribs like a key into a lock he had not known was there. The heaven scale marks bodies capable of converting lifespan into cultivation speed. Your speed is not gifted, it is borrowed, and the interest is your body, your foundation, your future. Yuwen's breath caught, because the worst part, the part he could not outrun, was that Helian had not sounded triumphant. He had not sounded like a predator offering a trap. He had sounded like someone who had watched the same story happen before and was simply naming the pattern aloud. A knock at the door. Yuwen turned. The knock came again, deliberate, unhurried. He crossed the room and slid the door open. A woman stood in the corridor, dark robes of the Imperial Examination Service, silver badge at her collar, face smooth and professional. Madame Cultivation. She looked at him with eyes that held no surprise, no evasion, and no comfort. Yuwen Zhi, she said, I need you to come with me. Behind her, at the far end of the corridor, the shadows shifted. For half a heartbeat, Yuwen thought he saw a figure standing in the dark, tall, scarred, watching with knowing stillness. Then the shadows stilled, and there was no one there. Chapter 11. Madame Cultivation did not speak as she led him through the winding corridors. Her robes whispered against the stone, dark silk drinking the lantern light. The silver badge at her collar caught each flame they passed, flashing and dimming, flashing and dimming, a pulse that matched nothing in his chest. Yuwen followed because following was what he did. The corridors narrowed. The banners of the Nine Vault Pavilion gave way to bare walls, then to passages he did not recognize. Storage chambers, archive annexes, places built for records, not for people. She stopped before a door marked only by a single black seal. Inside, she said. He did not ask whose room this was. He did not ask why here, why now, why her. He pressed the door open and stepped into a small chamber lined with scroll shelves, a single desk, a single lamp. Madame Cultivation closed the door behind them. The silence stretched. She stood with her back to him, one hand resting on the door's frame. When she finally turned, her face had not changed. Professional, smooth, the face of someone who had learned to carry secrets without the weight showing in her posture. Your senior brother is worried about you, she said. Yuwen said nothing. He came to me tonight, after your match. He asked me to examine you. You have avoided me for 3 days. Yes, and now you will not. Madame Kuteba's mouth pressed into a line so slight it barely qualified as an expression. She crossed to the desk and set her palm flat on its surface. The lamp flickered. I was not avoiding you, Yuwen Zhi. I was deciding what I could say. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. What can you say? She looked at him then, really looked. Her eyes moved across his face, his shoulders, the way he held his weight, a diagnostic gaze from someone who had spent decades reading bodies for the throne. Sit down, she said. He did not sit. She did not push. Instead, she reached into her robe and produced a strip of pale silk, the same bone white as the heaven scale. She laid it across the desk between them. Hold out your hands. Yuwen hesitated. Then he extended his arms, palms up. The stress lines at the base of his palms were deeper now, white scars like cracks in dry earth, branching upward toward his wrists. He had not shown them to anyone. He had not needed to. Bai Luming had seen them during the diagnostic, and Bai Luming had said nothing. Madame Kuteba's breath changed, a fractional hitch, the kind most people would miss. She reached out and took his right hand in both of hers. Her fingers were cold. They traced the scar lines without pressing, following the branches like a reader following characters on a page. How long? She asked. Since the bell tower chamber. Before that. He pulled his hand back. I do not know what you are asking. She met his eyes. For the first time, something cracked behind her professional mask. Not grief. Not yet. Something older, more tired. Recognition. Your second match is in 2 days, she said. After that, the bracket deepens. You will face opponents who have studied every breath you have taken in this tournament. They will know how you reset on the 3rd exchange. They will know you surge on the 4th. They will know your right side tightens when you prepare an explosive strike, and that your foundation does not stabilize between bouts the way it should. Yuwen's jaw tightened. I am aware of my tells. You are aware of the ones you can see. She released his hand and stepped back. There are others. She did not elaborate. The lamp sputtered, and in the silence, Yuwen understood that she had brought him here not to help, but to confirm something she already suspected. She had watched the scale crack. She had watched him walk onto the platform. She had watched him win. And now she was looking at his hands with the same expression a physician wore when a wound had gone septic beneath clean bandages. Why did you avoid me? He asked again. Madame Kuteba's hand moved to the silver badge at her collar. She touched it once, a reflex, like a prayer she had stopped believing in. Because I have seen hands like yours before. The words hung in the air. Before she could say more, the door opened. Bai Luming stood in the threshold, pale robes, dark circles beneath his eyes, one hand still on the frame as if he had run the entire way. I thought I would find you here, he said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. He looked at Madame Kuteba, then at Yuwen, then at the pale silk still spread across the desk. Something passed between him and the examiner, a look that carried history Yuwen had not been told about. I need him to rest, Bai Luming said. Madame Kuteba inclined her head. He has not sat down once since I asked. Bai Luming crossed the room and stood beside Yuwen. His hand found Yuwen's shoulder, cool, familiar. You should not be here, he said quietly. You should be in your quarters, recovering. Everyone keeps telling me what I should do. Because you are not doing it. The words were sharp enough to cut. Yuwen turned to face him, and Bai Luming did not look away. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then a voice came from the corridor outside, light, trained, carrying the unmistakable weight of a royal escort. Is this where you have hidden our banner, Examiner? Princess Nare Sung stepped into the doorway. She wore honey-gold robes threaded with phoenix motifs, her hair pinned with jade combs that caught the lamplight like scales. Her smile was effortless, political, and perfectly aimed. She looked past Bai Luming, past Madame Kuteba, and settled her gaze on Yuwen. I came to tell you that the court has officially confirmed your seating. You will open the second phase of the ascending tiers tomorrow at dawn." Her smile did not waver. "The entire empire will be watching, as it should be." Bai Luming's hand tightened on Yuwen's shoulder. Madame Kutaiba said nothing. And Yuwen, standing in the center of a room where 3 adults each carried a different version of the truth, felt the hunger stir beneath his ribs. Slow, patient, knowing it had time. "Tomorrow at dawn," he repeated. Princess Nari's smile widened a fraction. "The banner rises," she said, "and the Empire remembers why it believed." She turned and walked back into the corridor. Madame Kutaiba looked at Yuwen's hands one last time. The grief in her eyes was no longer hidden. It was raw and old, the kind that came from watching the same story repeat and being unable to change its ending. Bai Luming leaned close, his voice barely a whisper. "She knows," he said. "They all know, and they are all waiting to see what you do next." The hunger pulsed. Yuwen looked down at his palms. The scars had spread. Chapter 12. The training grounds lay empty when Yuwen arrived. Mist curled around the practice platforms, pale and undisturbed, still holding the cold of pre-dawn. The formation lamps had not yet been lit. No crowd, no commentators, no princess with her perfect smile and her robes threaded like scales. He had woken before the bell. The hunger had not stirred since Madame Kutaiba's chamber, but it had not gone quiet either. It waited, coiled beneath his ribs, patient as a coiled serpent that knew the mouse would eventually tire of rotting. Yuwen drew his blade. The first form was automatic. The second loosened his shoulders. By the third, he was moving through the sequences the pavilion had drilled into him since childhood, the same patterns he had performed 10,000 times on this same stone, under this same gray sky. His left hand trembled on the recovery. He stopped. The scars at his palms caught the weak light. They had spread further, branching toward his wrists like roots searching for deeper soil. He had not checked them since the chamber, since Madame Kutaiba had traced them with her cool fingers and breathed like a woman watching a wound go septic beneath clean bandages. He reset his stance. The blade came up, and a voice, calm and unhurried, spoke from the edge of the platform. "That transition pulls your core off-center." Yuwen turned. Daiyan Shu stood at the boundary where mist met stone. She wore plain training robes, simple gray, no sect markings, no ornaments. Her sword was sheathed at her hip, her arms loose at her sides, her posture carrying the stillness of someone who had been standing there long enough to watch him complete 3 full forms before announcing herself. "Were you going to announce yourself sooner?" Yuwen said, "or was the plan to study me until I noticed?" "I was announced. You did not hear." She stepped onto the platform. "The third transition, the one where you pivot and brace, it pulls your core half a finger's width off-center every time. You correct it before the strike lands, but the correction costs you a fraction of a breath." Yuwen's jaw tightened. "You have been watching for 3 minutes. I have been watching for 3 years." She stopped an arm's length away, close enough that he could see the patience in her eyes, the absence of malice. "I told you at the seating. I have studied every public bout you have fought. That transition has degraded since you entered this tournament. It was never perfect. Now it is worse." The words landed like a precise cut. "How observant," Yuwen said. "I am not trying to provoke you." "Then what are you trying?" She considered the question the way she considered everything, with the same disciplined patience she brought to combat. The mist curled around her ankles. The silence stretched long enough that Yuwen nearly spoke again. "I am trying to understand," she said finally, "whether you know how much you are costing yourself." The words hit harder than they should have. Yuwen's blade lowered a fraction before he caught himself. "You sound like my senior brother." Bai Luming is a healer. He measures what is being lost. Daiyan Shu's gaze did not waver. "I measure what is being spent. They are not the same calculation." "And what calculation have you made?" She did not answer immediately. Instead, she drew her sword, not in challenge but in demonstration, and stepped into the first form of her own practice. The blade moved through the air with a clean economy that Yuwen recognized. No wasted motion, no flare. Every transition flowed into the next as if the sword had always been in motion and would never stop. She completed 3 forms before speaking again. Your first match against Wang Xuan. The 4th exchange, when the arena felt your chi surge. Everyone calls it a breakthrough manifestation. The commentators called it heaven-blessed fury. She completed the final form and lowered her blade. I call it something else. Yuwen's chest went cold. You are welcome to name it. I will not. She turned to face him. Not until I am certain. The mist thickened between them. Somewhere above the clouds, the first bell of the 2nd phase began to sound, distant, ceremonial, counting down the hours until the Empire's eyes returned to him. That transition, Daiyan Shu said. The one that pulls your core off center. Fix it before our match, or I will exploit it. Bold of you to assume we will meet. I am seated 2nd. You are seated 1st. The bracket is not a mystery. She sheathed her sword with the same clean economy she had used during the forms. We will meet, Yuwen Zhi. Before this tournament ends, we will meet. She stepped off the platform. At the edge of the mist, she paused. You asked what calculation I made. Her voice carried over the stone, quiet but distinct. I calculated how many bursts you have left before your foundation cannot absorb another one. I do not know the exact number, but I know it is fewer than you think. She walked into the white. Yuwen stood alone on the platform, his blade still raised, his breathing steady, his hands perfectly still. But beneath his ribs, the hunger stirred. And for the first time since the chamber, it did not feel patient. It felt eager, as if it had been waiting for someone else to see what it saw. Chapter 13. The dawn bell was still reverberating through the mountain tiers when Yuwen stepped onto the 2nd platform. This climb was narrower than the first. Stone carved from the same cloud granite but shaped differently. A long oval with tapered ends, raised at the edges as if the whole arena had been designed to funnel combatants toward the center. Formation sigils glowed at the perimeter, not barrier marks but something subtler, refraction runes that would bend the air, catching light and sound into patterns that confused the eye. Yuwen recognized the setup before the announcement came. Shen Wei of the Prismatic Gate, the herald's voice rolled across the tiers. Seated 31st. The crowd murmured. Respect, not excitement. Shen Wei was not a name that drew blood. She was a bracket spacer, someone seated high enough to be credible but low enough to be fed to the leaderboard's top ranks, a body to be passed through on the way to real contention. But her specialty made her dangerous to Yuwen specifically. Illusion cultivation, displacement techniques, fighters who refuse to meet force with force. She wants to bait out your reserves early, Daiyan Shu's voice echoed in his memory. You have fewer bursts left than you think. Yuwen cracked the knuckles of his sword hand and stepped to his starting mark. Shen Wei took the opposite end of the oval. She was shorter than him, built for speed rather than mass, with pale robes that seemed to shift color at the edges as she moved. Her sword was thin, almost a needle, designed for precision strikes rather than power exchanges. She did not bow. She simply raised her blade and waited. The signal flare burned silver overhead. Yuwen moved first. He crossed the platform in 3 strides, blade low, intending to close distance before she could establish her field of refraction. If she needed space to layer her illusions, he would deny her that space. Simple, brutal, effective. Shen Wei did not retreat. She stepped into his advance, her thin blade catching his first strike at an angle that sent the force sliding past her shoulder instead of landing clean. The deflection was too precise to be luck. She had studied him. She knew his opening speed, his preferred angle, the weight he put behind a first engagement, and she had prepared for it. The air around them shimmered. Yuwen's next strike cut through empty light. He had aimed for where her torso should have been, but the refraction runes had already bent his perception half a handspan to the left. His blade carved air. Her counter came from the blind spot he had not accounted for, a thin line of cold across his forearm. Blood welled. Shallow, not dangerous, but first blood. The crowd inhaled. Yuwen reset his stance, but the transition pulled at his core, that half-finger off-center shift that Daiyan Shu had named, and he felt the cost of correcting it in the extra tension that ran through his ribs. Shen Wei saw the micro-hesitation. Her thin blade flickered again, testing, probing, searching for the rhythm of his recovery. She is going to draw this out. The realization landed like a cold stone in his chest. She was not trying to win. She was trying to exhaust him. The prismatic gate had sent her to bleed his reserves before the higher rounds, to make him spend bursts and recovery time on a bracket spacer who had no intention of surviving to the next climb. The hunger stirred. "Let me," it did not say. It simply rose, a warm current curling through his dantian, offering speed that would cut through the refraction field like a blade through mist. One surge, one burst. The match would end in 3 exchanges, and Shen Wei would be on the outer stone, staring at the sky the way Wang Xuan had stared. Yuwen closed his eyes. Just for a breath. Then he opened them and moved again. This time he did not pursue. He circled, blade raised, feet finding a rhythm that did not rely on closing distance. The refraction field bent his image, doubled it, scattered it across the platform's edge, but he did not need to see her clearly. He needed to feel the displacement. The way the air thickened where her chi pooled, the subtle pull of her breathing beneath the shimmer. 3rd exchange. 4th. She fainted high and struck low, her needle blade sliding past his guard to open a thin line across his ribs. The crowd gasped, but Yuwen did not flinch from the wound. He turned into it, pivoting off the strike's momentum, and brought his blade around in a flat arc that she could not deflect because she had committed to the feint. The flat of his sword caught her across the temple. Shen Wei staggered. The refraction field flickered. For half a heartbeat she was exactly where she appeared to be. Yuwen did not waste the opening. He stepped forward and drove the pommel of his sword into her sternum, and Shen Wei folded around the blow and dropped. Chapter 14. The healing grotto's door had barely closed behind Madame Kutaiba when a pavilion messenger found him. "Elder Tziang Donpa requests your presence at the Frostbell Pavilion before the 2nd phase opens. A blessing ceremony for the top seeds." Yuwen stood in the corridor with his sword still strapped across his back, the cut on his ribs from Shen Wei's needle blade still fresh beneath the bandages Bai Luming had pressed into place. The messenger's robes bore the mountain and bell crest of the Frostbell Cloister, an allied sect, a courtesy call, a ceremony he could not refuse without visible insult. "Lead," Yuwen said. The Frostbell Pavilion occupied the eastern edge of the Ascending Tier's ceremonial ring, a modest structure of pale stone and dark timber that looked older than everything around it. No banners hung from its beams, no formation sigils glowed beneath its threshold. The austerity felt deliberate, a quiet refusal to participate in the spectacle of the tournament grounds. Inside, incense coiled towards a ceiling painted with constellations Yuwen did not recognize. 4 elders sat in a shallow arc before a bronze brazier, and at the center of the arc, alone, knelt Abbot Tziang Donpa. He was older than Yuwen had expected. His face was a map of high-altitude weathering, skin folded around eyes that had spent decades reading wind and snow and the silences between prayers. His robes were unbleached wool, coarse and undyed, and his hands rested on his knees with the stillness of someone who had long stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. "Young Lord Yuwen." The abbot's voice was not loud, but it carried through the incense-lit space like a bell struck at distance. "Sit." Yuwen knelt across from him. The elders did not speak. Their presence felt ceremonial, witnesses rather than participants. The abbot studied him for a long moment. Not the way the crowd studied him, hungry for brilliance. Not the way Madame Kutaiba had studied him, carrying grief she could not name. This was different. This was the way a carpenter studied a beam that had begun to splinter, assessing whether the weight above it could be redistributed, or whether the whole roof would come down. "You fought well today," Tziang Donpa said. "The prismatic gate's spacer did not expect you to close your eyes." Yuwen's jaw tightened. "You watched?" "I watched everything." The abbot's gaze did not waver. "I watched you refuse the easy path in the 2nd exchange. I watched you choose to bleed instead of burn what you cannot replace." He paused. "I also watched you hide your right hand when you thought no one was looking." Yuwen's hand was already at his side. He had not realized he was favoring it. The abbot leaned forward and poured tea from a clay pot that had no business being hot, yet steam rose from the spout. He set a cup before Yuwen. The ceramic was rough, unglazed, warm against the cold air. "The frost bell cloister does not kneel to the heaven scale," Tizyaring Dompa said. "We do not measure a person's worth by how brightly they burn. We measure by how long they endure the cold." Yuwen took the cup. The warmth seeped into his fingers, and he realized how cold his hands had become. "Your sect believes in altitude," the abbot continued. "Higher is better, faster is holier. The boy who climbs fastest becomes the banner the empire follows." He picked up his own cup, blew across the surface, and did not drink. "I have watched banners before, young lord. I have watched them raised. I have watched them fall. And I have watched the men who carried them discover that a banner does not protect you from the wind. It only catches it." The silence stretched. The elders did not move. Yuwen set the cup down. "What are you trying to tell me?" "That your spirit is cracked." The abbot said it without emphasis, the way one might remark that a wall had a hairline fracture. "I do not need the heaven scale to see it. I do not need your senior brother's diagnostic records. I have watched enough young cultivators sit where you sit to recognize the particular stillness of someone who is holding themselves together by will alone." The words landed like a blade slipped between ribs. Yuwen did not answer. "You came here expecting a blessing," Tirian Dongpa said. "I will give you one, but it will not be the blessing your sect wants. I will tell you this. A cracked spirit can still become honest, but honesty demands that you stop feeding the lie." "What lie?" "The lie that you are what they see." The abbot's eyes were ancient and without pity. "You are not your rank, young lord. You are not the heaven scale's promise. You are not the worship of 50,000 voices. Those are decorations hung on a pole. Tell me what remains of the banner once the pole breaks." The question hung in the incense-thick air. Yuwen's chest tightened. The hunger stirred, not with eagerness this time, but with something quieter, attentive, as if it too wanted to hear his answer. "I don't know," Yuwen said. The truth tasted like ash. Terang Dompa nodded slowly, as if that answer had been the only honest one he could have given. "Then you are further along than most," he said. "The ones who cannot be saved are the ones who believe their own monument." He set his cup down. "You are not your monument, young lord. You are the hands that built it, and those hands are bleeding." Yuwen looked down at his palms. The stress-lined scars had spread further since the morning, fine white branches reaching toward his wrists. Map lines of a territory he had been crossing for years without realizing it was a graveyard. "I have seen your hands before," the abbot said. "In the Frostbell records, in the dirges we sing for cultivators who burned past their own foundation and left nothing behind but a name on a monument." His voice dropped. "The Frostbell cloister does not forget its dead, young lord. We bury them in the ice where the empire cannot use their bones." Yuwen's blood went cold. I know what the records say." The abbot's gaze did not waver. "I know what the heaven scale did to bodies like yours, and I know that the Nine Vault Pavilion has sent young men to this tournament before you, with the same speed, the same glow, the same hollow look in their eyes when they thought no one was watching." He paused. "They are all dead now." The words landed like stones dropped into still water, each one sending ripples through the incense-lit silence. Yuwen's throat closed. He had known. On some level, he had known since Madame Kutaiba's hands had traced his scars, since Bai Luming's voice had cracked when he named the unsealing ground. But hearing it spoken aloud, by a man who had no stake in the lie, made it real in a way that shattered the last glass wall he had been standing behind. "How many?" Yuwen's voice came out rough. "7 in my lifetime." Tedring Dopa's eyes held old grief. 3 from the Nine Vault Pavilion, 2 from Skyward Terrace, 1 from the Jade Scale Academy, and 1 from the Frost Bell itself before we stopped participating in the Heaven Scale readings. He paused. "The last one was 53 years ago. His name was Shenho. He was 16. He burned so bright that the elders still speak of his light in the winter ceremonies." He leaned forward. "They also speak of the sound he made when his foundation collapsed. It carried across 3 terraces." Yuwen's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs to still them. Why are you telling me this? Because you still have a choice. The abbot's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. The ones before you did not know what was happening to them until it was too late. They thought the pain was part of cultivation. They thought the cracks were growing pains. They trusted their elders when they were told to push harder. He met Yuwen's eyes. You know, that makes you different. That makes your choice real. The incense had burned low. The elders had not moved, but their silence felt heavier now, as if they too were waiting for Yuwen to speak. Your sect wants you to climb, Terang Dompa said. The Empire wants you to ascend. The court wants you to prove that the Heaven Scale's blessing still holds. But I want to ask you something else, young lord. He paused. What do you want? The question was so simple, so direct, that Yuwen felt it like a physical blow. What did he want? He wanted to win. He had wanted to win for so long that the wanting had become indistinguishable from breathing. He wanted to stand at the summit and prove that every sacrifice, every hidden injury, every night spent coughing blood into his sleeve had been worth it. But that was what he had been told to want, wasn't it? He thought of Daiyan Shu's blade, cutting through his rhythm with clinical precision. He thought of Helian Wu's offer, the black silk script that drank the light. He thought of Bai Lu Ming's face as he walked out of the grotto, carrying the weight of an oath that would force him to stand against you, and Yuwen chose to live. He thought of the hunger, patient and warm, waiting for him to stop fighting. I don't know, Yuwen said again. Terang Dompa nodded. The gesture was not dismissive, it was almost kind. Then sit with that not knowing, he said. Do not let the crowd fill the silence for you. Do not let the pavilion fill it either. The answer must be yours, or it will be worth nothing. He reached into his robe and withdrew a small object, wrapped in undyed wool. He placed it on the mat between them. A frost bell token, he said. If you need shelter, if you need a place where no one will ask you to be a banner, ring the bell at our border. The ice will open. Yuwen stared at the small bundle. It sat on the mat like an offering, like a door that had appeared where no door had been before. I cannot promise I will use it. I did not ask you to promise. The abbot rose, and the elders rose with him, their movements synchronized by long practice. I am simply making sure the door exists. He turned toward the incense brazier, and for a moment his profile was sharp against the glow, weathered and ancient and utterly certain. You are not your monument, young lord. Do not let them carve your name before you are ready to die. The blessing ceremony ended without blessing. Yuwen walked out of the Frostbell Pavilion with the wool-wrapped token hidden inside his robe, its weight unfamiliar against his chest. The tournament terraces lay ahead, bright with torches and voices, the second phase waiting at dawn. He did not look back. But as he crossed the stone bridge toward the pavilion quarter, he felt the hunger stir again, and for the first time, it did not feel like an enemy. It felt like the only thing in his chest that was honest. Chapter 15. Daiyan Shu did not announce herself. She appeared at the edge of the training platform as Yuwen completed his first form, her robes still holding the damp of morning mist, her sword still sheathed. She did not speak. She simply stood there, watching, while the sky above the tournament terraces paled from gray to pearl. Yuwen finished the form and lowered his blade. What do you want? To finish what we started before dawn. The answer was calm, almost courteous, but her eyes were not courteous. They were assessing, measuring, cataloging the way he held his weight, the angle of his sword arm, the slight forward lean that meant he had not fully recovered from the second platform bout. He should have said no. He should have claimed fatigue, claimed preparation for the second phase, claimed anything that would let him walk away from the platform with his dignity intact and his secrets hidden for one more day. Hunger stirred, and it wanted to be seen. Let her look, it seemed to say. Let her understand what she is facing. Yuwen cracked the knuckles of his sword hand. 1 exchange or 3, until one of us stops. That was not an answer he could control. He took his starting position at the platform's center, and the first gray light of true dawn slid across the stone as Daiyan Shu drew her blade. The first exchange was exploration. She moved forward in a straight line, no feint, no trick, her sword cutting a clean diagonal from shoulder to hip. Yuwen met it with a rising block that should have forced her to reset, but she did not reset. She let the impact carry her blade in a tight circle and struck again from the same angle, faster. He caught that too. But the third strike came from a different angle entirely, and he had already committed his weight to the second block. He twisted, pulled his blade back, and felt the edge of her sword skim past his ribs, close enough to cut fabric. She had shown him the pattern twice and broken it on the third. She is reading the rhythm of my responses, he realized, not my forms, my choices. He reset his stance and tried to slow his breathing. Around them, the platform had begun to fill. Disciples emerging from their quarters stopped at the edge of the training ground, drawn by the sound of steel. An elder in pale blue robes paused on the bridge above, arms folded. Daiyan Shu did not seem to notice them. She came again. This time she did not show him anything. Her blade moved like water finding gaps, every strike flowing into the next without hesitation, without the small pauses that marked a fighter thinking through their next step. She was not thinking. She had practiced this sequence so many times that her body knew it better than her mind. Yuwen gave ground. His right foot slid back, then his left, then his right again, and each retreat cost him another fraction of the platform. He could feel the edge approaching, the drop beyond it, the crowd of watching faces pressing closer. He needed to break her rhythm. He feinted high, pulled his sword back as if to reset, and then exploded forward on the fourth beat, his signature surge, the move that had ended every bout he had won in the tournament so far. Daiyan Shu was not there. She had stepped exactly where he was not going. Her blade met his extended arm at the midpoint of his surge, where his weight was fully committed, and he could not change direction. The cut opened clean across his forearm, shallow and precise, drawing a thin line of blood that welled into perfect beads against his skin. The platform went silent. Yuwen stared at the cut. It was not deep. It was not dangerous. It had been delivered with surgical restraint, a demonstration of control rather than violence. But everyone had seen it. She had known exactly where he would be. She had known the exact moment he would overextend. She had known the rhythm of his attack as well as he knew it himself. And she had moved into the space he always left open, the gap he had never noticed because no one had ever lived long enough to exploit it. "Your third transition condition remains unfixed," she said quietly. "I told you this morning. I will tell you again." She stepped back and sheathed her sword. The elders on the bridge exchanged glances, the disciples whispered, and Marquee Jin, standing at the edge of the training ground in robes that caught the morning light like water, watched Yuwen with an expression that made the wound on his arm feel irrelevant. It was not worry. It was not surprise. It was a cold, assessing stillness, as if he were recalculating an investment that had just shown its first crack. Yuwen pressed his palm against the cut. The blood was warm against his skin, but the heat did not feel like pain. It felt like exposure. "Daiyan Shu." She turned at the edge of the platform. "That was one exchange," he said. "We agreed until one stopped. Did we stop?" She did not smile. She did not need to. The question was its own answer. Yuwen let his hand drop from the wound. The blood had already begun to slow, but the stain spread across his sleeve, dark and unmistakable. He looked at the watching faces. The elder on the bridge was no longer standing idle. He was speaking into a communication talisman, relaying what he had seen. The disciples had stopped whispering and started staring. They had all just watched Daiyan Shu cut through the myth. They had seen that his miracles had a pattern, and patterns could be hunted. "I will fix the transition," Yuwen said. Daiyan Shu inclined her head. "Then the next time we meet, I will have to find something else to exploit." She walked off the platform and into the dispersing mist. The training ground emptied slowly, reluctantly, as if the crowd did not want to lose sight of the spectacle they had witnessed. Yuwen stood at the center of the platform, alone, his sword still in his hand, his sleeve still wet with blood. He did not look toward Marquee Jin. He did not need to. He could feel the weight of the Patriarch's gaze like a blade pressed against the back of his neck, steady and patient, and waiting for him to turn so it could show him exactly how far he had fallen. He turned anyway. Marquee Jin had not moved. His hands were clasped behind his back, the jade sealing rings on his left fingers catching the first true light of the sun. His face showed nothing. Your wound requires treatment. It is shallow. Your form requires correction. Yuwen said nothing. There was no reply that would not sound like an excuse. Jin studied him for a long moment, and Yuwen saw something flicker in the depths of the Patriarch's black and amber eyes. Not fear, not anger. Something colder, something that looked almost like disappointment sharpened into a blade. A banner that shows weakness, Jin said quietly, invites all eyes. Not all of them are kind. He turned and walked away, leaving Yuwen alone on the platform with the blood drying on his sleeve and the weight of the Patriarch's words settling into his chest like another fracture. The hunger stirred. He is afraid, it observed. He is afraid you will not be useful long enough. Yuwen pressed his fist against his ribs, where the token from Abbot Sizing Dampa sat wrapped in undyed wool. The door existed. He had not decided whether to walk through it. But as he stood on the training platform, surrounded by the echoes of a cut that had not killed him and a silence that felt like a verdict, he understood that the door would not wait forever. He turned toward the healing quarter, and the mist closed behind him, thick and cold, carrying whispers that he could not quite hear but knew were about him. Chapter 16. The healing quarter smelled of salt and old blood. Yuwen sat on the edge of the stone bench, his sleeve peeled back to the elbow, while Bai Lu Ming worked in silence. The wound was shallow, as he had said, but the way Bai Lu Ming cleaned it, the way his fingers pressed longer than necessary against the edges, told a different story. You are holding your breath, Yuwen said. Bai Lu Ming did not answer. He applied the salve in smooth, practiced strokes, his gaze fixed on the cut as if it contained a message he was trying to decode. The chamber was small and windowless, lit by a single flame that guttered in a bronze dish. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with jars and bundled herbs and scrolls whose edges had been softened by years of handling. Yuwen had been here before, many times, after breakthroughs and bouts and the quiet collapses that no one else was allowed to see. But tonight, the room felt smaller. Bai Lu Ming finished the bandage and began to roll the excess cloth back onto its spool. His movements were precise, deliberate, the precision of a man who needed his hands to do something while his mind worked through what he could not say. Say it, Yuwen said. Bai Lu Ming's hands paused, just for a breath, then he continued rolling. There is nothing to say that I have not already said. Then say it again. Tell me what you see. Bai Lu Ming set down the spool. He looked at Yuwen, and for the first time since entering the chamber, his face lost its careful composure. What remained was exhaustion so deep it looked like grief. I have been patching instabilities like yours for years, he said quietly. Not yours alone, others before you. The patterns were never identical, but they shared a shape, a way of fraying that did not follow normal channel degradation. Yuwen's chest went cold. How many years? Since before you took your first breakthrough at 12. I did not recognize it then. I thought the damage was from cultivation speed, from pushing too hard, too young. It made sense. It was the explanation I could live with. But it was not the truth. Bai Lu Ming's jaw tightened. No. He reached for a jar on the shelf, uncapped it, and began mixing something into a fresh paste. The motion was automatic, the rhythm of a man who had performed this ritual so many times that his hands no longer needed his mind to guide them. The patches worked, he said. At first, a month of rest, a course of channel-soothing elixirs, and the fraying would retreat. I told myself I had caught it in time, that you were healing. But they kept returning. Faster, each time. Bai Lu Ming's voice dropped. The intervals shortened. The damage spread wider. I would seal a crack in one meridian, and 3 weeks later 2 new ones would appear in the adjacent channel. I doubled the treatments. I tried different formulations. I consulted texts I was not authorized to read. He stopped mixing. The paste sat in the bowl, pale and inert, and he stared at it as if it had failed him. Nothing held. Yuwen heard the words. He felt them settle into his chest, beside the hunger, beside the frost bell token, beside the cold certainty that had been growing since Helian Wu first named his condition. You knew, Yuwen said. Bai Lu Ming did not answer. You knew I was dying and you kept patching me so I could keep climbing. Gee, do not call me that. The name hung between them, a door that had just enclosed. Bai Luming's hand trembled against the bowl. A single tremor, quickly suppressed. I did not know you were dying, he said. I knew you were damaged. I knew the damage was accelerating. But I did not understand why, and I did not know where it would end. I told myself that if I kept treating you, kept buying time, I would find the answer before the damage became irreversible. And did you? Silence. Did you find the answer, Bai Luming? Bai Luming's gaze dropped to Yuwen's bandaged arm. The white cloth was already beginning to darken at the edges, a thin bloom of red seeping through. I found fragments, he said, enough to know the damage was not natural, enough to suspect that something beyond orthodox cultivation was involved. But every time I traced the pattern to its source, the trail disappeared into texts I could not access, or records that had been sealed. Sealed by whom? Bai Luming's hesitation was barely a heartbeat, but it was enough. The flame in the bronze dish flickered, the shadows on the walls shifted, and Yuwen felt the temperature of the room change, as if a door had been opened somewhere that no one wanted him to find. By the Patriarch, he said. It was not a question. Bai Luming's silence was the answer. Yuwen stood. The movement was too fast, too sharp, and the wound on his arm pulled, sending a spike of heat through his shoulder. He ignored it. You have been treating me for years. You watched the intervals shorten. You watched the damage accelerate, and you never told me that the man who raised me was the one sealing the records that could have explained why. Gee, do not. Yuwen turned toward the door. His hand found the handle, but he did not pull it open. He stood there, his forehead nearly touching the wood, his breath coming slow and controlled, as if he could hold himself together by sheer force of will. Behind him, Bai Luming spoke. I did not tell you because I did not know how to tell you, that the person you trusted most had been planning your death since before you could walk. The words hit like a blade between the ribs. Yuwen closed his eyes. The hunger stirred in his chest. Not with eagerness, not with hunger, with something that felt almost like recognition. Now you see, it whispered. Now you see what they made of you. He opened his eyes. He pulled the door open, and he walked out into the corridor, leaving Bai Luming alone in the guttering light, the bowl of paste still in his hands, the wound on Yuwen's arm still bleeding through its bandage. Chapter 17. The corridor narrowed as Yuwen walked, and the cold from the stones seeped through the soles of his shoes. He did not know where he was going. His feet carried him past the healing quarter, past the bronze bell alcove, past the junction that led to the training platforms, and still he kept moving because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant the words Bai Luming had spoken would settle into his bones like poison finding its home. Planning your death since before you could walk. The hunger stirred, a warm pulse beneath his ribs, but it did not speak. It waited. Light spilled from an archway ahead. Voices. The tournament grounds had not stopped because Yuwen Zhi had learned his life was a harvest schedule. Disciples and attendants moved through the corridor in clusters, their robes brushing the walls, their eyes finding him and sliding away with the particular speed of people who had been talking about him moments before. He saw it in the way a young woman in sky-ward colors touched her companion's sleeve, in the way a formation attendant he did not recognize slowed his steps and pretended to check a sigil plate, in the way silence followed him like a ripple spreading across still water, filling in behind him after he passed. The Elder's communication talisman, the duel with Daiyan Shu, the spread of news through the tournament grounds. Yuwen reached the end of the corridor and stepped into the open air of the central terrace. The afternoon light hit his face, warm and indifferent. Below, the platform levels descended in tiers of white stone and mist, and across them, in clusters and pairs and solitary figures leaning against railings, the Empire was discussing him. He heard fragments as he walked, snatches of conversation carried by wind and proximity. Saw the cut myself, clean as a surgeon's. Always said the gap between first and second was narrower than they. Heard he bled through the bandage before he even reached the prismatic gate sent a spacer, and he nearly lost to her. The words did not hit him like accusations. They were worse. They were assessments. The voice of a crowd that had stopped worshipping and started calculating. Yuwen kept walking. He crossed the central terrace at a steady pace, his spine straight, his expression neutral, his left iris a pale gray marker that had become impossible to hide. He had stopped trying. The scar on his forearm throbbed beneath its fresh bandage, a counterpoint to the deeper ache in his chest. A group of disciples from the Jade Scale Academy parted to let him pass. Their bow was correct, shallow and respectful, but one of them, a young man with a cultivator's cord wrapped around his wrist, held the bow a breath too long, his gaze catching on Yuwen's eye before he straightened. Yuwen felt the look like a blade drawn across skin. He reached the eastern edge of the terrace where the rail looked out over the lower platforms. The wind pulled at his hair. Below, the second platform stood empty, its refraction runes dormant, its surface marked with the faint scuffs of the morning's bout. Chen Wei had been carried from it with a concussion and a bruised temple. Yuwen had won. The bracket would advance him, but the bracket would not protect him. Yuwen Zhi. The voice came from behind him, familiar in its precision. He turned. Princess Nara stood at the edge of a side colonnade, her honey gold phoenix robes catching the light, her jade combs glinting like scales. She was alone. No attendants, no guards. That made the encounter deliberate. He bowed. "Your Highness." She did not return the courtesy. She studied him with the same calibrated attention she had given his hand after the scale cracked, and he understood that she was not looking at his face. She was looking at his eye. "You are bleeding through your bandage," she said. Yuwen glanced down. The white cloth on his forearm had indeed darkened, a fresh bloom of red spreading across the weave. He had not noticed. "It is shallow," he said. "I am sure it is." Princess Nara stepped closer, close enough that the wind carried the scent of her robes, sandalwood, and something floral, carefully chosen. "The shallow wounds are not what concern me." She gestured with her chin toward the terrace behind him. "You have walked through 300 meters of tournament grounds in broad daylight. How many people do you think saw you?" "Enough. Enough that I received 3 separate reports before you reached the rail. One from a Skyward attendant, one from a Jade Scale Formation Master, and one from a Prismatic Gate Observer, who should not have been on this level at all." Her voice remained calm, unhurried, as if she were reciting inventory. "They did not report your victory over Chen Wei. They reported the cut on your arm, the color of your left iris, and the way you did not meet anyone's eyes." Yuwen said nothing. "The court is not stupid, Yuwen Zhi. They have heard the rumors. They watched your duel with Daiyan Shu through the scrying formations. They saw her cut you exactly where her reputation said she would. And they saw the Patriarch's face when he understood what that meant." She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was softer. "Some of them are afraid. Some are curious. And some are already calculating how the 9 Vault Pavilions' fall from grace might benefit their own houses. The pavilion has not fallen. No, but a banner showing cracks is not a banner anyone wants to carry into battle." She studied him again, her head tilted a fraction of a degree. "I need you to appear at the evening assembly, not as the wounded prodigy, as the banner the Empire believed it was investing in. Flawless, certain, untouchable." Yuwen felt the hunger shift in his chest, a coil of warmth that was almost amused. "And if I cannot?" Princess Nore's expression did not change. "Then the court will begin treating your matches not as glorious spectacles, but as liquidation events. They will bet against you. They will position themselves to profit from your collapse, and the 9 Vault Pavilion will become a house that raised a miracle it could not sustain, which in imperial memory is indistinguishable from fraud." The word hung between them. Fraud. Yuwen thought of Bai Lu Ming's hands trembling over the bowl of paste, of Mak Xuanjin's sealed records, of the hunger that had been growing in his chest since the scale cracked, patient and waiting. "I understand." Princess Nare held his gaze for a long moment. Then she inclined her head, a gesture that was not quite a bow, but carried the weight of a final offer. "The evening assembly begins at the 7th bell. I will have fresh robes sent to your quarters. Wear them." She turned and walked back into the colonnade, her footsteps echoing against the stone, and Yuwen was left alone at the rail with the wind pulling at his hair and the pulse of the hunger steady beneath his ribs. He looked down at his bandaged arm. The blood had stopped spreading, but the stain remained, dark and unmistakable. From the terrace below, a voice caroled up, too indistinct for words but unmistakable in tone. Laughter. The particular laugh of someone who had just heard something that confirmed what they had suspected all along. Yuwen closed his eyes. The hunger stirred, and this time it did not whisper. It showed him a vision, brief, burning, and impossible to ignore, of what it would feel like to stop pretending, to let the mask crack, to stand before the Empire not as the miracle they had worshipped, but as the thing he was becoming. The image vanished, but the heat of it lingered in his chest like a promise. He opened his eyes. The sun had shifted. The shadows on the terrace had lengthened, and somewhere above, the seventh bell was waiting. Yuwen turned from the rail and walked toward his quarters, the frost bell token pressing against his ribs, the hunger coiling in his chest, and the knowledge that by nightfall the entire Empire would be watching to see whether he was still worth believing in. Chapter 18. The messenger found him before he reached his quarters, a junior disciple in pavilion gray, too young to have learned how to hide fear, bowed at the corridor junction with hands pressed together and voice barely steady. "Senior Brother Yuwen, the Patriarch requests your presence at the upper bell platform, immediately." Yuwen stopped. The bandage on his arm felt warm against his skin, the stain still visible through the fabric. "The evening assembly's at 7th bell. I need to change." "The Patriarch said immediately, Senior Brother." The disciple's eyes flicked to Yuwen's bandaged arm and away again, too fast to be accidental. He had already heard the reports. Everyone had. Yuwen followed him. They climbed past the tournament terraces, past the healing quarter, past the level where any cultivator below core formation was permitted, until the stone steps narrowed to a spiral staircase cut into the mountain's spine. The air grew thinner and colder with each turn. The noise of the grounds faded below until only wind remained. The upper bell platform was a bare circle of obsidian, open to the sky on 3 sides, with a single bronze bell hung from a stone arch that had stood longer than the pavilion itself. Mak Xuanjin stood at the platform's edge, hands clasped behind his back, his deep blue robes unruffled by the wind that pulled at Yuwen's hair and clothing. The disciple withdrew without being dismissed. Yuwen stopped at the center of the platform, 10 paces from the Patriarch, and waited. For a long moment, Mak Xuanjin did not turn. He gazed out at the mountain tiers below, at the distant shapes of the tournament grounds, at the smoke rising from 100 cooking fires in the outer camps, where lower-seated disciples and their attendants had made their beds. The perspective was dizzying. From here, the grand arena where Yuwen had bled before thousands looked like a child's game board. "Do you know why I chose this place?" Mak Xuanjin's voice carried clearly despite the wind. "No, Patriarch. Because from here, you can see how small it all is. The terraces, the matches, the crowds that chant your name today and will forget it tomorrow." He turned, slowly, and his amber-ringed eyes found Yuwen with the weight of a man who had measured hundreds of disciples and found most of them wanting. "And how large the mountain remains, regardless of what happens on its slopes." Yuwen said nothing. The hunger stirred, a faint warmth beneath his ribs, but it did not speak. Mak Xuanjin studied him for a long breath. "You fought well against Chen Wei." Her bracket placement was deliberate. "The prismatic gate hoped to bleed you before the higher rounds, and you adapted without spending reserves you cannot replace. That was intelligent." The praise landed like a stone in still water. Yuwen felt the ripples before he could stop them. But the duel with Daiyan Shu exposed what the prismatic gate could not. Mak Xuanjin's voice did not harden. It remained calm, measured, the tone of a surgeon describing a wound. "She read your transition condition. She timed your surge, and she showed the entire court that the 9 Vault Pavilion's banner can be predicted. I will fix the flaw. Will you?" Mak Xuanjin stepped closer, and the air between them seemed to compress. "You have been fixing flaws for years, Yuwen. Every time Bai Luming patches your channels, every time you push through a breakthrough that should have taken months of preparation, every time you stand on a platform and pretend the cost is sustainable." Yuwen's jaw tightened. "I have won every match. You have survived every match. There is a difference." Mak Xuanjin stopped 3 paces away, close enough that Yuwen could see the thin burn scar along the inside of his right wrist, pale against weathered skin. The higher rounds are not kind to cultivators who merely survive. The top 8 bracket will require you to fight 3 matches in 2 days. No healing interval. No time to compensate for flaws. The words settled into Yuwen's chest like sediment. He felt the cold, tearing pulse once, a reminder of the clock he was carrying. "What are you telling me, Patriarch?" Maxuan Jin's eyes held his. "I am telling you that great destinies are always paid for in blood. That the Empire does not remember cultivators who climbed carefully. It remembers those who burned. The ones who stood at the summit while their foundations screamed and still did not fall." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was quieter. "I am telling you that I have prepared a chamber on the upper ridge, Key de Resonance, sealed from observation. If you wish to force another breakthrough before the top 8 bracket opens, the resources are ready." Yuwen's breath caught. Every warning he had heard over the past weeks flashed through him in a single instant. Bai Leming's trembling hands, Madame Kuteba's grief, Turing Dompa's frostbell token pressing against his ribs, the hunger that had been waiting, patient and knowing, since the scale cracked. He should refuse. He should tell the Patriarch that another breakthrough would kill him, that the damage was already terminal, that the sealing records proved Maxuan Jin had known the cost since before Yuwen could walk. He should say no, but the word would not form, because Maxuan Jin was looking at him with something that resembled faith, not the cold assessment of an investor recalculating yields, but the steady certainty of a man who believed Yuwen could still do what no one else had done. Yuwen had spent his whole life starving for that look. "The upper ridge chamber," he said. "When can I access it?" Maxuan Jin's expression did not change, but something in his posture eased, a fraction of a degree that Yuwen might have missed if he had not been watching for it. "The night before the top 8 bracket. The formation master will have it ready by the 4th bell." He turned back toward the edge of the platform, and his voice carried over his shoulder. "You have proven you can win wounded, Yuwen. That is enough for the lower rounds, but the summit demands more than survival. It demands a version of yourself that the court cannot predict, and your rivals cannot match." Yuwen stood in the wind, the frostbell token cold against his ribs, the hunger warm in his chest, and the certainty that he was walking toward something he would not survive settling into his bones like a second spine. "Yes, Patriarch." Maxuan Jin nodded once, and the gesture felt like a seal being pressed into wax. Yuwen turned and walked back toward the spiral staircase, each step carrying him down from the high platform toward the terraces where the evening assembly would begin at 7th bell. Behind him, the upper bell platform stood empty, the bronze bell silent, and the wind swept the obsidian clean of every footprint. Halfway down the staircase, Yuwen stopped. He pressed his palm against the stone wall and felt his own pulse, fast and uneven, and beneath it, the steady rhythm of the hunger beating in a language his body was still learning to speak. He was going to do it. He was going to climb the mountain again, push through another breakthrough, and burn whatever remained of his foundation to reach the summit before his body gave out. Because Maxuan Jin had asked him to. Because the alternative was admitting that the man who raised him had never believed in him at all. And Yuwen did not know who he would be if that were true. He pushed off the wall and continued downward, and the hunger pulsed once, soft and patient, as if it had already known what he would choose before he chose it. Chapter 19. The water in the basin was cold, drawn from the mountain spring before dawn, and Yuwen watched his reflection settle as the ripples died. He had not slept. The evening assembly had ended 3 hours past midnight, a blur of polished greetings, measured smiles, and Princess Nari's gaze tracking every breath he took. He had performed adequately. No one had commented on the bandage beneath his sleeve. No one had asked why his left hand trembled when he reached for his cup. But now, alone in the wash chamber of his quarters, with the first gray light bleeding through the paper screen, he could stop pretending. He pressed his palms flat against the basin rim and leaned forward, studying his own face in the still water. Black hair, bound tight, jaw set, the fine lines at the corners of his mouth that had not been there 3 months ago. And his eyes. He blinked, looked again. His left iris was pale, not the whole iris. Press it at the lower edge, narrow as a paring knife's blade, where the dark brown had faded to something translucent and gray, like ash suspended in water, like the color had been leached out by something drinking from behind his eye. Yuwen's breath stopped. He straightened, then bent again, cupping water to splash his face, scrubbing at his eyes as if the color might return with friction. When he looked again, the crescent was still there. Unmistakable. Permanent. He thought of Wang Xuan's face when the hunger surged, of Daiyan Shu's stillness as she read his stance, of Madame Kuteba tracing his scars with trembling fingers. They all know, Bai Luming had whispered, and they are waiting. But this was new. This had not been there yesterday. Yuwen lifted his left hand and held it before his face, turning it slowly. The stress-lined scars branched across his palm like pale roots, reaching toward his wrist. He curled his fingers into a fist and watched the scars pull tight against the skin. The hunger stirred, soft and questioning. He ignored it. He lowered his hand, let the water drip from his chin, and stared at his reflection until the pale crescent in his left iris became a fact he could carry without flinching. Then he reached for the fresh robes Princess Noré had sent. The morning platform was already crowded when Yuwen arrived. The ascending tiers did not pause for exhausted cultivators. The bracket schedule had been posted at dawn, names and seatings burned into a spirit tablet that floated above the central stone, and disciples from every sect pressed forward to read their fates. Yuwen's name stood at the top of the left column. Yuwen Zhi, Nine Vault Pavilion, rank 1. Below it, in descending order, Daiyan Shu, then a list of names he barely registered. He let his gaze rest on his own name for a moment, then turned away. The crowd parted slightly as he moved through it, not from respect, but from the particular caution that cultivators showed towards something they were no longer certain they understood. Eyes slid to him and away. Whispers followed in his wake like leaves stirred by wind. Saw him at the assembly. He looked hollow. Heard the Skyward girl cut him in 3 exchanges. The Patriarch has been locked in the upper ridge all morning, preparing something. Yuwen kept his face still and his pace even. The crescent in his left iris was hidden as long as he kept his lashes low and his head angled. He had practiced the tilt in the wash chamber until his neck ached. He reached the eastern edge of the platform where the stone gave way to a sheer drop into mist. Below, the lower terraces stretched in overlapping rings, each one packed with disciples, attendants, and the endless machinery of the tournament. And above, the upper ridge, where Mak Xuanjin's chamber waited. Yuwen touched the frostbell token through his robe. The undyed wool was warm from his body. You look like a man attending his own funeral. The voice came from his left, low and unhurried, carrying no mockery. Yuwen turned. Helian Wu stood 3 paces away, dressed in the same dark gray robes he had worn in the healing grotto. The scar from his temple to his jaw caught the morning light, a pale seam against his skin. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his eyes held Yuwen with the patience of someone who had already read the ending and was waiting for the page to turn. I am not attending my funeral, Yuwen said. No. Helian Wu's mouth curved, not quite a smile. You are attending the rehearsal. Yuwen's jaw tightened. Is there a reason you are here, or do you simply enjoy lurking on platforms where you are not welcome? Helian Wu tilted his head, studying Yuwen's face with an attention that felt surgical. You are hiding something new, he said, on your left side. Yuwen did not flinch. He had trained himself not to react to probes, but Helian Wu was not guessing. He was reading, the same way he had read Yuwen's channels in the grotto, the same way he had named the unsealing ground before Yuwen understood what it meant. I do not know what you are talking about. Yes, you do. Helian Wu's voice was soft, almost gentle. The iris. It has started, hasn't it? The bleaching. The words hit Yuwen like a palm strike to the sternum. He said nothing. Helian Wu stepped closer until they stood shoulder to shoulder at the platform's edge, both facing the mist. The heaven scale does not only burn lifespan, he said, marks the body as it consumes it. The first sign is always the eyes. A loss of color when the qi surges too hard. A fading that begins as a crescent and spreads until the whole iris turns pale as winter bone. Yuwen stared into the mist. How long until it reaches the other eye? Helian Wu was quiet for a long moment. The wind tugged at his sleeves. That depends on how many more breakthroughs you force. The words landed with the precision of a blade sliding between ribs. Yuwen thought of Mok Xuanjin's sealed chamber on the upper ridge, of the resources waiting, of the promise he had made on the obsidian platform, standing in the wind while the Patriarch watched him with something that looked like faith. "I do not need your pity," Yuwen said. "I am not offering pity." Helian Wu turned to face him fully. "I am offering you information that your Patriarch will never give you. The bleaching is a warning. When the whole iris turns gray, the first stage of the unsealing ground is complete. After that, your body stops producing qi entirely. You become a vessel for whatever you are willing to accept." He paused. "My art can still save you, Yuwen Zhi, but not if you wait until both eyes are dead." Yuwen's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs to still them. "You have until my next match," he said. "After that, the offer closes." "I know. Then why are you still refusing?" "Because Mok Xuanjin asked me to climb. Because admitting you are right means admitting everything I have built is a lie. Because I do not know who I am without the banner, the rank, the crowd that chants my name." He said none of it. Instead, he turned away from the mist and looked at Helian Wu directly, letting the man see his left eye in full light. "Because I am not done yet." Helian Wu held his gaze for a long, quiet moment. Something flickered in his expression. Frustration, perhaps, or grief, before it smoothed into stillness. "No," he said, "you are not done. But you are running out of time to choose what kind of ending you want." He stepped back, then turned and walked into the crowd without another word. Yuwen stood alone at the platform's edge, the wind cold against his face, the pale crescent in his left iris burning like a brand. The hunger stirred. "He is right," it said. "You are running out of time." Yuwen closed his eyes, and somewhere in the gallery above, a bell began to toll, summoning the top seeds to the next phase of the climb. Chapter 20. The mist stair curved upward through the cloud layer, each step cut from pale stone that hummed with residual formation energy. Yuwen climbed alone, the bell's summon still vibrating in his chest, the weight of 10,000 eyes pressing against his back even though no one followed. The summit platform spread before him like a wound in the clouds. A ring of obsidian pillars encircled the dueling ground, each one carved with the crest of a major sect. The air here tasted different, thin and charged, as if the mountain itself held its breath. Disciples lined the outer galleries, elders stood in tiered observation alcoves, and at the platform's center, a single bronze brazier burned with white flame, waiting. Yuwen stepped onto the stone. The crowd noise swelled, then fell. Not silence, but a held breath, the kind that preceded a storm. An elder in deep blue robes rose from the observation tier. His voice carried across the platform through a reinforcement formation, each word clear as struck crystal. The top seeds of the ascending tiers advanced through the gate of cumulative witness. Rank determines order. Rank determines right of challenge. Yuwen's name still burned at the top of the leaderboard. He had not lost the seating. He had not lost anything except the lie that he was whole. "Yuwen Zhi of the Nine Vault Pavilion," the elder said. "You stand first. The gate opens for you." The brazier flared. White light poured across the platform, and the obsidian pillars began to glow, their carved crests igniting one by one. The formation beneath Yuwen's feet woke with a pulse that traveled up through his legs, his spine, the hollow of his chest where the hunger coiled. He felt it immediately. The gate of cumulative witness did not test combat. It tested capacity. The formation would read his cultivation base, his dantia depth, the density of his qi reserves, and projected the result onto the pillars for the entire assembly to see. A public measurement of everything he no longer had. Yuwen's hands trembled at his sides. He pressed them flat against his thighs, felt the stress-lined scars pulled tight beneath his palms. The hunger stirred. "They will see you," it said. "They will see what is left." "Then I will give them something to see," Yuwen whispered, and he reached for the breakthrough. He had not planned it. The decision came from a place below thought, below reason, from the same raw nerve that had driven him to accept Yuwen Zhi's chamber, to refuse Helian Wu's art, to keep climbing when every warding told him to stop. He needed to be enough. The formation read his chi and found it shallow. The first pillar flickered, its carved sigil dimming instead of brightening. A murmur rippled through the galleries. Yuwen closed his eyes. He had never forced a breakthrough in public before. The bell tower had been sealed, the healing grotto had been private. But this was a stage, and the Empire was watching, and if he faltered now, Yuwen Zhi would see, the court would see, and the crowd that had chanted his name would remember only the moment he stopped being miraculous. He opened the channels. The hunger surged to meet him, not resisting, not offering, just waiting, as if it had known this moment would come long before he did. Yuwen pulled chi from the ambient field, from the formation itself, from the marrow of the mountain beneath his feet, and he drove it through his meridians like a blade through flesh. Pain. Not the familiar ache of overextension, but something deeper. A tearing that started in his core and radiated outward, cracking through pathways that had already been frayed, already been burned, already been held together by nothing but will and the hunger's patient knot. The second pillar flared, then the third. The crowd gasped. White light blazed across the platform, and Yuwen felt the breakthrough take hold. Chi flooded his channels with a force that should have taken months to cultivate, years to temper. It filled every crack, every hollow, every space where his foundation had worn thin. For one blazing instant, he was whole. Power sang through him, hot and electric, and the mountain answered. The pillars all ignited at once, their sigils burning so bright the stone itself seemed to glow from within. The elder stumbled back. Disciples shielded their eyes. The formation screamed a high, keening note that cut across the terraces like a bell of victory. Yuwen opened his eyes. The world was sharp and beautiful. He could see every vein of crystal in the obsidian pillars, every thread of formation light woven through the platform stone, every face in the galleries drawn into expressions of awe. He had done it. He was enough. And then the hunger pulled. Not a surge, not an attack, a withdrawal. A single, deliberate retraction of the warmth that had been holding his channels together. Like a hand releasing the frayed end of a rope, the foundation collapsed. Yuwen felt it happen in stages that took less than a heartbeat, but stretched like years. First, the power that had filled him drained into nothing, leaving a vacuum in his core that sucked the air from his lungs. Second, the cracks he had hidden, the fissures Bai Luming had patched, the microfractures that ran through every channel like a web of shattered glass, they all split open at once. Third, his irises went gray, both of them, not a crescent, not a fading. A complete bleaching, as if the color had been scoured from his eyes by the same force that had just abandoned him. He saw the change reflected in the faces of the crowd, the awe becoming confusion, the confusion becoming dread. His aura convulsed. Chi erupted from him in uncontrolled bursts, wild and directionless, striking the obsidian pillars and cracking them. The formation screamed again, but this time the note was wrong, discordant. A sound of something breaking rather than something ascending. Yuwen fell. His knees hit the stone, his hands splayed against the platform, and he saw the stress-line scars branching across his palms, white against skin that had gone sallow and thin. The hunger coiled in his chest, quiet now, patient. It had let him taste the ecstasy of wholeness so he would know exactly what he had lost. The galleries erupted, not cheering, not chanting. A roar of voices tangled together, gasps and shouts, and the high, thin sound of someone screaming. Disciples pushed forward. Elders shouted orders. The elder in deep blue robes was gesturing frantically, his mouth moving, but Yuwen could not hear the words. He could only hear the silence inside himself, the place where his cultivation had been, the emptiness where his foundation used to stand. He tried to stand, his legs would not obey. He tried to draw chi from the ambient field, and the hunger stirred, offering, and he refused, and the effort of refusal left him trembling on his hands and knees, while the Empire watched him fall. Above the chaos, a voice cut through, cold, precise, carrying the weight of a lifetime of command. Clear the platform. Patriarch Yuwen Zhi. Yuwen looked up. The Patriarch stood at the edge of the observation tier, his silver hair catching the white light, his 6 jade sealing rings gleaming against the fingers of his left hand. His face was unreadable, but his eyes, black with that ring of amber, held something Yuwen had never seen there before. Calculation. Not concern, not anger. Calculation. As if Yuwen had just destroyed an asset whose remaining value needed immediate reassessment. The hunger stirred again, and this time its voice was soft, almost kind. Now you see what he always saw. Yuwen's vision blurred, and the crowd's roar of admiration curdled into something uglier. Horror. Chapter 21. Bai Luming reached him first. Yuwen did not see him arrive. One moment he was on his knees, palms flat against the cracked obsidian, the gray of his own irises reflected in the polished stone. The next, Bai Luming's hands were on his shoulders, cool and trembling, pulling him upright with a strength that did not belong to a healer's frame. "Do not speak," Bai Luming said. His voice was not gentle. It was stripped of softness, stripped of the hesitation that had marked every conversation since the healing grotto. This was the voice of a man who had stopped calculating consequences and started moving through them. Disciples swarmed the platform. Formation specialists in pale gray robes surrounded the pillars, their hands tracing containment sigils over the cracked stone. The elder who had announced Yuwen's measurement stood frozen at the edge of the observation tier, his mouth still open, his hands half raised as if he had been about to applaud when the world inverted. Bai Luming pulled Yuwen to his feet. Yuwen's legs buckled. His knees hit the stone again, and the sound of it, the wet crack of bone against obsidian, traveled through the platform like a second collapse. Someone in the galleries laughed, a short, nervous bark of a sound that cut through the roar and made everything worse. "Help me," Bai Luming said. 2 pavilion disciples moved forward. Yuwen recognized neither of them. They took his arms, and their grips were careful, almost reverent, as if they were handling something that might shatter further. He let them. He had no strength to resist, no will to shape how he was carried. They moved him across the platform, past the cracked pillars, past the formation specialists who would not meet his eyes. The galleries were still roaring, but the sound had changed. It was no longer the unified shock of a crowd witnessing disaster. It had fractured into 1,000 separate voices, each one interpreting what they had seen in its own way. Always knew something was wrong with his chi. The pavilion hid it. Of course they hid it. Did you see his eyes? Both of them. Completely. Cursed. That boy is cursed. The word hid Yuwen harder than the foundation collapse. Cursed. Not blessed. Not chosen. Cursed. As if the heaven scales crack had been a warning all along, and the crowd had simply been reading the wrong meaning into it. He tried to lift his head. The effort cost him something he could not name, and his vision swam, the corridor walls blurring into pale stone and torchlight. Bai Luming was speaking to someone, his voice low and urgent, using words Yuwen could not follow. The disciples carrying him turned left, then right, down a staircase that spiraled into the mountain's interior. The fracture chamber was small and windowless. Bai Luming dismissed the disciples with a single gesture. The door sealed behind them, and the silence that followed was so complete, Yuwen could hear the blood moving through his own veins, thin and wrong. Bai Luming lowered him onto a stone platform. The surface was cold, unforgiving. It reminded Yuwen of the frostbell token pressing against his ribs, and he wondered when he had last thought of Tessiering Dompa's offer. Hours, days. The timeline of his life had become impossible to measure. Stay still. Bai Luming's hands moved over Yuwen's chest, his throat, the inside of his wrists. The touch was clinical, precise, but Yuwen felt the tremor running through his senior brother's fingers. The same tremor that had been there in the healing grotto, the same tremor that had been there for years, hidden beneath composure and gentle words. "Can you feel your channels?" Yuwen tried. The effort was like reaching for something in a room he had never entered. There was no resistance, no flow, no familiar current of chi moving through the pathways that had defined his existence since his first breakthrough at 12. There was only emptiness, a hollow where his cultivation had been, cold and vast and silent. "No," he said. His voice sounded foreign, thin, the voice of someone who had never held a sword. Bai Luming's jaw tightened. He pressed 2 fingers to the base of Yuwen's throat, holding them there for a long moment, and Yuwen watched the hope drain from his senior brother's face in real time. "The channels are intact," Bai Luming said slowly, "but they are empty, completely empty. There is no qi in your core, no residual flow, nothing to rebuild from." "Then I can rebuild." The words came automatically, a reflex, the same response he had given every time Bai Luming had warned him, every time the damage had spread, every time the hunger had stirred. "I can rebuild." Bai Luming did not answer. That silence was worse than anything he could have said. Yuwen stared at the chamber's ceiling, low stone, veined with the same obsidian that ran through the mountain. A single lamp burned in the corner, casting shadows that stretched and shrank with the flicker of the flame. He had been in rooms like this before. Healing chambers, fracture chambers, the spaces where the pavilion put its disciples when they broke. He had never been the one on the stone. Outside, muffled by layers of stone and formation seals, the mountain hummed with activity. Voices, footsteps, the distant clash of bells being rung in patterns Yuwen did not recognize. The tournament was still happening. The ascending tiers was still climbing. The only thing that had stopped was him. "You need to rest," Bai Luming said. "I cannot rest." "You cannot fight." The words landed like a blade between his ribs. Yuwen turned his head. Bai Luming was sitting on a low stone bench beside the platform, his hands resting on his knees, his face pale in the lamplight. He looked older than Yuwen remembered. The lines around his eyes had deepened, and there was something in his posture that had not been there before. Defeat. "I can stabilize you," Bai Luming said. "I can keep your body alive. But the foundation is gone. The unsealing ground has completed. If I try to force even a single wisp of qi into your channels, the backlash will kill you." "Then what am I supposed to do?" Bai Luming's silence was the only answer. Yuwen closed his eyes. The darkness behind his lids was the same gray as his irises. He felt the hunger coiled in his chest, quiet and patient, waiting. It had not spoken since the platform. It did not need to. It had made its point with perfect clarity. It could give him wholeness, and it could take it away. "Now you see." The hunger's voice was barely a whisper. "Now you know what it feels like to be empty." Yuwen did not answer. He lay on the cold stone, listening to the mountain hum above him, and tried to remember what it felt like to be enough. A knock at the chamber door. Bai Luming rose. His movements were stiff, reluctant, as if he already knew what the knock carried. He crossed to the door, unsealed it with a gesture, and spoke to someone in a low voice that Yuwen could not quite hear. The exchange lasted less than 10 heartbeats. When Bai Luming turned back, his face was unreadable. "The Patriarch wants to see you." Yuwen opened his eyes. The gray of the ceiling met the gray of his vision, and for a moment he could not tell which was real and which was the reflection of what he had become. "Now," Bai Luming added. "He wants to see you now." The hunger stirred, and this time its silence was louder than any word. It was waiting to see what Yuwen would do. Chapter 22. The first visitor came within the hour. A woman in pale blue robes, some functionary from the tournament administration, her face arranged in practiced sympathy. She stood at the chamber door while Bai Luming hovered at her shoulder, and she spoke of arrangements, of deferrals, of how the ascending tiers made provisions for cultivators who suffered unexpected setbacks. The word setback landed like a slap. Yuwen stared at her from the stone platform. His voice, when he found it, was flat. "I am not a setback." The woman's smile faltered. She adjusted her sleeves and retreated with murmured assurances that the pavilion would be in touch regarding his status. Bai Luming closed the door behind her and stood with his back to it, hands pressed flat against the wood. "You should not be receiving visitors." "Then stop them." "I cannot." Bai Luming's voice was tired. "The tournament rules require notification of all seeded competitors. Your status has changed. They have to record it." "Your status has changed." Yuwen let the phrase settle in his chest. It was accurate, precise, administrative. It stripped everything that had happened on the platform down to a line in a ledger, and somehow that made it worse. The second visitor came at midday, a young disciple Yuwen did not recognize, bearing a silk-wrapped bundle from Princess Nare. The disciple placed it on the bench beside the door, bowed once with visible discomfort, and fled before Yuwen could speak. Bai Luming unwrapped the bundle. Inside lay a set of formal robes, deep blue threaded with silver, the same shade the pavilion reserved for ceremony. Fresh, uncreased. Prepared for an appearance Yuwen would never make. There was no note. "That is not pity," Bai Luming said quietly. "That is a message." Yuwen did not ask what the message meant. He already knew. The robes said the court still remembered him. The absence of instructions said they were not sure what to do with that memory yet. The third visitor came just before the afternoon bells. Bai Luming had stepped out to argue with someone in the corridor, and Yuwen lay alone in the gray silence, counting the cracks in the ceiling stone, when a shadow passed across the lamp. Helian Wu stood in the doorway. He had not knocked. He had not been announced. He simply stood there, dark gray robes unmarked, scar catching the lamplight, and regarded Yuwen with eyes that held neither pity nor triumph. "You look worse than the last time I saw you." Yuwen did not sit up. "You are not supposed to be here. Your senior brother is occupied. The formation seals on this chamber are meant to keep qi in, not people out." Helian Wu stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I came to see if you had changed your mind." "How did you know I would be here?" "I have been watching the brackets." Helian Wu's voice was dry. The gate of cumulative witness breaking is not the kind of news that stays quiet. Yuwen said nothing. Helian Wu stood at the foot of the stone platform, making no move to approach. His stillness was deliberate. He was giving Yuwen space to refuse him again, and the awareness of that courtesy stung worse than any pressure. "The offer still stands," Helian Wu said. "The art does not require a foundation to take root. It requires only channels that are intact, and yours are. And the cost? The same as before. You draw from what is outside you rather than what is inside. The contamination, the dependence, the stain on your name." Yuwen laughed. The sound was hollow, scraping against his throat. "What name? The crowd called me cursed, Helian. The functionary called me a setback. The princess sent me robes I will never wear. What name is left to stain?" Helian Wu's eyes flickered. Something passed across his face that might have been recognition, or might have been impatience. "Then you are closer than you were yesterday. I am not taking your art. You will." Helian Wu turned toward the door. "The question is whether you take it before the Marquee bout or after." Yuwen's chest tightened. "What bout?" Helian Wu paused with his hand on the frame. "Your match against Daiyan Shu was scheduled for the third day of the top 8 bracket. The tournament officials have not announced whether it will proceed, but the bracket has not been changed." He glanced back over his shoulder. "The question is whether you show up to lose, or you do not show up at all." He left before Yuwen could answer. The silence he left behind was heavier than the one before. Yuwen lay on the stone and stared at the ceiling, and the hunger coiled in his chest, patient and warm, saying nothing. Daiyan Shu's formal request arrived at the 6th bell. Bai Luming brought it in, a sealed scroll bearing the Skyward Terrace emblem, and handed it to Yuwen without comment. The script was crisp, efficient. It contained no expressions of sympathy, no offers of deferral, no suggestions that the match be postponed or cancelled. It simply stated that the undersigned Daiyan Shu of Skyward Terrace requested that the scheduled Marquee bout between herself and Yuwen Zhi of the Nine Vault Pavilion proceed as planned, in accordance with the published bracket, and that she would meet him on the arena platform at the appointed hour, regardless of whether he chose to attend. Yuwen read the scroll twice. The words did not change. She was not asking for a postponement. She was not offering him an exit. She was telling him she would be there, and that the arena would hold a space for him whether he filled it or not. He thought of her sword, the clean precision of her cuts, the way she had looked at him after their dawn duel, not with contempt but with something closer to recognition, as if she had seen him clearly for the first time and found him wanting. She had not asked for an easy victory. She had asked for a true one. Bai Luming. His senior brother looked up from the corner where he sat, hands still watching. "Send word to the tournament officials," Yuwen said. "I accept the match." Bai Luming's face went pale. Yuwen, I am not asking you to approve it. I am asking you to send the message. You cannot fight. Your channels are empty. You have no qi. Even walking to the platform would take everything you have. Then I will walk slowly. You will die. The words hung in the air between them, sharp and final. Yuwen looked down at his hands. The stress-line scars had spread further, fine white branches reaching toward his wrists, marking him like a cracked vessel. Maybe, he said, but I will not let her face an empty arena. Bai Luming stared at him for a long moment. Then he rose, crossed to the door, and paused with his hand on the frame. You are choosing to lose. I am choosing not to hide. The door closed behind him. Yuwen sat alone in the fracture chamber, the scroll still in his hands, and felt the hunger stir in his chest. She sees you, the hunger whispered. Yuwen did not answer. She always has. He folded the scroll and placed it beside him on the stone. The match would happen. He would walk onto the platform. He would face Daiyan Shu with empty channels and gray eyes, and he would lose before the entire empire. And for the first time since his foundation collapsed, he felt something other than the weight of being pitied. He felt the freedom of having nothing left to protect. Chapter 23. The walk to the platform took longer than Yuwen expected. The tournament grounds had changed since morning. The banners still snapped in the wind. The gallery still held the weight of watching eyes. But the air itself had thickened, charged with a different kind of hunger, one that fed on ruin rather than triumph. He felt them watching his irises, both of them gray now, unmistakable from the lowest tier to the highest gallery. The whispers followed him along the mist bridge, curling around his ankles like smoke. Look at his eyes, both of them gray. He is cursed. I told you. I told everyone. Yuwen kept his gaze fixed on the arena platform ahead. The obsidian surface caught the late light, gleaming like polished bone. He had crossed this bridge a dozen times during the tournament, always with qi warming his channels and the crowd roaring his name. Today his channels were cold, empty. The silence inside his chest was so vast he could hear his own blood moving. The hunger stirred, a faint pulse against his ribs. You are not empty, it whispered. You are waiting. He did not answer. The gallery guards parted as he reached the platform edge. Their faces told him everything. The pity in their eyes, the way they stepped back as if proximity might stain them. He was no longer a banner they protected. He was a spectacle they were paid to contain. Yuwen stepped onto the platform. The obsidian felt different beneath his bare feet. Colder, more final. He had stood on this surface before, during the Gate of Cumulative Witness, when his qi had blazed through the pillars and the crowd had gasped in awe. Now the same stone held the memory of his collapse, the cracks still visible where his uncontrolled eruption had scarred the formation. He stopped at the center mark and turned to face the galleries. 50,000 faces stared back. No one cheered. The silence was worse than the mockery he had braced for. It was the silence of an audience that had come to watch something die, not something fight. Daiyan Shu appeared at the opposite edge of the platform. She did not announce herself. She did not pause for ceremony. She simply stepped onto the obsidian as if she had always belonged there, her sword sheathed at her hip, her posture carrying the stillness of someone who had already accepted whatever came next. She was dressed in the same plain training robes she had worn during their dawn duel. No ceremonial armor, no sect colors, just the lean lines of her frame and the worn grip of her sword. She met his eyes across the platform, and Yuwen saw her register the gray. A flicker passed through her gaze. Not surprise, not pity, something closer to confirmation, as if she had suspected and was now certain. Yuwen Zhi, her voice carried across the platform without effort. I asked for this match because I wanted to face you whole. She paused. I see that is not possible. Yuwen's throat tightened. The words cut deeper than any blade she had ever drawn on him, because they were true. Then why did you ask? He said. Because I would rather face you broken than face your absence. She drew her sword. The blade caught the light, and Yuwen saw that it was not the same weapon she had carried during their dawn duel. This one was older, its edge worn from use, its guard darkened by grip, sweat, and time. A weapon that had been carried, not displayed. She settled into her stance. I will not hold back because you are empty, Yuwen Zhi. That would be the greater disrespect. Yuwen felt his hands open at his sides. No weapon, no chi, no foundation. He had come to this platform with nothing but the clothes on his back and the hunger at his chest. He had told Bai Luming he was choosing not to hide. He had meant it. Then show me, he said. What you see. She moved. No wind-up, no warning. She crossed the distance between them in 3 strides, her sword tracing a line so clean it seemed to cut the air before she arrived. Yuwen saw the strike coming, knew exactly where it would land, understood every angle of its approach. The knowledge did not help. He stepped left, his body responding with the muscle memory of years, but the movement was hollow without chi to accelerate it. Her blade passed close enough to shear a strand of hair from his temple, and he felt the wind of its passage against his skin. She did not follow through. She pulled the strike a finger's breadth short, reset, and studied him. Your footwork is clean, she said, but your timing is slower. You are reading me with your eyes, not your channels. Yuwen straightened. I know. You cannot fight like this. I know. Then why are you here? He looked at her, at the sword in her hand and the patience in her stance, at the galleries full of faces waiting for him to fall. Because I have never chosen to run, he said, and I will not start now. Daiyan Shu's expression shifted. The analytical distance in her eyes softened into something Yuwen could not name. Not pity, not respect, but a recognition that felt like standing in front of a mirror made of someone else's attention. Then we will do this properly, she said. One exchange at a time. She came at him again. This time she was slower. Not slow enough to be insulting, but slow enough that he could track her movements, step into the gaps, find the rhythm of her breathing. She was teaching him, he realized, showing him the shape of the fight he could not win, so he could understand what he was losing. The first time her blade touched him, it was a shallow cut across his forearm, the kind of wound that would have healed instantly with chew. Now it bled freely, red running down his wrist and dripping onto the obsidian. The crowd gasped. Daiyan Shu did not pause. She flowed into her next strike, and Yuwen saw what he had not seen during their dawn duel, what she had kept hidden behind the speed of her blade. Every movement she made drew him toward a position, a placement, a geometry of pressure that forced his body to reveal its structure. She was not trying to beat him, she was trying to expose him. The second cut came across his ribs, shallow but precise. The third opened a thin line on his shoulder. Each wound was small, surgical, almost merciful, and each one taught the crowd something about where his defenses had crumbled. Yuwen backed toward the platform edge, bleeding from 3 cuts, his breathing ragged. You are showing them, he said. Yes. Why? Daiyan Shu lowered her sword. Because the truth of your collapse should not be whispered in corridors, she said. It should be witnessed, documented, remembered. She raised her blade again. When you fall, Yuwen Zhi, you will fall in full light, and everyone who watches will know exactly what the Nine Vault Pavilion raised and what it allowed to shatter. The words hit harder than her sword. Yuwen stood at the edge of the platform, blood running down his arm, and understood what she was doing. She was not his enemy. She was his witness, the one person in all of Changwei willing to see him clearly, not as a banner, not as a curse, but as a boy who had been spent and thrown away. Thank you, he said. Daiyan Shu's blade paused. For what? For seeing. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she moved into her final form, and Yuwen knew she would not stop until he was on the ground. The hunger stirred in his chest. Let me, it whispered. Let me, and you do not have to lose. Yuwen felt the offer settle into him like a stone dropping into still water. He looked at Daiyan Shu's approaching blade. He looked at the galleries full of witnesses. He looked at the cracks in the obsidian beneath his feet, the marks of his own collapse preserved in stone. And then he saw something that made his blood go cold. Beyond Daiyan Shu's shoulder, at the edge of the highest gallery, a figure stood in deep blue robes, watching with the stillness of someone who had been waiting for this moment. Patriarch Jin. He was not looking at the fight. He was looking at Yuwen. And beside him, in a chair that had not been there a moment ago, sat Princess Nore, her jade combs catching the light, her expression unreadable. In her hand, a scroll hung open. The writing was too far to read, but Yuwen knew what it meant. The court had stopped waiting. Chapter 24. Daiyan Shu's blade came forward with the inevitability of a tide. Yuwen raised his sword to meet it. The impact traveled through his arms like a bell strike, rattling bones that had no qi to cushion them. He held the parry for 1 heartbeat, 2. Then the pressure forced his stance to buckle. His knee bent wrong. His weight shifted too far forward. She had seen it before he did. Her blade slid past his guard and tapped the hollow beneath his ribs. A touch, not a wound, a demonstration. "There," she said. "That is where your core used to anchor your left side." The crowd heard her. The silence on the terraces was absolute, the kind of silence that made each word carry like a stone dropped into still water. Yuwen reset his footing and came at her again. He had no qi to burn, no technique to call, no surge to hide behind. Only the bare shape of forms he had drilled since childhood, the muscle memory of a body that had forgotten how to lose. He struck high, then low, then feinted toward her sword arm, the same combination that had beaten Shen Wei, Wang Xuan, every opponent who had stood before him in this tournament. Daiyan Shu slipped each blow like water finding its level. "Your third transition drops your guard on the recovery," she said, stepping past his extended blade. "You knew that. You never fixed it." Her sword touched his shoulder. Light, precise. "Because no one had survived long enough to make you pay for it." The words cut deeper than the steel. Yuwen backed toward the platform center, his breath coming in ragged pulls. Blood from the shallow cuts on his forearm and ribs had begun to dry, tacky against his skin, but he could barely feel them. What he felt was the shape of his own collapse being drawn in the air before 50,000 witnesses. Daiyan Shu advanced. She did not rush. She did not gloat. She moved with the same patient economy she had shown in their dawn duel, each step forcing him to react, each reaction revealing a gap she had already mapped. "Your left foot drags when you pivot," she said, a cut across his thigh. "You breathe before you commit," a tap to his sternum. "You look at the blade, not the shoulder." Her sword traced a line across his wrist, shallow enough to sting, deep enough to bleed. Yuwen's sword dipped. He caught it before it fell, but the delay was visible. The crowd saw it. The judges saw it. In the highest gallery, Princess Nore's scroll had not moved, but her eyes had not left him either. "You have no foundation left," Daiyan Shu said. "No qi, no technique, no reserve." She stopped. "You are fighting me with nothing but a name you used to have." Yuwen stood at the center of the platform, sword low, blood running from 4 wounds, his chest heaving with the effort of a fight that should have been effortless. The gray of his irises felt like a brand, like a confession written on his face for the whole empire to read. "I know," he said. "Then why?" He looked at her, at the sword that had not killed him, though it could have a dozen times, at the patience in her stance, the refusal to make this a spectacle of cruelty. "Because you asked for me," he said, "and I have never been asked for anything that was not already owed." Daiyan Shu's expression flickered. Something passed behind her eyes, recognition or regret, then settled into the same clinical calm she had worn since the first exchange. "Then I will finish this," she said, "and I will not pretend it was close." She moved. This time there was no teaching in her blade, no pauses for explanation, no deliberate slowness. She flowed through her final form with a speed that made the air itself seem to part, and Yuwen saw what she had been holding back in every match before this one. She had never truly fought him. She had been studying. Her first strike broke his guard. Her second opened a line across his chest. Her third sent his sword spinning from his grip, clattering across the obsidian until it stopped at the platform edge, too far to reach. Yuwen stood empty-handed. Daiyan Shu lowered her blade. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then the rankings above the platform blazed to life, the names reordering themselves in columns of fire and light that seared across the sky for every terrace, every sect, every watching eye in Changwei to see. Rank 1, Daiyan Shu, Sky Ward Terrace. Rank 2, Lian He, Prismatic Gate. Rank 3, Chahan, Frost Bell Cloister. Yuwen Zhi, Nine Vault Pavilion did not appear in the top 3. or the top 10, or the top 20. His name scrolled past somewhere below the bracket cutoff, a ghost of the position he had held at dawn, now too far down to matter. The silence broke. It did not break into applause for Daiyan Shu, though some of the terraces offered it. It broke into a sound that Yuwen had never heard directed at himself before, a low murmur that rose and twisted and separated into distinct threads. A laugh from the eastern gallery, a voice calling him cursed, another shopper asking what the pavilion had hidden. Pity in a woman's tone, worse than any insult. Fear in a man's, the kind of fear that made people cross to the other side of a street. Yuwen stood on the platform and let the sound wash over him. He did not raise his hands to quiet them. He did not reach for the sword at the edge of the ring. He stood, and the crowd filled the silence he had left. Daiyan Shu sheathed her blade. She walked toward him, not with triumph in her stride, but with the same steady pace she had used all morning, and stopped close enough that only he could hear her. "I will remember this," she said. "Not the fall, the choice to face it." She turned and walked off the platform. The galleries kept murmuring. The boy, called Cursed, did not move. Yuwen stood at the center of the arena where he had won every match of his life, and he felt the hunger stir in his chest, not with temptation, not with comfort, but with a silence that felt like waiting for him to finally understand. "You are no one now." The thought did not come from the hunger, it came from himself, and it felt, strangely, like the first honest thing he had thought in months. A movement at the edge of the platform caught his eye, a figure in dark gray robes, standing where the mist curled around the base pillars, watching him with stillness that did not belong to a spectator. Helian Wu. He had not approached. He had not called out. He stood at the boundary of the arena, patient as a blade left in the rain, and waited. The bells above the gallery began to toll. The fourth day of the top 8 bracket would begin at dawn, and the 1G had no cultivation, no rank, no sword in his hand, and a man in the mist who had offered him a way to live, if he was willing to become something else. The hunger whispered in his chest. You know what comes next. Chapter 25. The first face Yuwen recognized after leaving the platform belonged to no one he knew. A woman in the colors of a minor clan he could not name turned her back as he passed. The motion was deliberate, theatrical, designed to be seen. She did not offer an insult, she simply showed him her spine, and the gesture spread through the crowd like wind through dry grass. More turned, more looked away. A man near the eastern stair spat, not at Yuwen, but near enough that the message landed. A boy no older than 12 made a sign against evil with his fingers, the same gesture used to ward off corpse chi and unclean spirits. Yuwen kept walking. The mist stare to the lower terraces had never felt so long. Every step carried him past faces he had seen in the galleries that morning, faces that had cheered his name when he stood at rank 1. Now those same faces pressed lips together, flicked glances, leaned toward companions to whisper things he could catch if he chose to listen. He chose not to. The hunger remained silent in his chest, watchful, waiting. Ahead, near the base of the stair, a cluster of pavilion disciples in deep blue robes stood in formation. They saw him coming. They did not move to meet him. One of them, a senior he knew by sight but not by name, adjusted his stance to face the other direction, presenting Yuwen with a wall of shoulders and silence. No one spoke. No one needed to. The Nine Vault Pavilion had not abandoned him publicly. They had simply stopped claiming him, and the difference was visible in every averted eye, every stiffened spine, every disciple who suddenly found the architecture of the lower terraces deeply interesting. Yuwen passed through them without a word. At the third terrace landing, where the ceremonial bridge connected to the guest pavilions, Princess Nore Song stood in conversation with 3 elders of the Jade Scale Academy. Her honey gold robes caught the afternoon light. Her jade combs flashed. She did not turn when Yuwen approached, but her voice carried, pitched perfectly for the distance between them. "Regrettable, certainly," she said, addressing the elders with the smooth cadence of a woman who had never needed to raise her voice. "The pavilion raised expectations it could not sustain. That is not a failure of the disciple. It is a failure of stewardship." One of the elders murmured something Yuwen did not catch. Princess Noray's smile did not waver. The court will, of course, conduct a full review of the Nine Vault Pavilion's cultivation protocols. Transparency serves everyone. The throne has no interest in punishing a boy who was given promises no body could keep. She said it like mercy. Yuwen heard the blade beneath the silk. She had not looked at him once. She had not needed to. The message was not for him. It was for the elders, for the galleries, for every ear that would carry her words into the evening assemblies. The throne had seen the collapse. The throne understood. The throne would investigate, which meant the throne would distance itself from the scandal before the scandal could touch its robes. Yuwen walked past her without slowing. The princess did not call after him. The fracture chamber was cold when he reached it, the air heavy with the residual sting of formation salts and old bandages. Bai Luming was not there. The table where he had laid out his pastes and powders was bare, wiped clean as if no one had ever worked there. Yuwen sat on the edge of the cot. The silence pressed against his ears. He had expected grief. He had expected the raw, tearing ache of loss, the kind that demanded to be wept or screamed or fought. Instead, he felt a hollow clarity, as if the collapse had scraped away everything soft and left only the bone of his own mind. "You are no one now." The thought came again, his own voice, steady and cold. He had been Yuwen Zhi, the heaven-scale miracle. He had been the banner of the Nine Vault Pavilion. He had been the boy 50,000 voices called blessed. All of it was gone. And beneath the absence, beneath the silence of a cultivation that no longer existed, something else stirred. Not despair, suspicion. He thought of Mok Xuanjin's stillness on the observation tier, the cold calculation in his eyes when Yuwen's foundation shattered. He thought of the sealed records Bai Luming had described, the ones the Patriarch had ordered hidden. He thought of Madame Kutaba's grief, her hands tracing his scars, her voice breaking as she said she had seen hands like his before. They had all known. Not the full truth, maybe, not every detail, but enough. Enough to watch him climb and know where the climb would end. And none of them had told him. Yuwen rose from the cot. His body moved before his mind finished deciding. He crossed to the chamber's single door, pressed his palm to the cold stone, and pushed. The corridor outside was empty. The tournament grounds above were still thick with spectators, still buzzing with the day's reordered rankings, still alive with the energy of 1,000 conversations that no longer included his name. But the lower passages, the ones that ran beneath the ceremonial halls and connected the old archive wings to the pavilion's inner quarters, were quiet. He knew those passages. He had walked them as a child, trailing behind Bai Luming, memorizing the feel of stone under his fingers, while his senior brother explained formation anchors and structural seals. He knew which doors were locked and which were merely forgotten. He knew which corridors branched toward the restricted sections, the ones that required elder clearance, the ones where the records older than the current Patriarch's tenure were stored. He had never had reason to go there. Now he did. At the junction where the main corridor split toward the Eastern Archive, a young disciple in pavilion blue stood with a stack of scrolls, sorting them onto a shelf. She looked up when Yuwen approached. Her face went pale. Her hands stilled. She did not speak. She did not need to. Yuwen walked past her, turned into the narrower passage that led toward the sealed archive vault, and did not look back. The door at the end of the passage bore the mark of Mok Xuanjin's personal seal, a mountain crest fused into the stone by a formation so old the edges had blurred into the rock itself. The lock pulsed faintly, keyed to the Patriarch's resonance. Yuwen stopped before it. He had no qi, no cultivation, no way to break a seal that had held for decades. But he had watched Bai Luming open similar doors 100 times. He had listened to explanations of anchor points and override sequences. He had paid attention, because he had been a child who loved his senior brother and wanted to understand everything he taught. He pressed his palm flat against the stone, not at the center of the seal, but at the lower edge, where the formation's oldest anchor line met the natural fracture of the rock. The hunger stirred. Not with words, not with temptation. It pressed against his ribs, a warmth that spread through his chest and down his arm, pooling in his palm like heat rising through winter ground. The stone beneath his hand began to hum. The seal flickered. And Yuwen Zhi, with no cultivation, no rank, and no sword, pushed open the door that should have been impossible to open. Chapter 26. The door swung inward on stone that had not moved in years. Darkness breathed out of the opening, thick and cold, carrying the scent of old paper, sealed ink, and something else. Something metallic that Yuwen recognized from the healing grotto after bad treatments. The smell of wounds that had been documented rather than healed. He stepped through. The corridor beyond was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 shoulders, with walls of rough-cut stone that had never been finished into proper pavilion masonry. No torches, no formation lamps. The only light came from the doorway behind him, a rectangle of faint glow that reached maybe 3 paces before the dark swallowed it whole. Yuwen waited for his eyes to adjust. The hunger had gone quiet again, satisfied for now, coiled somewhere beneath his ribs like a snake digesting. He could still feel its warmth in his palm, the residual heat of the seal breaking, but it was no longer pushing. It was watching. Good, he thought. Watch. He moved forward. The floor sloped downward, following the natural grain of the mountain. His boots scraped against stone that had been worn smooth by feet older than the current Patriarch's tenure, feet that had walked this passage at a time when the records it held were still active, still useful, still dangerous enough to hide. The first door came 10 paces in. It was not sealed with a formation, just a simple iron lock, old and rusted, the kind that could be opened with the right key or the right pressure against the release mechanism. Yuwen had watched Bai Luming open 100 locks like this during inventory shifts. He remembered the angle of the tumblers, the way the senior brother had pressed his thumb against the housing while turning, the soft click of the catch disengaging. He did the same. The lock opened. The room beyond was small, a storage cell no larger than the fracture chamber he had left behind. Shelves lined 3 walls, stacked with scrolls bound in faded silk, their labels written in a script that had not been in common use for at least 2 generations. Yuwen pulled the nearest scroll from its housing and unrolled it by touch. The ink had faded to brown, but the characters were still legible. 4th anomaly. 10th cycle of the Vermilion Accord. Subject: male. Age 14 at initial presentation. Heaven scale brightness. Tier 7, with secondary resonance in the eastern quadrant. Assigned to the 9 Vault Pavilion under the accelerated cultivation protocol. Yuwen's breath caught. He read on. Protocol duration, 3 years. Peak cultivation achieved, 6th realm. Observed anomalies, rapid chi absorption exceeding orthodox limits, channel degradation beginning in the 2nd year, intermittent cold tearing reported in the 3rd month of the 2nd year. Cold tearing. Yuwen's hand pressed against his chest, where the thing inside him had been beating since the scale cracked. Final outcome: foundation collapse at age 17. Surviving channels harvested for formation anchoring. Subject memorialized as exemplary sacrifice to sect stability. 17. The same age Yuwen had been when the scale cracked. He set the scroll down carefully, as if it might shatter, and reached for the next one. 5th anomaly, 11th cycle. Subject female, age 12 at initial presentation. Heaven scale brightness, tier 8. Assigned to Skyward Terrace under joint oversight protocol. He unrolled another. 6th anomaly, 12th cycle. Subject, male, age 15 at initial presentation. Heaven scale brightness, tier 9. Assigned to the 9 Vault Pavilion. Another. 7th anomaly, 13th cycle. Subject, female, age 13. Heaven scale, tier 7. Assigned to the Jade Scale Academy. Another. 8th anomaly, 14th cycle. Subject, male, age 11. Heaven scale, tier 8. Assigned to the 9 Vault Pavilion. The names went on. Each scroll followed the same structure. Age at discovery, brightness reading, assigned sect, accelerated protocol, observed anomalies, final outcome. The language was clinical, precise, stripped of emotion. A ledger of harvests, not casualties. Yuwen counted. 23 scrolls in this cell alone. 23 children who had been identified, elevated, and spent. He searched for the youngest, age 11. He searched for the oldest at collapse, 19. He searched for the scrolls that ended differently, that mentioned survival, recovery, deviation from the pattern. There were none. He stood in the dark, surrounded by shelves of dead children, and felt the hollow clarity harden into something sharper, something colder. They knew. He had known they knew. He had come here expecting to confirm what Bai Luming had already told him, what Madame Kutaiba's grief had already implied. But knowing and seeing were different. Knowing was abstract. Seeing was a room full of scrolls, each one a life that had followed the same arc as his, each one ending in harvest and memorial and silence. He reached for the scroll on the lowest shelf, the one that had been pushed to the back, half hidden behind a stack of older records. It was bound in black silk, not the faded brown of the others, but black, deep and absolute, the same fabric that Helian Wu's scroll had been written on. The silk drank the light the same way, absorbing the faint glow from the corridor until the characters seemed to float above the surface rather than rest on it. Yuwen unrolled it. The script was different from the others, not the clinical ledger language of the case reports, but a denser, older hand, written by someone who had not been documenting a death but leaving a warning. To the one who finds this, my name is Shen Hui of the Frostbell Cloister. I was the 16th anomalous reading of the Forbidden Cycle, assigned to my own sect under pressure from the Nine Vault Pavilion's Administrative Council. I died at 16, not from Foundation collapse alone, but from the acceleration that was forced on me before my body was ready to hold what they poured into it. I am writing this because I know they will erase me from the official records. They will call it a tragedy of devotion. They will say I gave my life willingly for the sect's glory. They will not say that I was chosen before I could speak for myself, that I was cultivated like a crop, that I begged for rest and was told that rest was for those who had already served. If you are reading this, you are one of us. You are the next anomaly, and you have already begun to feel what I felt, the cold, tearing, the hunger for something your cultivation cannot provide, the sense that your body is being hollowed out from within. Do not trust the Patriarch. Do not trust the examinations. Do not trust the promise that your sacrifice will be remembered with honor. They will remember you the way they remember me, as a footnote in a ledger, a resource spent, a problem solved. You have two choices: die as they expect you to, or become something they cannot control. The scroll ended there. No signature beyond the name, no instruction, no map to escape or cure, just a warning from a girl who had died 53 years ago, whose cry had carried across 3 terraces, whose bones were buried in ice where the Empire could not use them. Yuwen stood in the dark, holding Shen Hui's last words. The hunger stirred. She knew, it whispered. She understood. She could have been useful. Yuwen did not answer. He rolled the black silk carefully, tucked it inside his robes, and turned toward the door. The corridor outside was no longer empty. A figure stood at the far end, silhouetted against the faint light from the archive entrance. Tall, still, watching. Yuwen's hand moved to his empty hip, where his sword should have been. The figure stepped forward. Maxuan Jin's amber-ringed eyes caught the dim glow, and his voice, when he spoke, was calm and unsurprised. I wondered how long it would take you to find this place. Chapter 27. Maxuan Jin did not move to block the corridor. He stood with his hands folded inside his sleeves, the 6 jade sealing rings on his left hand catching the dim light, and waited as if he had all the time in the world. Yuwen's hand remained at his empty hip. You knew, Yuwen said. His voice came out flat, scraped, hollow. You knew I would find it. I knew you would look. Maxuan Jin's tone carried no apology. The timing depended on how long your denial held. The admission landed like a blade between ribs. Not a denial, not a deflection, just calm acknowledgement, as if Yuwen had asked whether the sun rose in the east. How many? Yuwen asked. Maxuan Jin's gaze moved past him, into the dark cell where the scrolls sat on their shelves. In this cell? 23. Across the full archive, across also participating sects, across the cycles before the current record-keeping system was standardized? He paused. More than 100, possibly 2. The early records were less precise. 100. Yuwen felt the number settle into his chest like cold water rising. And all of them died. All of them served, Jin corrected. Death was the completion of service, not its failure. The words were so calm, so structurally sound, that Yuwen almost heard the logic before the horror caught up. He had been raised in this man's shadow. He knew the shape of Jin's arguments before they were spoken. The empire needed stability. The sects needed pillars. Rare resources required rare sacrifices. Individual lives were measured against collective survival. He had believed that logic once, had recited it to himself during breakthroughs that felt like drowning. "You could have told me," Yuwen said. The words scraped. "When I was 12, when the first fractures showed. You could have told me what I was, and what would you have done with that knowledge at 12? Jin's voice sharpened, not with anger, but with something closer to impatience. "Would you have cultivated more carefully? Would you have chosen a slower path? Would you have been grateful for the truth while the demonic sects overran the lower tiers and the empire crumbled because its brightest banners refused to burn?" Yuwen's jaw tightened. "That's not. It is exactly the question." Jin stepped forward, and the light caught the thin burn scar along his right wrist, the only visible mark on a body that had spent decades in service. "Every anomaly we identified was given the same choice I am giving you now. Serve fully and be remembered. Or refuse and watch what your refusal costs the people who depend on you." Choice. Yuwen's voice cracked on the word. "You call it a choice when you hide the cost until it's too late to refuse." Jin's expression did not change. "Would you have refused at 12? Knowing your refusal meant another child would be selected in your place? Knowing the demonic incursions would claim 3 more villages every year, the sect lacked a banner of your caliber?" The silence stretched. Yuwen wanted to say yes, wanted to believe he would have chosen differently. But he remembered himself at 12, desperate for approval, hungry for praise, burning to prove that the heaven scale had not made a mistake. He would have agreed to anything. He had agreed to everything. Jin read the silence correctly. He always did. "Come," the Patriarch said, and turned down the corridor. Yuwen did not follow immediately. His body refused the command, held frozen by the weight of what he had just heard. But the hunger stirred, not with urgency, but with curiosity. "He is not finished showing you. Go, see the rest." Yuwen's feet moved. The corridor curved deeper into the mountain, descending past older stone, rougher cut, marked with seals that predated the pavilion's current crest. Jin stopped at a second door, this one reinforced with 3 locking mechanisms instead of 1. "There are records your predecessor did not find," Jin said, working the seals with the practiced ease of a man who had opened this door many times. Shen Wei was clever. She found the cell with the 23. She did not find this one. The door swung open. The room beyond was larger than the first cell. Shelves lined all 4 walls, organized by year, by sect, by outcome. Yuwen stepped inside and saw at once what made this archive different. These records did not end in death. They ended in calculations. Scroll after scroll, each one documenting an anomaly's cultivation rate, chi density, channel degradation intervals, and projected lifespan. The language was clinical, stripped of personhood. Subject displayed accelerated absorption at age 9, projected peak utility, ages 14 to 17. Estimated harvest value post-collapse, sufficient for 3 formation anchors. Recommended protocol, maximum advancement rate. Yuwen's hand trembled as he lifted a scroll from the shelf marked with the Nine Vault Pavilion's crest from 40 years ago. The name at the top was unfamiliar. A girl from a minor branch family, identified at 11, pushed through 4 breakthroughs in 3 years. Her channel degradation was noted at 14, her projected collapse at 16. The final entry described the harvesting of her meridians for a defensive formation on the eastern ridge. Yuwen set it down, picked up another. A boy from the same cycle, age 10 at identification, collapsed at 15. His chi pathways had been used to reinforce the sect's central barrier. The Gaidam repeated, name after name, year after year, generation after generation. And at the bottom of each file, a seal. Jin's seal. Not the Patriarch's personal mountain crest, but an older mark from before his ascension to leadership. a seal that dated back 40 years to when Yuwen Zhi had been a senior administrator in the pavilion's Cultivation Oversight Council. Yuwen's vision narrowed. He flipped through the scrolls faster, checking the seals. 30 years ago. 20. 10. 5. Yuwen Zhi's seal appeared on every file that authorized accelerated cultivation protocols. Not just for Nine Vault Pavilion, for the allied sects that participated in the cycle, for the children identified as anomalies and handed over to the system that would consume them. The scrolls spilled from Yuwen's hands, scattering across the stone floor. How many? Yuwen's voice was barely a whisper. Yuwen Zhi stood at the doorway, watching him with the same calm assessment he had always worn. Enough to keep Changwei standing. The words landed like a verdict, and in the silence that followed, Yuwen understood that the man who had raised him had never seen him as a son at all. He had seen him as a resource, one among many, spent brightly, remembered briefly, replaceable. Chapter 28. The scrolls lay scattered at Yuwen's feet, ink bleeding across stone where his hands had let them fall. He stared at Yuwen Zhi's seal reproduced on every file. 40 years of authorizations, 40 years of children processed through the same machine that had shaped his bones. The Patriarch had not moved from the doorway. "You wanted me to find this," Yuwen said. "I wanted you to understand before you decided whether to hate me." Yuwen Zhi's voice carried no apology. "Hatred without understanding is waste. You have never been wasteful." Yuwen bent and gathered 3 scrolls from the floor, the oldest dates, the names that had been dead longest. His fingers moved without permission, guided by something colder than thought. The hunger watched from beneath his ribs, patient, offering no advice. "I will need time," Yuwen said, and did not look up. Yuwen Zhi studied him for a long moment. Then he stepped aside. "Take what you need. The archive door will remain open until the 4th bell." Yuwen did not thank him. He could not find the words for what that man deserved, and silence felt cleaner than the lie gratitude would have been. He walked past the Patriarch and up the curving corridor, the scrolls pressed against his chest, and did not stop until he reached the first landing where the light changed from formation glow to mountain dusk. Then he leaned against the wall and let his knees hold him. The hunger stirred. "He let you keep them." "Yes." "Why?" Yuwen had no answer. Or rather, he had too many, and none of them made him safer. He pushed off the wall and walked. The tournament grounds were thinner now. The evening crowd dispersed to barracks and guest quarters. Disciples who passed him on the mist bridges looked away or crossed to the opposite side. The cursed label clung like ash, and ash did not wash off with distance. Yuwen did not care. He had 3 scrolls, a dead predecessor's warning, and a name burned into his memory from Madame Kotaiba Saran's file in the first archive cell. She had known. The Imperial Examination Service had known, and she had been the one to measure every anomalous child before the cycle consumed them. The question was whether she had ever tried to stop it. He found her in the lower administrative quarter, a narrow chamber lined with ledgers and sealed correspondence, her dark examination robes unadorned except for the silver badge at her collar. She was writing when he entered, and her brush stopped mid-stroke when she saw his face. "Yuwen Zhi." Her voice was professional, but the hand that set down the brush trembled slightly. "You should not be here." "When did you first know?" He set the oldest scroll on her desk, unrolled it to reveal the seal of the Imperial Examination Service beside the name of a girl who had died at 42 years ago. "Before my reading, before the scale cracked. When did the throne start tracking what the pavilion was doing to children like me?" Madame Kotaiba's professional mask held for 3 heartbeats. Then it cracked along familiar lines, the same grief he had seen in her chamber when she traced his scarred hands and called them familiar. "Before my grandmother served in this office," she said. "The throne has always known. The scale was built to measure lifespan conversion rates, not affinity. Every reading that glows too bright is a death sentence recorded before the child understands what brightness means." Yuwen's hand tightened on the scroll edge. "And you did nothing." "I delayed." Her voice broke on the word. "I buried names in the lower ledgers, so the notices reached the pavilion a season late. I falsified 3 readings in 30 years, so the children were classified as moderate anomalies instead of critical. 2 of them are still alive. They married into farming clans in the low terraces. They have children. They will die old. 2 out of dozens I could not save. The silence between them filled with the weight of all the names that had not been buried, all the children who had burned brightly and briefly while the examination service recorded their stats and calculated their harvest value. Yuwen picked up the scroll and re-rolled it with deliberate care. "The throne is investigating the pavilion now," he said. "Princess Noria announced it publicly. Will that investigation find the truth, or will it find the version of the truth that protects the court's complicity?" Madame Kutaiba's hands were still. Her eyes, when she met his, held no evasion. "The court will protect itself," she said. "It always has. But I have kept records that trace the chain of command. The seal that authorized the accelerated cultivation protocols was not Mak Shanjun's alone. It came from the Imperial Cultivation Oversight Council. 4 directors signed the original framework. 2 are still alive." She paused, her throat moved. "I have their names in a sealed document beneath the examination archives. I have kept it for 30 years, waiting for a child who survived long enough to use it." Yuwen's pulse hammered against his ribs. "Give it to me. If I give it to you, you become a witness against the throne itself. Not just the pavilion, the empire. There is no sanctuary after that. Not the Frost Bell, not the Mist Valleys, not Helian Wu's protection if he offers it. You would be hunted by every righteous sect in Changwei as a traitor to the order that raised you." "I am already hunted," Yuwen said. "I am already cursed. I am already dead in 3 months unless I take a demonic art that will stain my soul beyond redemption. What is one more charge on a corpse's ledger?" Madame Kutaiba stared at him. Then she moved to the back of her chamber, lifted a floor stone that was not sealed, and retrieved a small iron box bound with a single black ribbon. She set it on the desk between them. "Inside is the name, the seal impression, and the dates of every director who signed the accelerated cultivation framework. There are also 3 letters from an examiner who refused to participate and was reassigned to the northern border posts. She died there. Her testimony is included." Yuwen reached for the box. Madame Kutaiba's hand covered his before he could lift it. "If you take this, you cannot unsee what is inside. You cannot go back to being a victim who did not choose his fate. You become someone who looked at the machine and decided to break it. Are you certain?" Yuwen looked at her hand on his, at the fine tremor she could not suppress, at the grief she had carried longer than he had been alive. "I have been certain of nothing in my life that was not decided for me," he said. "This is the first thing I am choosing for myself. Let me have it." She lifted her hand. He took the box, and from somewhere deep in the mountain, a bell began to ring. Not the ceremonial bell that marked tournament rounds, not the dawn bell that called disciples to meditation. This was a different tone, lower, urgent, a sound that vibrated through the stone floor and into Yuwen's empty core. Madame Kutaiba's face went pale. "That is not a tournament alarm." The hunger surged inside Yuwen's chest, cold and sharp and suddenly awake. Someone has breached the lower archives. Yuwen turned toward the door. The iron box was in his hands, the scrolls were in his robes, and somewhere in the mountain's depths, the truth he had just uncovered was already drawing blood. Chapter 29. The bell was still ringing when Yuwen stepped into the corridor, the iron box cold against his ribs. Stone vibrated beneath his feet. Dust sifted from the ceiling joints. Somewhere below, shouts echoed through the mountain's hollow passages, too distorted to separate into words. Madame Kutaiba followed him to the threshold. "That is the lower archive formation alarm. It only triggers if someone crosses the boundary without authorization." "Someone," Yuwen repeated. "Or someone's." He did not wait for her answer. He moved down the corridor with the box tucked under his arm, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. The tunnels twisted past empty storage chambers, past an overturned ink table where a spilled brush had bled black across a half-written inventory scroll, past a wall sconce whose flame had been extinguished by passing wind. No, not wind. Someone had run past this corridor recently enough to leave the air disturbed. Yuwen rounded the corner toward the archive junction and stopped. Marquee Jin stood in the center of the passage, arms clasped behind his back, the 6 jade sealing rings on his left hand catching the trembling light. He was not breathing hard. His robes were undisturbed. He looked like a man who had been waiting for a guest to arrive at a prearranged hour. "The bell will stop in 3 minutes," he said. "The formation will report a false trigger by morning. I have already filed the correction." "You set the alarm yourself." "Of course." Marquee Jin's voice carried no satisfaction, only the flat tone of someone stating an operational necessity. "The lower archives are a sensitive area. If I had not triggered the alarm myself, someone else would have noticed the broken seal on the older vault door within the day. This is cleaner, contained." Yuwen's grip tightened on the iron box. "You knew I would find it. I told you the archive would remain open until the 4th bell." Marquee Jin's amber-rimmed eyes held no surprise, no regret, no warmth. "I assumed you would take what you needed. You did not disappoint." The words landed like a blade slipped between ribs. "Did you want me to find it?" Yuwen heard his own voice as though from a distance, flat and hollowed. "Or did you simply not care enough to hide it better?" Marquee Jin was silent for a long moment. Then he turned and began walking down the corridor, his steps measured, his scholar's crown knot perfectly aligned. "Come," he said. "If we are to have this conversation, we will have it somewhere the walls do not listen." Yuwen followed because there was nothing left to lose by following. The iron box was in his hands, the scrolls were in his robes, and the man who had raised him was walking ahead with the unhurried certainty of someone who had already anticipated every word that would be spoken. They emerged into a small meditation chamber 2 levels above the archive passages, a room Yuwen remembered from childhood lessons. The same stone basin, the same faded mural of a phoenix rising from cracked earth, the same window slit that looked out onto the mist-shrouded peaks of the upper ridge. Marquee Jin closed the door behind them and turned to face him. "Ask your questions." Yuwen set the iron box on the stone basin. He did not open it. He did not need to. The weight of it against his ribs had already told him everything he needed to know about the empire that had raised him. 23 scrolls in the first cell, over 100 anomalies across all participating sects. He kept his voice level, the way Bai Luming had taught him to hold a wound together until the bleeding stopped. Every one of them died between 11 and 19. Their channels were harvested for formation anchoring. Your seal is on every authorization. "Yes. Did you design the system?" "I adapted it. Before you were Patriarch. I was a senior architect of the pavilion's cultivation protocols for 12 years before my ascension." Marquee Jin's voice carried no defensiveness. "The accelerated framework was not my invention. It was refined by 3 generations of masters before me. I simply recognized its utility and expanded its application." Yuwen felt the hunger stir, cold and watchful, but he pushed it down. "Utility," he repeated. "That is what you call raising children to die." Marquee Jin's expression did not flicker. "I call it what it is. The empire of Kangwei spans 9 mountain tiers. It sustains millions of cultivators, who will never register on the heaven scale, who will never produce enough qi to defend a single village against demonic incursions, whose entire lives will be spent in quiet mediocrity, while the mist valleys spawn corruption that grows stronger with every generation. The orthodox sects hold the border. They hold it with formations that require high-grade spirit veins to function. Those veins did not grow from the earth. They were cultivated, condensed, and anchored by the refined meridians of heaven-scale anomalies who chose to serve. They did not choose. Yuwen's voice cracked on the word, and he let it. They were 12. They were 14. They were children who were told they were blessed, who were praised and displayed and fed on prophecy until their bodies gave out. You did not give them a choice. You gave them a script and called it destiny. I gave them meaning. You harvested them." Marquee Jin stepped closer, and for the first time, Yuwen saw something move behind his stillness. Not guilt, not sorrow, something colder, something that looked almost like conviction. "Every sect in Kangwei has lost promising disciples to demonic blades, to spirit beast attacks, to failed breakthroughs and flawed techniques. We lose hundreds every year. Those deaths are random. They serve no purpose. They teach nothing. He raised his left hand, the jade sealing rings catching the dim light. But a heaven-scale anomaly, who is identified early, cultivated efficiently, and spent at the peak of their capacity, provides enough refined meridian material to sustain a third-tier formation for 40 years. 40 years of protecting villages, stabilizing borders, holding the line against the demonic sects that would overrun us if our defenses failed. One life, condensed into 4 decades of survival for thousands. Yuwen stared at him. You are asking me to be grateful. I am asking you to understand. Maxuan Jin's voice dropped, not in volume, but in temperature. You are not the first anomaly I have raised. You will not be the last. Every one of them asked the same question at the end. Why me? And every one of them was given the same answer. Because you were capable of more than an ordinary life. Because your gift was never meant to be hoarded. Because the Empire does not survive on the ambitions of individuals. It survives on the sacrifice of the exceptional. Yuwen's hand moved to his robes, where the black silk scroll rested against his chest. And Shenhui? Maxuan Jin's stillness changed, barely perceptible, a tightening at the corner of his jaw. Shenhui was the 16th anomaly processed through the Frostbell's participation protocol. Her reading was the brightest I had seen in 20 years. She lasted 3 months past her projected collapse date. Because she found the black silk, Yuwen said. Because she found the demonic art that the archives did not want her to see. She found corruption, Maxuan Jin said flatly. She turned to forbidden methods and died anyway. The ice that holds her bones is the Frostbell's sentimentality, not a victory. She died trying to escape you. She died because the demonic art she embraced could not sustain her any longer than the orthodox path would have. The black silk is not salvation. It is delay. It is dependence. It is a slower death that costs more than the one I offered. Yuwen's chest was burning now, the hunger pressing against his ribs like a second pulse. You offered me nothing but an expiration date. I offered you purpose. Maxuan Jin's voice did not rise, but something in it hardened, a blade finding its sheath. I offered you the chance to be remembered as the banner that held, not the banner that broke. I offered you a death that would mean something, that would hold the line for 40 years and let thousands of ordinary cultivators live their unremarkable lives in peace. And what do I get? Immortality of a kind. Your name carved into the foundation of every formation your meridians reinforce. Your sacrifice woven into the survival of Kongwei for generations after your body has turned to ash. Yuwen looked down at his hands. The stress-line scars had spread further, fine white branches reaching toward his wrists like roots searching for purchase in dead ground. I do not want to be a foundation, he said. You do not have to want it. Maxuan Jin's voice was soft now, almost gentle. You only have to be it. The hunger surged, not a whisper this time, but a full-bodied pulse that drove Yuwen's head back against the wall. The room swam. The iron box rattled on the stone basin, and when Yuwen opened his eyes, the gray in his irises had deepened to something that drank the light the same way the black silk did. Maxuan Jin's composure cracked. Just a fracture, a flicker of something that might have been recognition, or might have been fear. So, the Patriarch said slowly, you have already begun. I have not accepted anything. You do not need to accept for the seed to take root. Maxuan Jin's hand moved to the sealing rings on his left fingers, turning them one by one. The hunger was planted before you were born. The heaven scale chose you because it recognized what you carried, and what you carry has been waiting for this moment since the first time you touched the relic. Yuwen's throat closed. What are you saying? Maxuan Jin met his eyes, and for the first time Yuwen saw something beneath the iron surface. Not guilt, not regret. Something patient and old. Something that had been waiting for this conversation longer than Yuwen had been alive. I am saying that you were never meant to survive the ascending tiers, Maxuan Jin said, but you were meant to reach them. You were meant to be seen by the Empire. You were meant to break publicly so that every sect, every examiner, every cultivator who watched your collapse would understand the cost of defiance. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. The throne did not authorize the accelerated cultivation framework to produce soldiers. It authorized it to produce warnings. Every heaven-scale anomaly who burns out in public is a lesson written in flesh. A reminder that genius is a loan, not a gift, a debt that must be repaid. Yuwen could not breathe. You raised me to be an example? I raised you to be the most beautiful example this empire has ever seen. Jin's voice held no cruelty, no mockery, only the terrible sincerity of a man who believed every word he was saying. And you have fulfilled that purpose beyond my highest expectations. The hunger roared inside Yuwen's chest, and the bell began to ring again, not the false alarm from the lower archives, but a different bell, higher, more urgent, the bell that called the entire mountain to assembly. Jin looked toward the window slit, his expression shifting. That is not my alarm. Yuwen pushed off the wall, the iron box in his hands, the black silk burning against his ribs. Then whose is it? Jin's face, for the first time in Yuwen's memory, showed something he could not control. The thrones, he said. The princesses moved faster than I anticipated. The door behind them slammed open. 6 figures stood in the corridor, their robes marked with the imperial sun seal, their blades already drawn, and at their center, composed and unreadable, stood Princess Nurei Song with an open scroll in her hands and a gaze that did not flinch from Yuwen's gray eyes. Yuwen Zhi of the Nine Vault Pavilion, she said, her voice carrying no inflection. By order of the Imperial Cultivation Oversight Council, you are hereby placed under protective custody, pending investigation into the systemic exploitation of heaven-scale anomalies. Your cooperation is required. Your compliance is not optional. Jin's hand moved toward his sealing rings. The soldiers shifted their formation, their blades angling not at Yuwen, but at the Patriarch. Chapter 30. The soldiers held formation, 6 blades aimed at the Patriarch of the Nine Vault Pavilion, and Jin stood as though the steel were nothing but ceremony. His hands remained still at his sides, the jade sealing rings catching the torchlight as he turned his gaze from the soldiers to Princess Nurei. Protective custody, he said. The words carried no heat. You arrive with soldiers and a scroll and call it protection. Princess Nurei did not look at him. Her eyes were on Yuwen, measuring the iron box in his hands, the gray in his irises, the tremor he could not fully suppress. Yuwen Zhi, she said. Step forward. Yuwen did not move. The hunger pulsed beneath his ribs, slow and patient, waiting to see what he would do without its prompting. He felt the weight of the iron box, the burn of the black silk against his chest, the pressure of 2 forces that had both claimed to want something for him, and neither of whom had asked what he wanted for himself. I asked you to step forward, Princess Nurei repeated. I heard you. Something flickered across her face. Not irritation, recognition. I am trying to keep you alive, she said. You are trying to keep the scandal contained. Yuwen's voice came out rougher than he expected, scraped raw by everything he had read, everything he had been told. The throne authorized the framework. The examiners signed the seals. You are not here to save me. You are here to decide whether I am more useful as a witness or a corpse. The silence that followed was the kind that split stone. Jin let out a sound that might have been approval. The boy learns, he said. Even now, he learns. Princess Nurei's jaw tightened. Only a fraction, only for a breath, but Yuwen saw it. You do not speak, she said to Jin, in Fels, literally hoping right until this Jirdzar again. As though you are in a position to claim credit for his education. I am in the only position that matters. Jin turned to face her fully, his posture carrying the ease of a man who had spent 40 years building systems that empires could not dismantle. I am the one who raised him. I am the one who sharpened him. I am the one who ensured that when the empire needed a warning carved in living flesh, it would be beautiful enough that no one would look away. The soldiers shifted. The blades did not lower. You raised me to die, Yuwen said. Jin looked at him, not with denial, not with guilt, with the terrible sincerity of a man who believed every word he spoke. I raised you to serve, he said. Death is the completion of service, not the betrayal of it. Yuwen's hands tightened on the iron box until the edges bit into his palm. "There is a difference," he said, "between service and sacrifice, between choosing to give and being bred to be taken." "Is there?" Maxuan Jin tilted his head. "Tell me, Yuwen, if I had told you at 12 that your cultivation speed came from your lifespan, would you have refused the breakthroughs? Or would you have accepted them more desperately, knowing that every wasted day was a day you could not afford?" The question landed like a blade between ribs. Yuwen did not answer. "You would have accepted," Maxuan Jin said softly. "Not because I forced you, because you wanted to be worthy. You wanted to be chosen. You wanted to be the one the Empire remembered. And I gave you that. I gave you 17 years of worship, of glory, of standing above every disciple in Changwei. I gave you a life that most cultivators would trade their entire sect to experience for a single season. And then you took it back. I never gave it." Mashanjin stepped closer. The soldiers did not stop him. "I loaned it, the same way the heaven scale loans speed, the same way the Empire loans status. Everything in Changwei is borrowed, Yuwen. The only question is whether you repay the debt willingly or let it be collected." Princess Nare raised her hand. The soldiers moved. Not to attack, to form a circle around Yuwen, a wall of steel and silence that separated him from both Mashanjin and the corridor beyond. "The collection ends," she said, "as of this moment. By order of the Imperial Cultivation Oversight Council, all accelerated protocols associated with heaven-scale anomalies are suspended pending full investigation. Yuwen Zhi of the Nine Vault Pavilion. You will surrender your administrative seals and submit to deposition within 3 days." Yuwen Zhi looked at her. Then he laughed. Not loud, not cruel. A quiet, tired laugh that carried the weight of decades. "You think the Oversight Council will convict its own architects?" he asked. "You think the throne will allow the full records to see daylight? You are not here to end the system, Princess. You are here to control how much of it the public sees." Princess Nare's hand moved to the scroll at her belt. "I am here," she said, "to ensure that Yuwen Zhi survives long enough to testify. What happens after that is not my decision." "Then you are not saving him." Maxuan Jin's voice dropped. "You are preserving evidence." Yuwen heard the words, heard the truth in them, and felt something inside him settle. Not acceptance, not surrender. Something harder. Something that had stopped waiting for rescue from any side. "I will go with you," he said. Princess Nori turned. "But not because you offer protection." Yuwen met her eyes. "And not because I trust the throne. I will go because I cannot finish what I have started from inside a meditation chamber with a man who calls my death a service." Maxuan Jin's face tightened. "You will not leave these grounds without my seal," he said. "I do not need your seal." Yuwen held up the iron box. "I have yours on every file. 40 years of authorizations, your signature on every death. The throne may bury the investigation, but I will not bury this box." Maxuan Jin moved, not toward Yuwen, toward the wall. His hand pressed against a stone that was not different from any other stone, and the room groaned. The torchlight flickered. The floor trembled beneath Yuwen's feet. "What are you doing?" Princess Nori's voice sharpened. "Containing the damage." Maxuan Jin's fingers pressed deeper, and the jade rings on his left hand began to glow. "You may take the boy, Princess, but you will not take the archive, and you will not take the truth that remains buried here." The stone behind him split. A formation ignited, lines of light tracing across the ceiling, spreading toward the walls, sealing every exit with a resonance that hummed through Yuwen's bones. Princess Nore's soldiers raised their blades, and somewhere deep in the mountain, a third bell began to ring. Not the lower archive alarm, not the assembly bell, something lower, slower, like a heartbeat learned in a language Yuwen's ribs had never been taught. Chapter 31. The third bell did not stop. It pulsed through the stone, through Yuwen's ribs, through the iron box pressed against his chest, and the formation lines creeping across the ceiling answered it, brightening with each beat. The soldiers formed a tighter ring. Princess Nare's hand went to her sword. Maxuan Jin stood at the wall, fingers still pressed into the split stone, the jade rings on his left hand glowing like embers. "You will not seal this archive," Princess Nere said. "I already have." Mak Xuanjin did not turn. The formation was laid before the first stone was set. 40 years of contingencies. Did you think I would leave the evidence of my life's work unprotected? The light reached the corridor mouth. The air thickened. Yuwen felt it press against his skin, against his empty core, a weight that had nowhere to settle. Then a hand grabbed his wrist. Not a soldier, not the princess. Bai Luming. His senior brother was pale, his robes smudged with dust, his eyes wild in a way Yuwen had never seen. He pulled Yuwen sideways, toward a gap in the formation, a seam where the light had not yet sealed. "Now," Bai Luming said. "Before it closes," Yuwen moved, not because he trusted the escape, because Bai Luming's hand was the only familiar thing in a room full of enemies and strangers. They plunged into a service passage, narrow and black, the walls rough with uncut stone. Bai Luming knew every turn. His hand never left Yuwen's wrist, dragging him through junctions so tight Yuwen's shoulders scraped both walls, past rusted iron grates and storage alcoves thick with dust. Behind them, the formation's glow faded. The third bell grew fainter, but it did not stop. "They will find us," Yuwen said. "Not yet." Bai Luming's voice was ragged. "I mapped these passages during inventory shifts. 10 years of inventory shifts. There are routes even the Patriarch does not know." They emerged into a small chamber, windowless, lit by a single dimming formation disk embedded in the ceiling. A healer's cot, a water basin, a shelf with clean bandages and sealed medicine jars. Bai Luming's hidden treatment room. Yuwen had never known it existed. "Sit." Bai Luming pushed him toward the cot. "Let me see your channels." "I have no channels left to see." "Then let me see what remains." Yuwen sat. Bai Luming's fingers found his wrist, cool and familiar. The same touch that had checked his pulse 1,000 times since childhood. The same touch that had bandaged his first sword cut, his first breakthrough bleed, his first failed surge. For a moment, Yuwen closed his eyes. The relief of being held by someone who had never stopped trying to save him. "Your channels are still intact," Bai Luming said. "Hollow, but intact. The foundation collapse did not destroy them. That means that I can still accept the demonic art." Bai Luming's hand tightened on his wrist. "Yes." Yuwen opened his eyes. "You just said it." "I know what I said." Bai Luming's voice cracked. "I know what I told you in the grotto, that I would mourn you as dead, that I had taken oaths against the demonic." He released Yuwen's wrist and stepped back. "I have spent 3 days deciding whether those oaths matter more than you. And they do not." The words hung in the dim light. Yuwen stared at his senior brother, at the exhaustion carved into his face, at the tremor in his hands. "There is a route," Bai Luming said. "Through the lower supply tunnels. It leads to the eastern ridge, past the Frostbell boundary, into unclaimed territory. I have a healing formation prepared there. Not to rebuild your cultivation, to stabilize your channels so you can accept a foreign art without killing yourself in the first breath. You have been planning this since the day your foundation collapsed." Bai Luming's voice dropped. "I could not save you inside the pavilion. The Patriarch owns every healer, every remedy, every sealed ward. But outside, beyond his reach, I could give you time. Time to decide, time to survive." Yuwen felt the old habit rising. The relief of being told what to do, the comfort of someone else carrying the weight. He almost said yes. Then he looked at the iron box still clutched against his chest. "What happens to the evidence?" he asked. Bai Luming's face flickered. "You bring it." "And then?" "Then we hide. Long enough for the scandal to break without you in the center of it. Long enough for the court to turn on itself. The princess has already moved against the Patriarch. Let them destroy each other. You do not need to be the blade. And the truth? The truth will survive without you dying to prove it." Yuwen heard the words, heard the love in them, and heard what they did not say. Bai Luming was not asking him to expose the system. He was asking him to run from it, to let it collapse under its own weight, or not collapse at all, while Yuwen disappeared into the unclaimed wilds with a stolen art and a healer's guilt. What about the other anomalies? Yuwen asked. What about them? The ones still alive, the ones they will find tomorrow, the ones whose readings burn bright enough to mark them for harvest. Bai Luming's hands stilled. Yuwen, if I run, the system continues. They will find another child, another banner, another 17-year-old who thinks worship means love. Yuwen stood. I cannot stop that with a healing formation and a hidden tunnel. You cannot stop it by dying either. No. Yuwen met his eyes. But I might stop it by standing where they can see me. Bai Luming's face broke open, not with anger, with grief. You are still trying to be their banner, he said. Even now, even knowing what they did to you, you still want to be the one who stands above the crowd and burns so brightly that no one can look away. I want to be the one who makes sure no other child burns at all. That is the same thing. Bai Luming stepped closer. Do you not see? That is the same thing. You are still offering your life to a system that will consume it. You are just choosing a different method. The words hit, not like a blade, like a hand pulling aside a curtain. Yuwen saw himself through Bai Luming's eyes, a boy who had learned to measure worth in sacrifice, a banner disciple who had simply swapped one battlefield for another. I am not offering my life, Yuwen said slowly. You just said you would stand where they can see you. Yes. That is the same offering. No! Yuwen held up the iron box. This time, I am holding the evidence. I am not asking them to believe in me. I am not asking them to worship me. I am showing them what they signed. Bai Luming's breath caught. That is the same. It is not. Is it not? The question hung between them, and Yuwen understood. Bai Luming was not trying to save him. Bai Luming was trying to save the version of Yuwen that still needed saving. The disciple, the junior brother, the boy who had never made a choice without someone else's approval. That boy no longer existed. I am not going with you, Yuwen said. Bai Luming's face went still. Not because I do not trust you, Yuwen continued, but because your route leads away from the truth, and I cannot afford to run from it anymore. Yuwen, I am sorry. Yuwen moved toward the passage mouth. I am sorry for what I am about to do. I am sorry that I cannot be the disciple you wanted to save. Bai Luming's hand shot out, grabbed his wrist, not to stop him, to hold him. Then at least let me show you where the passage leads, Bai Luming said. In case you change your mind, in case the truth does not save you either. Yuwen looked down at his senior brother's hand, the same hand that had bandaged his wounds, the same hand that had wiped his mother's blood from the formation floor before Yuwen was old enough to understand what blood meant. He wanted to stay. He wanted to let Bai Luming carry the weight. He wanted to be the boy who could still be saved. But that boy had died in the archive, reading the names of 23 children who had trusted the same hands. I will remember the route, Yuwen said, and pulled free. The passage swallowed him. Behind him, Bai Luming did not follow. Above him, the third bell still beat, and ahead, in the dark, something moved. Not with footsteps, with a pulse that matched the bell, a pulse that matched Yuwen's empty chest, a pulse that had been waiting for him to walk into these tunnels alone. The hunger surged awake. Finally, it whispered, finally, you stopped running from me. Yuwen stopped walking. The darkness ahead did not stop moving. Chapter 32. The darkness ahead pulsed, not with footsteps, with a pulse that matched the third bell, that matched the hollow space where Yuwen's core used to be, that matched the rhythm of his own blood moving through channels that should have been dead. The hunger did not speak again. It did not need to. Yuwen stood in the tunnel, one hand pressed against the damp stone wall, the other clutching the iron box. The evidence, the names, the seals, 40 years of sanctioned murder pressed against his ribs. The bell continued to beat, and somewhere above, the mountain did not answer. He walked. The passage curved upward, narrow enough that his shoulders brushed both walls. The pulse followed. Not an echo, not the bell's resonance repeating through stone, something that tracked him, something that breathed in his rhythm. Yuwen did not run. Running would mean it had won before he understood what it was. The tunnel opened into a side cloister he did not recognize. Small, unlit. A single incense brazier burned at the far end, its smoke rising in a column so straight it looked carved. Stone benches lined the walls. A curtain of undyed wool hung across the only visible door, rippling slightly, as if someone had passed through moments before. Yuwen stopped. The pulse that had trailed him through the darkness did not follow past the threshold. Abbot Sigriing Dumpa sat on the nearest bench, hands folded in his lap, eyes closed. His coarse wool robes looked the same color as the curtain. His face, weathered by decades of high-altitude wind and snow, held no surprise. "I wondered when you would find this door," he said without opening his eyes. Yuwen did not ask how the abbot knew he was coming. "How long have you been sitting here?" "Long enough to watch the mountain change its song." Sigriing Dumpa opened his eyes and looked at Yuwen with a stillness that made no demands. "You are carrying something heavy. The box in your hands. The thing in your chest. The names in your mouth." "I am carrying the truth," Yuwen said. "Truth is not heavy because of its weight. It is heavy because of what it costs to speak it." The incense smoke did not waver. Yuwen's hands did not stop shaking. "I found the records," he said. 23 children, over 100 across all sects. They were harvested. Their channels were used to reinforce formations. The throne knew, the pavilion knew, Marsh knew, and he signed every authorization. Sigriing Dumpa listened. I confronted him. He did not deny it. He told me the hunger was planted before I was born, that the heaven scale chose me because of what I carried, that my entire life was engineered to end in service. The abbot's eyes held no shock, only recognition. "And now you have walked through a passage that should not exist, carrying evidence that marks you as a traitor to every righteous institution in Changwei, and you have found me in a cloister I have not visited in 12 years. Yuwen's breath caught. "You knew?" "I knew what the heaven scale does. I knew what the pavilion built on anomalous blood." Sigriing Dumpa's voice was quiet, not defensive. "I knew, and I said nothing, because a Frostbell abbot who speaks against the throne does not live long enough to protect the next child." "Then you are as guilty as they are." "Yes." The word landed without flinching. "I am. I have spent decades watching bright children burn, offering sanctuary to the ones who reached my door, and burying the ones who did not." Yuwen's grip on the iron box tightened until his knuckles went white. "Do you want my forgiveness?" he asked. "Or my silence?" "Neither." Sigriing Dumpa rose, his movements slow and deliberate. "I want you to understand that a cracked spirit can still become honest. But honesty does not mean purity. It means knowing what you are, what you have done, and what you are willing to become." "I know what I am. Do you?" The abbot stepped closer. His eyes did not look at Yuwen's empty core or his bleached irises or the evidence in his hands. They looked at the space behind all of it, at the boy who had never been asked what he wanted. "You spent your entire life kneeling to altars that did not love you. The pavilion, the tournament, the heaven scale. You knelt because kneeling gave you meaning, and you would rather have a false purpose than no purpose at all." Yuwen's throat closed. Now those altars have fallen. You have seen what they truly are. And you are standing in the ruins, holding the proof, wondering if there is a righteous way to bring them down. "There is no righteous way," Yuwen said. "I know that. The righteous path was built on the bones of children who trusted it. Then do not ask righteousness of yourself." The words hit differently than Bai Luming's grief, differently than Moxuanjin's cold logic, differently than Helian Wu's patient temptation. Sigriing Dumpa was not asking Yuwen to be good. He was asking Yuwen to be honest. "Honesty looks like what?" Yuwen asked. "Killing Moxuanjin? Handing the evidence to the Oversight Council that signed the orders? Running to the Frostbell and letting the mountain bury itself?" "I do not know." The admission was startling in its simplicity. "That is not a question I can answer for you." Sigriing Dumpa's voice softened. "Honesty is not a destination. It is a discipline. You choose it every time you refuse to pretend. Every time you admit what you want, what you fear, what you will not become." The incense smoke shivered, not from wind, from the mountain. A low vibration traveled through the stone floor, up through Yuwen's boots into his hollow channels. The cold tearing in his chest flared, and the hunger stirred again. Tearing Dompa's eyes sharpened. That was not a bell. Yuwen felt it before he heard it. A shudder in the formation beneath the cloister, deep and structural, like something ancient had shifted its weight. Then the sound reached them. Not a bell, not an alarm. An explosion. Muffled by stone, distant but unmistakable. Yuwen turned toward the curtained door. The vibration came again, harder, and from somewhere below the archive halls, light bloomed through cracks in the mountain's foundation, orange and hungry and spreading. "The attack has already begun," Tearing Dompa said, his voice steady. "They are not coming for you alone. They are coming for everything you found." Smoke began to curl beneath the cloistered door. Yuwen looked at the iron box, looked at the fire bleeding through the stone, and understood that he was not running toward the truth anymore. He was running into the ashes of whatever was about to burn. Chapter 33. The iron box was heavier than it had been when Yuwen took it from Madame Kutaiba's hands. He did not know why that registered, did not know why he noticed the weight of it against his ribs as he pushed through the curtained door and into the corridor beyond the cloister. The smoke was already thicker here, coiling along the ceiling like something alive, and the firelight bleeding through the stone casts shadows that moved without bodies. Tearing Dompa's voice followed him once. "The Frost Bell Gate remains open for 3 more hours. If you reach it, ring twice." Yuwen did not answer. The corridor forked ahead. Left led toward the archive halls where the explosion had come from. Right led upward, toward the tournament terraces, toward air and sky and the possibility of witnesses who might still see the iron box and understand what it meant. He went left. The smoke thickened with every step. Heat test against his face, dry and hungry, and somewhere ahead stone cracked with a sound like a spine breaking. The hunger stirred in his chest, not a whisper yet, just a presence shifting its weight, waiting to see what he would do. A body lay across the passage. Pavilion robes, junior disciple. The face was young, younger than Yuwen, and the chest did not move. Blood pooled beneath the slack fingers in a pattern that had already begun to dry at the edges. Yuwen stepped over him. The iron box bit into his palms. The corridor opened into what had been a storage annex. Scroll cubbies lined the walls, their contents now ash. A formation lamp lay shattered on the floor, its light crystal dark, and in the center of the room, where the stone floor had buckled upward in a rough crater, 3 figures stood over a fourth, who knelt with his hands bound behind his back. The kneeling man was an archivist Yuwen recognized, Finn. He had overseen the examination records for 15 years. None of the 3 standing figures wore sect colors. They wore black, unmarked, hoods that hid everything except the eyes. One of them held a blade to the archivist's throat. Yuwen stopped. The figure with the blade turned its head. The eyes behind the hood were calm, professional, unhurried. They looked at Yuwen, looked at the iron box in his hands. Then the blade moved, clean and final, and the archivist's body folded forward without a sound. Yuwen's breath caught. The figure straightened. The blood on the blade steamed in the hot air. "You should have gone right." The voice was low, modified, maybe by a formation, maybe by something else. It carried no accent Yuwen recognized. "I do not know who sent you," Yuwen said, "but I know what you are here to burn." The figure tilted its head. "You are carrying the only thing in this mountain that matters, and you just walked into a room with no other exit." Yuwen looked past them. The far wall had a service door, half hidden behind a collapsed shelf. Bai Lu Ming's tunnels. If he could reach it, if he could get past the 3 of them with no cultivation and a body that had been empty for days, he might still escape. The hunger pulsed once. "Let me." "No." The word came out before Yuwen realized he had spoken it aloud. The figure in black laughed, short and without humor. "Bold. For a boy who cannot light a candle with his own chi." Yuwen did not answer. He looked at the iron box, looked at the archivist's body, still warm, still leaking onto the stone, looked at the service door and calculated the distance, and knew, with a clarity that felt like a blade of his own, that he would not make it. The figures moved. Not together. The one on the left came first, fast and low, a short blade aimed at Yuwen's section. The one on the right circled wide, cutting off the angle toward the service door. The one who had spoken stayed where it was, watching, the blood still wet on its blade. Yuwen threw the iron box, not at the attacker, at the shattered formation lamp on the floor. The box struck the cracked light crystal, and the impact sent it skidding across the stone, past the circle of firelight, into the smoke and shadow of the far corner. The attacker on the left checked its momentum, eyes tracking the box for a fraction of a second. That fraction was enough. Yuwen dropped, swept his leg into the attacker's knee, and felt the joint give with a wet crack. The figure screamed and fell, blade clattering away, and Yuwen was already moving. Not toward the fallen blade, not toward the service door, toward the iron box. He reached it. His fingers closed around the cold iron, and something struck him from behind. The impact drove him forward, ribs against stone, breath gone in a single empty rush. The iron box slipped from his grip and spun across the floor. A boot pressed into his spine, grinding his face against the heated rock. "Clever," the voice said. "Desperate, but clever." Yuwen's vision swam. The hunger surged, hot and demanding, and he felt his own mouth begin to shape words that were not his. Let me, and they burn." "No." The word came out cracked, blood on his lips, but it was his. The boot pressed harder. "You will die here, prodigy, with nothing, known for nothing. Your name erased from every record before the sun rises." Yuwen's fingers scraped the stone. He could not reach the box, could not reach anything, but he could feel, beneath his chest, the vibration of something deeper than the fire. The third bell, still ringing, still pulsing in a rhythm that matched the cold tearing in his chest. The figure above him shifted its weight, and the wall beside them exploded inward. Stone and dust and a blade of pale white light that carved through the smoke like a word spoken in a language that did not permit argument. The boot lifted. The figure staggered back, and through the broken wall, robes torn, face streaked with blood and ash, came Bai Luming. His eyes found Yuwen on the floor, found the iron box, found the three figures in black. "I told you," Bai Luming said, his voice raw and shaking, "that I would not let you die alone." The figure in black turned to face him. "You are a healer. You cannot fight all of us." Bai Luming did not look away. "I do not need to fight all of you." He reached into his torn sleeve and pulled out a small crystal formation disc, cracked along one edge, glowing with unstable light. "I only need to hold long enough for him to reach the door." Yuwen dragged himself upright. The iron box was 3 paces away. The service door was 5. Bai Luming stood between two of the attackers, the formation disc in his hand, his body already beginning to hum with the strain of something he should not be channeling. "Go," Bai Luming said. Yuwen grabbed the box. He ran. Behind him, the formation disc detonated with a sound like a bell breaking, and the corridor filled with light so white it erased every shadow. Chapter 34. The light did not fade. It collapsed inward, leaving a silence that pressed against Yuwen's ears like water. He ran with the iron box clamped against his chest, through smoke that thickened with every step, past shattered shelving and bodies that had not been there when he passed the first time. The archive was burning, not metaphor. The stone itself was bleeding fire through its cracks, veins of orange and amber spreading along the walls like a fever. Yuwen coughed, tasted ash, kept moving. The service corridor Bai Luming had shown him branched left, then right, then split into a crawl space that forced him onto his knees with the box scraping against the stone. He heard footsteps behind him. Not many, one set, limping. He pressed himself against the wall, heart hammering in a chest that had no chi to silence it. The hunger stirred, waiting for his permission. No. The limping footsteps grew closer. A shape emerged through the smoke, robes torn, face streaked with soot and blood, one hand pressed against a wound that leaked between the fingers. Bai Luming. Yuwen's breath caught. He crawled out of the gap, still clutching the box, and caught his senior brother before he could fall. You lived. Bai Luming's laugh was wet and short. Partially. The wound was deep. Side just below the ribs, something dark pulsing at the edges. Yuwen pressed his palm against it and felt Bai Luming flinch. The formation disc, Bai Luming said, each word costing him. It did not discriminate, but I held longer than I expected. Yuwen tore a strip from his own sleeve and bound the wound, hands steady despite the tremor in his fingers. Bai Luming watched him with an expression that did not match the situation, soft, almost fond. You look like yourself again, Bai Luming said. Yuwen did not answer. The third bell was still ringing, deeper now, closer. Each pulse vibrated through the stone and into Yuwen's ribs, matching the cold tearing that had never stopped pulsing in his chest. We need to move, Yuwen said. They are waiting at the outer terraces. Then we find another way. Bai Luming shook his head, winced at the motion. There is no other way. The ceiling formation cut off every exit below the fourth tier. Whoever planned this attack knew exactly which tunnels to close before they started burning. Yuwen helped him upright. Bai Luming leaned heavily, his breath shallow, but he did not stop walking. The corridor opened into a wider passage, one Yuwen recognized. Storage alcoves, broken formation arrays, the service hall that led toward the eastern maintenance gate, and, beyond it, the mist outside. They were 30 paces from the gate when the figure stepped out of the shadows. It wore no black, no mask, pale robes, clean despite the fire, with the silver mountain crest of the Nine Vault Pavilion stitched across the chest. An elder, one Yuwen had seen at ceremonies overseeing archives, never speaking, never notable. Bai Luming stopped. Elder Shen. The elder did not acknowledge Bai Luming. Its eyes were fixed on Yuwen, on the iron box. The Patriarch sends his regards, it said. He wanted you to know that he would have preferred a different ending, but the pavilion cannot afford a living witness who carries its failures in his hands. Yuwen's grip tightened on the box. You are not an elder, Bai Luming said. The figure smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I am whatever the pavilion needs me to be. Tonight, I am the last signature the system requires. It moved, not fast, not rushed. A single step forward, hand rising, and the air between them compressed into something sharp and white. A killing strike, directed at Yuwen's chest. Clean, efficient, final. Bai Luming stepped into it. The white light struck him in the back, punched through, and exited through the wound he had been pressing his hand against. He did not scream. He made a sound like a bell being struck once, soft, surprised, and then his knees hit the stone. Yuwen caught him. No! The word came out raw, broken, 13 years old again. Bai Luming's hand found Yuwen's wrist. His grip was weaker than it had been in the corridor, than it had been in the fracture chamber. Weaker than it had been when he pulled Yuwen off the platform after the gate of cumulative witness. I was never good at saving you, Bai Luming said. You saved me. You saved me dozens of times. Bai Luming shook his head, coughing now, blood at the corner of his mouth. I watched you break yourself for a sect that did not love you. I watched you burn through your own lifespan, and told myself I was helping by extending the flames. I did not save you. I delayed the inevitable. I made it prettier. Yuwen pressed harder against the wound. The blood kept coming. Stop talking. We need to get you to a healer. There is no healer. There are healers at the Frostbell gate. Taring Dampa said the gate was open for 3 more hours. We can make it. Bai Luming's gaze was quiet, knowing. You will not make it carrying me. Yuwen's throat closed. Then I will carry you. I carried the box. I can carry you. Bai Luming's hand moved, found Yuwen's cheek, cold fingers already cooling. You were never the banner, Yuwen. You were the boy I was supposed to protect, and I failed you every day for 17 years. The elder was moving again, slow, patient, no need to rush. Bai Luming saw it. He reached into his torn sleeve and pulled out a second formation disc, smaller than the first. Unbroken. One more, he said. One more, and then you run. No? Yes. Bai Luming pressed the disc into Yuwen's hand. His fingers closed around it, cold and insistent. This one is keyed to the eastern maintenance gate. It will collapse the passage behind you for a mile. They will not follow. Not fast enough. I am not leaving you here, Lumen smiled. It looked like the smile he had worn when they were boys, when he had taught Yuwen how to hold a sword, when he had bandaged a training scrape and called him Dee, little brother. You are not leaving me, Lumen said. You are taking what I gave you and making it count. The elder was 10 paces away. Lumen's grip on Yuwen's wrist tightened one last time. I should have told you sooner, he said, that you were worth more than what they made of you, that you did not need to win anything to be enough. Yuwen shook his head, words stuck somewhere between his throat and his teeth. Baidulim pushed him. Not hard, just enough. Enough to break the grip, enough to send Yuwen stumbling backward toward the gate. Run, Baidulim said, and the elder's blade carved the space where Yuwen had been standing. Yuwen activated the formation disc. The gate groaned, stone screaming against stone, and the passage behind him began to fold. He saw Baidulim turn, saw his senior brother stand with nothing in his hands but the wound in his chest, facing the elder with no weapon, no fear, and the quietest expression of peace Yuwen had ever seen on his face. The passage sealed. The light ended. And Yuwen stood alone in the mist, the iron box cold against his ribs, Baidulim's name still on his lips and no air left to speak it. Chapter 35. The mist parted around him like a wound opening. Yuwen stumbled onto the ash-streaked terrace, the iron box pressed against his ribs, Lu Ming's name still caught in his throat where no air could carry it. The mountain was burning behind him. Below him, the terraces were chaos. Disciples running, elders shouting, formation light flickering as the ceiling patterns collapsed in uneven pulses. He had not expected to find silence. But the crowd nearest the eastern gate stopped when they saw him. Not a gradual hush, a cut, like watching a conversation severed by blade. He saw their faces, saw the recognition bloom into something else. Gray eyes, smoke-stained robes, blood that was not his own. A boy he had trained beside, Yao Chen, 15th bracket, earth-aspected, the one who always forgot to tighten his left guard, took a step backward. His hand rose. Not a weapon, not an attack, a warding sign, the same gesture the man had made at the fracture chamber, corpse qi cleansing, the gesture for something unclean. Yuwen stopped walking. Yao! The boy flinched, did not lower his hand, and then the announcement came. Not spoken to him, not directed at his face. It rolled across the terrace from an amplification formation on the upper judicial platform, carried by an elder whose voice he recognized. Elder Shu, the disciplinary archivist, a man who had once praised Yuwen's breakthrough as a sign of heaven's favor. By order of the Nine Vault Pavilion, ratified by the Imperial Oversight Council in emergency session, the former disciple, Yuwen Zhi, is hereby expelled for heresy, corruption of sacred cultivation methods, unlawful destruction of restricted archives, and complicity in the death of pavilion personnel. The words hung in the smoke. Former disciple. Yuwen felt the phrase land somewhere in his chest. A stone dropped into a well that had already run dry. He had expected anger. He had expected to fight, to shout, to demand they read the contents of the iron box before they judged. Instead, he felt nothing. Just the cold, tearing, pulsing in rhythm with the third bell that had not stopped ringing. Elder Shu continued. His voice was calm, professional, the voice of a man reading a document he had not written. The subject's cultivation privileges are revoked. All property and records held in the subject's name revert to the pavilion. The subject is forbidden from setting foot upon any recognized sect territory within Changwei on pain of execution. Any disciple, elder, or affiliate who offers aid, shelter, or comfort to the subject shall face equivalent charges. Yuwen looked down at the iron box in his hands. He had evidence that could topple the council. He had names, dates, authorizations, and none of it mattered, because the decree had already been written. The narrative had already been sealed. He was not a victim whose truth needed hearing. He was contamination that needed naming. A woman in pale gray robes approached from the left. He recognized her face. Third Elder Hui, the formation mistress who had repaired his training room after the gate of cumulative witness collapse. She had been kind to him once, brought him tea when he could not sleep. Her eyes slid past him as if he were not there. "The eastern maintenance state requires immediate sealing," she said to a junior. "The fire will spread through the service tunnels within the hour." "What about the body?" the jeweler asked. Third Elder Hui's mouth tightened. "Which body?" "Bai Luming." Yuwen's knees almost buckled. The jeweler gestured vaguely toward the sealed passage. "The one in the collapsed section. Senior brother Bai Luming. The formation disk will be recovered when the rubble is cleared. Priority is containment, not retrieval. Containment, not retrieval." Yuwen heard Bai Luming's voice in his memory, quiet, fond, as if speaking from across a room that no longer existed. "You were the boy I was supposed to protect." And he had died, and the pavilion would clear his body like debris. Yuwen's grip on the iron box tightened until the edges bit into his palms. The stress lines, the scars she had traced, Madame Kutaiba's grief, Tussaud Dompa's cracked spirit. They had all known, they had all watched, and now they would bury the evidence, bury Bai Luming, bury him if he stayed. Movement at the edge of the terrace. Disciples were gathering, not to fight, to watch, to witness the final act of a tragedy they had been told was righteous justice. A girl with a water-aspected cultivation, barely 15, he recognized her from the lower training yards, whispered something to the disciple beside her. The word "cursed" passed between them like a coin. Yuwen looked at his hands, gray eyes, gray irises, the hunger pulsing beneath his skin like a second heart waiting to be heard. "They have made the choice for you." The hunger's voice was soft, almost gentle. Yuwen closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he saw a figure standing at the edge of the mist that separated the terrace from the lower slopes. Dark gray robes, scar running from temple to jaw. Helian Wu. He was not smiling. He was simply standing, hands at his sides, waiting, as if he had known exactly when Yuwen would arrive at this moment, as if he had been watching the entire time. The cold tearing in Yuwen's chest pulsed, and Yuwen understood that every door in the righteous world had just been sealed. Every title, every rank, every identity he had worn since childhood had been stripped and burned and buried in the same ash that choked the air. There was no home left. There was only a hand offered in the mist, and the choice of what kind of monster he was willing to become. He took one step forward. The crowd did not stalk him. They parted like water, unwilling to touch him, unwilling to meet his eyes. He walked, and the iron box swung at his side, heavy with truths no one would read. Chapter 36. The mist ate the sound of his footsteps. Yuwen walked toward Helian Wu with the iron box against his ribs and the cold tearing pulsing beneath his sternum like a second heart counting down to something he could no longer name. The crowd had stopped parting. They had stopped moving at all. They stood frozen on the ash-streaked terrace, watching him cross the boundary between righteous condemnation and whatever waited beyond it. Helian Wu did not smile. That struck Yuwen more than anything else. The man who had always worn amusement like armor, who had offered salvation with a knowing curl at the edge of his mouth, stood perfectly still with his hands at his sides, and his scar catching the firelight like a river of old wounds. When Yuwen reached him, the mist curling between them, Helian Wu spoke. "You walked." His voice was flat, not cold, just stripped of performance. "There was nowhere else," Yuwen said. "There never was." Helian Wu's gaze dropped to the iron box. "You still carry it. It is the only truth left." Truth does not matter when the people who wrote the lies control the ink. Helian Wu turned slightly, gesturing with his chin toward the slope behind him. "There is a path through the mist. It will take us below the formation boundary before the sealing rings activate fully. But we must move now." Yuwen did not move. The mountain behind him rang with bells, not the third bell, the one that pulsed in rhythm with his chest. The assembly bells, the alarm bells, the sound of an institution closing its gates around a wound it meant to cauterize. "If I go with you," Yuwen said slowly, "I become what they say I am." "You already are what they say you are. The decree does not change that. The only question is whether you will be that thing alive or dead." Yuwen's hands tightened on the iron box. The edges bit into his stress-line scars. He thought of Bai Luming's body being cleared like rubble. He thought of the 23 names in the hidden archive. He thought of Shen Hui's black silk scroll hidden for 53 years, waiting for someone to read it and still choose to live. "What does the art cost?" he asked. Helian Wu's eyes flickered. Something passed across them. Not guilt, but the weight of having answered this question before. "Everything you have left. Your name, your place, the part of you that believes righteousness and survival are the same thing. That part is dead. Then you will pay less than I expected." Helian Wu reached into his robes and drew out a fold of black silk. It drank the firelight, the mist light, the light of everything around it. The same material as Shen Hui's warding scroll. The same material that had hidden in the archive for decades, waiting for another broken anomaly to find it. "This is not a scripture you can study," Helian Wu said. "It is a contract. Once you open it, the art enters your channels. It will knit your foundation by drawing external vitality into the fractures. It will keep you alive. It will also change you. The hunger you feel now will become something you can feed, and feeding will become something you need. Like addiction? Like breathing, except breathing does not drain the life of whatever is near you." Yuwen stared at the black silk. He thought of his mother's face, the one he could barely remember. He thought of Maxuan Jin's calm confession. He thought of Bai Luming stepping into a killing strike meant for him, turning at the last instant to smile, as if dying for a banner who had already fallen was the only honest act left in his life. He would not let that death mean nothing. "Show me where to place my hand." Helian Wu unfolded the silk. The scripture beneath was not written in characters. It was written in scars. Fine, deliberate lines pressed into the fabric, each one a wound made permanent. They did not form words. They formed a pattern, a circulation path, a diagram of how to turn emptiness into a mouth. "Press your palm to the center," Helian Wu said, "and choose to mean it." Yuwen shifted the iron box to his left hand. His right palm was still crossed with stress lines, with cracks from 17 years of forcing gates that should never have been forced. He pressed it flat against the black silk. The hunger roared, not in his ears, in his chest, in the cold tearing that had lived there since the heaven scale cracked. It surged upward like a thing drowning, finally breaking the surface, and Yuwen felt his fingers spasm as something dark and hungry and older than his body answered through the black silk. The scars on the fabric began to glow, not with light, with absence, with a darkness that made the surrounding mist seem bright. Helian Wu caught Yuwen's elbow before his knees buckled. "Stay standing," he said. "It will try to take more than you are ready to give. Do not let it." "How do I stop it?" "You do not. You let it take what it needs and refuse to let it take everything." Yuwen's teeth ground together. The hunger was not attacking him. It was recognizing the silk. It was waking up fully for the first time since it had been planted in his chest before his birth, and it was reaching for the scripture like a hand reaching for a familiar door. The black silk flared once, cold and absolute, and then it went still. Yuwen looked down at his palm. The stress lines were gone. In their place, fine black threads traced the same paths, branching from his fingers toward his wrist like roots searching for deeper soil. Helian Wu released his elbow and stepped back. "It is done." Yuwen flexed his hand. The black threads shifted under his skin, responding to movement, settling into his tendons like they had always been there. "I feel nothing." "You will." Helian Wu folded the black silk and tucked it away. "The hunger is fed for now. It will not stay quiet. When it returns, you will need to feed it from something outside yourself. That is the cost I warned you about." "What happens if I do not feed it?" Helian Wu looked at him with an expression Yuwen could not read. "Then it will feed on you, and you will become another name in a sealed archive that no one will ever open." The bells behind them changed pitch, higher, faster, the sound of pursuit organizing. "We need to move," Helian Wu said. "The formation boundary will seal the lower slopes within 200 breaths. After that, we are trapped inside the mountain with everyone who wants you dead." Yuwen looked back once. The Nine Vault Pavilion rose through the smoke, bells ringing, banners burning, elder disciples forming containment lines across the terraces. He saw Third Elder Hui's gray robes directing the ceiling formations. He saw Elder Shu still holding the empty amplification formation. He saw the crowd beginning to realize that the cursed disciple was no longer on the terrace, that he had crossed the mist boundary with the demonic air, and that the story they had been told was already changing. He saw all of it, and he felt nothing. The black threads under his skin pulsed once, settling deeper, learning his rhythm. "Which way?" he asked. Helian Wu turned and walked into the mist without answering. Yuwen followed. The iron box swung at his side, the cold, tearing beat in his chest, and behind them, the mountain burned with the funeral pyre of every banner who had ever believed that dying beautifully was the same as living well. The mist swallowed them, and Yuwen Zhi, the 17-year-old star disciple of the Nine Vault Pavilion, the heaven scale's brightest miracle, the banner who had broken, did not look back again. Chapter 37. The mist did not thin as they ran. It thickened, coiling around Yuwen's ankles like it meant to hold him in place while the mountain decided his fate. Helian Wu moved ahead without looking back, his dark gray robes blending into the fog until he was almost invisible. Yuwen followed by sound, by the crunch of stone beneath Helian Wu's boots, by the ragged pull of his own breath, the cold, tearing beat in his chest. Not wild, not yet. It had settled after the black silk touched his palm, as if the contract had quieted it the way a hand quiets a frightened animal. But Yuwen could feel it waiting, coiled and patient, testing the new boundaries of its cage. "How long until the boundary seals?" he asked. 100 breaths, maybe less." Helian Wu did not slow. "The formation masters know the mountain better than I do. They will have at every exit that leads below the 4th tier." "Then where are we going?" Somewhere they did not predict. The path angled downward. The mist grew colder, wetter, carrying the sharp bite of stone dust and something else, something that smelled like old iron and older earth, like a wound that had healed wrong and left rot beneath the skin. Yuwen's hand tightened on the iron box. The black threads under his palm shifted, responding to the pressure, and he felt a faint pull. Not pain, not hunger, just a recognition, as if his body had finally learned what it was supposed to become and was waiting for permission to begin. "The art," he said. "When does it start working?" Helian Wu stopped. He turned, and in the gray light his scarred face looked older, stripped of the easy performance he had worn since Yuwen first met him. He looked like a man who had carried bad news for a long time and was tired of being the one to deliver it. "It is already working," he said. "You just cannot feel it yet because there is nothing in your channels to spend. The contract did not give you power. It gave you a structure that can hold power once you feed it." "Feed it how?" Helian Wu's eyes dropped to Yuwen's chest, to the place where the cold tearing pulsed beneath his ribs. "There is a reason the hunger recognized the silk," he said. "They were made for each other. The contract is the vessel. The hunger is the source. But the hunger needs something to convert before it can give anything back. It needs life." Yes. Yuwen thought of Bai Lu Ming, of the way his senior brother had stepped into the killing blow with a quiet expression of peace, of the way his body had been left behind as debris. He thought of the archive records, 23 children at the pavilion, over 100 across all sects, channels harvested, lifespans calculated, every one of them a resource that had been measured and spent. He was still measuring. "What if I refuse?" he asked. "What if I do not feed it?" "Then the hunger feeds on you." Helian Wu's voice was flat. "And everything the pavilion did to you becomes the truth. You were born to burn. You will burn. And the only difference will be that you chose ashes instead of becoming something they could not control." A bell rang behind them, not the assembly bell, not the alarm. A different sound, deeper, older, carried through the mountain stone like a pulse through bone. The third bell. Yuwen felt it in his chest, in the cold, tearing, in the black threads under his skin that vibrated once in answer, as if they recognized the resonance. Helian Wu's expression did not change, but his hand moved to his belt and unsheathed a blade Yuwen had not seen him draw. "They have found the lower tunnel," he said. "We have 30 breaths before the fortune masters triangulate our position. After that, every exit within a mile will be sealed. Then we run. We run, Helian Wu agreed. But we also prepare. The boundary is close. If we reach it before they seal the last gap, we survive. If we do not, he did not finish. He did not need to. Yuwen shifted the iron box to his left hand and looked down at his right palm. And the black threads that traced the old scar paths like a map of every injury he had ever taken. They were still, now, patient, waiting for him to decide what kind of monster he was willing to become. The art, he said again. Show me how to use it. Helian Wu studied him for a long moment. It is not a technique you learn, he said. It is a decision you make. When the hunger rises, you do not fight it. You direct it. You choose where it feeds. Choose what? Whatever is closest. Yuwen closed his eyes. For a breath, he saw Bai Luming's face, soft, fond, watching him like he was still worth protecting even after 17 years of watching him break. Then he opened his eyes. Show me. Helian Wu turned and ran. Yuwen followed. The mist parted around them as they descended, and the third bell kept ringing, and the black threads under Yuwen's skin began to pulse in rhythm with the cold tearing in his chest. He was not healed. He was not saved. He was a boy with a dead brother, a sealed future, and a hunger that would demand blood before the night was finished. But he was alive. And for the first time since the heaven scale cracked, that felt like a decision he had made for himself. The boundary appeared ahead, a faint shimmer in the fog like heat rising off stone, marking the edge of the formation that would seal the mountain behind them. 30 paces. 20. A figure stepped out of the mist in front of them, gray robes, pavilion crest, a thin blade already drawn, not an elder, not a disciple. Someone else, someone whose face Yuwen did not recognize, and whose eyes held no recognition of him either. Just a blade, just a door, and 20 paces of open ground between Yuwen and the only way out. Chapter 38. The blade swept toward Yuwen's throat before his feet had fully stopped. He threw himself sideways. The iron box slammed against his ribs as he rolled, and the thin blade cut through the space where his neck had been, close enough that he felt the wind of it against his skin. Helian Wu did not stop moving. He stepped past Yuwen and met the assassin's next strike with his own blade, steel ringing against steel in a sound that carried through the mist like a breaking bell. The gray-robed figure recovered fast, too fast, and drove Helian back with 3 consecutive cuts that forced him onto the defensive. 20 breaths, Helian said. His voice was flat, controlled. Maybe less. Yuwen pushed himself upright. The cold tearing in his chest had begun to pulse harder, faster, responding to the proximity of the fight, to the blood about to be spilled. No, to the life about to be spent. He looked down at his right palm. The black threads had begun to move. Not much. A twitch beneath the skin, like something buried, shifting in its sleep. The hunger, he said. It is awake. Helian agreed. He parried another strike and angled his blade to deflect the assassin's momentum. It knows what is close. It will not wait long. Then show me. Helian Wu did not look at him. His blade never stopped moving. But his voice changed, dropping into something slower, older, as if he were reciting words he had spoken before, in another language, to another desperate boy. Do not reach for it, he said. That is the instinct. That is what the righteous teach. Reach, grasp, control. The art does not work that way. Then how? The assassin drove Helian back another step. The boundary shimmered 15 paces behind them, and the mist around it had begun to thicken, turning from white to a bruised gray that meant the formation masters were tightening their seal. Open your hand, Helian said, and stop. Yuwen looked at his palm. The black threads had stilled. He opened his fingers. The stress-line scars were gone. In their place, the fine black lines traced the old paths like a road map someone else had drawn, waiting for him to walk it. Now feel what is closest, Helian said. Do not take it. Do not pull. Just feel it. Let the hunger recognize the shape of something that can be spent. Yuwen closed his eyes. The cold tearing was a drumbeat in his chest. The black threads were patient beneath his skin. And beyond them, beyond the boundary of his own flesh, he felt something else. Heat. The assassin's life. The cultivation burning in its channels. The vitality coiled behind its blade like a lantern behind glass. The hunger stirred, not with violence, with recognition, the way a starving thing smells blood before it sees the wound. "No," Yuwen whispered. "Let it recognize," Helian said. "Do not act yet. Let it feel the shape of what is available." The black threads began to pulse, not in rhythm with Yuwen's heart, in rhythm with the hunger's breathing. And for the first time, Yuwen understood that they were not separate. The threads were the hunger. The hunger was the contract. The contract was the art. They had always been the same thing. The assassin broke past Helian's guard. The gray-robed figure lunged, blade extended, targeting Yuwen's chest with the same white killing strike that had taken Bailum Ring. Helian Wu did not block it. He stepped aside, and Yuwen's hand came up. The assassin's blade punched through the center of his palm. The pain was bright, sharp, immediate. Blood ran down his wrist. The cold, tearing in his chest, screamed, and the hunger drank. Yuwen felt happen. He did not direct it. He did not command it. He simply stopped fighting, stopped reaching, stopped trying to control what had been planted in him before he was born. The hunger opened. The assassin's vitality poured out through the wound, through the blade, through the contact point where steel met flesh. Not chew, not cultivation, something deeper. The raw heat of being alive channeled into Yuwen's palm, down the black threads, into the cracks where his foundation had shattered. The relief hit him like drowning. For one impossible breath, the pain stopped. The cold tearing quieted. The fractures in his channels felt warm, knit, whole. His lungs expanded fully for the first time since the heaven scale cracked. His vision sharpened. His legs stopped trembling. He felt alive. The assassin made a sound, not a scream, something smaller. A gasp of confusion as the life drained out of its body through the blade it had driven to Yuwen's hand. Yuwen watched the gray-robed figure collapse. He watched the light leave its eyes, and he felt the hunger close its mouth, satisfied, waiting for the next feed. He pulled the blade from his palm. The wound did not bleed. The black threads had already sealed it, knitting the torn flesh with something that was not quite skin, not quite scar, not quite human. The relief was already fading. The cracks in his foundation were still there. The hunger had only filled them, not healed them. Like pouring water into a broken cup, the moment the water evaporated, the cup would be empty again. And Yuwen's core was already reaching for more. "Breathe," Helian said. Yuwen was standing over the assassin's body. His hand was still open. His palm was still raised. The black threads were humming beneath his skin, waiting for him to reach for the next source of heat. "There is nothing else close," he said. His voice sounded wrong, thinner, as if he were speaking from a great distance. "I can feel it. There is nothing." "Then breathe," Helian repeated, "and walk." The boundary shimmered 10 paces ahead. The mist had turned completely gray. The formation masters had almost sealed the last gap. Yuwen looked down at his palm, at the black threads that had saved him, at the corpse at his feet. The relief had been real. That was the worst part. For 3 breaths, he had felt no pain, no hunger, no cold tearing, no fear. He had felt strong, whole, like the banner disciple the Empire had worshipped. And he wanted it again. He already wanted it again. "Move," Helian said. Yuwen moved. They crossed the boundary as the mist snapped shut behind them, sealing the mountain away like a door closing on a burning room. The 3rd bell stopped ringing. The cold tearing in Yuwen's chest went quiet, and the hunger settled into the space behind his ribs, patient, full, waiting for the next time it would need to be fed. Chapter 39. The mist swallowed the mountain whole. Yuwen did not see it go. 1 step, and the formation boundary sealed behind them with a sound like a blade sheathed in stone. The 3rd bell stopped. The cold tearing in his chest remained quiet, patient, waiting. The ground changed. The polished stone of the pavilion terraces became raw rock, then gravel, then soil that sucked at his boots. The air thickened. heavy with rot and wet earth. Trees rose around them, twisted things with bark that peeled in black ribbons, their branches bent inward as if the forest had learned to fold in on itself. Yuwen followed Helian Wu without speaking. His palms still tingled where the assassin's blade had punched through. The black threads had sealed the wound completely, but the skin there felt wrong. Smooth, unlined, like a scar that had forgotten how to be flesh. He fogged his fingers. They moved. The threads did not resist. "Keep your hand open," Helian said without turning. "Clenching feeds the memory of what you took." Yuwen forced his fingers straight. The memory was already there, the heat of the assassin's life pouring through the wound, the relief as the cracks filled, the way his lungs had expanded fully for the first time in 17 years, as if he had been drowning since birth and only now learned what air tasted like. He wanted it again. The hunger had not stirred. It did not need to. The craving was his own now, woven into the same channels the black threads had knitted. They walked for what felt like hours. The mist thinned in patches, revealing slopes of gray stone and streams that ran black with mineral stains. No birds, no spirit beasts. The forest held its breath around them, watching from the spaces between trunks. "The outer gate," Helian said. Yuwen looked up. A stone arch stood at the top of a rise, weathered to the color of old bone, its surface carved with symbols he did not recognize. No doors, no guards, no formation sigils, just the arch, open to the sky, marking the boundary between the mountain's foothills and whatever lay beyond. "The Empire does not wall the forbidden valleys," Helian said. "It marks them. The gate says, you choose to enter, knowing you will not return." Yuwen stopped before the arch. The iron box hung heavy at his side. His robes were still streaked with ash from the burning archive. His palm was still warm where the assassin's life had passed through it. He looked back. The mountain rose behind them, tier upon tier, bronze bells catching the last light above the mist. The Nine Vault Pavilion stood at its summit, banners burning in the dusk, fires still bleeding through the archive halls. He could see the containment lines Third Elder Hui had drawn, the white robes of elders moving through the smoke, the dark shapes of bodies being carried out. He could not see Bai Luming's body. They had not retrieved it. 17 years of watching him burn lifespan and calling it help. 17 years of believing the man who raised him loved him. 17 years of climbing toward a summit that had always been a grave. The mountain did not look like home. It looked like a machine. Bells for timing his ascents, banners for measuring his worth. Graves beneath the foundations, layered like sediment, each one holding the bones of a child who had been told the same lie. And it would have preferred him obediently dead. The thought arrived without heat, not anger, not grief, just a fact, cold and clean, settling into the space where denial had lived. The hunger stirred, mildly, curiously, as if it sensed the absence of something heavy and wanted to see whether the space could be filled. Yuwen closed his eyes. When he opened them, the mountain was still there. The fires were still burning. Bai Luming was still dead, and Yuwen was still standing. He turned away from the arch. Helian Wu watched him with an expression Yuwen could not read. Not satisfaction, not concern. Something older, patient, as if he had seen this moment before in other faces, other exiles, other children who had walked through this gate and looked back only once. "Where are we going?" Yuwen asked. "The hollow reeds," Helian said. "There is a camp, people who survive by refusing to be useful." "How far?" "Dawn, if we do not stop." Yuwen nodded. He stepped through the arch. The air changed again. Thinner, colder. The mist behind him turned gray, then white, then thick as milk, erasing the mountain from sight as if it had never existed. The hunger drew a slow breath in his chest. Not feeding. Testing. Learning the shape of its new home. "You will need to feed again," Helian said. "Before dawn." Yuwen kept walking. "I know. Not on enemies this time. There will be no one to kill between here and the camp. You will need to decide what you are willing to take from something that has not tried to take from you." Yuwen's palm tingled. The black threads hummed beneath his skin. He thought of Bai Luming's face in the smoke, the quiet peace in his eyes as he turned to face the assassin, unarmed. The way he had said Yuwen was worth more than what they made of him. He did not know whether that was true anymore, but he was still standing. "Then I will decide when I have to," he said. Helian Wu said nothing. The path led downward through the twisted trees, into the dark, toward a camp of exiles who had chosen to live outside the Empire's order. The hunger settled behind Yuwen's ribs, patient and full, and behind them, in the mist that had swallowed the mountain, something moved, not pursuing, watching, breathing in rhythm with the third bell's heartbeat. Yuwen did not look back. Chapter 40. The path beneath the twisted trees did not smooth as they descended. It roughened, roots breaking through soil like exposed veins, stones shifting underfoot with each step, until Yuwen moaned to place his weight without trusting the ground. Helian Wu walked ahead, silent, his dark gray robes blending with the shadows until he seemed to be made of them. The mist did not thin, it thickened, coiling around Yuwen's ankles, licking at his wrists, carrying sounds that had no source. A branch cracking to his left, water dripping somewhere far below. The scrape of something dry against stone, repeated twice, then still. Yuwen counted his breaths to keep his mind from following the noise. 40 since the arch. 80. At the 100th, the hunger shifted. Not feeding, not craving. Adjusting, as if settling into a posture that would let it wait longer. "You are counting," Helian said. "Yes. Good. The valleys punish those who stop measuring time. Lose count, and you lose distance. Lose distance, and you lose the path." Yuwen stepped over a root shaped like the curve of a spine. "Is there a path?" "There are roots. The valleys do not mark them, but the people who live here carry the memory in their feet. You will learn to read the ground differently. What slopes toward water? What stone holds heat after sunset? What air carries the smell of iron before a ward circle?" "Wards." Helian glanced back. The righteous world is not the only one that builds walls. The valleys have their own boundaries. They are simply not written on banners. The trees began to thin. Yuwen saw sky again for the first time since the arch, but the sky here was wrong. Gray as iron, low as a ceiling, pressing against the peaks until the mountains looked like they were holding it up by force. Below them, a basin opened. Dark water gleamed between reeds. Marshland, stretching into the distance, broken by hummocks of black earth and the burned shells of structures too old to name. The air smelled of rot and mineral, and something sharp that stung the inside of his nose. "The hollow reeds," Helian said. Yuwen stopped at the edge of the slope. The camp was not visible. No smoke, no light, no movement. Just the reeds, swaying in a wind he could not feel, their stems scraping together like whispers repeated too many times to mean anything. "They hide," Helian said. "That is how they survive. No banners, no bells, no oaths carved into stone. They are simply absent from the Empire's attention, and absence is the only protection the valleys offer." Helian turned to face him fully. Up close, in the gray light, the scar that ran from Helian's temple to his jaw seemed deeper than Yuwen remembered. Not a combat wound. Something older. Something cut with precision by someone who knew exactly where to place the blade. "You asked what the art costs," Helian said. "I told you everything you have left. But there is another cost. One you will pay every day you remain alive." Yuwen waited. Helian gestured at the marsh, the reeds, the sky pressing down like a lid. "The valleys do not give. They lend. Shelter, food, safe passage, all of it is borrowed, and everything borrowed accrues interest. You will owe. To the people who feed you, to the hands that hide you, to the ground that lets you pass without swallowing your bones." "I have nothing left to owe." "You have your life. That is the only currency that matters here. And every time you feed the hunger, you will be spending someone else's life to keep yours." Yuwen's palm tingled. The black threads hummed beneath his skin, soft as a held breath. "If you drain a beast," Helian said, "you owe the clan whose herd it belonged to. If you drain a pursuer, you owe the ones who distracted them long enough for you to strike. If you drain a stranger you meet on the road, you owe the debt of a death that has no accounting, and the valleys keep those debts in a separate ledger, because unpaid blood draws attention." "What happens when the ledger fills?" Helian's smile did not reach his eyes. "Then you become useful to someone who knows how to collect. and in the valleys, usefulness is not a choice. It is a sentence. Yuwen looked down at the marsh. The reeds swayed. The wind that moved them did not touch his face. "And if I refuse to feed?" he asked. "You will burn as the pavilion designed. The hunger will consume you from within, and your death will be slower, more painful, and entirely unnoticed, because no one in the valleys will mourn a corpse that chose to starve." Helian said it without cruelty. That was worse. Yuwen thought of Bai Luming's face in the smoke, the quiet peace in his eyes as he turned to face the assassin unarmed. The way he had said Yuwen was worth more than what they made of him. He did not know whether that was true anymore, but he was still standing. "Then I will decide when I have to," he said. Helian nodded, as if he had expected that answer and would have been surprised by any other. They descended toward the marsh. The reeds grew taller as they approached, rising past Yuwen's waist, then his chest, then his shoulders, until he could see nothing but gray stems and gray sky and the dark water that gleamed between them. The ground softened beneath his boots, sucking at each step, releasing the smell of buried things. The hunger stayed quiet, patient, full, for now. Yuwen kept walking. He thought of the iron box at his side, the scrolls inside it, the names of the dead, written in ink that had dried before he was born. The testimonies of examiners who had tried to stop the machine and been reassigned to border posts where they died alone. He thought of Bai Luming's body, still inside the mountain, treated as debris to be cleared. He thought of Mak Xuanjin's face in the archive corridor, the calm certainty in his voice as he said the system was necessary. The way he had watched Yuwen discover the truth, as if he were observing a lesson reach its intended conclusion. 17 years. Every smile, every lesson, every word of praise, all of it had been a method of cultivation, a way of growing a resource that would be harvested at the right moment. And Yuwen had smiled back. He had believed. He had loved the man who was counting the years until Yuwen's death would become useful. The reeds thickened. The path narrowed until they were walking single file, Helian ahead, Yuwen behind, water lapping at his boots from both sides. "Helian, yes, when you found me on the mountain, after Bai Luming died, after the expulsion decree, you were waiting. You knew I would come." Helian did not answer for a long moment. "I knew you would choose to live," he said. "I did not know whether you would choose to live as yourself. And if I had chosen differently, then I would have watched you die, and I would have remembered your name, because the valleys remember everyone who refuses to become useful." Yuwen walked in silence. The reeds began to thin again. Ahead, through the gray stems, he saw the outline of structures, low roofs, walls made of packed mud and reeds, the faint glow of a fire that had been banked to embers, producing light without smoke. The hollow reeds camp. They were almost there, almost safe, and then the mist ahead of them shifted. Not with the wind. Something moved inside it. A shape, darker than the shadows, broader than a man, standing motionless where the path curved between two hummocks of black earth. It did not advance. It did not retreat. It simply stood, breathing in a rhythm Yuwen recognized before his mind caught up to the knowing. The third bell's heartbeat. The same pulse that had tracked him through the dark tunnel beneath the archive. The same presence that had breathed in his rhythm beyond the outer gate. Yuwen stopped. His hand went to the iron box. The hunger stirred, not with recognition, not with alarm, but with something quieter, something that felt like expectation. Helian. Helian had stopped too. He was staring at the shape in the mist. "I see it," he said. His voice was flat. "That is not possible. Nothing from the mountain should be able to cross the outer gate." The shape did not move, but Yuwen felt its attention, heavy as a palm pressed against his chest, and beneath that weight, the hunger curled in his ribs and breathed back. Chapter 41. The mist did not move like mist. It coiled around the shape's stillness, layering gray over darker gray, as if the fog itself were trying to hide what stood inside it. Yuwen watched the darkness breathe, watched the rhythm hold steady, matching the pulse he had felt beneath the archive, the same pulse that had tracked him through the dark tunnel, the same presence that had stood beyond the outer gate. Waiting. The hunger curled in his ribs. Not fear, not hunger. Recognition, as old as the cold tearing in his chest. Helian. I know. Helian's voice had shed every trace of performance, flat, measuring. The voice of a man counting the distance between himself and something he did not understand. How did it cross? That is the wrong question. Helian took a step sideways, positioning himself between Yuwen and the shape in the mist. The motion was deliberate, not a threat display, a calculation. The right question is what it wants. The shape did not advance. It tilted, a subtle shift, as if it had turned its attention from Yuwen's chest to Yuwen's face, though Yuwen could see no eyes, no features, nothing but darkness braided into the fog. Then it breathed again, and the hunger answered before Yuwen could stop it. The black threads under his skin pulled taut, vibrating with the same resonance that had answered the third bell beneath the mountain. His chest expanded without his command, his ribs lifted, his lungs filled with air he had not chosen to draw. The shape mirrored the motion, perfectly. The same rhythm, the same pause at the top of the breath, the same slow release. Yuwen. Helian's hand closed around his arm. Do not let it match you. Yuwen tried to pull the hunger back, tried to close whatever channel had opened between his chest and the darkness in the mist. The black threads resisted, humming with a contentment that felt like greeting. It is not matching me, he said. His voice sounded distant, even to his own ears. I am matching it. The shape shifted again, closer. Not by walking. It simply occupied a nearer point in the mist, as if distance did not apply to it the same way it applied to flesh. Helian's grip tightened. We need to move. Where? There is a ward circle 40 paces east. Old, broken. But the ground remembers what it was built to keep out. He was already pulling, dragging Yuwen off the path, into the reeds that rose above their shoulders. Water splashed cold against Yuwen's boots. Mud sucked at his steps. The iron box banged against his ribs with every stride. Behind them, the mist did not follow, but the breathing did. Yuwen heard it through the reeds, through the slap of water and the rustle of gray stems, a rhythm that had learned his lungs, a pulse that had tasted his frequency. Ahead, Helian pointed. Yuwen saw it through the gaps in the reeds, a circle of black stones, half sunken into the marsh, their surfaces crusted with salt and thyme. The ward circle. Whatever symbols had once been carved into the stones were worn to dimples, barely visible in the failing light. Helian shoved him across the boundary. Yuwen stumbled. His palm hit the ground, black threaded skin scraping against the largest stone. The moment his hand touched the circle's edge, the hunger screamed, not in pain, in refusal. The black threads under his skin writhed, pulling away from the ward stone as if the carved surface burned them. The cold tearing in his chest flared, filling his ribs with pressure that pushed against his spine. Stay inside. Helian was already circling, checking the gaps between stones, his voice flat and fast. The ground remembers, the stone remembers. It will hold if you do not reach past it. Yuwen pressed his back against the central stone. The hunger clawed at his insides, wanting out, wanting to answer the pulse that still breathed beyond the reeds. He could feel the shape. It had stopped at the edge of the marsh, waiting, watching. You said nothing from the mountain could cross the outer gate. Helian's hand was on his blade, not drawn, resting. A man preparing to decide when to commit. Nothing should. Then what is it? Helian was silent for a long moment. The mist thickened beyond the reeds. The darkness in the fog breathed, slow and patient, filling the space between two heartbeats with the rhythm it had learned from Yuwen's chest. Something that was waiting for you to become what you are now. The hunger twisted. Yuwen felt it press against the ward's boundary, testing the old stone, searching for a gap the worn carvings could not close. The valleys have already noticed, Helian said. His voice was quiet, not afraid, accepting. Every exile who crosses into this place leaves a trace, a scent, a weight, something the old things taste on the air. But you, he shook his head, you arrived marked by a mountain mechanism that should not exist outside the Empire's territory, carrying a hunger that was planted before you were born, bound to an art that has not been seen in these valleys in 60 years. He turned to face Yuwen fully. The valleys do not just notice what you are, they are curious. Outside the reeds, the mist parted. The shape stepped forward. Not through the fog, through the space the fog had occupied. It stopped at the edge of the ward circle, close enough that Yuwen saw that the darkness inside it was not empty. It contained a deeper shadow, a shape that might have been a face, might have been a skull, might have been something that only remembered the shape of a face from before it stopped needing one. It breathed, and the hunger in Yuwen's chest breathed with it. Yuwen. Helian's blade was half drawn. Do not answer it. The shape leaned forward. The darkness at its center shifted, forming a hollow, a mouth that had no lips, a throat that had no flesh. And then it spoke, not in words, in Yuwen's own breathing, the exact rhythm, the exact weight of air through his lungs, the exact sound of a 17-year-old boy who had learned to breathe through pain. The hunger surged, the black threads flared, and Yuwen felt the ward stone beneath his hand begin to crack. Chapter 42. The ward stone fractured under Yuwen's palm. Not a clean split, a web of cracks spreading outward from the point where black-threaded skin met carved stone, the lines glowing with the same hungry pulse that beat in his chest. Helian grabbed his collar and hauled him backward. Out! Now! The shape in the mist did not pursue. It stood at the edge of the failing circle, breathing Yuwen's rhythm, watching the old wards die beneath his touch. Yuwen's legs moved without his permission. Mud splattered his robes, reeds cut his forearms. The iron box banged against his hip with every stride, a dead weight full of names he could not save. They ran until the mist turned gray with false dawn, until the reeds thinned and the ground firmed, and the breathing behind them faded into the ordinary sound of wind across water. Helian stopped at a ridge of packed earth overlooking a basin of marshland. Reeds below shoulder height, not the tall razor grass of the higher valleys. Water that did not reflect the sky. A cluster of shapes in the near distance, too low and irregular to be buildings, the hollow reeds camp. Helian did not announce their approach. He walked down the slope with his hands visible, his blade sheathed, his pace deliberate. Yuwen followed, his palms still throbbing from the ward stone's backlash, the hunger coiled but alert. Figures emerged from the reeds before they reached the first shelter. 6 of them. 5 men and 1 woman, all dressed in patched and faded cloth, their skin marked by old burns and older scars. They carried weapons of mismatched origin, sect steel and valley bone and traded iron, but they carried them with the ease of people who had used them many times. The woman stepped forward. She was old. Older than the lines on her face suggested, older than the way she moved, older than anything Yuwen had seen in the pavilions. Her hair was white and thin, pulled back with a strip of leather, her eyes with the color of marsh water, gray-green and patient. She looked at Helian first. "You brought trouble to my door again." "Different trouble this time, old mother." Helian's voice was flat, no performance, no smile. She looked at Yuwen. Her gaze stopped on his eyes, both of them, the pale gray that had spread through his irises like frost through a window. She did not flinch. "The mountain's banner." It was not a question. "The mountain's corpse," Yuwen said. "They buried the name before I left." Old Mother Ji studied him for 3 breaths. Then she turned and walked toward the largest of the low shelters, a structure made of lashed reeds and scavenged timber. "Bring him inside. The reeds will not hide what breathes like that." The shelter smelled of smoke and dried herbs and old salt. A fire pit at the center, cold ash heaped in its basin, shelves of cured meat in wrapped bundles, mats of woven reed on the packed earth floor. Old Mother Ji sat on the far side of the dead fire. She did not offer them a place. "The valleys have been talking since sunset," she said. "Something crossed the outer gate that should not exist. Something that breathes in a rhythm no exile carries. And now you arrive, 2 hours later with that same rhythm still beating in your chest." Helian remained standing near the entrance. He is not the thing that crossed. No. Her eyes did not leave Yuwen. He is marked by it. He carries its signature in his channels. He is bound to an art that has not been practiced in these valleys since before I was born, and I am older than the Empire's memory of this place. She leaned forward. "What are you, boy?" Yuwen met her gaze. The hunger stirred, curious, testing her presence the way it had tested the entity in the mist. He forced it still. A prodigy the Nine Vault Pavilion raised to die for their glory. That describes every soul in this camp. What makes you different? I refused. Old Mother G's lips pressed thin, not approval, not dismissal, a woman weighing the truth of a statement against the weight of the person speaking it. The hunger inside you, she said. Can you hold it closed? Yuwen thought of the ward stone, the cracks spreading under his hand, the hunger's scream of refusal when the old ground tried to contain it. Not forever. Forever is not required. One night without feeding, without opening, without letting the valleys taste what you carry. Can you do that? The hunger shifted. It knew what was being asked. It did not agree. Yuwen kept his hands still. What happens at sunrise? If you hold, we talk. We decide whether you stay or move on. Her voice did not change. If you do not hold, if the hunger opens before sunrise and takes anything that breathes in this camp, we cut your throat before it finishes feeding. She said it the way a farmer said the ground would freeze before planting. A fact, not a threat. One night, Yuwen said. One night. Old Mother G rose. She gestured to a corner of the shelter where a reed mat lay folded and a clay jug sat beside it. Water, no food. Your body does not need regular sustenance anymore, and I will not waste supplies on a hunger I may have to kill before dawn. She walked to the entrance, paused beside Helian. You owe me a new explanation. One I can believe. You will have it. I will have it before the sun rises, or you will both leave the marsh before it does. She stepped out. The rude door fell shut behind her. Yuwen sat on the mat, the iron box beside him, his hands resting on his knees. The hunger pulsed in his chest, patient, waiting, curious about the camp around him. Helian settled against the wall near the entrance, his eyes half closed, his hand resting on his blade. She means it, he said. I know. If the hunger opens, I will not be able to stop them. I know. Yuwen looked down at his palms, the right one, sealed with black threaded tissue that was not quite skin. The left one, still marked with the old stress lines, the proof of 17 years of breaking himself for a sect that called it glory. He pressed both hands flat against the mat. One night. The reeds rustled outside the shelter, wind through dry stems, the ordinary sound of a world that did not know what walked through it. But beneath that rustle, so faint Yuwen almost missed it, the breathing had returned. Not close, not yet, but following. The hunger stirred, not in alarm, not in craving, but in recognition. It knew that rhythm, and it was waiting for it to arrive. Chapter 43. The hunger did not sleep. Yuwen lay on the reed mat, the iron box pressed against his ribs, and felt it pulse beneath his sternum like a second heart learning patience. The camp had gone quiet. No voices, no movement. Only the rustle of dry reeds and the distant call of a marsh bird that did not know what it perched above. He counted his breaths. 100, 200. The hunger matched each one, not resisting, not pressing, just waiting. It knew the night was long. It knew the shelter walls could not hold it if he chose to let it open. He did not choose. But the wanting did not stop. Sometime past midnight, the raw pull began. Not the sharp craving of the first feed, the desperate need that had driven his hand through the assassin's blade. This was different. Slower, a deep ache in his foundation, as if the black threads that held his cracks together were drying, shrinking, pulling tighter against the fractures they filled. Yuwen's eyes opened. The shelter was dark, cold ash in the fire pit. Helian's silhouette against the far wall, motionless, breathing slow. Asleep or pretending. The pull intensified. He pressed his palm to his chest. Beneath the skin, the black threads writhed, not in alarm, but in demand. They had held the cracks closed for hours, but holding cost something. The assassin's drained vitality was burning through, dissolving into the gaps the threads had knitted, and when it was gone, the cracks would reopen. Unless he fed again. Yuwen sat up slowly, the hunger stirred, curious. testing his intention. Not yet. He did not say it aloud. He did not trust his voice. The pull became a throb, a dry, scraping sensation along his channels, as if the threads were abrading the walls of his meridians. The memory of relief pulsed beneath it. 3 breaths of painlessness, 3 breaths of wholeness. His body had not forgotten. His body wanted that again. He stood. The reed mat rustled under his feet. Helian did not move, but his breathing changed, a fractional shift that said he was listening. Yuwen stepped to the entrance, the reed door. He pushed it aside. Cold marsh air hit his face. Mist coiled around the shelter's base, thick and white, swallowing the ground. The camp was silent. Dark shapes of other shelters, the faint gleam of water between reeds. He stepped out. The hunger approved. He walked, not toward anything. Away. Away from the shelter where old Mother Ji had said she would cut his throat. Away from Helian's watchful silence. Away from the iron box that held truths he could not yet use. The ground turned soft beneath his feet. Mud, water seeping through the gaps in his boots. The reeds grew thicker here, head high, their stems clicking together in the wind. The raw pull sharpened into a spike. Yuwen stopped. His knees buckled. He caught himself on a twisted root, his hand sinking into wet earth, and the hunger surged. Close. Something pulsed ahead. Not the entity, not the breathing rhythm that had followed them across the marsh. Something else. Smaller. Weaker. A life sign burning low and steady, unaware of what it was calling toward itself. Yuwen's head lifted. 30 paces through the reeds. A shape on the ground. Pale fur streaked with dark. A spirit beast, small, maybe a marsh hare or a sickened fox, its side torn open by something with claws. It was dying. It did not run when he approached. It could not. Its flank rose and fell in shallow gasps, and its eyes, black and wet, watched him without recognition. Just pain. Just the slow flicker of a life that would gutter out before dawn with or without his intervention. The hunger recognized what he saw. It unfolded inside him like a hand opening. Yuwen's fingers brushed the beast's fur. Warm. The life beneath it thrummed against his skin, fragile and dense, a pulse that matched the rhythm of his hunger's desire. One feed. One small life. The beast did not struggle. It did not have the strength. Its eyes stayed on his, and he saw no accusation in them, no fear, only waiting. The raw pull in his foundation screamed. Yuwen's hand trembled. And in the distance, beyond the reeds, beyond the camp, a horn sounded. Not the deep bronze of the mountain's bells. Something thinner, sharper. A hunting note that cut through the mist and carried the weight of imperial authority. The beast flinched. Yuwen's head snapped up. The horn sounded again, closer, followed by the splash of hooves in shallow water, the jingle of harness metal, the low murmur of voices giving orders in a language that did not belong to the valleys. The hunger recoiled. Not in fear, in recognition. It knew that horn. It knew the rhythm of those orders, and it was furious. Yuwen pulled his hand back from the dying beast. The raw ache in his foundation screamed louder, but the hunger had turned its attention elsewhere, coiling, waiting, listening to the sound that was cutting through the marsh. The horn sounded a third time, and a voice, clear and amplified by a formation, rang across the reeds. By order of the Imperial Oversight Council, all persons in the Hollow Reed territory are subject to immediate inspection. Surrender any fugitive bearing the mark of the 9 Vault Pavilions denounced annually. Resistance authorizes lethal response. Yuwen's blood went cold. They had found him. The hunger stirred, not in anger but in anticipation. It had not been sure what to do with the dying beast, but it knew exactly what to do with men who came hunting with horns and formation voice. Yuwen stood. The reeds swayed around him. The dying spirit beast gasped once behind him, forgotten. His black-threaded palm tingled. The hunger smiled inside his chest. And the camp began to wake. Chapter 44. The horn's echo hung in the marsh. The camp stirred behind him, reed doors scraping, voices low and sharp. But the hunger was no longer listening to the camp. It was watching the dying beast. Yuwen's hand was still extended, fingers curled against the cold, the black threads beneath his scum pulsing in rhythm with the creature's fading heartbeat. The hunger had turned its attention from the imperial horn. The moment it recognized the sound had no immediate teeth. The hunters were still distant. The beast was here. And it was dying. Yuwen's knees touched the wet ground. His palms settled on the fur, and the warmth of the beast's life bled through his skin. A throne so fragile, it felt like a held breath. It is already leaving. The thought was not his own. It rose from the black threads, patient and reasoning, as if offering counsel rather than command. It will die whether you take it or leave it. The difference is whether its death serves something. Yuwen's fingers tightened in the fur. The beast did not flinch. Its side rose, fell. A tiny sound escaped its throat, not a whimper, just the air leaving lungs that no longer knew how to hold it. He had killed an assassin. He had drained a man who tried to kill him. This was not that. This was something that could not fight back. Something that had not chosen to be found. Something that was already leaving the world on its own. And the hunger wanted to reach inside that leaving and pull it into him. No one will know. The thought came from his own mind this time, and it burned worse than the ache. The ache was rising again. The foundation cracks he had forgotten during the night were waking, each one a separate mouth crying out for the seal the black threads had borrowed from the assassin's life. That borrowed vitality was thinning. He could feel it, like water seeping through a cracked cup, the level dropping breath by breath. He could feel the emptiness waiting behind it. The beast's heart fluttered once, twice. Yuwen's black threads stirred. It was not a choice. Not really. The hunger unfolded before he could decide, reaching through his palm, through the contact his fingers had already made, and the beast's life rushed into him like water drawn through a reed. Warm. So warm. The raw ache in his foundation answered with a shudder that traveled from sternum to skull, a wave of relief so sharp it blurred his vision. The cracks drank. The black threads drank. The hunger settled deeper, purring in that space behind his ribs, and the beast gave one final, quiet exhale that had nothing left in it. Yuwen pulled his hand back. The fur was cold. The beast's body lay still, smaller than it had seemed in life, the wound in its side dark and wet. Its eyes were open. Black, unseeing. He had not even closed them. The hunger sighed, full and content, and the ache in his foundation had become a distant memory. The cracks were sealed again. Not healed, no, never healed, but filled. Tight. Bearable. Yuwen's hand was steady. He looked at it. The black threads had retreated beneath the skin, invisible now, waiting. His palm looked ordinary, human, but his stomach did not feel human. It felt full of a warmth that was not his, a borrowed pulse that had stopped beating in another chest. The marsh was silent. Then the reed door scraped behind him. Yuwen turned. Old Mother Ji stood at the shelter's entrance, her gray-green eyes fixed not on him but on the still shape at his feet. Her lined face gave nothing away. The dawnlight was beginning to edge the mist, pale and thin, and it caught the droop of her mouth. She walked past him without a word, stopped beside the carcass, looked down at it for a long breath. Then she squatted, pressed 2 fingers to the beast's flank, and rose. "The valley has taken its first oath from you." Her voice was flat, not accusing, worse, accepting. Yuwen's throat worked. "It was dying. It was. I did not kill it." "No." She looked at him then, and her marsh water eyes held something older than judgment. "You waited until it was almost gone. That counts for something in the ledger, but not enough to cancel the debt." "The ledger?" Her hand lifted, gesturing at the marsh, the camp, the mist-swallowed valley beyond. "Everything in the hollow reeds is borrowed. The ground you stand on was drained by someone else's blood before you arrived. The air you breathe was paid for by a throat that no longer needs it." She lowered her hand. "You drew on a dying thing. That is not a sin here. It is transaction. You took the remainder of its life." The remainder becomes your debt to the valley. I did not mean to. Does the valley care what you meant? The words, cut, clean, precise. Yuwen's jaw tightened. The warmth in his foundation felt thinner now, already less than it had been a moment ago, and he understood, with sick clarity, that this was how the debt worked. He would need to feed again, not because the hunger demanded it yet, but because the borrowed pulse was already fading, and the cracks were waiting. Old Mother Ji turned her head toward the eastern marsh. Riders. Yuwen heard them a breath later. Hooves in water, harness rings. The same sharp rhythm as the hunting horn, but closer now. Close enough that the reeds shivered with their approach. He looked at the carcass at his feet, then at Old Mother Ji. Will they recognize me? They will recognize the mark you carry. She did not look away from the approaching sound. The question is whether they will live long enough to report it. The hunger stirred again. Not in alarm, in readiness. Yuwen's palm tingled, the black thread surfacing just beneath the skin, and he understood that the valley had not just taken an oath from him. It had shown him what he was willing to become to survive, and the riders were coming. Chapter 45. The first rider broke through the reeds before Yuwen could answer. Not a full charge. A scout, alone, mounted on a beast that moved through marsh water like it had been born in it. The horse's legs were wrapped in leather, its nostrils flared against the mist, and the rider wore the dark lacquered armor of the Imperial Oversight Council. The rider reined in 40 paces from the camp's edge, did not dismount. Instead, they raised a scroll sealed with sun-gold wax and let the morning light catch the emblem, the 3 interlocking rings of Changwei's emergency authority. By decree of the Imperial Oversight Council and the throne's cultivated peace, the voice was amplified. Formation carried. It rolled across the marsh like a second horn. Old Mother Ji did not move. Neither did the camp. The survivors had emerged from their shelters, silent, watching, their hands empty of weapons and full of readiness. Yuwen's palm tingled. The scroll cracked open along its seal without the rider touching it, and the proclamation unfurled in a cascade of golden characters that burned against the damp air. Yuwen Zhi, formerly of the Nine Vault Pavilion. His name, spoken like a disease. Declared tainted by heretic cultivation. Declared defector from righteous order. Declared enemy of Kangwei's sacred foundation. The words hung above the marsh, each character burning for 3 breaths before fading. All persons who harbor, shelter, or fail to report the denounced anomaly share his stain, bounty placed upon his head, 16,000 spirit stones, living, 8,000 verified dead. Old Mother Ji's jaw tightened. Helian Wu of the half-purged bloodline. Yuwen's stomach turned cold. Named corruptor, named agent of demonic subversion, named as one who acted against the Empire's sacred order by seducing a banner disciple from the path of righteousness. Bounty, 24,000 spirit stones, living, 12,000 verified dead. The rider's voice did not change. All territories within Kangwei's reach are bound to execute this decree upon sight. Hollow Reed Marsh is not exempt. The scroll rolled itself closed. The mist was very still. Yuwen's throat worked. He tried to find words, something to say to Old Mother Ji, to Helian, to the survivors whose silence had become a verdict. Then he saw the signature at the bottom of the scroll. Bold, formal, unmistakable. Princess Nare Song. The seal was hers. The authority was hers. The decision to publish his name, his stain, his bounty, her hand had signed it into law. He stared at those characters until they blurred. She had stood before the archive with soldiers and a scroll, claiming protective custody. She had watched Mox Wenjin with a hand on her sword. She had called the accelerated protocols inhuman, and now she had signed his death warrant. Or had she? The decree was emergency authority. The Oversight Council could issue such proclamations without the throne's direct approval, but a princess's seal made it official, made it binding, made it impossible to deny that she had chosen a side. Yuwen's black threads surfaced beneath his palm. The hunger stirred. It did not care about signatures. It did not care about Princess Inara's hidden intentions, whether she had signed to protect the state from the scandal or to erase him cleanly before he could speak. All the hunger understood was that someone had named him prey, and it knew how to answer. The rider turned the horse. The council will return at noon for your response. The voice was flat, professional. Surrender the denounced anomaly and the corruptor. Those who comply will be recorded as loyal. Those who resist will be recorded as accomplices. The horse moved, one step, then another. The mist swallowed rider and mount within 10 paces, and the only evidence they had been there was the fading glow of the proclamation's characters, still burning against the inside of Yuwen's eyelids. The silence stretched. Then the camp breathed. Yuwen turned to old Mother Ji. Her face was carved stone, but her hand trembled at her side, a fine tremor that only someone watching closely would catch. "That signature," he said. "Princess Nare. I saw it. She was there, in the archive. She tried to stop the sealing formation." Old Mother Ji said nothing. "I do not know if she signed this to contain the scandal or to bury me with it. I do not know if she had a choice. The council could have forced her seal. The court could have voted without her consent." He heard how desperate it sounded, how much it sounded like someone trying to believe the lie. Old Mother Ji looked at him with those gray-green Marsh eyes. "Does it matter?" Yuwen opened his mouth, closed it, because she was right. Whether Nara had signed freely or under duress, whether she meant to protect him or erase him, the decree existed. It was real. The bounty would spread through every trade route, every informant network, every sect outpost in Tangwei within days. He was no longer a denounced anomaly. He was a price. Helian Wu emerged from the shelter, dark robes damp with marsh condensation, his scar catching the thin light. He had heard. Of course he had heard. The proclamation had been loud enough to wake the dead. 24,000 from me. His voice was dry, almost amused. "I am worth more dead than you are alive, Yuwen Zhi. That stings." Yuwen stared at him. "I am not joking." Helian's smile did not reach his eyes. "I have been hunted before. I know what that number means. It means the council is afraid of what I know, not what I can do. They want me silenced more than they want you contained." "That is not comforting. It was not meant to be." Old Mother Ji stepped between them. "Enough," her voice cut like a blade across a throat. "The decree is here. The camp has heard it. The riders will return at noon." She turned to face the gathered survivors, who had drawn closer during the proclamation, their faces hard and unreadable. "You all know the law. Harboring a denounced anomaly carries execution by cultivation dissolution. The bounty is real. The council will return with more than a scout next time." No one spoke. "I will not command any of you to stay." Old Mother Ji's voice did not waver. "If you wish to leave before noon, take what is yours and go. The camp will not hold it against you." She turned back to Yuwen. "And you will answer one question, and you will answer it honestly." Yuwen met her eyes. "When the riders return at noon with full formation, will you run?" The hunger stirred behind his ribs, patient, curious. It already knew the answer. It wanted him to say it aloud. The mist thickened. The camp waited. And Yuwen understood that whatever he said next would decide not only whether the survivors stayed, but what kind of weapon he was willing to become before the sun reached its peak. Chapter 46. The silence stretched like a wound that would not close. Old Mother Ji waited. The camp waited. Even the mist seemed to hold still, as if the marsh itself wanted to hear what Yuwen would say. He opened his mouth. "I do not know." The words came out raw, honest. He had expected to feel shame at the admission, but what he felt was worse, relief. The truth tasted like copper and wet earth. Old Mother Ji studied him with those gray-green eyes. Then she nodded once, as if he had passed a test he did not know he was taking. "That is the first honest thing you have said since you set foot in my camp." She turned and walked toward the largest shelter, a sagging structure of lashed reeds and patched canvas. Her voice came back over her shoulder. "Come. If you are staying until noon, you will learn how this place works." Helian followed first, his boots silent on the damp ground. Yuwen hesitated, then fell into step behind him, the iron box heavy against his ribs. The shelter smelled of smoke, dried herbs, and old paper. A clay lamp burned on a low table, its flame throwing shadows that crawled across the walls. Old Mother G settled onto a woven mat with the practiced ease of someone who had sat in the same spot for years. She pulled a ledger from a shelf carved into the reeds. Not a cultivation manual, not a formation diagram, a ledger. Leather-bound, pages stained with use, the spine cracked where it had been opened 1,000 times. This is how the Hollow Reed camp survives. She laid it flat on the table. Not through oaths, not through loyalty to a sect or a bloodline, through accounts. Helian sat cross-legged across from her, his scar catching the lamplight. The valley runs on exchange, favors, stolen goods, information. Every person here owes something to someone. Every service rendered creates a credit. Every life taken creates a debt. Yuwen stared at the ledger. The pages were covered in cramped script, names, dates, quantities, symbols he did not recognize. Demonic lineages without structure become carrion for the Empire. Helian's voice was flat. The righteous sects hunt us because they fear what we can become. But the Empire has never needed to destroy the demonic path. It only needed to wait for us to destroy ourselves. Old Mother G dipped a brush in ink. Your name goes into the ledger, Yuwen Zhi, she wrote. 3 strokes. The characters for Yuwen, then Zhi, then a symbol beneath them that looked like a hand with a line through the palm. Medicine, she said. The wound sealant Helian applied at the gate. The herbs you breathed in the shelter's smoke. The mat you slept on. She wrote again. Shelter. 3 nights counted, though you had only used 1. The camp charges for the full term because we cannot afford to hold space for half-filled promises. The brush moved. Passage. The ground you stand on, the path you took to reach us, the ward circle you broke. Yuwen's jaw tightened. I did not ask for the ward circle. The ward circle was there before you arrived. You cracked it. Now it must be repaired, and the materials come from the valley's stores. Old Mother G did not look up. That is a debt. The brush stopped. She raised her eyes to meet his. You owe the Hollow Reed camp 473 spirit stones worth of credit, calculated at valley rates. You have no assets, no tradable skill the camp recognizes, no collateral. Yuwen felt the black thread stir beneath his palm. How do I repay it? You survive. Old Mother G closed the ledger. You stay alive long enough to learn something the camp can use. You teach it. You fight when the camp is threatened. You do not feed on anyone under this roof without permission. She paused. And you answer the question I asked you before the ink dried. The lamp flickered. Will you run when the riders return at noon? Yuwen looked at the ledger, at his name written in characters that already felt like chains, at the debts he had accrued without knowing, the account that would grow with every breath he took in this place. He thought of Princess Nare's signature on the decree. He thought of Bai Lumen's blood drying on the archive floor. He thought of the hunger, coiled and patient, waiting for him to make a decision it already understood. No. The word left his mouth before he fully chose it. Old Mother G's hand stilled on the ledger's cover. No? Helian's voice was careful. You will not run? I will not run. Yuwen heard how strange the words sounded, how final. I have run from the mountain. I have run through the valleys. I have run until my body forgot what standing still felt like. He looked at Old Mother G. If I run again, I will spend the rest of my life being prey. The Counsel will hunt me. The sects will hunt me. I will die in a ditch with a bounty on my head, and no one will remember my name except as a warning. The hunger stirred approvingly. So what will you do? Old Mother G's voice was unreadable. Yuwen did not have an answer, but the hunger did. It rose behind his ribs, not in demand but in suggestion, a cold certainty that spread through his channels like ink through water. It showed him what he could become, not a fugitive, not a victim, a reckoning. He pushed it down. I will learn, he said. I will learn what this place can teach me, and when I am ready, I will go back. To the mountain, to the Empire. Old Mother G was silent for a long moment. Then she opened the ledger again and added a line beneath Yuwen's name. Statement of intent, she said. 3 words. Will not run, witnessed and recorded. She signed with a symbol that looked like a reed bent by water. "Now we see if you mean them." The lamp burned low. Outside, the mist thickened. And somewhere beyond the marsh, muffled by distance but growing clearer, the sound of horses reached the edge of hearing. The council was coming. The hunger smiled inside Yuwen's chest. It had been waiting for noon. Chapter 47. The first horse broke through the reed line at a gallop, its rider low against the neck, a tracking formation burning blue at his saddle. Yuwen saw the sigil before he saw the face. 3 interlocking rings. The Imperial Oversight Council had not waited for noon. "Marsh Gate," Old Mother G said, already moving. "Now." Helian grabbed Yuwen's shoulder and pulled him toward the shelter's rear wall, where a flap of cured hide covered a gap in the reeds. Yuwen's feet found mud before his eyes adjusted. The cold tearing in his chest had not moved, but the hunger had. It pressed against his ribs like a dog testing a leash. "Stay low," Helian said. "They will have formation readers on the ridge. If they see your channels, they will bracket us before we reach open water." "How many?" "Does not matter." The first rider was a scout. The formation follows. They moved through the marsh in a crouch, the reeds scraping Yuwen's shoulders. Water sucked at his boots. Behind them, voices rang out in sharp, practiced orders, the language of men who had done this before. Old Mother G appeared at Yuwen's left, a curved blade in her hand, its edge dark with something that was not rust. "The eastern sinkhole," she said. "If we reach it before they seal the marsh, the water will break their tracking." "Will it break theirs?" Yuwen asked. She did not answer. They ran. The marsh was a maze of false paths and sinking ground. Yuwen's boots found purchase where Helian slid, and once he caught Old Mother G by the arm when the mud opened beneath her weight. The hunger guided him, not through words but through a felt sense of where the ground would hold, where the reeds would give passage, where the water ran deep enough to hide a man. He did not ask why it knew. A horn sounded behind them, closer this time. The horses had split into 2 groups, one circling east, one pressing the direct line. "They know the ground," Helian said. "They have been here before." Old Mother G's voice was flat. "The council does not send hunters into unfamiliar marsh. They map it first. They pay informants. They wait." "Then why did you let us stay?" She did not answer that either. The sinkhole opened ahead of them, a dark pool the size of a training platform, its surface still and black. Dead reeds ringed its edge, their stems brittle and white. The air smelled of copper and old rot. "Through it," Old Mother G said. "The far bank connects to a channel that leads to the lower caves." Yuwen looked at the water. The hunger stirred, not in recognition but in assessment, measuring the depth, the cold, the distance. How deep? Deep enough. A horse screamed behind them, not a battle cry, a wound. "They found the first rider's partner," Helian said. "Someone is buying us time." Old Mother G's jaw tightened. "Move." Yuwen stepped into the water. The cold hit him like a blade between the ribs. The sinkhole was not marsh-fed. It came from something deeper, something that had never seen sunlight. The black threads under his skin pulsed once, adjusting to the temperature as if they had known what to expect. He swam. The far bank rose out of the mist, a shelf of cracked mud that led to a narrow passage between reed walls. Yuwen pulled himself onto the bank and turned to help Old Mother G, but she was already climbing, her blade still dry, her breathing even. Helian came last. He did not look back. The passage narrowed until they walked single file, the reeds closing overhead, blocking the sky. The horn had stopped. Yuwen did not know if that was good or bad. A man stepped out of the mist ahead of them. He wore the gray robes of a skyward terrace tracker, not the black of the council. His hand rested on a sword hilt, and his eyes found Yuwen with the patience of someone who had been sent to find a single face in a crowd. "Yuwen G," he said. "By order of the Imperial Oversight Council, ratified by the throne, you are to be detained. Resistance authorizes lethal response." Old Mother G did not stop walking. "Tracker," she said, "you are on Hollow Reed land. You have no jurisdiction here. The Council's decree covers all territory within Countway's reach. Hollow Reed Marsh is not exempt. The decree was issued without direct throne approval. That makes it a Council emergency action, not Imperial law." The tracker's hand did not leave his sword. "The difference will not matter to a dead man." Behind them, More shapes moved through the reeds. The second group had circled. They were boxed. Yuwen felt the hunger rise. It did not ask permission. It unfolded through his channels like a hand opening, reaching for the nearest source of heat, of pulse, of life. The tracker's chi burned bright in Yuwen's awareness, a lantern in the mist, and the hunger wanted to drink it. "No," Yuwen said, but the word came too late. His hand moved before he commanded it. His palm pressed against the tracker's chest, flat and open, and the black threads surged outward like roots seeking soil. The tracker's eyes went wide. His chi poured into Yuwen through the contact, not in a trickle, but in a flood, and with it came warmth, power, a brief and terrible relief. The tracker's sword clattered to the ground. His knees buckled. His face went gray. Yuwen pulled his hand away. The tracker collapsed. Silence. The other hunters had stopped. They stood in the reeds, weapons half drawn, staring at the fallen man whose skin had already begun to pale, whose chest barely root. One of them spoke. His voice was not afraid. It was cold. "He is one of them." The hunter took a step back. "Seal the marsh. Do not approach. Send word to the capital. Tell them the hollow reed camp is sheltering a feeder." The hunger smiled inside Yuwen's chest. It had been waiting for this recognition. Chapter 48. The tracker's breath misted once, twice, a third time, then settled into a shallow rhythm that did not promise waking. No one moved. The hunter stood frozen in the reeds, weapons half drawn, their eyes fixed on Yuwen's hand, the one that had touched the man's chest and taken something invisible. The black threads under Yuwen's skin were still visible, dark veins pulsing beneath the surface, and he could not will them to disappear. "That is a feeder," the hunter repeated. Old Mother Ji spoke without turning. "You are on hollow reed land. You have no authority to detain, no warrant to execute, and no formation that will hold against valley ground. Turn back. Tell the council their emergency decree does not reach this deep." The lead hunter's hand tightened on his blade. "Old Mother Ji, you know what happens to camps that shelter feeders. I know what happens to hunters who enter marsh they have not mapped." Her voice carried the weight of someone who had buried better men. "The sinkhole behind you is not the only water in this valley. Turn back." The hunter held her gaze for 3 breaths. Then he stepped back. "Seal the perimeter," he said to his squad. "No one enters. No one leaves. I want word to the capital by nightfall." They withdrew into the reeds, silent and practiced, and the mist swallowed their shapes. Old Mother Ji exhaled. It was the first unguarded sound Yuwen had heard from her. "That bought us until sundown," she said. "Maybe less." Helian Wu looked at Yuwen. His scar caught the pale marsh light, and his eyes held something Yuwen had not seen before. Not fear, not judgment, but the resigned acknowledgement of a door closing. "You called it," Yuwen said. "I called it what it is. The word they used, feeder." Helian's mouth twitched. "The righteous archives keep better records on forbidden arts than most valley clans do. They have names for everything. Feeders, drains, life stepplers. Each one classified by method, grade, and recommended response procedure. Condemnation and theft have always walked together." Yuwen's hand was still open at his side. He closed it into a fist, feeling the black threads shift under the skin, obedient and settled. "Did the pavilion know?" "Know what?" "Know what I would become?" Yuwen's voice came out flat. "Did they plant this in me expecting it to surface? Was the demonic conversion a contingency they built into the design?" Helian studied him for a long moment. Then he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a slim volume bound in stained leather. The cover bore no title, only a symbol stamped in faded gold. The symbol of the 9 Vault Pavilion's restricted archives. "This belongs to you now," Helian said. He tossed it. Yuwen caught it one-handed. The leather was warm, not from Helian's body, but from something else. A residual heat that clung to the binding like breath on glass. Yuwen opened it. The pages were written in the same hand he had seen on the records in the archive below the mountain. Neat, small, clinical. Classification: Forbidden Body Turning Method, 7th grade, unstable. Alternative name: Silk Eater's Art Origin, unknown. First documented on the corpse of a wandering cultivator found in the eastern sinkholes in year 312 of the Reigning Accord. Current holdings: 9 Vault Pavilion Restricted Archive, Vault 4, Shelf 7, Slot 19. Yuwen looked up. You took this from the archives before we left. I borrowed it. Helian's voice was dry. The formation collapse would have burned it anyway. Better it rest with someone who can use it. How long have you had it? Since the night you walked toward me on the terrace. I thought you might want to know what they knew before they decided to use it on you. Yuwen turned the page. The manual was detailed. Diagrams of channel networks, notations on resonance patterns, marginal annotations in a second hand that grew darker and more desperate as the pages progressed. 3 sections were marked, Fatal Outcome Observed. 1 section was marked, Subject Survived. See Appendix. He found the appendix. A single page. Subject, male, approximate age 17 at time of conversion. Condition, Heaven Scale Anomaly. Accelerated Cultivation Protocol. Complete Foundation Fracture at Ascending Tiers Platform, upper bracket. Method, Silk Eater Art, administered via contract scroll during flight from custody. Outcome, integration successful. Subject retained motor function, speech, and tactical reasoning. Foundation cracks sealed with black thread regeneration. Feeding cycle initiated. First drain recorded on hostile contact at 38 breaths post-contract. Every word described him. Every word had been written before it happened. Yuwen looked at the date on the document. Year 328 of the Reigning Accord. 40 years before he was born. You are a map, Helian said quietly. Not the first, not the last. The pavilion recorded every step of this experiment across 4 decades. They knew exactly how you would break, how you would run, and how you would feed. They did not build you to be their banner. They built you to become a monster they could study. The hunger stirred in Yuwen's chest, curious and pleased. It had expected him to find this. Chapter 49. The sinkhole cave smelled of wet stone and something older, something that had seeped through the marsh for centuries and left its residue in every breath. Yuwen sat with his back against the curved wall, the Filk Eater's manual open across his knees, the black water at his feet perfectly still. No reflection looked back at him. He had noticed it on the first page. When he leaned close enough to see his own face in the pool, the surface showed only shadow, the outline of a head, the suggestion of shoulders but no features. The water refused to hold him. He touched his left eye. The gray had spread. Not outward where anyone could see. The iris remained the same pale, bleached color that had first appeared on the mountain. But behind it, in the channels that fed vision from the core outward, something had shifted. He could feel it when he blinked. A second layer of sight that registered heat and pulse, and the faint electric crackle of living chi moving through bodies. He closed his eyes and looked anyway. The cave did not go dark. Gray shapes hung in the negative space behind his lids, the slow pulse of Helian Wu's breath 20 paces away, the brighter thread of old Mother G's wakefulness in the shelter above, the scattered dim signatures of camp survivors tucked into their reed huts. Each one had a rhythm. Each one told him something about the person carrying it. The man with the shallow breathing was sleeping poorly. The woman whose pulse flickered like a candle in wind was afraid. Yuwen had never been able to sense fear before. He opened his eyes. The black water still refused him, but he understood now that the gray was not a flaw in his sight. It was a new instrument, tuning itself to frequencies his old eyes had never been taught to hear. He turned the page. The manual's diagrams had changed. No, that was wrong. The diagrams were the same ink on the same aged paper, but the black threads under his skin had begun to pulse in sympathy with the channel patterns on the page. He watched the threads rise along his forearm, tracing the exact route the manual described for the first major meridian conversion. From the base of the palm, up the inner arm, across the collarbone, into the throat. He traced the route with his finger. The threads followed. They moved under his skin like slow worms, obedient to the manual's logic, even though he had not made a conscious decision to guide them. The art was teaching itself through him. He was not studying it. It was colonizing his understanding. Yuwen set the book down. His hand was shaking, not from fear, from something worse. From the part of him that had already noticed how efficient the new instinct felt, how natural it was to know exactly where the strongest life sign in camp was sleeping, how easy it would be to walk there and press his palm against warm skin and drink. He caught himself doing it. identifying the target the way he once assessed an opponent's opening. A half-second of calculation, muscle memory of the left side, the guard dropped at the recovery, the breath cycle that left them exposed for exactly 2 beats. Old Mother G, 23 paces above him. Her pulse was steady, slower than a younger cultivator's, but dense with decades of accumulated vitality. She would be the best feed in camp, clean, efficient. One sustained drain and his foundation cracks would seal for days, maybe a full week. He had already calculated the approach path. Yuwen pressed his palms against the stone floor and forced himself to feel the cold instead. The damp, the rough grain of the rock, the ache in his knees from sitting too long. The gray retreated, but only slightly. You felt it. Helian Wu's voice came from the tunnel mouth. He had not heard him approach. Yuwen did not turn. I felt something. The difference between you and a beast is not what you want. It is what you choose to do with the wanting. Helian stepped into the cave, his boots silent on the wet stone. The gray will keep spreading, through your vision, through your instincts. You will start to read every living thing as a potential source. That is the art's first lesson. I don't want to read them that way. The art does not care what you want. Helian sat down across from him, his scar catching the faint bioluminescence of the cave moss. It cares that you survive long enough to learn control. And control begins with acknowledging what you are becoming, not pretending you can stop it. Yuwen looked at his hands. The black threads were visible now, even in low light, tracing the stress line paths that Bai Luming had once mapped with such careful tenderness. Bai Luming, who had died believing he could save Yuwen from this. How long until I stop being able to tell the difference? Between what? Between choosing and being chosen. Yuwen's voice stayed flat. Between my hunger and my will. Helian was quiet for a long moment. The marsh water dripped somewhere in the dark, a slow percussion that matched the rhythm of the black threads under Yuwen's skin. I have been feeding for 18 years, Helian said. I still ask myself that question most mornings. The fact that you are asking it now means you are not lost yet. But I will be. Or you will learn to live with the question. Helian stood. Old Mother G wants you above before sunrise. There is a debt to discuss. He left without waiting for a response. Yuwen sat alone in the cave with the black water and the manual and the gray shapes behind his eyes that told him exactly how many heartbeats pulsed in the camp above. 23. He could sense every one of them. He closed the manual and pressed his forehead against the cool stone and tried to remember what it had felt like to look at another person and see only a person. A rival, a friend, a stranger. The memory was already fading. Above him, muffled through the stone, a voice called out. Not a word, just a call, a summons. Old Mother G. Yuwen rose. His legs were stiff, his body heavy with the weight of a night spent sitting still while something inside him rearranged itself into a shape he did not recognize. He climbed the winding path toward the surface, and with every step, the gray shapes in his vision sharpened, teaching him the true cost of seeing clearly. When he emerged into the dim marsh light, Old Mother G was waiting. Her hand was on her blade, and behind her, standing at the camp's eastern edge with a face Yuwen remembered from the mountain, stood a woman in the pale gray robes of the Imperial Examination Service. Chapter 50. The woman in pale gray robes did not move when Yuwen stepped into the light. She stood at the camp's eastern edge where the marsh grass gave way to open sky, her hands clasped at her waist, her face a mask of professional composure that Yuwen recognized from 100 examination halls. The Imperial service badge at her collar caught the thin dawn light. Old Mother G's hand stayed on her blade. You know her, the old woman said. It was not a question. Yuwen nodded. She was at the mountain, on the observation tier during the seeding. 4 days ago, the woman said. Her voice was quiet, measured, the voice of someone who had practiced not being heard. You stood at the top of the leaderboard. Your name burned brighter than any I had seen in 20 years of service. And now? Now your name is carved on a bounty proclamation, and I am standing in an exile camp at sunrise, which was not how I expected to begin the decade. She took a step forward. Old Mother G's blade shifted in its sheath, a warning sound against leather. I am not here to capture you, Yuwen Zhi. I am here because Madame Kutaiba sent me. Yuwen felt the gray in his vision sharpen. The woman's pulse was steady, her chi signature thin and administrative rather than combat grade. She was not a threat. She was a messenger. He forced the gray back. Madame Kutaiba is alive? For now. The woman's composure cracked, just slightly, at the edges of her mouth. She disappeared 3 nights ago, after refusing to surrender her records to the Imperial Oversight Council. They came for her at midnight. She was gone before they reached her quarters. Where is she? I do not know. She did not tell me. She told me to find you and tell you what happened on the mountain after you left. The camp was waking behind them. The survivors who had chosen to stay, scarred men, hollow-eyed women, a child with a burned arm who stared at Yuwen as if he were a story made flesh, were emerging from their shelters to watch. Old Mother Ji gestured toward the main hearth. Inside, before the whole marsh knows your face, the hearth was a ring of blackened stone at the center of the largest shelter, a structure of woven reeds and salvaged timber that smelled of smoke, damp wool, and old blood. The woman sat across from Yuwen, her hands wrapped around a cup of water she did not drink. Helian stood at the entrance, half facing the marsh, listening. They are calling it a demonic infiltration, the woman said. The official account, which went out by formation relay to every sect and territory within 300 li, states that agents of the Hollow Reed demonic lineages infiltrated the Nine Vault Pavilion during the Ascending Tiers, murdered by Lu Ming when he attempted to protect the restricted archives, and fled with stolen texts after setting the archive ablaze. Yuwen's hands were still. Too still. He could feel the black threads pulsing beneath his skin, responding to something the words triggered. They named Bai Lumine a martyr, honored posthumously. His body was retrieved from the debris and given a full ceremony. The pavilion is building a memorial terrace in his name. A memorial terrace. Yuwen's voice came out flat, scraped clean of inflection. They killed him. They sealed the truth, and now they are building a monument. They are building a lie, the woman said, and they are building it fast. The archive ruins have been sealed. No one is permitted to examine the damage. The Imperial Oversight Council has accepted the pavilion's account without independent investigation. Because the council signed the decree, Helian said from the doorway. They cannot investigate what they authorized. The cover-up is self-sealing. The woman nodded. Madame Kutaiba was the only Imperial examiner with independent knowledge of the heaven-scale anomalies. When they came for her records, she understood what was happening. She left a message in her quarters. 2 words. She paused. Not yet. Yuwen felt the cold tearing store in his chest. The hunger, curious, patient, listening. Not yet what? Not yet buried. Not yet silenced. She is telling you she is still fighting, still holding something back. The woman set down her cup, but she cannot hold it forever. The council knows she has records they did not seize. They will find her, and when they do, the only witness who can corroborate what you found in that archive will be gone. Unless we find her first. The words came from Helian. He had turned from the doorway, his scar catching the firelight, his eyes fixed on Yuwen with an intensity that cut through the smoke-hazed air. She is the last living examiner who handled the original heaven scale readings, the one who knew what they meant before the pavilion buried the pattern. If the council silences her, the truth dies with her. The truth already died, Yuwen said. On the mountain, in the archive, under the sealing formation that locked Bai Luming's body inside. No. Helian stepped closer. The truth is still breathing. Kutaiba is still breathing, and there is a window before the council seals every road out of the upper tiers. It will close, probably before sunset. Old Mother Ji spoke from the shadows. You want to leave the marsh? I want to find her before they do. And if the council catches you on the road, with your face on every bounty post from here to the Jade Gate? Helian's mouth curved, not quite a smile. Then they catch a 24,000 stone prize and a 16,000 stone consolation, which means they will be looking for 2 fugitives traveling together, not one woman moving alone through the lower trade routes. Yuwen understood. You want to split up. I want to draw their attention. Helian met his gaze. You stay with the camp for now. Learn what Old Mother Ji can teach you about controlling the hunger. I will track Kutaiba's trail through the caravan routes. If she is alive, I will find her before the council does. And if you do not find her? Helian did not answer. The silence stretched. The fire popped, sending a spark spiraling into the dark above the hearth. Then old Mother Ji said, "He will not find her alone." Both men turned. The old woman's hand was no longer on her blade. She was looking at the ledger on her lap, the leather-bound book that governed every debt and credit in the Hollow Reed camp. The Marsh owns debts from the upper tiers, from your examiners, from your sect. She looked up. If Kutaiba is still alive, the Valley will know before the Council does. But the Valley does not give information for free. It charges interest. What kind of interest? Old Mother Ji closed the ledger. The kind that cannot be recorded in ink. The child with the burned arm had moved closer to the hearth, drawn by the warmth or the voices. He was staring at Yuwen with wide, unblinking eyes, the way a village child might stare at a wounded animal that had stumbled into their yard, curious and afraid and uncertain whether to run for help or for safety. Yuwen looked at his hands. The black threads were visible now, tracing the old stress-line paths that Bai Lu Ming had once touched with such careful tenderness. Bai Lu Ming, who was now a monument, a lie carved in stone. When do we leave? Helian's expression did not change. Now. Yuwen stood. At the edge of the hearth, the child with the burned arm opened his mouth and said, in a voice too old for his years, "The woman in the gray robes is dead." The camp froze. Old Mother Ji's hand went back to her blade. The child's eyes did not leave Yuwen's face. They found her in the river below the third tier. Her hands were bound. Chapter 51. The child's voice hung in the smoke like a third bell that had not finished ringing. Old Mother Ji's blade cleared the sheath by a finger's width before she stopped herself. Her marsh water eyes stayed fixed on the boy, measuring, reading, deciding whether he spoke from sight or from something planted in him. "Who told you this?" The boy blinked. The old voice drained from his throat, leaving a child's confusion in its wake. "No one. I saw it, in the dark before sleep." Dreams are not reports. It was not a dream. He rubbed his burned arm, the motion unconscious, the gesture of a child who had learned that pain did not always wait for permission. The water was gray. Her robes were gray. Her hands were tied with white cord, the kind examiners used to seal scrolls. Yuwen's chest went cold. He knew that cord. He had seen it wrapped around the iron box Madame Kutiba had given him. The box that now sat in the corner of the shelter, wrapped in oiled cloth. White cord braided with a single thread of imperial gold. The kind that could not be cut, only burned. "You saw this," he said slowly, "or you were shown this." The boy looked at him. For a moment the old awareness flickered behind his eyes again, a presence that did not belong in a body that had not yet learned to shave. "Both." Old Mother Ji stepped between them. "Enough! You will not use the camp's children as oracles." "I am not using him." The words came out sharper than Yuwen intended. "He came to me. Because you are burning." She did not look away. "You burn so bright the marsh can taste it. The children feel it in their sleep. The things in the mist feel it across the boundary stones. You are a beacon boy, and you do not even know what signal you are sending." Yuwen opened his mouth, closed it. He had no answer. Helian moved from the doorway, his boots silent on the packed earth. He crouched beside the child, not touching him, just lowering himself to eye level. "What else did you see?" The boy hesitated. Looked at old Mother Ji, looked at Yuwen. The woman was not alone when they bound her. There was a man watching from the bank. He wore a silver badge. Helian's scar tightened. The woman in gray robes had worn a silver badge at her collar, the badge of the Imperial Examination Service. "Did you recognize him?" "No." The boy's voice dropped. But he was not sad. He watched like he had been waiting for her to reach that part of the river. The shelter fell silent. The fire popped. Somewhere in the marsh, a bird called once and did not call again. Old Mother Ji sheathed her blade. "The Marsh will find the body, if there is a body. And if the Council has already taken her records, then chasing a dead woman's trail will only lead you into whatever trap they laid around her." "Then what do you suggest?" Yuwen heard his own voice, flat, hollowed. "Wait here until they come for me?" Let them seal every road, every pass, every sanctuary until there is nowhere left to run. I suggest you stop asking what you can find and start asking what you can become." He turned. Old Mother G had not moved. Her gray-green eyes held his with a weight that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with having watched longer than he had been alive. "The valley sanctuary I spoke of. The one where a broken foundation can be taught to obey or devour." She paused. "It is not a healing house. It is a forge. If you enter it, you will not leave the same person. The hunger will either learn to kneel, or it will learn to wear your face so perfectly that no one will remember the difference. And if I refuse, then you stay here. Learn to survive on scraps and borrowed time. Feed when the cracks reopen. Grow slower, weaker, more desperate with each cycle. Eventually the Counsel will find you, or the hunger will find someone you cannot bear to drain, and you will make a choice that ends you one way or another." Helian straightened. "You told me the Resonance House was a myth. I told you it was not a place for every exile who came asking." Old Mother G's mouth thinned. "There is a difference." Yuwen looked at his hands. The black threads were visible in the firelight, tracing the paths Bai Luming had once touched. Bai Luming, who had died so Yuwen could carry a truth that was now being burned, sealed, and drowned in rivers. He reached into his sleeve. The fabric was rough, folded small, kept close to his chest since the night he had cut it from Bai Luming's blood-soaked robe on the terrace. A strip no wider than his palm, dark with dried blood, ragged at the edges where he had torn it free. Old Mother G watched him draw it out. "What is that?" "A vow." He carried it to the hearth. The fire licked at the edges of the stones, hungry for fuel. He held the strip above the flames, feeling the heat rise, remembering Bai Luming's hands, steady until the end. Remembering the lie the pavilion would carve into his senior brother's monument. Martyr, killed by demonic infiltrators, defending the sacred archive. He let the fabric fall. The blood-stained cloth caught instantly, the flames curling around it like fingers, devouring the last proof that a healer had died for a truth the Empire would never write down. The fabric blackened, shriveled, turned to ash that scattered across the hearthstones. Yuwen did not look away until the last spark died. "Let them bury him as a saint," he said. "Let them carve his name in gold and tell the next generation how bravely he fell. That is a lie they need. But I will not let them bury what he died protecting." He raised his eyes to Old Mother G. "I will not let them make my survival into his mistake." The old woman studied him for a long moment. The firelight carved shadows across her scarred face, making her look older, harder, carved from the same marsh stone that lined the sinkhole caves. "Revenge feeds hunger as readily as grief," she said quietly. "You will not burn cleaner by calling it justice. I am not calling it anything yet, but you will." He did not answer. Old Mother G turned to the hearth and lifted a blackened kettle from its hook. She poured water into a clay cup, the steam carrying the scent of something bitter and mineral. 3 days. That is how long it takes to reach the Resonance House if you know the sunken paths. If you do not know them, the marsh will swallow you before the first sunset. "Will you show me?" She drank, set the cup down, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "I will draw you a map that only lives as long as your memory of it. If the Counsel finds it, they will find a blank page and a dead end." She met his eyes. "But I will not carry you there. You walk this road alone, or you do not walk it at all." "Helian will be drawing attention through the caravan routes," Helian said. That was the plan before the child spoke. It is still the plan. Yuwen looked at the ash on the hearth. Bai Luming's blood turned to dust. 3 days. 3 days to reach a place that could teach the hunger to kneel. 3 days alone in the marsh, with every bounty hunter in the upper tiers looking for a gray-eyed boy with black threads under his skin. He picked up his pack. Draw the map. Chapter 52. The marsh swallowed the light before they reached the first sunken path. Yuwen followed Helian through water that rose to his thighs. cold seeping through the bandages wrapped around his palm. The reeds thickened until they blocked the sky entirely, leaving only a green tunnel of stalks and the smell of rot. No birds called, no insects sang. The marsh had gone silent the way prey goes silent when a hunter passes. "There is a ferryman," Helian said without turning. "He does not take spirit stones. He does not take metal or written promises. He takes one memory per crossing, and he chooses which one." Yuwen's foot sank into something soft that gave beneath his weight. He did not look down. What kind of memory? The kind you would rather keep. The water deepened. By the time they reached the ferry post, it rose to Yuwen's chest, and the cold had numbed his fingers until he could barely feel the pack straps against his shoulders. The boat was not a boat. It was a platform of woven reeds lashed to hollow logs, barely wide enough for two men to stand without touching shoulders. A figure crouched at the stern, hooded, face hidden behind a veil of gray cloth that moved even when there was no wind. Helian stepped onto the platform first. It sank under his weight, then rose, riding the dark water like something alive. "Two passengers," he said. "One destination. The cliff monastery beneath the black stone." The ferryman did not speak, but the veil shifted, turning toward Yuwen. A hand emerged from the sleeves. Gray, thin, the nails stained the color of wet iron. It extended, palm up, patient. Yuwen looked at Helian. "Give him what he asks for," Helian said. "Do not bargain, do not lie. The marsh remembers what you offer, and it will take the price from your bones if you cheat." Yuwen stepped onto the platform. The reed logs settled beneath him, adjusting to his weight as if the vessel had been waiting for his exact measure. The ferryman's hand remained extended. "What memory do you want?" The veil did not move, but the question pressed against his mind like water finding a crack, not spoken, not heard, simply felt, the one that still rings. Yuwen's chest tightened. He knew which one. He had been 7 years old, standing in the eastern courtyard of the Nine Vault Pavilion, the morning air cold against his cheeks. The bronze bells had just rung for dawn practice, their voices carrying across the mist, and he had thought, "I am exactly where I am supposed to be." He had not known yet what the heaven scale would show. He had not known yet that Marquee Jin was watching him from the upper gallery, already calculating. He had only known the sound of bells, clean and bright, promising something the world had not yet learned to take from him. The ferryman's hand did not lower. Yuwen closed his eyes. He found the memory where it lived, tucked behind his ribs, warm and untarnished. The clear note of bronze at dawn. The first breath of a boy who still believed he had been chosen for something good. He let it go. The memory left him like a held breath releasing. For a moment he felt lighter, hollowed, as if a thread that had been woven through his chest since childhood had been snipped clean. The ferryman's hand closed, the veil settled, and the platform began to move. The journey took hours or minutes. Yuwen could not tell. Time moved differently in the tunnels beneath the marsh. The water had no surface reflection, only black glass that swallowed the reeds' shadows. The ferryman pulled them through passages so narrow Yuwen's shoulders brushed stone, then through caverns so vast the platform seemed to drift in empty space. Helian did not speak. Yuwen watched the darkness pass. He tried to remember the sound of bronze bells at dawn. Nothing came. Only silence where the memory had lived, a clean space, like a wound that had already learned not to bleed. He wondered how many times he would have to cross this water. He wondered how many memories he had that were worth keeping. The platform surfaced in a bowl of stone. Cliffs rose on 3 sides, sheer and black, veined with white mineral streaks that caught the last light of a sky Yuwen could not see. Water cascaded down the rock face in sheets so thin they seemed more like breath than liquid, feeding the pool that held Ferry steady. And Betim, carved into the cliff itself, a monastery. Black stone, no windows, no banners, no bells. Just a narrow stair cut into the rock, leading to a door of iron so dark it looked like a wound in the mountain. The ferryman's hand extended again, not for payment, this time pointing. "Go." Yuwen stepped off the platform. His boots found submerged stone, then dry rock, then the first step of the stair. Helian followed. Behind them, the ferryman pulled the platform back into the shadows, the reed logs sinking beneath the black water as if they had never existed. Yuwen climbed. The stair was slick with mist. Each step felt older than the mountain itself, worn by countless feet that had come to this place and never left word of what they found. At the top, the iron door waited. No handle, no keyhole, no mark of any sect or creed, just a surface of black metal so cold that when Yuwen pressed his palm against it, the frost bit through his skin and into the bones beneath. The black threads under his flesh stirred, not in hunger, in recognition. The door groaned, shifted, opened inward on darkness so absolute it felt solid, as if Yuwen were staring into a room made of silence and stone. He looked at Helian. "You said this place could teach you the hunger to kneel." "I said it could teach it to kneel," Helian replied. "Or teach it to wear your face perfectly. The house does not choose. You do." Yuwen turned back to the darkness. He could not remember the sound of bronze bells. He could not remember the boy who had believed he was chosen for something good. But he could feel the hunger waiting inside him, patient, curious, watching through his eyes as the darkness of the resonance house opened its throat and prepared to answer. He stepped through the door. The iron closed behind him with a sound like a seal breaking. And in the dark, a voice spoke. Not Helian's, not his own. A voice he had never heard, ancient and dry as dust, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You carry a guest, child of the broken scale. Did you come to starve it, or did you come to set it free?" Chapter 53. The darkness did not end. Yuwen stood in it, feeling the stone beneath his boots, the cold air against his face, the absence of light pressing against his open eyes like wool. He had not closed them. There was simply nothing to see. The voice did not repeat itself. It waited. "Did you come to starve it, or did you come to set it free?" Yuwen opened his mouth, closed it. The question should have been simple. He had crossed Marsh, surrendered memory, climbed stone stairs in the dark, all to reach this place and make exactly this choice. But the hunger stirred inside him at the voice's words, curious, unhurried, and Yuwen felt something he had not expected. The hunger was not afraid. It was interested. "I came," he said, "because I was told this place could teach me to control it." Silence. Then, a sound like dry leaves shifting. Laughter, perhaps, or the house settling. "Control." The voice tasted the word. "Every guest who crosses my threshold speaks of control. None of them leave with it." Light bloomed, not from a lamp or a torch. The walls themselves began to glow, a faint phosphorescence seeping through the stone like moisture through skin. The darkness receded slowly, reluctantly, revealing a chamber carved from the mountain's heart. Yuwen stood at the center of a circle worn into the floor by countless feet. The walls rose in uneven tiers, ledges cut into the rock at irregular heights, and on those ledges sat figures wrapped in shadow and silence. He counted 7, then 9, then stopped counting. Some were old, their faces lined with decades of hard survival. Some were young, barely older than he was, their eyes carrying the same bleached stillness he saw in his own reflection. One had a hand that was not flesh, but something else. Black threads woven into the shape of fingers, flexing slowly as if testing their own existence. None of them looked surprised by his eyes. A figure detached itself from the deepest shadow. Woman, tall, gray streaked through hair that had once been black. Her robes were patched in a dozen fabrics, each patch a different fade and weave, as if she wore the remnants of every life she had lived before this place. She carried no weapon that Yuwen could see. She did not need one. "Physician Sui Ren," she said, "this is my house. You are my guest. Guests who break my rules become fertilizer for the marsh below." Her voice was the one that had spoken from the darkness, ancient, dry. But her face was not as old as her voice suggested, 50 winters at most, with eyes the color of iron that had been left in rain too long. Yuwen inclined his head. "I understand." do you? She walked a slow circle around him, her gaze moving over his body like hands searching for hidden wounds. You carry a contract written 40 years before your birth. You carry a hunger that has already learned to move your fingers without your permission. You carry a gray in your eye that sees living things as fuel. She stopped directly in front of him. And you have lost a memory already. The ferryman only takes one per crossing, but the resonance house will take many more if you let it. Yuwen said nothing. Sui Ren's hand lifted, palm open, and pressed against his sternum. Her touch was cold. Not the cold of stone or water, the cold of something that had stopped feeling temperature centuries ago. She held still, her eyes half closed, and Yuwen felt the black threads beneath his skin shift in response to her presence, wary but not hostile. The demonic art has not saved you yet, she said. Yuwen's jaw tightened. It stopped the cracks from spreading. It taught your wounds to bargain. She lowered her hand. There is a difference. The cracks are filled, yes, but they are filled with hunger. Every pulse of borrowed vitality you draw through the contract feeds the guest you carry. Every feeding makes the guest stronger. Do this long enough, and the question will not be whether you control the hunger. She met his eyes. The question will be whether there is enough of you left to recognize the face in the mirror. Yuwen had heard variations of this warning before. Helian had said it with patient honesty. Old Mother Ji had implied it with her silences. But hearing it from Sui Ren, in this place where every shadow held someone who had walked the same path and failed, the words landed differently. What do I do? Train. Sui Ren turned and walked toward a narrow arch cut into the far wall. You have 2 hands, 2 eyes, and a foundation held together by borrowed thread. We begin with what you have before the hunger learns to lead. She disappeared through the arch. Yuwen did not follow immediately. He looked at the figures on the ledges, the survivors who watched him with flat, knowing eyes. One of them, the young woman with the black thread hand, met his gaze and held up her fingers. The threads moved independently, curling into a shape that could have been a word or a warning. Then she lowered her hand and looked away. Yuwen followed Sui Ren. The chamber beyond the arch was a training hall, carved from the same black stone, its floor marked with circular patterns Yuwen did not recognize. No windows, no weapons racks, just space and silence, and a single brazier at the center burning flame the color of old bone. Sui Ren stood beside the brazier. Strip your outer robes and stand in the circle. Yuwen obeyed. The stone was cold through his bare feet. The brazier's flame cast no heat, only light, thin and precise, falling on his skin like a surgeon's examination. Sui Ren circled him again, slower this time. You entered the ascending tiers with a foundation already cracked. You forced breakthroughs. You fed on a dying beast, then on a living man. Each time, the hunger grew. Her hand moved, and Yuwen felt pressure at his lower spine, then his chest, then his throat, points where the black threads clustered thickest. The hunger does not want to destroy you, she said. It wants to use you. There is a difference. Destruction would leave it without a vessel. Use keeps it fed. She stopped behind him. So I will ask you once, and you will answer truly, because if you lie to me, you will leave this house the same way you entered, only faster and with more blood. Her voice dropped. Did you come here because you want to control the hunger, or because you are afraid of what happens if you do not? Yuwen stood in the circle of bone-white flame. He thought about the ferryman taking his memory, the clean space where bells had lived, the way he had felt lighter without it, hollowed, as if loss could feel almost like relief. He thought about the hunger's patience, its curiosity, the way it had waited for him to find the pavilion's truth, pleased that he had followed the trail they laid. He thought about the gray spreading through his eye, teaching him to see everything as fuel. I came, he said, because I do not know which part of me is still mine. Sui Ren was silent for a long moment. Then she stepped into the circle beside him, and the bone-white flame flickered, casting their shadows across the stone in shapes that did not match their bodies. Good, she said. That is the first honest thing a guest has told me in 3 years. She raised her hand, and the shadows in the room began to move. Chapter 54. Sui Ren placed the cage at Yuwen's feet. It was small, woven from marsh bamboo with gaps wide enough to see through, and inside it 4 spirit mice pressed against the far wall, their fur bristling, their hearts beating so fast Yuwen could count them without trying. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each pulse a thread of warmth in the cold stone chamber, each thread a promise of relief. "You will sit," Suiren said, "until you can sit without reaching." She left. The door closed behind her with a sound like stone grinding against stone, and Yuwen was alone with the cage and the hunger and the thin, terrified breathing of 4 creatures who had done nothing except be small enough to trap. He sat. The stone was cold through his robes. The bone-white brazier at the chamber's center cast no heat, only light, and the shadows it threw made the cage bars look like ribs. Yuwen placed his hands on his knees and closed his eyes. The hunger stirred. It had been quiet since he entered the resonance house, wary of Suiren's presence, watchful. But now, in the silence, with the mice's heartbeat filling the chamber like a drum, it uncoiled. "Close," it whispered. "Reach through the bars. Just once. They will not suffer." Yuwen's fingers twitched. He pressed his palms flat against his thighs and held them there. The black threads beneath his skin shifted, mapping the distance between his hand and the cage, calculating the exact extension needed to touch bamboo, then fur, then pulse. "No," he said aloud. The hunger did not argue. It simply waited, patient, knowing that denial was a muscle that tired faster than desire. The first hour passed in breathing. Yuwen counted each inhale, each exhale, forcing his attention to the rise and fall of his chest instead of the 4 warm signatures 6 paces away. He focused on the cold in his knees, the ache in his lower back from sitting still, the dry air moving across his teeth. The mice had calmed slightly. Their heartbeat had dropped from terror to vigilance. They moved in the cage, small, rustling sounds, claws scraping bamboo. Yuwen's hands opened. He did not command them to open. They simply opened, palms facing the cage, and the black threads at his wrists extended like feelers tasting the air. He snapped his hands shut and made fists so tight his nails bit into his palms. "You are learning," the hunger said, and it sounded pleased. But learning what? The cage was not the test. Suiren's voice came from the darkness beyond the brazier's reach. Yuwen had not heard her enter. He did not know how long she had been watching. "The cage was only furniture," she said. "The test is whether you will break your own hands to keep them still." Her patched robes brushed the stone floor, and her eyes, the color of iron left in rain, held no judgment, only attention. "I will return when you have something to show me." She left again. The second hour was worse. The hunger stopped whispering and began reasoning. It did not want to destroy him. It wanted to survive. The mice were small, yes, but small was enough. A sip, not a drain. They would not die. They would be tired for a day, nothing more. And Yuwen would have clarity, focus, the kind of calm that only came when the cracks were quiet. "You cannot train like this," the hunger said. "You cannot learn with the foundation screaming. One touch, one breath, then you can think." Yuwen opened his eyes. The mice had pressed together again, their small bodies trembling. They could not see the hunger. They could not hear its voice. But they felt something in the air around him. A wrongness, a gravity that pulled at warmth, and they knew to be afraid. He was making them afraid just by existing. That thought should have moved him. It should have made him stand, take the cage to another room, put distance between himself and the small, frightened creatures he was terrorizing without lifting a finger. Instead, he felt annoyance. They were mice. They would live. They would forget. And he was sitting here sweating through his robes while Suiren tested him like a child who could not be trusted near a flame. The gray in his eye pulsed. He saw the mice differently then, not as living things with their own small lives and small fears, as sources. 4 pockets of dense, accessible vitality, arranged conveniently within reach, as if someone had placed them there for exactly this purpose. His hand moved toward the cage. 6 inches. 4. His fingers touched the bamboo. The hunger sang, and Yuwen ripped his hand back and slammed it against the stone floor hard enough to crack a knuckle. Pain exploded through his hand. Clean, bright. His. He pressed his broken knuckle against the stone and breathed through the fire of it, and the hunger retreated, hissing, not in defeat but in annoyance. That was unnecessary. You do not decide what is necessary. Yuwen cradled his hand against his chest. The black threads at the injury site were already moving, knitting the cracked bone, and he watched them work with a cold detachment that felt borrowed. He looked at the cage. The mice had not moved. They were still pressed together, still trembling, and Yuwen realized with a hollow certainty that the hunger had been right about one thing. He could not train like this. Not because the pain was too great, but because the hunger was never louder than when he tried to deny it. It fed on refusal. Every no it had to work around, every wall he built, every fist he slammed against stone, all of it was friction, and friction was heat, and heat was fuel. He needed a different approach. Yuwen closed his eyes again, but this time he did not try to block the mice out. He let himself feel them. 4 heartbeats, 4 warm signatures, 4 small lives that had done nothing wrong. He did not think of them as sources. He thought of them as not his to take, not his to feed on, not his to decide whether they lived or died. They belonged to themselves, to the marsh, to whatever small purpose had placed them in this cage. And Yuwen, for this moment, was simply someone sharing a room with them. He held that thought. The hunger pulled against it, testing. But the thought was not denial, and it was not refusal. It was a statement of fact. The mice were not his. The hunger could argue, whisper, reason, bargain, but the fact remained. They were not his. Yuwen breathed. One clean breath, then another. The black threads at his wrists retracted. The ache in his foundations settled from a scream to a murmur. And for the first time since he had entered the resonance house, the hunger went quiet. Not because it was waiting, but because it had no argument. He opened his eyes. The mice were no longer trembling. He did not know how long he sat there. Minutes, an hour. The bone-white brazier burned without changing, without dimming, and the shadows on the wall held still. Yuwen kept his broken hand cupped in his lap and breathed. Then he heard voices. They came from beyond the chamber door, muffled by stone but sharp with tension. One was Helian's, low and controlled, the voice he used when he was deciding whether to smile or draw a blade. The other was unfamiliar, younger, strained. "I am not leaving without an answer," the unfamiliar voice said. "She sent me to find him, and I will not return empty-handed." The crest of Skyward Terrace. Yuwen's hand tightened. Sui Ren appeared in the archway. She looked at him, at the cage, at the mice still alive and undrained, and something in her iron-gray eyes shifted. Not approval, but acknowledgement. "Your guest has arrived," she said. "She is faster than I expected." Chapter 55. Sui Ren stepped aside. The archway framed a figure in ash-gray travel robes, hood thrown back, sword sheathed at the hip with the familiar angle that meant the hand was never far from the hilt. Daiyan Shu. Yuwen's chest locked. He had not seen her since the Marquee bout, since she had walked away from his collapse without gloating, since she had told him she would remember his choice to face the fall. That memory belonged to a different person, someone who still believed he could stand. She looked the same. Taller than he remembered, lean, the stillness that came from patience rather than exhaustion. Her eyes moved past him once, taking in the bone-right brazier, the empty cage, the shadow marks on the walls where the training had pressed against stone. Then they stopped on his hand. The knuckle he had cracked was already healed, but the black threads were visible beneath the skin, a dark web spreading from the joint up toward the wrist. He did not hide it. There was no point. "Skyward Terrace travels far for a dead man," Yuwen said. Daiyan's jaw tightened. "The report said you were killed in the archive fire, burned beyond recognition. Your name struck from the rankings, your matches recorded as forfeit." "That is what they decided." I did not believe it. She stepped into the chamber. Her boots made no sound on the stone. Sui Ren remained in the archway, watching with iron-gray patience, neither inviting nor blocking the conversation. "I traced the bounty proclamation to a Counsel emergency order," Daiyan said. It carries the throne's seal framework but no direct ratification. Someone signed for her when she could not sign herself. Nare. Yes. And your sect. Yuwen's voice came out flatter than he intended. Did Skyward Terrace accept the story? Daiyan's pause answered before her words did. The sect council voted to close inquiry. They said the Nine Vault affair was an internal matter, and the tournament had already concluded. But you did not close inquiry. I am not the sect council. She moved closer. Her eyes tracked the black threads at his wrist, the pale gray of his left iris, the way his shoulders stayed low and ready. She was reading him the way she had always read him, mapping the rhythm, searching for the pattern beneath the surface. You look wrong, she said. I am wrong. I know. She said it without fear, without revulsion. That was what made it worse. Daiyan Shu had never lied to him. She had beaten him cleanly, exposed him publicly, and walked away without contempt. And now she was looking at what he had become with the same clinical honesty that had marked every exchange between them. The Resonance House is not on any map, she said. It took me 8 days to find the ferry crossing. The ferryman took a memory I did not know I valued until it was gone. He always does. I know now. She studied the shadows on the walls. The training here. What does it ask of you? Yuwen looked down at his hand. The black threads had stopped moving. They lay quiet beneath his skin, waiting. It asks me to refuse. And if you cannot, then I become something that cannot be refused. Daiyan was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her travel robe and drew out a sealed document, the wax bearing the Skyward Terrace crest, but crossed through with a single ink line. The mark of personal correspondence, not official. 3 days before the archive fire, Madame Kuteba sent a message to my quarters, she said. She wrote that she had copied records the Council would try to suppress. She named the 2 surviving directors of the accelerated cultivation framework. She said if anything happened to her, I should find you before the Council did. She held the document out. Yuwen did not take it. You came to the Valley Sanctuary to deliver a dead woman's letter. I came because I wanted to see if you were still the person she trusted with those names. Kuteba is dead. Possibly. Daiyan did not lower the letter. But the records she copied or not. She hid them before the Council reached her. The silver badge man who watched her binding searched her quarters, her roots, her safe boxes. He found nothing. How do you know that? Because I searched them too. Yuwen looked at her. The ash-gray robes were not just travel wear. They were the wrong color for a tournament disciple. They were the color of someone who did not want to be recognized on roads she was not supposed to walk. You came alone. My sword is enough. That is not what I asked. Daiyan's eyes flickered. For just a moment, the clinical mask cracked, and he saw the exhaustion beneath it. The days of riding, the nights of watching, the weight of choosing to follow a fugitive into exile when every voice of reason would have told her to stay. I watched you fall, she said quietly. I watched you stand when you should have broken. I watched the crowd that praised you turn and call you cursed. And I watched the pavilion bury the truth in ash and lies. She stepped closer. I am not here because I believe in your innocence, Yuwen. I am here because I believe in the evidence Kuteba died trying to protect, and I need to know whether that evidence is still safe in the hands of the person who carries it. She gestured with the letter. The names are here, the deposit locations, the testimony of a dead examiner, everything she could fit on a single sheet of treated silk. Yuwen finally took the letter. The wax cracked under his thumb. He unfolded the silk and read. The writing was cramped, precise, the hand of someone who had known she was running out of time. 2 names, 3 locations. A note at the bottom. If I do not reach the hearing vault, the boy must. He is the only witness the system cannot rewrite. Yuwen's hand trembled once. He folded the silk and pressed it against his chest, where the cold tearing still pulsed beneath the hunger's quieter rhythm. You came all this way to hand me a letter and leave. I came to see if you could still be trusted with it. And your judgment? Daiyan looked at the training chamber, at the shadows that still held the shape of Sui Ren's exercises, at the drained marks his hand had left in the stone. I do not know yet. She turned toward the archway. Sui Ren did not move to block her. "The ferryman took the memory of my mother's voice," Daiyan said without turning. "I did not know he would take that. I did not know it was my most cherished memory until I felt it gone." She paused. "If you cross to the hearing vault, you will lose more. You will lose everything that still sounds like yours, and the truth you carry will not love you for the cost." She stepped through the archway. Yuwen listened to her boots fade down the stone corridor. The letter pressed against his chest. The names of the living directors burned in his mind like brands. He looked at the drained marks on the floor. The hunger stirred, not with demand, but with curiosity. "She is wrong," it said. "The truth does not need to love you. It only needs to survive." Chapter 56. The stone chamber held the echo of Daiyan's boots long after they faded. Yuwen stood with the letter pressed against his chest, the treated silk warm from her hand, and watched the archway where she had disappeared. The hunger did not speak again. It waited, coiled beneath his ribs, patient as stone. He unfolded the silk once more. 2 names, 3 locations. The dead examiner's testimony. Kutaiba's cramped hand, written in the final hours before the silver badge man found her. "If I do not reach the hearing vault, the boy must." He heard Daiyan on the corridor stairs, her steps slower now, as if she was waiting for something. He followed. She stood at the base of the stair where the marsh light bled through a crack in the stone, her hand resting on her sword hilt, her face half in shadow. "You did not leave. I gave you a dead woman's letter." She did not turn. "I wanted to see what you would do with it." "You wanted to see if I would follow." She turned then. The clinical mask was back, but there was something beneath it now, something raw at the edges, like a wound that had not been allowed to close. "I wanted to see if you still had the spine to face me." "You said, I don't see, I think we caplicked my foliage comments cleckly." Yuwen stepped down into the light. "I have faced you before, on the platform, in front of 50,000 witnesses. You won. I fell. The crowd cheered. And what did you learn from that fall?" "That the righteous path rewards those who expose weakness and then pretend they did it for justice." Daiyan's jaw tightened. He says me, "You think I enjoyed it?" "I think you did it cleanly. I think you did not humiliate me more than necessary. I think you gave me the professional courtesy of a proper execution." He held her gaze. "But I do not think you lost sleep." She moved before he could blink. Her blade was half drawn, the edge catching the marsh light, before she stopped herself. "You do not know what I lost. Then tell me." The silence stretched. He could hear the marsh dripping through the stone, the distant creak of the ferry lines, the hunger counting his heartbeats in the dark. Daiyan sheathed her sword. "I searched Kutaiba's quarters after she died. I found nothing. The silver badge man had already swept her rooms, her roots, her safe boxes. He was thorough." She looked at her hands. But he missed her personal correspondence ledger. She had recorded sending a letter to a woman she called the Bone Sister, a childhood friend in the lower trade routes. "Who is the Bone Sister?" "Kutaiba's sister died in childbirth 12 years ago. The child survived. A girl, raised in a weaving village below the 3rd tier." Yuwen understood then. The silver badge man does not know about the child. "No, and I will not be the one to tell him." She stepped closer. "I did not come here because I wanted to see you suffer. I came because Kutiba trusted you with the truth, and I trust her judgment. But I need to know something first. Ask, when you stood on that platform, knowing your foundation was cracking, knowing every surge cost you years of life, why did you keep climbing? Why did you not stop?" Yuwen looked at the drained marks on his palms. "Because stopping would have meant admitting I was not what they said I was. And now? What are you now?" He felt the hunger stir, curious, measuring. "I am what they made, and I am choosing what to become from the wreckage." Daiyan studied him. Her eyes moved across his face, his shoulders, the black threads visible beneath his collar, with the same clinical precision she had used on the tournament platform. "You look wrong," she said again, but her voice was softer now. "The black marks, the gray eye, the stillness. You look like someone who has already started becoming something else. I have. And does that something else want the truth, or does it want revenge? The hunger answered before Yuwen could. It wants what it has always wanted, it whispered, to know why. Daiyan did not hear it, but she saw Yuwen's pause, saw the flicker in his mismatched eyes. What did it say? Nothing that matters. It spoke. I saw it. Yuwen did not deny it. Daiyan's hand dropped from her sword. If you cannot even tell me what it says, then how can I trust it is not already steering your hand? Before Yuwen could answer, a voice came from the top of the stair. Because he is still here. Helian Wu descended into the light, his scarred face unreadable, his boots silent on the wet stone. Skyward Terrace's wayward prodigy, he said. I had wondered when you would arrive. Daiyan's hand went back to her sword. Helian Wu, the demonic heir, among other titles, most of them invented by people who never met me. Helian stopped beside Yuwen. The letter Kutaibe sent you. Did she mention that Skyward Terrace cultivated its own anomaly files? Daiyan's expression did not change, but her fingers tightened on the hilt. What files? The same kind as the 9 Vault Pavilion. Heritage records, heaven-scale readings, progress reports on prodigies who burned too bright. Helian's tone was conversational. Kutaibe knew. She helped catalog them for the Imperial Court 12 years ago, and your sect never destroyed them. That is a lie. It is a documented transaction. Copies were made, 3 sets, one in the Imperial Archive, one in the 9 Vault Vault, and one in the possession of Skyward Terrace's 3rd Elder Council. Daiyan's hand fell from her sword. Why would my sect keep records of anomaly cultivation? Because they wanted to understand the pattern without risking their own disciples. They never fed a prodigy to the system. They just watched, cataloged, and waited for the 9 Vault to make mistakes they could exploit. Yuwen watched the color drain from Daiyan's face. You did not know, he said. I knew my sect compiled intelligence on rival cultivation methods. I did not know they had copies of anomaly files. Helian shrugged. Most people do not know what their sect does in sealed halls. That is the point. Daiyan looked at Yuwen. I came here to deliver Kutaiba's letter because I believed the truth should survive. I did not come to start a war with my own sect. Then what did you come for? The question hung in the damp air. Daiyan's hand moved to her chest, where her voice had been taken. I came because Kutaiba asked me to. Her voice dropped. And because I could not stand to watch another witness be erased. She looked at Yuwen with something that was almost pleading. If your sect kept files, and mine copied them, then the truth is not just in the letter. It is in my sect's records, and I can access them. Helian's eyes narrowed. You would steal from your own archive. I would expose what should never have been hidden. She looked at Yuwen. But I need to know you are still the person Kutaiba believed in. Not the hunger. Not the instrument of revenge. The boy who cracked his own knuckles before every duel and believed he could win cleanly. Yuwen felt the hunger stir. Not with demand, but with something like interest. She is testing you, it said. She wants to see if the boy still exists. The hunger did not try to persuade him. It simply waited. Yuwen cracked the knuckles of his sword hand one by one. I do not know if that boy is still here, he said. But I know what he would have done with the names Kutaiba. Daiyan's breath caught. Then we go to the hearing vault. Not yet. Yuwen folded the letter back into his sleeve. First, we find out what your sect's archive says about anomaly cases. Then we walk into the vault knowing exactly who the system has erased. Daiyan nodded once. Helian moved between them. 2 problems. First, Skyward Terrace will not let you walk into their archive without a reason. Second, the white censors are already tracking anyone connected to Kutaiba's investigation. How do you know about the white censors? Helian's scar caught the light. Because I have more eyes in more places than either of you, and one of them sent a message an hour ago. He reached into his robe and drew out a folded strip of paper. The white censors have identified your ferry crossing, Daiyan Shu. They are 3 hours behind you. Chapter 57. The warded yard sat below the resonance house, a circle of pressed earth ringed with Sui Ren's pale stone markers. The air inside felt denser, slower, as if the space had been taught to hold its breath. Daiyan stood at the far edge, her sword drawn, her posture relaxed in that way that meant absolute readiness. "No chi strikes," she said. "No cultivation, just steel and bone." Yuwen looked at the stone markers. "What are they for?" "Containment. Sui Ren set them so your hunger cannot feed on anything inside this circle." Daiyan rolled her shoulder. "If you break them, the match ends. You want to see if I can fight without drawing? I want to see if you can fight without becoming." She settled into her stance. The boy who cracked his knuckles before every duel knew how to lose cleanly. I want to see if that boy still knows where his body ends and the hunger begins. Yuwen drew his blade. The weight felt wrong in his hand, lighter than he remembered, as if the sword had been waiting for a different owner. He cracked his knuckles. Daiyan moved. She closed the distance in 3 strides, her sword cutting a low arc toward his ribs. Yuwen turned the blade, felt the impact shudder up his arm. No chi behind it, just speed and precision and the kind of muscle memory that came from years of disciplined repetition. She pressed. High strike, feint, pivot, low cut. Each movement flowed into the next with the seamless rhythm of someone who had long stopped thinking about where her body was in space. Yuwen retreated, parrying, finding his footing on the packed earth. "You are slower," Daiyan said. "I am not feeding." "Then find another way to move." She drove him back toward the circle's edge. His heel touched the boundary marker, and he twisted left, letting her blade cut air where his ribs had been. The hunger stirred. "She is fast," it said, "but she breathes the same air as everything else. One sip, she would not even feel it." Yuwen clenched his jaw and focused on Daiyan's sword. She saw the hesitation. Her blade came in hard, flat of the steel, aimed at his temple. He caught it on his guard, but the impact drove him to one knee. The jarring force ran through his wrist, up his arm, into the cracked meridian at his shoulder. Pain flared. Old pathways, familiar circuits of desperation. The hunger tasted the pain and woke fully. "You are losing," it said. "She will not respect a corpse. Take what you need. She came to test you. Let me show her what you really are." Yuwen's hand opened, not his choice. The black threads stirred beneath his skin, reaching toward Daiyan's ankle where she stood poised for the next strike. He slammed his palm into the earth. The threads withdrew. Daiyan stopped. Her sword hovered a finger's width from his throat. "You nearly did it," she said. "I did not. Nearly is not the same as not." She lowered her blade. "But it is closer than I expected." Yuwen stood. His palm ached where he had driven it against the ground. "I am not going to feed on you." "I know." Daiyan circled him. "That is what I needed to see. Not whether you could win, whether you could lose without reaching for what is not yours." She attacked again. This time, Yuwen did not retreat. He met her blade with his own, edge to edge, the shock ringing through the yard. No technique, no grace, just the raw refusal to yield ground. Daiyan's eyes widened for half a heartbeat before she recovered and pressed harder. Their swords locked. Her face was close enough that he could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the ones that came from years of watching, waiting, reading opponents before they moved. "Now you fight like someone trying to remember why he picked up a sword." "I am still trying to remember." She broke the lock and stepped back. "Then remember this." She dropped into a low guard. "You are not the hunger. You are not the cracked foundation. You are the person who chose to break his own hand rather than take what was not his. That person can still fight." She came at him again, faster, harder, and Yuwen met her blow for blow. The spar did not end cleanly. Neither of them landed a decisive strike. After the 20th exchange, Daiyan stepped back and sheathed her sword. "You are not the fighter you were," she said. "I know, but you are still a fighter." She looked at him with something that was not warmth, but was not cold either. "That is more than I expected." The stone markers at the circle's edge flickered. Not a failure of containment. A signal. Sui Ren emerged from the yard's shadow, a folded strip of reed paper in her hand, her iron-gray eyes fixed on Yuwen. "A message," she said. "For the branded boy, From the one who crossed the bone ferry before your friend. Daiyan's hand went to her sword. Who sent it? Sui Ren did not answer. She held out the paper. Yuwen took it. The reed paper was rough and damp, the characters pressed into the fiber with a stylus rather than ink. 3 lines. Silver Badge Man asks too many questions about a river death he never witnessed. The examiners do not believe the body was found. I am alive and moving south through the lower trade routes. If you want to burn the records, catch me before the boundary gates close. No signature. Yuwen looked up. Daiyan had gone still. Kutaiba, she said. The reed paper trembled in Yuwen's hand. She is alive. Chapter 58. The reed paper trembled in Yuwen's hand. Daiyan stepped closer, her sword still half drawn. Let me see it. He held it out. She read it once, then again. South through the lower trade routes, she said. That puts her 4 days ahead at most. Closer to 3. Helian's voice came from the yard's entrance. He stood in the shadow of the archway, arms crossed, his scar catching the gray light. The boundary gates close at the new moon. She is running toward the last window. Or she is bait, Daiyan said. Then she is bait that knows where the bodies are buried. Helian stepped into the yard. His eyes moved from the reed paper to Yuwen's face. What do you think she wants? Yuwen folded the paper. The characters had pressed deep enough into the fiber that he could read them by touch now. She wants me to burn the records. And if you do, Daiyan asked, what happens to everything Kutaiba collected? The names, the deposit locations, the testimony? Then it becomes ash instead of proof. Proof of what? Daiyan's voice sharpened. You think the court does not know? They funded the program. They signed the seals. They looked at the heaven scale readings and called them strategic assets. Ash does not change what they chose. Ash changes what they can deny. Helian laughed. It was a dry sound, without warmth. Both of you are talking about the wrong question. He walked to the circle's edge. The stone markers flickered as his shadow passed over them. Kutaiba did not steal those records for justice. She stole them because she wanted leverage, a life for a life. She traded her position, her safety, her reputation for a stack of paper that says she knew the truth and did nothing. Now she is running. And you want to use her? Daiyan said. I want to reach her before the Silver Badge Man does. Helian's voice dropped. He is the one asking about the river death. He does not believe she is dead. He is not asking because he wants to confirm a corpse. He is asking because he wants to find a living witness who can name every name she protected. The yard went quiet. Yuwen looked at the reed paper again. 3 lines. A woman who should be dead, moving through trade routes, asking him to burn evidence that could destroy half the imperial cultivation apparatus. Why now? He asked. Helian turned. What? If she has been running since the archive fire, why send this message now? Why not sooner? Why not before I reached the resonance house? Daiyan's hand dropped from her sword. She was waiting to see if you survived. And you. He looked at Daiyan. You told me you searched her quarters after the fire. You found the Bone Sister's ledger. You knew Kutaiba hid records before the Silver Badge Man arrived. Yes. But you did not find her. I searched her rooms, not the lower trade routes. I did not know she had a fallback. And yet you are here. Helian's voice was quiet. 8 days of travel, through Marsh, past hunters, across a ferry that took your mother's voice. You did not come because you hoped to find her body. Daiyan said nothing. You came because you knew she might be alive. And if she was alive, she would try to reach someone she trusted before the gates closed. The gates close at the new moon, Yuwen repeated. Helian nodded. That gives us 6 days. 6 days to find her before the Silver Badge Man does. 6 days to catch a woman who has been running longer than we have been looking. He looked at the reed paper. And 6 days to decide what she is worth. She is worth the truth, Daiyan said. She is worth leverage, Helian said. Both looked at Yuwen. He felt the hunger stir beneath his rib. Not a demand, an observation. Like a patient animal watching him weigh options it had already calculated. You fought me to see if I could refuse the hunger, he said to Daiyan. You watched me crack my own hand against the earth rather than feed on you. I remember. Then you know what I am trying not to become. She held his gaze. Helian wants Kutaiba for leverage, because leverage is what he understands. The court, the sects, the examiners, they all speak in bargains and debts. He wants to meet them on ground he controls. Helian's jaw tightened, but he did not interrupt. Daiyan wants Kutaiba for lawful inquiry, because she still believes the system can be fixed from within, that if the right evidence reaches the right authority, the corruption will be cut out and the rest preserved. And you? Daiyan asked. What do you want? Yuwen looked down at his hands, the stress lines at his palms, the black threads that had settled deeper since the resonance house. I want to know if there is anyone left who tried to stop this before I was born. Not after. Before. He folded the reed paper and pressed it against his chest. Kutaiba altered my file when I was a child, delayed the pavilion's full claim by a single year. A year. That is not justice. That is not leverage. That is a woman who knew what she was part of and still tried to slow it down. He looked at Helian. If she has more of that, I want to find it. Helian studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Then we go south. 3 of us, Daiyan said, against whoever is tracking her. 4. Sui Ren's voice came from the archway. She had not moved since delivering the message. If you count the one who crossed the ferry before your friend. Who is that? Yuwen asked. Sui Ren's iron-gray eyes met his. Someone who owes Kutaiba a debt older than your bones. They will meet you at the Market of Echoes, 3 days south, if you reach it before the silver badge man seals the route. Market of Echoes, Helian said. I know it. Black market, memory trade, technique relics, stolen legitimacy. Then you know the cost of entry. Sui Wen stepped back into the shadow. Bring proof of lineage or a memory worth spending. The gates do not open for empty hands. She was gone before anyone could answer. The yard felt smaller without her presence. Yuwen looked at the reed paper again. 3 lines of pressed characters. A woman running south. A silver badge man asking questions about a death he had not witnessed. A market that demanded payment in memory or blood. 6 days until the boundary gates closed. He cracked his knuckles. Then we move. Chapter 59. The marsh receded behind them in stages. First, the standing water, then the reed walls, then the wet air that had coated Yuwen's lungs since the Bone Ferry crossing. By the time they reached the first switchback of the lower cloud road, the resonance house was a rumor in the mist behind them, and the ground beneath his feet had turned to packed stone, worn smooth by generations of exile traffic. Helian walked ahead, his dark gray robes blending with the shadow of the overhang. Daiyan followed at a distance that kept all 3 of them visible without announcing they traveled together. She had wrapped her sword in marsh gray cloth, the hilt hidden, the blade indistinguishable from a walking stick to anyone who did not know what to look for. Yuwen kept his hands loose at his sides and his eyes on the horizon. The lower cloud roads were not roads in the mountain sense. They were ledges cut into the windward face of a secondary range, wide enough for 2 laden carts to pass if both drivers held their breath, lined with alcoves where exiles had built stalls, shrines, and sleeping platforms into the stone itself. Smugglers traded cured meat for formation fragments. Pilgrims on reduced circuits touched their foreheads to weather-worn statues and moved on without pausing for alms. Everyone kept their hands visible and their questions private. They walked for half a day before Yuwen saw the first wanted notice. It was nailed to a support post beside a grain merchant's stall, the paper already curling at the edges from the damp air. The portrait was a charcoal copy of his ascending tier's likeness, clean-boned and bright-eyed, the version of himself that had not yet learned what his body could become. Beneath it, the text was short and surgical. Heretic. Defector. Reward for information leading to capture. Yuwen stopped. The merchant glanced at him, then at the notice, then back at his grain sacks. His hands did not move toward any weapon. His eyes did not linger. Trouble? Helian asked softly, appearing at Yuwen's shoulder without sound. That portrait, Yuwen said. It is not me anymore. It was never you. It was what they needed you to look like. Helian touched the corner of the paper with one finger. The face on that notice died on the mountain. The face you have now is what survived. Daiyan reached them. She looked at the notice and said nothing, but her jaw tightened. They walked on. The second notice appeared at a roadside shrine where 3 old women were leaving offerings of dried plums and incense. Yuwen slowed as they passed, reading the text over the shoulder of a pilgrim who had stopped to pray. The language was different from the first, more narrative. It told a story the Empire wanted told. A promising disciple seduced by demonic whispers, corrupted by forbidden arts, turned against the sect that raised him. A warning to the faithful. Proof that compassion toward taint invited disaster. Yuwen felt the hunger stir, not with demand, but with something like dark amusement. "They wrote you a parable," Helian observed. "They wrote me dead." Dead is easier to explain. A living contradiction forces people to ask questions they do not want answered. They passed a third notice at a cart selling bladed tea, a fourth nailed beside a tired formation repair stall. The portrait was the same each time, the text adjusted for the audience, but the core message never changed. The Empire had already written the ending it needed. Yuwen Zhi had fallen to demonic corruption. The Nine Vault Pavilion was blameless. The righteous order had been preserved. None of the notices mentioned the archive. None mentioned Bai Lumin. None mentioned the 40-year experiment or the printed anomaly cycle that matched Yuwen's life to a template stamped before he was born. "They are not hunting me," Yuwen said. "They are erasing me." "That is the same thing here," Helian said. Daiyan spoke for the first time since they left the marsh. "Notices like these do not appear in 3 days. They were printed before the archive fire. The Council prepared this narrative before you left the mountain." Yuwen looked at her. "You are saying they always intended to blame me. I am saying you were never going to leave the mountain as a hero. The only question was what story they would tell to justify what they did to you." She met his gaze. "I did not understand that until I saw the records Helian found, until I saw the cycle. Then you understand why she is running." Yuwen looked south. Kutaiba knew the story would be written without her. She is trying to survive long enough to write her own version. "She is trying to survive," Helian corrected. "The story matters only if she lives to tell it." They descended through a long switchback where the ledge narrowed and the cloud cover thickened. The air grew colder. Yuwen could taste iron on his tongue, the trace of old formations embedded in the stone, wards aged past usefulness, boundary markers that no longer remembered what they were meant to seal. Traffic thickened as they reached a wider platform where 3 trade routes converged. Stalls crowded the stone, selling everything from dried herbs to unmarked spirit stones. A woman with a child balanced on her hip haggled over the price of a rusted compass. 2 men in leather vests argued near a barrel of pickled roots. Yuwen kept his head down and his pace steady. He was halfway across the platform when the child looked up. A girl of maybe 6 or 7, sitting on a folded blanket beside her mother's herb stall, holding a half-peeled root in one hand and staring at Yuwen with the absolute stillness of a child who has recognized something she was warned about. Yuwen felt the recognition hit like a punch to the chest. The girl did not point. She did not call out. She simply looked at his face, then at the smoke-stained shrine beyond the stalls where a wanted notice fluttered beside a prayer flag, then back at his face. Her mouth opened. Yuwen moved. He did not run. Running would draw the attention of every merchant, pilgrim, and informant on the platform. He walked, fast, threading between stalls with his shoulder angled away from the child's line of sight, counting steps until he reached the shadow of the next overhang. Helian was already there, pressed against the stone. Daiyan arrived a breath later. "Did she?" Daiyan started. "Yes." "Will she speak?" Yuwen looked back. The girl had not moved. She was still staring at the spot where he had been, the root frozen in her hand, her mother oblivious beside her. "She is deciding," he said, "whether to tell." Helian's hand went to the blade at his belt. "We have maybe 3 minutes before she chooses. If she points, everyone on this platform will see the notice, see us, and know exactly who walked through their market." Yuwen looked south. The road continued below, winding through another switchback toward a cluster of roof tiles that marked the next settlement. "How far to the next gate?" 2 hours. "We do not have 2 hours." Daiyan's hand found her wrapped sword. "Then we make the choice for her." Yuwen looked back at the child. She was still watching. And behind her, on the shrine wall, the wanted notice caught the wind and turned, showing his face to the entire platform. Chapter 60. The girl was still watching. Yuwen held her gaze for half a breath, long enough to read the calculation forming behind her eyes. A child who recognized a wanted face had 3 choices: call out, stay silent, or run to tell an adult. He did not know which she would pick until her mother shifted, blocking her view, and the girl vanished behind a barrel of dried roots. "Move!" Helian said. "Now!" They crossed the platform at a pace that did not look like flight. Yuwen kept his shoulder between the shrine and his face, counting the stalls as they passed. 4 breaths to the overhang. 8 to the switchback where the ledge narrowed. 12 to the point where the platform's noise dropped behind the curve of stone. He did not hear pursuit, but he heard what came before it. A merchant's bell, struck twice in quick succession. Then a 3rd strike, held longer, the kind of signal that carried meaning beyond a call for service. Helian heard it too. His hand found the blade at his belt without looking down. "Trade code," he said. "Someone on the platform just identified you." Daiyan was already scanning the slope below. "The next settlement is too close. If they have runners, they will have wardings posted before we reach the gate." Yuwen looked back at the platform they had left. The girl had not screamed, but someone else had seen the recognition in her stillness. A merchant, a traveler, a watcher waiting for exactly this moment. "They were ready," he said. "Not for me specifically, for anyone the notices described." "That is what a dragnet looks like," Helian said. "They cast it wide and wait for someone to bite." They descended fast, past a collapsed retaining wall where the stone had cracked and never been repaired. The cloud layer thickened again, turning the light gray and directionless. Yuwen stayed close to the mountain face where the shadows offered some cover, but he felt exposed with every step, a target moving through open territory. The weather shrine appeared without warning. It sat at a bend where the road widened into a tiered platform built around a central offering stone, smoke rising from 3 bronze censors set into the rock. Prayer flags hung in faded strands from the eaves, and a dozen or so travelers huddled beneath the roof, resting from the cold climb. Yuwen saw the layout before he saw the danger. Open on 3 sides, no cover except the shrine itself, too many civilians to run through without causing chaos. And in the center of the path, 6 figures in matching dark leather, standing in a loose formation that blocked the road. They were not soldiers. Their postures were too relaxed, their hands too close to blades. Bounty hunters, the kind who had memorized the notices and knew exactly what reward a heretic's capture carried. The leader, a man with a scar splitting his left eyebrow, looked at Yuwen, then at the shrine wall where a wanted notice fluttered beside a prayer flag. "Well," he said, "that was faster than expected." Helian stepped forward, positioning himself between Yuwen and the hunters. "We do not want blood on this road. That is unfortunate for you." The scarred man smiled. "Because I do not mind it." He moved fast. A blade came free, and the other 5 spread out, encircling the shrine approach. Behind them, the travelers pressed against the stone, some crouching, one woman pulling a child behind the censors. Yuwen's chest tightened. The hunger stirred, feeling the threat, tasting the proximity of living chi. "Easy," it whispered. "Let me." He shut the thought down and reached for his sword instead. Daiyan drew at the same moment, her blade catching the gray light in a clean arc. 3 to 6, if you count." "I count," Helian said. "I always count." The scarred man lunged at Yuwen. The fight was not beautiful. It was fast, brutal, and compressed into the narrow space between the shrine wall and the offering stone. Yuwen blocked the first strike with his blade, felt the impact jar through his wrist, and twisted to avoid the second, a thrust aimed at his ribs that would have punctured a lung. He moved on instinct, not cultivation. The hunger pressed at the edges of his awareness, offering speed, offering power, offering the easy path. He refused it, step by step, exchange by exchange. Daiyan took 2 hunters in rapid succession, her sword finding gaps in their formation with the precision of someone who studied combat as a language. Helian handled a 3rd with the casual efficiency of a man who had been fighting longer than Yuwen had been alive. But the scarred leader was good. He pressed Yuwen back toward the offering stone, forcing him into a position where the censors blocked his movement. "You are not as impressive as the notices claimed," the man said. "I am not trying to impress you." "No, you are trying not to feed." Yuwen's jaw tightened. The man had been told what to look for. The council's briefing had included details about the Silk Eater's art. "I do not need to feed to put you down." "Then prove it." The hunger screamed for release. Yuwen slammed his palm into the man's chest, not with killing force, but with the technique Sui Ren had taught him, the one that accepted connection without consumption. He felt the man's chi, stored, burning, ready for use, and he pulled. Not the man's lice, just the chi. The scarred leader's eyes went wide as his cultivation reserves drained in a single pulse. His blade clattered against stone. He dropped to his knees, gasping, not dead, but emptied, a vessel with nothing left to power his attacks. Yuwen held contact for a breath longer, then released him. The man collapsed. The remaining hunters stopped. They looked at their leader, at Yuwen, at the scene they had not expected. One of them reached for a pouch at his belt. Yuwen saw the motion too late to stop it. The hunter crushed a small stone cylinder between his fingers, and a white light shot upward, silent, searing, visible for miles. It hung in the mist like an accusation. "Bacon," Helian said. "He just called reinforcements." Yuwen looked at the empty leader, the scattered travelers, the shrine where prayer smoke still rose from the censors. What kind of reinforcements? Helian's face had gone still. The kind that do not negotiate. He looked at the fading white light. "White censors. They are not hunting near the mountain anymore. They are waiting for us to come to them." The beacon's light dimmed, but Yuwen could still feel it, a signature written in the sky, a summons that could not be recalled. And far below, on the road they had just descended, a bell began to ring. Chapter 61. The beacon's light faded, but the bell kept ringing. Yuwen stood over the emptied hunter, sword still drawn, chest heaving. The man at his feet wheezed, hands pressed to his chest where his cultivation had been a moment before. Alive. Useless. A warning. "How long?" Yuwen asked. Helian did not answer immediately. He was looking down the road, past the curve where the stone ledge bent around the mountain's shoulder, toward the sound. "White censors do not run," he said. "They arrive, and they bring what they need to finish the job." Daiyan cleaned her blade on a dead man's sleeve and sheathed it. "How many?" "Depends on who lit the beacon." Helian's scar pulled taut as he turned. "If that was a hunter's standard call, 4 to 6. If the council pre-positioned them, more." The surviving hunters backed away, dragging their emptied leader between them. They did not look back. They knew what was coming, and did not want to be mistaken for part of Yuwen's company when it arrived. The bell grew louder. Not a single bell, several. A spread of tones, staggered, climbing the switchbacks below in a pattern that sounded almost like a question. Yuwen felt the hunger stir. "Those," it said, with a recognition that was not curiosity, "I remember." "You have faced them before," Yuwen said aloud. Helian's head snapped toward him. "What?" "The hunger. It remembers the bells." Daiyan's hand went back to her sword hilt. "That is not possible. The white censors were formed 70 years ago. The hunger cannot be older than—" She stopped. The calculation landed. The hunger was older than that. It had to be, if it recognized a formation that predated the current imperial enforcement structure. Which meant the art was not 70 years old. It was older, much older, and it had been suppressed before. Helian said nothing. That silence told Yuwen more than words would have. The first figures appeared around the switchback. They moved in formation, 5 of them, robed in white that seemed to absorb the gray light rather than reflect it. No banners, no sect marks. Their faces were hidden behind plain porcelain masks with narrow eye slits, featureless except for a single vertical line painted down the center of each mask, splitting the face into 2 identical halves. They walked at a measured pace, not running. They did not need to run. Behind them, the bell tones continued, carried by acolytes Yuwen could not yet see. The lead censor stopped at the edge of the platform. The mask turned, surveying the scene. The dead hunters, the emptied leader, the scattered travelers pressed against the shrine wall. Then the mask fixed on Yuwen. "Yuwen Zhi," The voice was flat, not a question, a confirmation. By order of the Imperial Oversight Council, you are classified as a cultivation anomaly of the feeder type, deemed a threat to the stability of Chengwei's orthodox order, and subject to immediate containment pending tribunal review. The words were recited, practiced. The censor did not look at a scroll. You will surrender your physical cultivation base, submit to core sealing, and accompany us to the capital for evaluation. Resistance will be met with suppression force, lethal measures authorized if containment cannot be achieved by other means. Yuwen's grip tightened on his sword. I am not a threat to Chengwei. The mask tilted slightly. That is not your determination to make. Daiyan stepped forward. I am Daiyan Shu of Skyward Terrace. This man is under sect observation by arrangement with physician Sui Ren of the Resonance House. Your jurisdiction does not. Skyward Terrace withdrew its observation claim 3 days ago. The censor's voice remained flat. Your sect council voted to close all involvement in the Nine Vault affair. You are here without authorization, Daiyan Shu. She went still. The censor continued. Your presence on this road will be recorded and forwarded to your sect elders for disciplinary review. If you interfere with containment, you will be classified as an accessory. Diane's jaw tightened. She did not step back. Helian laughed. It was a dry sound, sharp and unpleasant. You come with 5 censors, a recited script, and a bell choir to announce your arrival. The council has been planning this capture since before the archive fire. You already had the classification ready. You already had the tribunal terms written. The lead censor did not deny it. The council prepares for all outcomes. That is its function. Then you prepared for this one. Helian drew his blade slowly, deliberately, letting the steel catch the light. Let me show you how it ends. The other 4 censors moved, not attacking, not yet, repositioning, spreading into a formation that cut off the shrine exit and the road descent both. They moved like people who had done this before, who had practiced the geometry of containment until it was reflex. Yuwen felt the hunger pulse. They will try to seal me, it said. They have tried before. What happens if they succeed? I go dormant. You go empty. They keep you alive long enough to study how I was placed, then they discard you when the information is extracted. Yuwen looked at the lead censor's mask. The vertical line down the center looked back at him like a blade. You talk about me like I am a resource, Yuwen said. The censor's head inclined slightly. You are. You always were. The Nine Vault Pavilion understood that. The council understands it. The throne understands it. The mask still faced him. The only difference is who controls the resource. Daiyan made a sound, low and pained, like something had been confirmed that she had hoped was a lie. She looked at Yuwen, and he saw it in her eyes, the realization that the court and the pavilion were never truly in conflict. The council had burned the archive not to punish Maxuan Jin, but to scrub the records clean before taking control of the anomaly program themselves. The system was not broken. It was being transferred. You are replacing them, Daiyan said. The council is taking over what the pavilion built. The lead censor raised a hand. The bells stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Yuwen Zhi, the censor said. Last offer. Surrender your cultivation base and submit to sealing. You will not be harmed if you comply. You will be given a cell with light, food, and medical care. Your testimony will be recorded for the tribunal. Yuwen looked at the 5 masked figures, at the formation they had already locked into place, at the road behind them where more bells waited. He looked at Helian, whose scar had gone white against his skin, and at Daiyan, whose hand trembled once on her sword hilt before she stilled it. He thought of the hunger, coiled and patient, waiting for him to choose. No, he said. The lead censor's mask did not change. A bell rang once behind them. The white censors advanced. Chapter 62. The white censors advanced. They did not rush. They did not threaten. They moved like water finding level, spreading across the platform in a formation that left no angle unsealed. The porcelain masks caught the gray light, the vertical line down each face, splitting every expression into something that looked like a wound. Yuwen drew his sword. The hunger surged beneath his ribs, coiling, ready. Let me. No, they will kill you. They will try. Helian moved first. He did not charge the censors. He stepped sideways, dragging his blade across a prayer flagpole, and the severed cloth dropped between two censors like a curtain. The distraction lasted half a breath. It was enough. "Ravine," he said. 30 paces east. There is a smuggler descent cut into the cliff face. Daiyan's sword cleared its sheath. "How do you know that?" "I have been running from people like this longer than you have been holding a sword." The lead censor raised a hand. The formation tightened. "Yuwen Zhi," the mask said. "Last warning." Yuwen answered by stepping forward and driving his blade into the gap between two censors. The strike was not meant to wound. It was meant to break formation. It worked for exactly 1 heartbeat before the censors adjusted, their white robes shifting like a single organism correcting a flaw. A blade came at his ribs. He turned it, barely. Daiyan took the opening. Her sword cut low, forcing the nearest censor to leap back, and the formation wavered at the edge. "Now," Helian said. He grabbed Yuwen's arm and pulled. They ran. The platform dissolved behind them. Yuwen did not look back. He heard the censors reorganizing, heard their steps falling into rhythm, heard the bells starting again below. He ran with Helian half a stride ahead, Daiyan matching his pace on the other side, the three of them threading between shrine stones and merchant stalls that had emptied the moment the fighting began. The ravine opened before them. It was not a gentle slope. The cliff dropped sheer for at least 60 feet before angling into broken scree and tumbled rock. A narrow ledge cut across the face, barely wide enough for one person, marked with old bolt holes where ropes had once been anchored. Helian pointed. "That descent, it leads to the lower switchback. 3 hours south you will hit the old Imperial Road." 3 hours, Daiyan repeated. "The censors will be on us in 1. Then we do not all take it." She understood before Yuwen did. Helian's scar had gone white. He was already stepping back, positioning himself between them and the platform. "I can hold the switchback for half an hour," he said. "Maybe more if I make them work for it." Daiyan shook her head. "No, I am faster. I know this terrain better. I studied the lower cloud maps before I left Skyward. Your sect abandoned you. My sect is not here. I am." Yuwen looked between them. The cold tearing in his chest clenched and unclenched like a fist learning to grip. "We do not split up," he said. "We die together if we do not." Daiyan's voice was flat, practical. "The censors have a formation built to contain 3. They will adjust for 2. 1, they will chase the way you chase a wounded animal, assuming the others are dead or hidden." "And which one goes alone?" She looked at him. Her eyes held something he could not name. "You," she said. "You are the one they want. You are the one the Council classified and the throne condemned. If you are caught, nothing we did matters." "Daiyan, do not argue." She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a small object, worn jade, carved into the shape of a sword, no longer than her palm. She pressed it into his hand. The jade was warm from her body. "This belonged to the only cultivator I ever trusted completely. She died before she could finish what she started. Take it." "What is it for?" "Proof of passage if you reach the hearing vault. A statement of intent if you do not." She closed his fingers around the token. "If I fail, if the censors take me, if I do not reach the Market of Echoes, you must not let any sect decide what your life was for." The words hit like a blade between the ribs. Yuwen stared at the jade in his palm. The token was unadorned, no crest, no inscription, just a sword carved by a hand that had known exactly where each stroke should fall. "I do not know what my life is for," he said. "Then find out, but do not let them tell you." Helian grabbed his shoulder. "We need to move. She is right about the formation." Daiyan turned without waiting for his answer. She walked back toward the platform, her sword held loose at her side, her silhouette sharp against the gray light. "Daiyan," Yuwen called. She did not stop. "If you die here, then you live." She glanced back once. "That is the arrangement." She stepped onto the platform, and the censors turned to meet her. Yuwen watched for 1 heartbeat. 2. The hunger was silent inside him, not because it had nothing to say, but because even it understood that some choices did not need commentary. Helian pulled him toward the ledge. "Move," She bought us time. Do not waste it. Yuwen followed. The descent was worse than it looked from above. The ledge crumbled under his weight in sections, sending stones bouncing into the ravine, and the rope anchors were so old they crumbled at a touch. He pressed his back against the cliff face and moved sideways, one hand on the rock, the other gripping his sword. Above them he heard steel meeting steel. He heard Daiyan's voice, sharp and clear, calling something he could not make out. Then the bells started again. They were not the merchant bells from before. These were lower, slower, carrying a rhythm that made the hunger stir in recognition. "They are calling for more," Helian said from ahead. "She will not hold them long." Yuwen kept moving. The ravine narrowed as they descended, the walls closing in until the sky was a gray strip overhead. The cold, tearing beat against his ribs like a second heart counting time. He thought of Daiyan alone on that platform. He thought of the jade token in his palm. He thought of what she had said. "Do not let any sect decide what your life was for." His hand tightened on the token. They hit the bottom of the ravine in a tumble of loose stone and dust. Helian was already moving, heading south along a dry streambed that led into deeper shadow. Yuwen followed, the hunger pulsing with something that felt almost like approval. The streambed curved, the shadows deepened, and in the darkness ahead, a figure stood waiting. It was tall, wrapped in a travel cloak the color of dried blood, with a hood pulled low enough to hide the face. It did not move when they approached. It simply stood, one hand resting on something at its belt, watching them with the stillness of someone who had been waiting a long time. "Helian Wu," the figure said. Its voice was low, rough, like stone grinding against stone. "I was told you would come." Helian stopped. His hand went to his blade. "Who told you?" "The one who owes Kutaiba a debt older than your father's bones." The figure stepped forward. The hood shifted. Yuwen saw a face that was not a face, a mask of scar tissue and old burns that left no feature intact except the eyes, and those eyes were fixed on him. "Yuwen Zhi," the figure said, "I have been waiting for you since before you were born. We need to talk." Chapter 63. The scarred figure did not move. He stood in the dry streambed like a stone that had been there longer than the ravine, his ruined face turned toward Yuwen with an attention that felt older than any expression. The burns that had melted his features into a single, smooth mask left nothing readable except the eyes, and those eyes held something Yuwen could not name. "You know my name," Yuwen said. "I know more than your name." The figure's voice came from somewhere deep in his chest, rough as dragged stone. "I know you were born in the 3rd month of the year of the rusted gate. I know the midwife who delivered you was paid in silver that had been melted down and recast so it could not be traced. I know the heaven scale did not crack by accident." Helian stepped between them. His blade was half drawn, the edge catching the dim light filtering through the ravine's slit of sky. "You have 3 breaths to explain who sent you, before I assume the burns mean you lost a fight with someone who wanted you dead and might want to finish the job." The scarred figure laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. It came from the same deep place as his voice, scraping past damaged vocal cords, and it carried no warmth. "Kutaiba sent me. She sent me before the archive fire, before she knew she would need to run." He reached into his cloak and pulled out a strip of treated silk, the same material as the letter Daiyan had carried. "She told me to find the boy with the gray eye and bring him to the Market of Echoes before the new moon sealed the gates. She said if I did not find him, I would owe a debt I could never repay." Yuwen studied the silk. The weave was familiar. The same hand that had written the dying directive had written this. "Why should I trust you?" "You should not." The figure tucked the silk back into his cloak. "But you have no other guide to the market, and the gates close in 5 days. The silver badge man is already there, asking questions about a woman who was supposed to be dead. If Kutaiba's records reach the wrong hands before she does, the evidence that could prove what the pavilion did will be buried as deep as Bai Luming's body." The name hit like a blade between the ribs. Yuwen's hand tightened on the jade token Daiyan had given him. The cold, tearing pulsed once, a single sharp beat that made his vision gray at the edges. "How do you know Bai Lumin's name?" "Because I was there when the pavilion chose him as your healer." The scarred figure turned and began walking south along the stream bed. "Come. The market does not wait, and neither does the woman who altered your file when you were a child to buy you 1 year of freedom you never knew you had." Helian looked at Yuwen. Yuwen nodded. They followed. The Market of Echoes was not built. It was carved. The stream bed opened into a canyon where the walls had been hollowed into terraces, galleries, and cubbies that clung to the stone like nests built by creatures that had been here longer than memory. Lanterns burned with blue flame that cast no shadows, making every face look like it belonged to a corpse. The air smelled of wet stone, old blood, and something Yuwen could not identify, something that made the hunger stir with interest. Vendors sat behind tables stacked with objects that should not exist in the open, manuals bound in what looked like human skin, spirit stones that had been cracked open to reveal cores of liquid darkness, masks that twitched when no one wore them. A woman offered vials of memory, each one labeled with a name and a price, and when a buyer hesitated, she opened one and let him breathe the contents, and his eyes went distant and wet. "Do not touch anything," Helian muttered. "Do not meet anyone's gaze longer than necessary. Here, attention is currency, and you are already being counted." The scarred figure moved through the crowd with the ease of someone who belonged. People parted for him without looking at his face, as if they recognized something in his bearing that demanded space. He led them to a terrace halfway up the canyon wall, where a stall sat empty except for a single chair and a brazier burning charcoal that smelled of pine and rot. "Wait here." He disappeared into the crowd. Yuwen stood at the edge of the terrace and watched the market move below. Faces passed beneath the blue lanterns, some masked, some bare, all of them carrying the particular stillness of people who had learned to hide what they were. He saw a man whose hands had been replaced by constructs of brass and bone, a woman whose eyes were sealed shut with silver thread, yet she navigated the crowd without hesitation. A child, no older than the girl at the shrine, carrying a tray of vials labeled with names Yuwen recognized from the Ascending Tiers brackets. "They trade in everything here," Helian said quietly. "Lineage relics, stolen from sect vaults, techniques that were outlawed before either of us was born. Names, proof of identity, proof of death. If you have something the Empire once buried, the market will make it disappear for the right price. And Kutaiba, she is here, somewhere." Helian's eyes scanned the galleries above. "The question is whether she still has something worth trading, or whether she has already spent it." The scarred figure returned. He was not alone. Behind him walked a woman in a gray cloak, her hood pulled low, her hands bound in front of her with white silk cord. She moved slowly, as if she had been walking for days without rest, and when she reached the terrace, she raised her head. The hood fell back. Madame Kuteba Saran looked at Yuwen with eyes that had seen too much to still hold surprise. "You look thinner," she said, "and grayer." The scarred figure cut her bonds with a single motion. Kuteba rubbed her wrists and stepped forward, her gaze moving from Yuwen to Helian and back. "You should not have come." "You sent for me," Yuwen said. "I sent for you because I had no choice." Her voice was raw, stripped of the authority she had carried at the Ascending Tiers. "The Silver Badge man has been tracking me since the river. He knows I am alive. He knows I have the records. And he has allies here, people who owe loyalty to the Nine Vault Pavilion, who would trade me for a fraction of what the Council is offering." "Then why are you still here?" "Because the buyer I arranged to meet has not arrived." Kutaiba's jaw tightened. "And I have learned why." She reached into her cloak and pulled out a slip of paper, creased and stained. She handed it to Yuwen. The writing was formal, sealed with a mark he recognized. Not the Nine Vault crest, not the Imperial seal, the mark of the Resonance House. "The intermediary is bound to the Nine Vault. Do not trust the exchange. The buyer does not know you are alive, but the intermediary does, and he has already sold that information." Yuwen looked up. "Physician Sui Ren sent this?" "No." Kutaiba's face was pale. "Sui Ren's messenger delivered it, but the message was written by someone else. Someone who crossed the ferry before you. who owes a debt older than your bones, and who has been watching the market since before the first bell. The scarred figure stepped forward. That would be me. Yuwen turned. The burned face was unreadable, but the eyes held something new, something that looked like the beginning of a reckoning. I did not write the message, the figure said. I intercepted it. The intermediary was planning to hand Qtaiba to the silver badge man the moment she brought the records to the table. I stopped him. Stopped him how? The way one stops anyone who threatens a debt older than your father's bones. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a ring, a jade sealing ring fused onto a finger that had been severed cleanly at the knuckle. Yuwen's breath caught. The ring bore the crest of the Nine Vault Pavilion. Chapter 64. Madame Qtaiba's hands were still trembling when she reached for the severed finger. She did not flinch at the sight of it. She picked it up by the jade ring, turned it once to catch the blue lantern light, and set it down again with the precision of someone cataloging evidence. Second Archive Keeper Lin, she said. He was the one who filed the original anomaly intake forms for the year of the rusted gate. I remember the handwriting. Yuwen watched her face. The authority was gone, but the sharpness remained. She had been stripped of rank, hunted across 3 tiers, bound and brought to a black market like cargo, and still her eyes moved through the world like she was reading testimony. He sold me, Qtaiba said. I did not believe he would. He was the one who whispered warnings before the archive fire. He told me to run before they came for my records. I thought he was still on my side. The scarred figure took the ring back and slipped it into his cloak. He was on his own side. The difference only showed when the price got high enough. How high? Helian asked. High enough to bury 3 generations of debt, the figure said. The Counsel is not offering spirit stones. They are offering amnesty, erasure, a clean name for anyone who helps them close this loose end before it reaches the hearing vault. Qtaiba's jaw tightened. They are afraid. They should be. Yuwen stepped closer. You told me to burn the records. You said catch you before the gates close. I caught you. What now? She looked at him for a long moment. The blue lanterns cast no shadows across her face, and in that light she looked older than he remembered. Not from time, but from the particular exhaustion of carrying a truth no one wanted to buy. I came here to trade, she said. The records for my life. I found a buyer who promised passage to the outer territories, a new name, enough coin to disappear before the silver badge man found me again. And now? Now I am standing on a terrace in the Market of Echoes, with a boy I watched crack open on a platform, a demonic heir whose bloodline I was paid to track, and a burned stranger who would not tell me his name even when I asked him 3 times. She turned to the scarred figure. Who are you? The figure did not answer. Qtaiba waited. The silence stretched until the market noise below filled the gap, the murmur of trades and the clink of vials and the distant chime of a bell that made Yuwen's chest tighten with recognition. I will know before I leave this terrace, Qtaiba said. You will not leave this terrace at all unless we move. The scarred figure's voice carried no urgency, only fact. The buyer you were waiting for is dead, killed an hour ago, by the same people who paid Second Archive Keeper Lin. They know you are here. They know you have the records. They are waiting for you to walk into the exchange so they can take everything at once. Qtaiba closed her eyes. When she opened them, she looked at Yuwen. Do you know what they called us? She asked. In the Imperial Archive, the examiners who read the heaven scale readings. We were not called cultivators. We were not called scholars. We were called shepherds. She said the word like it tasted of copper. Because the anomalies were the flock, the readings were the brand, the sect assignments were the pasture, and the ones who burned out before 20, their cultivation harvested for formation materials and spirit-bane reinforcement, they were the culling. She laughed. It was a dry sound, stripped of humor. I did not become an examiner to shepherd children to slaughter. I became an examiner because I believed I could change the system from inside. I believed that if I saw the truth clearly enough, recorded it carefully enough, presented it to the right people at the right time, the empire would have to stop. She looked at her bound wrists, then at the severed ring on the terrace stones. I was wrong. You are still alive, Yuwen said, Alive is not the same as useful. It is to me. The words came out before he planned them. Kutaiba's gaze snapped to his face, and something shifted in her expression. Not hope, not relief, but recognition. The boy who had stood on the platform with blood in his sleeve was still here, still making choices that surprised even himself. The throne, she said slowly, considered a not only children's strategic national resources across 7 generations. 7. That is not a rogue sect program. That is imperial policy written in the founding language, sealed under the old sun sigil, passed from one administration to the next without ever being spoken aloud where scribes could record it. She reached into her cloak and pulled out a rolled cylinder of darkened brass, no longer than her forearm, sealed at both ends with wauks that bore no crest. This is the original policy directive from the reign of the 4th Sun. It names the 9 founding sect masters who agreed to the classification system. It describes in detail the cultivation stages at which an anomaly's meridians are most valuable for extraction. And it identifies the first child ever classified under the framework. She held the cylinder out to Yuwen. Her name was Shi Yuwen. She was 7 years old. She lived 4 months after her first breakthrough. Yuwen did not take the cylinder. He looked at it, at the wax seals, at the darkened brass that had been hidden for longer than the 9 Vault Pavilion had existed as a sect. Why are you giving this to me? Because I cannot carry it anymore. Kutaiba's voice cracked on the last word. I have carried it through archive fires and river crossings and the deaths of everyone who helped me hide it. I have carried it so long that I forgot what it felt like to hold something that was not a weapon or a wound. She pressed the cylinder into his hands. You carry it now. Yuwen felt the weight of it, dense, warm, as if the metal had been pressed against living skin for too long. The hearing vault, he said. This goes to the hearing vault. Yes. And you? Kutaiba looked past him, toward the canyon's edge where the blue lanterns flickered against stone. I am going to stay here. That is suicide, Helian said flatly. It is delay. Kutaiba straightened her shoulders. If I leave the market with you, the silver badge man follows. If I stay, he watches the exits, questions the vendors, wastes time trying to find someone who saw which direction I took. You get the lead you need. We are not leaving you to be bait, Yuwen said. You are not leaving me at all. The scarred figure stepped forward. She stays. I stay with her. When the silver badge man arrives, he will find a burned stranger who owes a debt older than your bones, and he will have to go through me to reach her. Kutaiba looked at the figure with something between suspicion and reluctant gratitude. You still have not told me your name. No. Will you tell me before I die? The scarred figure turned to face her fully, and for the first time, the burned features softened into something that might have been a smile. I will tell you when you stop asking. Below the terrace, a bell chimed. Not the market bell, not the censored bell. A rhythm Yuwen recognized from the Bone Ferry crossing. 3 long strikes, 2 short, a pause, 1 long. The scarred figure went still. They found us, he said, already. Chapter 65. The bell rhythm from the Bone Ferry died into the canyon stone, and for a single breath, nothing moved. Then the blue lanterns at the terrace edge flickered. Not wind. Something had passed between the flames in the stone, breaking the shadowless light into fragments that stretched and twisted across the market floor. The vendors who had been watching from their stalls were already moving, dragging crates, pulling tarps, sealing doors that had not existed a moment before. The market of echoes knew how to hide. The scarred figure stepped sideways, placing himself between Kutaiba and the canyon's edge. His burned hand came up empty, but the fingers curled in a pattern that was not quite a fist, not quite a seal. They are not alone, he said. Helian's blade was already free. Which ones, Censors or Counsel? Both. The word landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Kutaiba's bound hands twisted against the silk cord. That is impossible. The silver badge man answers to the Council. The white censors answer to the throne. They do not coordinate. They do not need to coordinate. The scarred figure's voice dropped. They want different things. You, the cylinder, the boy who carries the memory of what was done. They will take whichever they can hold and burn the rest. Yuwen felt the brass cylinder against his ribs where he had tucked it beneath his cloak. The metal was warm, as if the directive inside still breathed. "How long?" he asked. "Seconds." The attack came from 3 directions at once. The first strike dropped from above. A figure in pale gray, robes that shifted like watered silk, landed on the terrace rail with no sound at all. No, not landed, formed. The robes had been the lantern light against the cliff face until they became a body. The scarred figure met the assassin before the feet touched stone. His open palm struck the gray robe's chest, and the impact cracked through the terrace like a hammer on slate. The assassin folded, but the robes were already empty, the figure dissolving into mist that reformed 3 paces to the left. "Nine Vault Shadow Weave," Helian said. "They trained the archivists in it. I thought they lost the technique." "They kept it for special occasions." The scarred figure did not turn. "Get her out!" The second attack came from the market floor. The white censors did not drop from above or emerge from shadow. They walked through the crowd as if the crowd did not exist. 4 of them, robes drinking the blue light, masks split by the single vertical line that made every face identical. The vendors who had been sealing their stalls fell still as the censors passed. No one moved to block them. The lead censor raised a hand. "The subject Cultivation, the subject bearing the brass cylinder, surrender both, and the market will not be searched." Helian laughed. "You think they care about the market?" He was already moving, blade cutting a diagonal line that forced the nearest censor to step back. The censor did not draw a weapon, did not need one. The white robe absorbed Helian's strike as if the steel had met water, and the censor's hand closed on the blade's flat and held it. "The seal of the hearing vault," the scarred figure said, and his voice carried a precision that cut through the chaos. "Where is it?" Krutaiba's eyes snapped to him. "You know about the vault?" "I know you have been carrying the key for 40 years and never used it because you were afraid of what the broadcast would cost." The third attack came from the crowd. A man in merchant's gray, unremarkable, the kind of face that vanished in any room, stepped forward with a needle blade already extended. Not aimed at Yuwen, aimed at Kutaiba's throat. The scarred figure intercepted without looking. His hand closed on the blade, and the needle punched through his palm and out the other side. Blood dripped onto the terrace stones, black in the blue light. He did not flinch. "The vault seal," he repeated. "Now." Kutaiba reached into her collar and pulled out a disc, no larger than a thumbprint, dull iron, unmarked. She pressed it into the scarred figure's bleeding hand. "The relay chamber beneath the old tournament mountain, the eastern spur. The seal opens the resonance gate, the cylinder feeds the broadcast." The scarred figure turned and threw the disc. It spun through the blue light and landed in Yuwen's palm with a sound like a bell struck once at great distance. "Go," the scarred figure said. "Both of you, go." Kutubai's voice cracked. "I am the bait. That was the agreement." "You are the witness." The scarred figure's burned face turned toward her, and for the first time, something beneath the scar tissue moved like a smile. "I am the one who stays." The white censors had not stopped advancing. The lead censor's hand was still raised, and the others had spread into a formation that left no path to the canyon's edge except through their center. The 9 Vault assassin had reformed, standing on the terrace rail with a blade that dripped green light. Poison. Prepared for the hunger. Yuwen looked at the disc in his palm, at the cylinder beneath his cloak, at Kutaiba, who had carried the truth for 40 years and was about to die in a market that sold bottled memories and cracked spirit stones. "I am not leaving you to debate," he said. Kutaiba met his eyes. "Then everything I carried means nothing." The scarred figure grabbed Yuwen's shoulder. The grip was iron, even through the bleeding hand. "The hearing vault opens once per ceremonial cycle. If you do not reach it before the new moon, the seal resets, the evidence dies, the system continues. Then the system continues." Yuwen's hand tightened on the disc. "I am not, you are." The scarred figure's voice dropped to something barely audible. "You are the one who can carry it, because you have nothing left to lose. She has already lost everything. Do not make her lose the reason." Below the terrace, a bell rang again, closer. Helian pulled free of the censor's grip, blade singing as he stepped back. Yuwen, now. The lead censor's mask tilted. The subject bearing the cylinder will be contained. Resistance will be classified as active demonic manifestation, and lethal measures will be authorized. Lethal measures were authorized the moment you left your tower, Helian said. Stop pretending you have terms. The Nine Vault assassin moved, not toward Yuwen, toward Kukwaiba. The scarred figure met the charge with his bare hands, blade still protruding through his palm, and the impact sent both of them crashing into the nearest stall. Wood splintered, blue lanterns shattered. The light went wrong, casting shadows that stretched in directions that did not match the flame. The white censors advanced. Helian set himself between them and Yuwen, blade low. You have 3 seconds to decide, he said, and I am not carrying the cylinder if you fall. Yuwen looked at Kutaiba. She was not looking at him. She was looking at the scarred figure who had the Nine Vault assassin pinned against the shattered stall, blood running from his palm onto the stone. I never asked your name, she said. The scarred figure did not turn. I know. Will you tell me now? Ask me again when the boy reaches the vault. The assassin twisted free. Green light flashed. The scarred figure took the strike across his ribs and did not make a sound. Yuwen ran. The disc was in his hand. The cylinder was against his chest. The terrace blurred past as Helian matched his pace, blade still drawn, eyes scanning the canyon walls for the next attack. Behind them, the white censor's bells rang once. Not pursuit, warning. And in the silence between the strikes, Yuwen heard Kutaiba's voice, not calling after him, not begging, not pleading, just a word spoken to the scarred figure as the blue light died. Do you remember your name at all? He did not hear the answer. But as he reached the canyon's far edge and Helian pulled him into a crevice that led deeper, Yuwen felt the brass cylinder pulse against his ribs, warm as a heartbeat, and he knew. The scarred figure remembered. He just was not going to say it out loud. Not yet. Not until the broadcast reached every screen in the ascending tiers. Chapter 66. The crevice opened into darkness. Not the darkness of absence, the darkness of stone that had never known light, packed tight and cold as a sealed wound. Yuwen's shoulder scraped the wall as he slid through. The brass cylinder pressed against his ribs, the vault sealed disc hot in his palm. Behind him, the market of echoes had gone quiet. No bells, no shouts, no blue light shatter, just the wet sound of his own breathing and the scrape of stone against fabric. Here. Helian's voice came from behind, low, controlled. He found a passage marker, a bone set into the wall with the tip pointing deeper. The tunnel widened enough for them to walk upright, and the air changed, older, denser, carrying the mineral taste of water moving through rock that had not been touched in centuries. Burial tunnels, Helian said. The market was built on top of them, the connect to the old Tournament Mountains foundation network. 3 hours south, then a climb. How do you know this ground? Because I have been hunted longer than you have been alive. Yuwen did not answer. The vault seal disc was warm against his palm and the cylinder was heavy, and behind them, somewhere in the blue-lit dark, he could hear nothing. No pursuit. That was worse. They moved in silence for a count of 200 breaths. The tunnel sloped downward, past niches carved into the walls, some empty, some holding bundles wrapped in rotted cloth that crumbled at the edges. Burial niches. The market dead, placed here before the terraces were built, forgotten beneath the memory trade. The silence broke. Not with sound, with pressure. A shift in the air ahead like a door opening somewhere unseen, and the temperature dropped by a degree that should have been nothing but felt like a blade laid flat against Yuwen's spine. He stopped. Yuwen stopped beside him, hand on his blade. What is that? Before Yuwen could answer, the cold sigils bloomed, not ahead of them, above them. They appeared on the tunnel ceiling like frost spreading across a winter pond, pale blue and intricate, each character drawn with a precision that Yuwen knew better than his own heartbeat. The Nine Vault formation script, the same hand that had sealed the archive, the same precision that had built the breakthrough chamber beneath the eastern bell tower. Jin. Helian. His voice came out steady, which surprised him. He is already here. No. Helian's blade was half drawn, but his eyes were on the sigils, tracking their spread. He is not here. his formation is. He set this before he left the mountain, keyed to the same resonance as the chamber. The sigils continued to bloom, tracing a path down the tunnel walls, toward them, patient and inevitable as tide. The cylinder pulsed against Yuwen's chest, and Kotaba spoke. Her voice came from behind him, low and worn, shaped by 40 years of carrying what she was about to say. I altered your file when you were 6 years old. Yuwen did not turn. The sigils were still spreading, and he needed to watch them, needed to understand the pattern before it reached him. What did you alter? The date of your first scale reading. The pavilion's records showed the crack appeared when you were 5. I moved it to 6. 1 year. 1 year of freedom he had never known about. Why? Because I had seen what happened to the ones who were identified early enough to be classified as full anomalies. Her voice did not break, but it slowed, as if each word cost her something she could not replace. The ones who were recorded as nursery intake. The ones who were moved into the sealed compound before they learned to read. I wanted you to have 1 more year of sunlight before they took you. The sigils reached the floor. They did not advance further. They waited. And in the silence, Yuwen felt the cold tearing in his chest pulse once, slow and deliberate, as if answering something in the formation's language. That file alteration, he said, is why the pavilion did not claim full control of my cultivation schedule until I was 7 instead of 6. Yes. And you knew what that year would cost you if they found out. Yes. He turned to face her. She was standing against the tunnel wall, one hand pressed to her ribs where the assassin's strike had landed, blood seeping between her fingers. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. Did it matter? She asked. That year. Yuwen thought of sunlight, of trading in the outer courtyard before the banners were raised, of a childhood he barely remembered because the pavilion had filled it with drills, expectations, and the slow tightening of a noose he had not known was there. I do not know, he said. Kudeba nodded, as if that answer had cost her nothing. The sigils pulsed, not in warning, in recognition. The tunnel ahead of them was now lined with cold blue characters, and Yuwen understood what Maxuan Jin had done. The Patriarch had not set a trap. He had set a gate. A formation that would open the sealed breakthrough chamber, the one beneath the eastern bell tower, wherever Yuwen stood, and pull him into it across any distance. The chamber had been keyed to his resonance from the beginning. It was not a location. It was a claim. Helian, Yuwen's grip tightened on the vault seal. If I stepped into that formation, where does it take me? Back to the mountain, to the chamber the Patriarch built for you. And if I do not step into it, it will wait. It is keyed to you. It will follow you until you step into it, or die. The sigils hummed, low and patient, and in the center of the glow, Yuwen saw a shape beginning to form. Not a figure, an opening. A door of light and cold script waiting for him to cross. Behind them, the bone ferry bell rang once. Closer. Kotaba pressed the cylinder against her chest and closed her eyes, and Yuwen understood that the burial tunnel had just become the narrowest pass of all. Chapter 67. The sigils hummed, and the cold blue door waited. Yuwen stood at the threshold of light and script, the vault seal cold against his palm, the brass cylinder pressed between his chest and ribs. The tunnel behind him held the bone ferry's bell, still ringing, still closing. The tunnel ahead held only the door. He did not step through it. He did not step away from it. The door answered anyway. The sigils rippled, and light gathered in the center of the opening, folding inward like a pupil contracting against brightness. A shape formed within the glow, not solid, not quite projected. A voice emerged from it before the shape was complete, carrying the patient iron of a man who had never needed to raise his voice to be obeyed. You have run far enough, Yuwen Zhi. Maxuan Jin's words did not echo. They entered the tunnel like something that had always been there, waiting to be spoken. Helian's blade came up, but the light did not react to it. The formation did not register Helian as a threat. It had been keyed to only one resonance. Yuwen did not turn. He faced the door of cold script and the shape gathering within it. I am not coming back. I did not say you were. The Patriarch's voice was calm, stripped of every performance Yuwen had ever mistaken for warmth. I said you had run far enough. There is a difference. The shape within the light resolved. Not Jin's body, not in full, but enough of him. The scholar's crown knot, the silver hair, the sharp line of a shoulder wrapped in deep blue robes. His face remained in shadow, but the 6 jade sealing rings on his left hand caught the sigil's glow and threw it back in fractured threads. He was not there. He did not need to be. You carry a vault seal. The Patriarch's voice did not rise at the accusation. A brass cylinder, a dead examiner's testimony, a jawed token from a Skyward sword who chose exile over sense. You have gathered everything I expected you to gather. Behind Yuwen, Kuteba made a sound, not a word, a breath that carried too much weight. Jin's shape turned slightly, acknowledging her without looking at her directly. Examiner Saran, I had hoped your dedication to preservation would outlast your judgment. It outlasted yours, Kuteba said. Her voice was thin, held together by will and blood. The cylinder carries signatures your own masters cannot deny. The cylinder carries a policy that has sustained Kongwei for 7 generations. Jin's tone did not change. It names founders who are dead, methods that are proven, and a necessity that no amount of outrage will erase. You know this. You carried it for 40 years before you decided it was a crime. I decided when I watched Shiduan die, and I watched 10,000 live because of what Shiwan's extraction built. The silence that followed was not empty. It was packed with years, with children, with decisions neither of them could undo. Yuwen broke it. You will not touch her again. Jin's shape turned back to him. I am not here to touch anyone. I am here to offer terms. The words landed like a blade laid flat across Yuwen's throat. He had heard that tone before, in the breakthrough chamber, on the observation tier, in every conversation where Jin had pretended choice was real. What terms? Return to the mountain. Submit to a controlled sealing. The hunger goes dormant. You live under observation for a period not exceeding the natural lifespan of your cultivation core, and when the extraction is complete, you are released. Released? To whatever life remains. Jin's voice did not soften. I am not offering you a cage, Yuwen. I am offering you a future that does not end with white censors dissecting your corpse for residual anomaly tissue. Yuwen's hand tightened on the vault seal. The cold, tearing in his chest, pulsed once, not in fear, not in demand, but in something that felt almost like recognition. The Patriarch had always known what to offer. And if I refuse? Then the witnesses who survived your escape will be classified as traitors to the Empire. Not accessories. Principals. The compound's ledger, the hollow reed camp, the bone ferry keeper, the woman who altered your file, the scarred man who took a poisoned blade for your passage, every hand that touched your journey will be named enemy of Kamwei and hunted accordingly. Bai Luming is already dead. Bai Luming chose his death. The others have not. Yuwen's throat closed. He felt Helian's presence behind him, silent, waiting for the signal to fight or flee, and he felt Kutaba's breath slow against the tunnel wall, and he felt the vault seal pressing into his palm like a promise he had not yet earned. He said, "You are lying." Jin's shape tilted. About which part? About the sealing, about the release, about every word that has ever come out of your mouth. The Patriarch did not respond for a long breath. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, stripped of offer and threat, carrying only the weight of a man who had stopped pretending to be anything but what he was. The Silk Eater's art is not unknown to the Nine Vault Pavilion. He paused. We catalogued it in the restricted archives 73 years ago, during the second wave of anomaly cultivation, when the first generation of accelerated subjects began to break before their extraction was complete. The art was studied, tested, and documented as a salvage method for anomalies who might need to be reclaimed after the hunger opened. Helian's blade did not lower, but his grip shifted. Yuwen felt the words land in his chest like stones. You always knew. We always prepared. Yuwen Zhi's voice was patient, as if explaining arithmetic to a child. The anomaly who survived to 18, who reached the point where the hunger could no longer be contained by orthodox means, was always going to need a bridge back to control. The textile merchants, the resonance house, the bone ferry, every path that runs through the mist valleys, they are all documented in pavilion files. We did not build them. We cataloged them. We waited. The cold tearing in Yuwen's chest did not pulse. It laughed. Not in sound, in sensation. A low hum of contempt that recognized the shape of a trap it had seen before. You want me to believe you planned for me to reach a demonic safe house before I reached the hearing vault. I wanted you to survive long enough to be retrieved. The method of survival was irrelevant. Yuwen Zhi's shape did not move, but the light around it intensified, and for a single breath, Yuwen saw the outline of his face fully, the black eyes ringed with amber, the expression of a man who had never doubted his arithmetic. You are not the first anomaly to run. You are not the first to carry a hunger. You are not the first to stand before a formation gate and believe you chose the path that led here. The tunnel was silent except for the hum of sigils and the distant, steady rhythm of the bone ferry bell. I am the one who offers you terms, Yuwen Zhi said. No one else will. Yuwen looked at the vault seal in his hand, at the brass cylinder against his chest, at the blue door that would carry him back to the chamber where every lie had begun. He looked at Cultivation, pressed against the tunnel wall with blood seeping through her fingers. He looked at Helian, whose face betrayed nothing. I will not step through your door, Yuwen said. I will not submit to your sealing. I will take the evidence to the hearing vault, and I will let the Empire decide whether your arithmetic is worth the children you burned to balance it. Yuwen Zhi's shape did not react. Then you have chosen exactly as I expected. The Patriarch's voice was quiet, and the contingency will proceed. The blue sigils dimmed. The door did not close. It changed. The light folded inward, no longer a threshold but a seal, spreading across the tunnel ceiling in cold blue veins that pulsed with the rhythm of Yuwen's own heartbeat. The formation was no longer waiting for him to step into it. It was turning the tunnel into the chamber. Helian moved. His blade cut into the nearest sigil, and the impact threw sparks that did not fade, scattering across the stone like seeds. It is keyed to his resonance. His voice was sharp, stripped of calm. It does not need him to cross. It is bringing the chamber to him. Cultivation pushed off the wall, her voice cracked but steady. The cylinder. Open it. The relay is beneath the tournament mountain, Yuwen said. We are 3 hours south. It does not need the relay to speak. Her hand found his arm, fingers cold and desperate. It only needs a resonance gate. The formation is a resonance gate. Open the cylinder inside the field, and the broadcast starts from here. Yuwen Zhi's voice came through the sigils, not from the shape, but from the light itself, spread thin and cold across the stone. You will not reach the hearing vault, Yuwen Zhi. You will reach the end of the formation's spread, and you will find me waiting where the light stops. The blue veins reached the tunnel floor at Yuwen's feet. The cold, tearing rose in answer, and Yuwen understood that the formation was not just a gate. It was a claim, and he had been carrying the key to it since the day he was born. Chapter 68. The blue veins reached the tunnel floor at Yuwen's feet, and the cold tearing in his chest rose to meet them. Not in resistance, in recognition. The formation was keyed to his resonance, every sigil a syllable of a language his body had been speaking since the heaven scale fractured beneath his palm. Helian's blade carved into another cluster, scattering sparks that reattached the walls like living frost. It is regenerating faster than I can cut. Cultivation pressed the brass cylinder against her ribs, blood darkening her sleeve. Do not let him seal you in here. Once the formation closes, the chamber comes to us, and the chamber has walls that do not open. Yuwen agrees. Yuwen heard her. He heard the bone ferry bell behind them, closer now. 3 long strokes, and a pause that meant the ferryman had reached the tunnel mouth. He heard Yuwen Zhi's voice threading through the sigils, calm and patient. The voice that had taught him to breathe before a breakthrough. The voice that had praised his first perfect form. Return to the mountain. Submit to the ceiling. You were always meant to come home. The old instinct rose like bile. The part of him that still heard command as care, that still wanted to believe the Patriarch's arithmetic was love dressed in duty. That part whispered, "He raised you. He kept you alive. He gave you a purpose worth dying for." Yuwen cracked his knuckles. The hunger stirred, curious, waiting to see which way he would fall. "Helian," Yuwen said, and his voice did not tremble. "The sealing chains. What feeds them?" Helian's blade paused mid-swing. "The formation draws from the reservoir beneath the mountain, the same reservoir that powered the pavilion's defense arrays for 4 centuries. Then it is fed by spirit stones and condensed chi, yes." Yuwen looked at the blue veins spreading across the ceiling, at the light that pulsed with his own heartbeat. 4 centuries of accumulated vitality, compressed and channeled through a formation keyed to his resonance. He had been taught that the Silk Eater's art fed on life. He'd been taught wrong. The hunger showed him the truth in a single pulse of recognition. The art did not distinguish between human vitality and any other stored energy. It consumed the difference between living and dead, and a formation fed by 4 centuries of condensed chi was very much alive. "You are not stepping through the door." Maxuan Jin's voice came from the light itself, patient and cold. "You are not breaking the seal. There is no third path, Yuwen Zhi. There never was." Yuwen placed his palm against the nearest sigil. The black threads under his skin surged, not outward, but inward, drawing the formation's light into his meridians through the cracks the hunger had been widening since the day he was born. The cold tearing in his chest opened like a throat, and the sealing chain's vitality poured into him, blue light turning dark as it passed through his fingers. The sigil flickered. Maxuan Jin's voice stopped. Helian stepped back, blade still raised, watching Yuwen's silhouette fill with something that was not chi and not hunger, but the space between them. A pause where the art decided what to consume. "Do not," Kutaiba breathed. "The formation is tied to the mountain's foundation. If you drain it dry, the tunnel collapses." "I am not draining it dry." Yuwen's voice came from his own throat, but the hunger's resonance threaded through it, a harmony that made the sigils tremble. "I am draining enough to break the seal." The blue light dimmed along the ceiling, retreating from the tunnel mouth toward the distant chamber where Maxuan Jin waited. The cold tearing drank, and Yuwen felt the formation structure in his bones, a lattice of intention and duty and 400 years of arithmetic that had never once calculated mercy. He pulled. The seal shattered, not with violence, with absence. The blue veins withered, the light collapsed, and the tunnel fell into darkness so total that Yuwen could not see his own hand. The bone ferry bell stopped. For 3 breaths, there was nothing but the drip of water and the sound of Kutaiba's labored breathing. Then the ground shifted. "Down," Helian said, and his hand found Yuwen's collar, pulling him sideways as the tunnel floor split with a sound like a mountain cracking in half. Stone plunged into darkness where they had been standing, and the collapse spread in a chain, each section of tunnel falling into the void below. Yuwen ran with Helian's grip on his arm, Kutaiba's footsteps behind them, the brass cylinder still pressed against her chest. The tunnel did not collapse evenly. It fell in sections, as if something below was pulling specific stones, a deliberate disassembly rather than a natural cave-in. "Where is it taking us?" Yuwen shouted. "Not us." Helian's voice was grim. "Separating us. The Patriarch does not need all 3 of you. He needs the cylinder and the seal." The light returned, faint and blue, not from above but from ahead. Maxuan Jin's silhouette stood at the far end of the surviving tunnel, not projected this time but present, solid, wearing deep blue robes with silver mountain crest, 6 jade rings glinting on his left hand. He had not waited for the chamber to reach the tunnel. He had come through the collapse. "I told you I would be waiting where the light stops," Maxuan Jin said. "I did not specify which light." Yuwen's hand went to the vault seal in his pocket. The brass cylinder was against Kutaiba's chest. The jade token was at his belt. The Patriarch's eyes found each object in turn, and his expression did not change. "You have learned to drain a formation," he said. "Impressive. The Silk Eater's appendix did not record that application. You have discovered something the original subject did not." Then the formation's archive is incomplete, Yuwen said. No. Maxuan Jin took a step forward. The subject did not survive to test it. You may yet share that outcome. The sigils on his left hand flared, and the tunnel behind him sealed with a wall of blue light that pulsed with the rhythm of Yuwen's own heartbeat. Kutaiba pressed the cylinder into Yuwen's hands. Go. The collapse opened a path beneath us. I saw water below, moving water. It leads to the eastern spur. I am not leaving you again. Yes, she said, and her voice held the same weight it had carried when she altered his file, when she burned the records, when she chose to stay as bait in the market of echoes. You are. Because if the cylinder stays here, I died for nothing, and I did not alter your file at age 6 so you could die in a tunnel trying to protect someone who was already spent. Yuwen looked at her, at the blood seeping through her fingers, at the stillness in her eyes, the stillness of someone who had finished the arithmetical and accepted the sum. You were never spent, he said. You were the only one who refused to spend me. She did not smile, but something in her face softened, just once. Then do not prove me wrong. Maxuan Jin's voice cut through the moment. The cylinder belongs to the Empire. The seal belongs to the vault. And you, Yuwen Zhi, belong to the formation that has carried your resonance since before you drew your first breath. There is no argument that changes this. There is no running that outpaces the arithmetic. Every path you take was catalogued before you walked it. The hunger stirred inside Yuwen, not with demand but with certainty. It had heard that voice before. It had fought that arithmetic before, and it had won. Yuwen looked at the blue wall sealing the tunnel, at the Patriarch's calm, unrepentant face. Then he turned and drove his black threaded hand into the stone beneath his feet. The cold tearing opened, and the art drank from the mountain's foundation directly. Not the formation, but the rock itself, the compressed centuries of pressure and silence and slow earth. The stone did not glow, it cracked, and the cracks spread, and the ground beneath them gave way in a single clean rupture that dropped Yuwen, Helian, and Kutaiba into rushing darkness. The last thing Yuwen saw was Maxuan Jin's face, for the first time, losing its calm. The last thing he heard was the Patriarch's voice, stripped of patience, stripped of arithmetic, stripped down to a single cold statement that would follow him into the water. I will retrieve what belongs to the Empire, and you do belong to the Empire, Yuwen Zhi, no matter how far you fall. Chapter 69. The water took them cold and fast, a current that scraped Yuwen against stone walls and spun him until direction lost meaning. He kept one hand clamped on the brass cylinder, the other searching blindly until his fingers caught fabric, Helian's sleeve, then Kutaiba's wrist, thin and slick with blood. The tunnel narrowed, the current deepened. Then the stone opened above them, and the water spilled into a low cavern where roots hung like old veins from a ceiling lost in shadow. Yuwen dragged Kutaiba onto a shelf of damp rock. Her robes were black with moisture and blood, and when he pressed his palm to her ribs, she did not flinch. The wound had stopped bleeding freely. That was worse. It meant there was nothing left to spill. Helian emerged moments later, hauling himself onto the shelf with a gash across his forehead. He looked at Kutaiba and said nothing. The cylinder. Kutaiba's voice with thread. Show me. Yuwen held it up. The darkened brass caught the faint glow of moss light from the cavern walls. Good. She let her head rest against the stone. The seal is still intact. The wax is unbroken. Save your strength, Yuwen said. For what? She did not smile, but something in her eyes shifted, a weariness that had outlasted 40 years of watching children burn. I am not reaching the vault, Yuwen. We both know this. He knew. He had known since the tunnel, since her voice carried the weight of final arithmetic. But knowing and accepting were different doors, and he had never been good at opening the second one. Kutaiba reached into her collar with a hand that trembled. When it came back, it held a thin silver chain with a disc no larger than a thumbnail, carved with the imperial crest and the seal of the examination bureau. This is my examiner's mark, she said. It proves I was authorized to read, classify, and archive heaven-scale anomalies. The vault's resonance lock will recognize it, but the lock has 2 keys, not 1. The cipher alone cannot open the broadcast mechanism. The seal alone cannot start the transmission. Both must be present, and both must be keyed to the same purpose. Yuwen took the chain. The disc was warm from her skin. Princess Nore's ceremonial endorsements are encoded into state channels, Kutaiba continued. Every public address she gives, every decree she signs, every blessing she bestows, they all carry a hidden cipher layered into the calligraphy. She does not know I found it. I spent 3 years studying her brushwork before I was certain. How does it work? The vault's reading chamber has a resonance plate. Place the seal on the plate, then trace the cipher into the air above it using your own chi. The pattern will match if you reproduce the princess's ceremony stroke correctly. Yuwen's fingers tightened on the disc. You are asking me to replicate a royal cipher I have never seen. No. Kutaiba's voice dropped, gathering the last of its weight. I am asking you to replicate a cipher you have seen every time she spoke publicly in your presence. You watched her. You studied her, because she studied you. The pattern is in your memory. You just do not know you have it. The cavern fell silent. Water dripped somewhere in the dark. I altered your file when you were 6, Kutaiba said. I delayed the pavilion's full claim by 1 year. I told myself it was mercy. I told myself it was the least I could do after watching Shi Yuan die at 7, after cataloging every child whose name I filed, and whose funeral I did not attend. Her breath caught. I told myself 1,000 lies, Yuwen. But the truth is simpler. I could not save any of them. I thought if I could save you, even for a year, it might mean the arithmetic was not the only law. It was not the only law, Yuwen said. Was it not? She looked at him, and her eyes held no self-pity. I am dying in a cave because the arithmetic caught up. The cylinder survived. The seal survived. You survived. But I did not alter your file because I believed you would succeed. I altered it because I believed you would fail, and I wanted your failure to be 1 year farther from the day they marked you. The admission sat between them like a stone dropped into still water. Yuwen did not look away. You stayed. In the Market of Echoes. In the tunnel. You stayed when staying meant death. I stayed because I was already spent. Her voice cracked. 40 years of filing death warrants in triplicate. 40 years of watching children burn and telling myself the Empire needed the light. I spent myself on their arithmetic, and when I finally tried to spend myself on something true, it was too late. The arithmetic had already taken everything, except this one choice. She reached up. Her fingers brushed his jaw, feather light, the touch of someone who had forgotten what gentleness felt like. I am not asking for forgiveness, she said. I am asking for completion. Take the seal, find the vault, trace the cipher. Let the Empire see what it has been feeding on. Yuwen caught her hand. Her fingers were cold. Kutaiba. Do you know my full name? She asked. Madame Kutaiba Saran of the Imperial Examination Bureau. No. Her lips curved, the faintest ghost of a smile. My full name is Kutaiba bint Selang Saran, daughter of the 4th tier's last independent silkweaver, granddaughter of a woman who could read the wind in 3 dialects, and the only examiner in imperial history who filed a living child's anomaly report under a dead name. Her fingers tightened on his. My mother taught me that names are not given, they are carried, and if you carry them long enough, they become true. Her breath slowed. You are not the banner they raised, Yuwen Zhi. You are the name you choose to carry when the banner falls. Her hand went still. The cavern held its breath. The water moved. The roots swayed. And Kutaiba bint Sarang Saran, the woman who had altered a child's file and burned her own life to light the truth, became silent in a way that did not need words to complete. Yuwen did not move. Helian's hand found his shoulder, but Yuwen barely felt it. He was looking at Kutaiba's face, at the stillness that had replaced the arithmetic, at the shape of a woman who had spent 40 years cataloging death and 1 year buying a boy a chance to outrun it. He reached out and closed her eyes. The brass cylinder was in his left hand. The examiner's seal was in his right. The jade token from Daiyan was at his belt. The vault seal was in his pocket. And somewhere above them, beyond the water and the stone and the darkness, the hearing vault waited for a resonance it would recognize. Yuwen looked at his hands. They were the hands of a banner disciple. the hands of a heretic, the hands of a boy who had been measured, catalogued, and classified before he could speak. But Kutaiba had altered his file. She had given him 1 year of freedom, and now she had given him the key to the truth. He lifted his head. "I need to see the cipher," he said. "I need to remember every public address she made in my presence, every ceremony, every blessing, every time she watched me and I watched her back." Helian's hand tightened on his shoulder. "That is a lot of memories to reconstruct. The vault opens at the new moon." Yuwen stood, the cylinder pressed against his ribs. "I have 3 days." He looked down at Kutaiba's body, at the woman who had spent her last strength to give him a key he did not know how to use. "I will carry it," he said. "All of it. The file, the seal, the cipher, the truth. I will carry it to the vault, and I will make sure the Empire sees what it has been feeding on." The words felt like an oath carved into bone, and as he said them, the hunger stirred in his chest, not with demand, but with recognition. It had heard that voice before, not in this body, not in this life, but it recognized the weight of someone who had stopped running. The cavern shuddered. Stone grated against stone somewhere above them, and a distant sound reached through the darkness, the rhythm of boots moving through water, many boots, moving with purpose. Helian turned his head. They found the tunnel. Yuwen did not move. He stood over Kutaiba's body with the cylinder in one hand and the seal in the other, and he felt the cold, tearing pulse once, twice, settling into a rhythm that matched the strides of the approaching formation. 3 days. 3 days to reach a vault he had never seen, unlock it with a cipher he had to reconstruct from memory, and broadcast a truth that would break the Empire, or break him. And somewhere in the darkness behind them, Maxuan Jin's voice echoed through the stone. "I know you can hear me, Yuwen. I know you have the cylinder, and I know you have 3 days until the seal resets." A pause, the sound of boots in water, closer now. "But so do I." Chapter 70. The water tunnel narrowed until they crawled on hands and knees, the brass cylinder pressed between Yuwen's chest and the stone, Kutaiba's seal cold against his palm. Helian stopped ahead. Light bled through a crack in the ceiling, thin and gray, carrying the sound of wind. "Surface," he said. "Old relay station. They route state communications through this tier before the mountain network takes over." Yuwen pulled himself up beside Helian and peered through the crack. A stone structure hunched against a hillside, its roof half collapsed, signal flags hanging limp from a rusted pole. Relay pylons stood in a ragged line along the ridge, copper wire strung between them like exposed sinew. "State channels," Yuwen said. "Nora's ceremonial endorsements pass through here before they reach the upper archives." "You think she left the cipher in plain sight?" "Thinks she hid it where only someone who knew what to look for would find it." Yuwen pushed against the stone slab above them. It shifted. "Kutaiba said the cipher was encoded in every public address, but the addresses were written first. The calligraphy was the original. The endorsements were copies." Helian's eyes narrowed. She hid the cipher in the originals, and the originals passed through relay stations before they reached the court scribes. "One copy stays here. Field. Recorded. Forgotten." They emerged into the wind. The relay station stood 30 paces away, its door hanging open, the interior dark. No guards, no movement. The silence felt wrong, like a held breath. Yuwen crossed the distance fast, the cylinder tucked under his arm, the seal pressed against his ribs. The door groaned when he pushed it open, and the smell hit him first. Old paper, copper dust, the faint chemical tang of preservation oils. Shelves lined the walls, scrolls in uniform cases. Ledgers with imperial sun seals stamped into the spines. A desk near the back, its surface clear, a single brush resting in a dry inkstone. He found the filing system on the third shelf. Ceremonial addresses, organized by year, by month, by occasion. His fingers moved across the spines until they stopped on a case marked with the 8th month of the previous year. The ascending tier's opening blessing. Nora had spoken that day. He remembered her voice, composed, measured, watching him as she praised the Empire's chosen. He pulled the case open. Inside lay a scroll of cream paper, bound with red silk cord. The imperial sun seal was stamped at the top, and beneath it, Nore's calligraphy flowed across the page in the careful, elegant strokes of a woman who had trained since childhood to write for history. Helian stood at the door, watching the ridge line. We have maybe 10 minutes before someone notices the tunnel breach. Yuwen unrolled the scroll. The text was a standard ceremonial blessing. Praise for the sects, praise for the throne, praise for the young cultivators who would carry Conway's future. Beautiful. Meaningless. The kind of speech that could be written by any court scribe with half a talent for flattery. But the calligraphy. He had watched Nare write. He had seen her hand move across the page during the private audience, the way her brush paused at certain characters, the pressure she applied at the beginning of a stroke and released at the end. She had been trained to write perfectly, and she had written perfectly. But the spaces between the characters were wrong. Not wrong in a way that would catch a casual eye, wrong in the way a seamstress would notice an extra fold in silk that did not belong to the pattern. The gaps between certain characters were wider than the standard grid allowed. The spacing was inconsistent in a way that violated every rule of formal calligraphy, unless the spacing was the message. Yuwen pressed his finger to the first character with the abnormal gap. Ren, person, people. The next, Wu, none, nothing. The next, Tian, heaven. He traced the gaps across the scroll, his finger moving from character to character, skipping the ones that sat at the correct distance, reading only the ones that breathed differently. Ren, Wu, Tian, Sha, Shi, Qi, Yu, Wu, people. No, heaven, under, stone, 7, with, me. He read it again. Ren Wu Tian Xia Shi Qi Yu Wu. There is no heaven under the stone. The 7 are with me. Helian turned. What? It's a location. Yuwen's voice was barely a breath. There is no heaven under the stone, a place where heaven cannot reach. The 7th level, a vault with 7 seals. Or a grave. Yuwen looked at the scroll again. The characters were written in Nori's hand, encoded into the spacing of a speech delivered before the entire empire, hidden in plain sight where no one would think to look because no one would suspect a royal patron of sabotaging her own endorsement. She had known. She had suspected the Harvest Doctrine before he did. She had watched the pavilion's anomalies, the 2 bright prodigies who burned out too fast, the pattern that looked like glory and tasted like death, and she had hidden the key to their truth in the one thing no one would think to question. A blessing. The floor trembled. Helian's hand went to his blade. That was not the wind. Yuwen rolled the scroll, pressing it flat against his chest, and was halfway to the door when the first shout rang out from the ridge. Soldiers. Crested. Imperial formation crest. They had already crested the slope at least a dozen, their armor catching the gray light, their formation spreading into a half circle that anchored on the relay station. Helian's voice came low and steady. They knew we would come here. Yuwen looked at the scroll in his hands. At the cipher he had barely begun to decode, at the seal and the cylinder and the jade token and the vault seal pressing against his ribs. Nare sent them, he said. Or she warned them. Does it matter which? No, it did not matter. What mattered was that he had the cipher. What mattered was that the soldiers were already closing the perimeter, and the relay station had 1 door, 1 window, and a roof that would not hold against a coordinated assault. What mattered was that he had 3 days until the new moon, and the first of those days was burning away while he stood in a room full of paper, holding a dead woman's confession and a princess's hidden key. The formation leader raised a hand. The soldiers stopped. The silence stretched. And from the ridge, a voice he knew, a voice he had not expected to hear again so soon, carried down on the wind. Yuwen Zhi, I am not here to take you. Princess Nori stepped between the soldiers, her honey gold robes catching the gray light, her jade combs catching nothing because the sun was not there to catch. She looked at him across the distance. I am here to finish what we started. Chapter 71. Princess Nare walked through the soldiers as if they were mist. Her honey gold robes gathered no dust from the relay station floor. Her jade combs caught nothing because the sun was not there to catch, but she caught everything else. The scroll in Yuwen's hand, the seal at his belt, the way Helian's hand had not left his blade. She stopped 10 paces away. "I did not know," she said, "what your file actually contained, not until Kuteba's body was found." The silence stretched. I knew the pattern. I knew the scale readings did not match the survival rates. I knew the bright ones burned. But I did not know the mechanism until she was dead and the Council began celebrating. Yuwen looked at her, at the composed mouth, the trained stillness, the hands that had written blessings and decrees and death warrants from the same brush. "You signed the bounty." "I did." "Before or after you knew?" She did not flinch. "After. I signed it because refusing would have ended my access, my eyes on the Council, my ability to place a cipher and a blessing no one would think to question. I signed it because I chose state stability over a 17-year-old boy who was already condemned, and I told myself the cipher was enough penance for my silence." Her voice did not break. It held steady, as practiced as her calligraphy. "It was not enough. It will never be enough. But it is what I can offer now." Helian moved in Yuwen's peripheral vision, tracking the soldiers, the ridge, the angles of fire. "You came with troops." "Cover," she said. "If I came alone, the Council would know I had broken. If I came with soldiers, I am still the princess conducting an authorized pursuit. The relay station logs the interaction. The Council reads the logs. They see me doing my duty." "And the cipher?" "I hid it," she said, "because I feared the system enough to prepare a key. But I feared it too much to use the key myself. I needed someone who had already lost everything to the truth, someone who had nothing left to lose by carrying it to the vault." Her eyes met his. "Kutaiba knew. She asked me for the cipher 3 months before she vanished. I gave it to her in the spacing of a blessing no one would read twice." Yuwen pressed the scroll flat against his chest. "You knew she was going to die." "I knew she was going to try." A pause. "I did not know if she would succeed. I did not know if anyone would carry the key after her. I put it in the world and hoped." The silence filled the space between them. The wind carried the relay station's iron smell, rust and ink and cold stone. The soldiers did not move. They'd been trained to hold formation until commanded, and Nari had given no command. Yuwen thought about the cipher, about the 7 seals, about the place where heaven could not reach, about a princess who had written a hidden truth into a public blessing while she signed death warrants with the same hand. "How do I know you are not leading me into a trap?" Nara reached up, slow and deliberate, and unpinned one of her jade combs. She held it out. The stone was dark, almost black, carved with a seal he did not recognize. "Because I am giving you my personal relay seal. With it, you can access any Imperial communication channel in the network. You can broadcast over the Council's own frequency. You can watch me send my next order before your eyes." Helian took a half-step forward. "That is throne-level access. She does not just give that away." "I am not giving it away," Nara said. "I am handing it to a boy who has already been condemned by the same system I serve, in the hope that he can do what I cannot." Yuwen looked at the comb, a seal carved into ancient jade, at the woman who had blessed him before the Empire and signed the warrant for his death in the same season. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to reach the vault," she said. "I want the broadcast to reach every screen in Sungwei. I want the Empire to see what its righteous sects have been harvesting, and I want you to survive long enough to watch the collapse." Her eyes held his. "That is not absolution. That is not friendship. That is the closest thing to an apology I can give you without putting a knife in my own throat." Yuwen took the comb. The jade was cold, heavier than it looked, the seal carved so fine he could feel the ridges of the characters beneath his thumb. A shout from the ridge. One of the soldiers turned, hand rising. A bell began ringing from the lower slope, fast and urgent, the rhythm of alarm. Nari's face shifted, the composure cracking for a fragment of a second. "That is not my signal." Helian was already moving, blade half drawn, scanning the ridge. "How many did you bring?" 20. Her voice was steady again. "The perimeter holds. That bell is coming from the other side. Yuwen turned toward the sound. The relay station sat at the edge of a lower cliff, and beyond it, the land fell away into stone and scrub and the distant thread of the road they had traveled. The bell was coming from the road, from the direction of the bone ferry. White censors. Nari's hand went to her sword, but she did not draw. They tracked you faster than I anticipated. The relay station has a back passage. It leads to the old censor road, the one the Empire abandoned when the new garrison was built. It will take you closer to the Tournament Mountain's eastern spur, but you will have to cross open ground for half a li. Helian was at his shoulder. Half a league of open ground with white censors behind us, and whatever she has waiting ahead. The passage is clean, Nari said. I checked it myself before I came. Yuwen looked at the comb in his hand, at the scroll pressed against his ribs, at the seal and the cylinder and the jade token that had cost Kutaiba her life to deliver. How did you know we would come to this station? Nuri's face hardened. Because it is the only relay between the Market of Echoes and the Tournament Mountain that still carries pre-collapse archive records. I knew Kutaiba would direct you here. I knew she would tell you to look for the cipher in the older documents. She told me, before she died, that if she did not make it to the vault, she would send someone who could read what she could not. The bell rang again, closer. Yuwen made his choice. He turned toward the back wall, where a narrow archway led into shadow, and he did not look back at the princess who had blessed him and signed his death warrant and handed him a key in the same breath. Helian followed. The passage swallowed them, cold and narrow, the walls rough with old tool marks. Behind them, the bell stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Yuwen ran. Chapter 72. The passage narrowed into stairs cut from the mountain's bone, each step worn hollow by feet that had climbed this route for generations. Yuwen counted them. 40, 60, 90. The rhythm kept his mind from the bell that had stopped ringing and the silence that had taken its place. Helian moved ahead of him, one hand trailing the wall, reading something in the texture of the stone that Yuwen could not see. How far to the eastern spur? Depends on which censor road she meant. Helian's voice was low, barely carrying past his shoulder. The old one runs through a holding station the Empire stopped using when the new garrison went up. If it is still standing, we cut 3 hours off the climb. If it is not, then we double back through open ground with white censors behind us, and whatever patrols Nare could not stop ahead. Yuwen kept climbing. The stairs opened into a corridor lined with doors, each one identical, each one sealed with a formation lock that had not been maintained in years. Dust layered the floor in undisturbed sheets. No one had walked here since the garrison moved. Then he saw the mark. A child's handprint, small, pressed into the dust of a doorframe at waist height. Too low for an adult, too deliberate to be accidental. He stopped. Helian turned. What is it? Yuwen did not answer. He moved to the nearest door and pressed his palm against the lock. The formation flickered, weak, starved of maintenance, and yielded under a pulse of his resonance. The door swung inward. The cell was small, a cot, a drainage channel cut into the stone floor, and on the far wall, scratched into the mortar at the height of a child's reach, a series of vertical marks. A tally. 47 marks, then a deeper gouge that ran the length of the wall, and no marks after it. Helian stood in the doorway, reading the tally over Yuwen's shoulder. Counting days. I know what it is. Yuwen stepped back into the corridor. He tried the next door. The formation gave the same way, starved, unresisting. This cell was identical. Same cot, same channel, same scratches on the wall, but these were not a tally. These were characters, uneven, pressed by a hand still learning to write. Mother, 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 mother. He shut the door. Helian said nothing. They moved faster now, checking doors as they passed. Each cell told the same story. A cot, a channel, a wall marked by someone who had waited, and whose waiting had ended without explanation. Some cells held small impressions in the dust where a body had lain. Some held nothing but the stillness of a room that had been sealed and forgotten. At the end of the corridor, a wider door bore a plaque. Yuwen wiped the dust from its surface and read the characters aloud. Transfer intake, 3rd tier, years 4 through 7. He pushed the door open. The room was larger, a processing hall. Benches, a desk, shelves lined with cloth-bound ledgers whose spines had cracked from age and dryness. And on the far wall, a board covered in slates, each one inscribed with a name, an age, a heaven scale reading, and a destination. He crossed to the board. The first slate, Shi1, age 7, scale reading, crown threshold, destination, 9 Vault Pavilion, Eastern Spur Annex. He knew that name. Kutaiba had spoken it in the tunnel, the first child classified under the policy, the girl who had died 4 months after her first breakthrough. The second slate, Jian Yu, age 6, scale reading, first threshold anomaly, destination, 9 Vault Pavilion, Eastern Spur Annex. The third, Shen Li, age 5, scale reading, crest anomaly. For here it was just Slada purchase spied, before Tensible to silence would bump the beast from the mod. On the bay, he discussed the stele, uniously literally. His dats wrecking about him at his dastward, covering at all my dollars that they might do that, which was been toosted with the disgusted leaders, from heavy/badge. The first slate, Shiwan, age 7, scale reading, crown threshold, destination, 9 Vault Pavilion, Eastern Spur Annex. The third, Shen Li, age 5, scale reading, crest anomaly, destination, 9 Vault Pavilion, Eastern Spur Annex. 5, a child of 5. Yuwen's hand moved down the board, slate after slate, names, ages, readings that matched his own classification, destinations that all led to the same annex, the same sect, the same chamber beneath the eastern bell tower where a sealed breakthrough waited for each of them. His own age at first reading had been 6. Kutaiba had bought him that year by altering his file. These children had not been bought any time at all. Helian's voice came from the doorway. "We need to keep moving. This station is not our destination." Yuwen heard the words. They did not reach him. He was staring at the last slate on the board. It was newer than the others, the characters sharper, the dust thinner. Unnamed. Age 4. Scale reading. Unstable. Destination. Pending. Age 4. A child of 4, classified as unstable, held in a cell while the Empire decided which annex would receive the body. Behind him, a mechanism engaged. The sound was soft, a click released somewhere deep in the stone, followed by the slow grinding of gears that had not moved in years. The floor trembled. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Helian's hand was on his shoulder, pulling him back. "She said the station was abandoned." It was. Helian's blade was already half drawn. Something just woke it up. A second click, closer, then a third. The door at the far end of the processing hall slammed shut. The formation lock blazed to life, not weak, not starved, but full, bright, fed from a source deeper than the station's maintenance lines. A voice emerged from a speaker grill set into the ceiling. Old, dry, unhurried. "Unauthorized entry. Intake records accessed without seal clearance. Purge protocol initiated." Helian drove his blade into the door's lock. The formation flared, throwing him back, and the door held. "Purge protocol," Yuwen repeated. The voice answered. "All stored assets will be neutralized. This station has been on standby for 43 years. Standby ends now." The floor beneath them opened. Chapter 73. The fall lasted 3 breaths, maybe 4. Yuwen hit Stone Shoulder first, rolled, came up with his blade half drawn in a chamber that smelled of old iron and something wetter, something that had been sealed so long the air itself had learned to rot. Helian landed beside him, blade already moving to scan the dark. Above them, the floor had resealed. No light, no sound from the processing hall. Just the slow drip of water somewhere ahead and the hum of a formation that had woken hungry. Yuwen's eyes adjusted. The chamber was narrow, a service corridor lined with doors smaller than the cells above, waist-high, built for bodies that had not yet grown into their height. Each door bore a number etched into the stone. No names, no destinations, just numbers. He moved to the nearest door. The formation lock was newer than the door itself. A retrofit added after the station went silent, keyed to the same purge protocol that had dropped them into this level. He pressed his palm to the lock. The black threads under his skin stirred, and he felt the formation's rhythm. Slow, methodical, turning toward a final kill sequence that had not yet completed. "It is cycling," he said. "It purges in waves. We have time between cycles." Helian's voice came from behind him. "Time for what?" Yuwen did not answer. He drove his black-threaded hand into the lock's weak point, the train where the retrofit met the original stone, and pulled. The formation screamed, a high, thin shriek of violated intent, then collapsed. The door swung open. The cell was smaller than his memory of his own childhood chamber. A cot, a drain, a wall covered in characters so tightly packed they looked like woven cloth. He stepped inside and read the first line. "My name is Lian. I am 7. I came from the 3rd-tier weaving village. They said I was chosen." He read the next line. "Chosen means they take you to a room with a table." He stopped reading. Behind him, Helian had opened another door. The silence that followed told Yuwen everything he needed to know. "We cannot carry them all," Helian said, and his voice was stripped of its usual edge. "We cannot carry any of them. The purge will collapse this entire level in 6 minutes." Yuwen stepped out of the cell. His hand was shaking. He did not look at it. "There is a record cache somewhere in this station. Storage, ledgers, everything they kept to track the intake." Helian's eyes met his. "You want to save paper?" "I want to save proof." Helian held his gaze for a moment, then nodded once and moved down the corridor, testing doors, reading numbers, counting steps. Yuwen followed. They found the cache at the end of the 3rd corridor, a reinforced vault set into the stone with a lock that had not been starved by time. This one was fed. Active. Designed to protect its contents from exactly the kind of intrusion Yuwen was attempting. He did not try to break it. The hunger stirred beneath his ribs, and he let it rise just enough to read the lock's resonance. The formation inside was old, older than the station, keyed to a pattern he recognized from the hearing vault diagrams Kutaiba had shown him. The same hand had designed both locks. He pressed Kutaiba's silver examiner seal against the lock's face. The formation paused. Then it opened. The vault's interior was smaller than he expected. Shelves lined with cloth-bound ledgers, their spines numbered by year, by tier, by intake batch. He pulled the nearest ledger and opened it. The first page listed 37 names. Ages ranged from 4 to 9. Scale readings, source villages, destination annexes. A column at the far right held a single character for each entry. A sun glyph for those who had survived breakthrough, a crossed circle for those who had not. He counted the crossed circles. 29 of 37. He closed the ledger and stacked it with the next, and the next, and the next. Helian appeared at the vault's entrance. 90 seconds, maybe less. Yuwen did not stop stacking. "Yuwen, I know." He took the last ledger, then turned and ran. The corridor trembled as the next purge cycle began. Closer now, the formation's hum deepening to a growl that vibrated through the stone. They reached the central chamber as the first seal collapsed behind them, and Yuwen saw the doors along the corridor begin to glow, each lock flaring white before releasing something that was not fire. Spirits, bound, broken, released from their cells by the purge to kill everything still breathing in the station. The first one took shape in the air before him. A child, or the outline of one, translucent and flickering, its mouth open in a scream that made no sound but pressed against his eardrums like water. It wore the shape of a girl of 7 or 8, her cultivation robes still visible through the haze of her dissolution. She spoke. "Chosen means they take you to a room with a table." Yuwen could not move. The spirit lunged. Not at his throat, at his chest, at the hunger pulsing beneath his sternum, drawn to the same anomaly that had marked her for death. He caught her. His hands passed through her, but the black threads in his palms did not pass through. They caught. They held. The spirit convulsed, and he felt her rage, her terror, her confusion, a lifetime of pain compressed into a moment he could not turn away from. "Why did you get to live?" He did not have an answer. Helian's blade cut through the spirit's binding, severing the thread that held her to the purge formation. She dissolved into mist, her scream fading into something softer, something that might have been a name if she had been given time to finish it. Behind her, 3 more took shape, and behind them, a voice emerged from a speaker grill set into the ceiling. The same dry, unhurried tone that had announced the purge. Asset escape detected. Deploying anomaly remnants from Cycle 7 through Cycle 11. All remnants are keyed to recognize feast-type resonance. Evasion is not possible. Yuwen looked up at the grill. "You were a child," he said. "You were a child who processed children." The grill did not answer. The first remnant took its shape from the air, a boy of perhaps 10, taller than the others, with a hollow where his cultivation core should have been, and a face that had forgotten how to feel pain. It looked at Yuwen, and its mouth moved. Crown of the 9th tier. Yuwen's blade dropped a fraction. They said you were the one who would break the pattern. The remnant smiled, and its smile did not reach its eyes. "I was the one before you." Chapter 74. The boy remnant's smile did not reach his eyes. "I was the one before you." Yuwen's blade hung frozen. The words pressed against his chest harder than any strike, because he understood them in his bones, the way the hunger understood the old horn rhythm. A predecessor, a prototype, a boy who had been called Miracle, Banner, Crown, and then buried so deep that even the station's ledgers used a crossed circle instead of a name. "I am not you," Yuwen said. The remnant's smile did not change. Not yet. The boy moved. He flowed through the air like smoke with intent, and Yuwen's body reacted before his mind caught up. He twisted, brought his blade up, but the remnant passed through the steel and slammed into his chest with the force of a waterfall. Cold. Not the cold tearing, a different cold. The cold of a child who had been emptied so completely that even his spirit had forgotten what warmth felt like. The hunger rose to meet the impact, and Yuwen felt it. The hunger knew this remnant, not from this life, not from this body, but something in the black threads recognized the shape of the boy's resonance, and for a heartbeat, the two pressed against each other like old enemies meeting across a battlefield they had both died on before. "You carry him," the remnant said. "You carry what they put in me. I carry nothing they gave me willingly. Willing, unwilling. The cage does not ask your consent." The remnant's hands pressed deeper into Yuwen's chest, and Yuwen felt the hunger surge in response, hungry to consume, eager to pull the boy's essence into itself, and add another ghost to the void beneath his ribs. He could. He knew he could. The boy's spirit was bound to the purge formation, but the formation was old and the binding was frayed. One pull from the Silk Eater's art would tear the remnant apart, feed the hunger, silence the accusation in those hollow eyes. The hunger wanted it. Yuwen felt the threads in his palms unspool, reaching for the boy's core, and he stopped them. He pulled his hands back, forced the hunger down, took the remnant's full impact against his chest without feeding, without draining, without taking the power that was offered on the only terms the art understood. The cold tore through him. His ribs creaked. His meridians screamed. The remnant's instability flooded into him the way poison floods a wound, not consuming, but transferring. The boy's decades of trapped agony and dissolution pouring into Yuwen's already fractured foundation. New cracks spread through his channels. He felt them, every one. "Helian," he said through clenched teeth. His voice was steady. That surprised him. Now, Helian was already moving. He had seen what Yuwen was doing, the choice being made in the moment between impact and collapse, and his blade was angled not at the remnant, but at the binding thread that connected the boy's spirit to the purge formation. The thread snapped. The boy's spirit dissolved, but differently this time. Not into hunger, not into power, into silence. The remnant's face softened, the smile finally fading, and the hollow eyes closed as the binding that had held him in place for decades released him into something that was not quite death and not quite peace, but was no longer the station. "Thank you." The word was barely a breath. Then the boy was gone. Yuwen staggered. His knees buckled. The new fractures in his channels burned like brands, and he coughed once, tasting copper, feeling the cold of the remnant's passage settle into places that had already been cracked before. The hunger writhed beneath him, furious at being denied, but he held it down. Yuwen. Helian's hand caught his shoulder, steadying him. What did you just do? Didn't feed. I can see that. You took the damage instead. Yuwen wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The blood came away black at the edges. The binding was frayed. I could feel where it connected to the purge formation. If I fed, I would have taken him, fully. He would have become part of the hunger, and that would have been the end of whatever he still was. What he still was, Helian repeated. He was a remnant, bound to kill you. He was a child. Helian said nothing. His scar shifted as his jaw tightened, but he did not argue. The speaker grill crackled. Cycle 11 remnants progressing. Feast-type resonance confirmed in target. Purge window extended to compensate. More shapes were forming at the far end of the corridor. 3, 5, 7. The remnants of Cycle 11, drawn by the hunger's pulse, their hollow faces turned toward the only living thing in the station that resonated with the same frequency as their bindings. Yuwen looked at them. He could feed. The hunger pressed against his restraint, showing him exactly how easy it would be. One pull, the remnants would dissolve. Their power would flow into him, and the new fractures from the boy's passage would seal, not healed, but filled. The cracks packed with borrowed essence that would hold until the next time he needed to pay. One pull. He raised his hand, and he did not feed. He reached into the hunger instead, not to consume, but to resonate, the way the boy's remnant had resonated with Cultivation's seal. He found the frequency of the remnant's bindings, the same pattern the boy had carried, and he opened himself to it. The cold hit him like a wall. He took it. He took the instability, the dissolution, the decades of forgotten children pressing against the walls of their cells, writing their names, scratching tallies, calling for mothers who never came. He took it into the cracks the heaven scale had left, into the fractures the forced breakthroughs had carved, into the spaces the hunger had hollowed beneath his ribs. The black threads screamed in protest. Meridian by meridian, his body lit up with pain so bright it should have been visible through his skin. The remnants surged toward him, not feeding but transferring, their bindings dissolving as their instability poured into the vessel he had opened himself to become. Helian moved to cut the first binding, then the second, then the third. Each severed thread sent a shock through Yuwen's channels that felt like being torn open and stitched shut in the same heartbeat. The remnants dissolved one by one, not consumed, not destroyed, released, their agony flowing through Yuwen's fractured foundation and out into the air where it could fade without a vessel to hold it. He did not know how long it took. Time had stopped meaning anything after the third remnant. When the last binding snapped, Yuwen fell forward onto his hands and knees, his breath coming in wet, uneven gasps, every meridian in his body a raw nerve singing with borrowed pain. The black threads had retreated deep into his palms, curled and defensive, as if they did not recognize what he had just done. Neither did he. Daiyan's boots appeared in his field of vision. He looked up. She was standing at the corridor's entrance, her sword drawn, her travel robe streaked with dust and something darker. She must have reached the station while he was in the vault. She must have followed the sound of the purge. She was looking at him with an expression he could not read. They were binding remnants, he said. His voice sounded like it came from someone else. I didn't feed. I know. I released them. I know. She sheathed her sword. Then she knelt beside him, not to help him stand, not to offer comfort, just to meet his eyes at the same height and show him that she was not looking away from what she had witnessed. I thought your path was just descent, she said. I thought you were falling and taking whatever power you could grab on the way down. Her pause was the most honest thing she had ever given him. I was wrong. The floor trembled beneath them, not the purge, something deeper. The station's foundation, overloaded by the collapsing formation, and the released bindings, and the weight of 43 years of systems waking up to die. The walls began to crack. The tower is falling, Helian said from the corridor's far end. He was already moving toward them, his blade dripping with the remains of a severed binding thread. The entire level. We have seconds. Daiyan grabbed Yuwen's arm and pulled him upright. He was still holding the ledgers. They were pressed against his chest, 3 of them, cloth-bound and stained with the residue of dead children's names, and he did not let go even as the floor tilted and the ceiling began to rain stone. The speaker grill sparked. Purge complete, station integrity compromised. All assets. The grill went silent as a beam of stone crashed through the ceiling and crushed it. Yuwen ran. He ran with Daiyan on his left and Helian on his right, the ledgers clutched against his chest, his meridians screaming with every step. And behind them, the station folded into itself like a fist closing around a flame. They reached the corridor, the stairs, light above. The door that led to the censor road, hanging open, its frame already splintering as the mountain groaned and shifted and began to swallow the evidence of everything that had been done inside. They burst through the doorway as the station collapsed behind them. Dust billowed into the night air. Yuwen fell to his knees on the censor road, gasping, the ledgers still pressed against his chest, and looked up at the sky. The moon was full. He had 3 days. And somewhere in the darkness below, a bell began to ring. Chapter 75. The moon hung full and useless above the censor road. Yuwen knelt on the cracked stone, the 3 ledgers pressed against his chest, his breath coming in wet pulls that tasted of dust and old iron. Every meridian in his body sang with borrowed pain. The black threads had curled deep into his palms, retreating like animals that did not trust the hand that housed them. Daiyan stood over him, her sword still drawn. Helian crouched at the road's edge, listening to the bell. It came from below. Not the slow rhythm of the bone ferry, not the measured pulse of a censor approach. Something else. Something that matched the beat of a heart that had been waiting for them to arrive. "That is not a white censor bell," Helian said. "How do you know?" Yuwen's voice scraped out of him. "Because I have heard both. That one means the path is open." Yuwen forced himself upright. The ledgers did not leave his hands. He had carried them through a collapsing station, through the weight of 43 years of classified children, through the dissolving remnants of a boy who had been the one before him. He would not put them down now. Daiyan moved to his left. Helian took point. They walked the censor road as the moon climbed. The road cut through a shoulder of the mountain, switchbacking down toward a spur that Yuwen recognized from tournament diagrams he had studied years ago. The eastern spur, the old relay foundation, the place where the hearing vault had been buried beneath 3 generations of ceremonial upgrades and strategic forgetfulness. The bell kept ringing. It did not grow louder, it did not fade. It simply existed at the edge of hearing, a constant reminder that someone, or something, knew they were coming. They found the entrance behind a formation seal that had been designed to look like a maintenance hatch. Yuwen would have walked past it if the hunger had not stirred. It recognized the lock pattern, the same as the vault beneath the processing station, the same as the door Kuteba's silver seal had opened. He pressed the seal into the recess, stone grated against stone. A corridor opened before them, narrow and low-ceiled, lined with relay conduits that had not been maintained in decades. The walls were marked with old sun sigils faded to the color of dried blood. They moved through it in silence. The corridor ended at a circular chamber. In its center stood a reading dais of polished black stone, ringed by 7 empty seal slots and a resonance plate shaped to hold a cylinder exactly the size of the one Kuteba had pressed into Yuwen's hands. Above the dais, a network of dormant relay crystals hung from the ceiling, their surfaces dark and waiting. The hearing vault. Yuwen crossed to the dais. His hands were shaking. He did not know if it was exhaustion, channel damage, or something he did not want to name. He set the ledgers on the stone. He drew the brass cylinder from his robe. It was warm. It had been warm since Kuteba gave it to him, as if something inside it was still breathing. He placed it in the resonance plate. The cylinder fit perfectly. Of course it did. It had been made for this. The vault did not activate. Yuwen stared at the dark relay crystals, at the 7 empty seal slots, at the cylinder sitting silent in its cradle. "The cipher," he said. Daiyan stepped closer. "You need to trace it." "I know." He had constructed it from Nore's calligraphy spacing. He had memorized the characters, the gaps between them, the precise distances she had used to encode a truth she could not speak aloud. "There is no heaven under the stone. The 7 are with me." He raised his hand. The black threads in his palm stirred as he began to trace the first character in the air above the resonance plate. His chi was barely a whisper, fractured and thin, But the cipher did not need power. It needed precision. He drew the second character, the third. The relay crystals above him flickered. He traced the fourth character, and the fifth, and the sixth, and the seventh, each stroke pulling memory from a place he did not know he still had access to. Narne's blessing scroll, the spacing she had hidden in plain sight, the 7 characters that pointed to a vault where heaven could not reach. The final stroke completed the cipher. The vault woke. Light surged through the relay crystals, climbing from dim amber to burning white. The 7 seal slots around the dais lit in sequence, each one snapping into place with a sound like a lock turning in a door that had not been opened since the 4th sun's reign. The brass cylinder hissed. A seam opened along its length. Inside, a roll of silver membrane, so thin it was almost translucent, began to feed into the resonance plate. Characters appeared on the membrane as it moved, not written by any hand but revealed by the light passing through it. The 9 founding sect masters, their seal impressions. The first classified child, Yuwen, age 7, 4 months after her first breakthrough. Dead. The membrane kept feeding. Jianyu, age 6, dead. Shenli, age 5, dead. 29 of the first 37, dead. The names kept coming, cycle after cycle, generation after generation. And above them, the relay crystals were no longer dormant. They were pulsing. The vault was transmitting, not to a single screen, not to a single relay station, but to every node tied to the ascending tiers network, every public screen from the upper tiers to the market roads, every ceremonial display in every sect hall that had ever broadcast a tournament match. The truth was being cast across Kangwei, and in that moment of light and revelation, 2 corridors opened at opposite ends of the chamber. Mok Xuanjin stepped from the first, his 6 jade rings burning cold blue, his silver hair unbound, his face carrying an expression Yuwen had never seen on it before. Not patience, not calculation, grief. The Patriarch's voice came low and raw. You were supposed to burn bright and die clean. That was the only mercy I could give you. From the second corridor, the white censors emerged, 6 of them, their porcelain masks split by a single vertical line, their robes drinking the light. The relay crystals blazed overhead, casting the names of dead children across every screen in the Empire. And Yuwen stood between the man who had made him and the force that had come to unmake him. 3 ledgers at his feet, and a hunger inside him that had started to smile. Chapter 76. The relay crystals blazed. The silver membrane fed through the resonance plate, names and dates and death tallies scrolling across every screen in Kangwei. Yuwen watched them move. Xiuan, Jianyu, Shenli, 29 of 37, dead. The numbers kept coming, cycle after cycle, generation after generation, each line a child whose life had been measured in spirit stones and strategic value. The white censors did not move. They stood in the second corridor, 6 figures in robes that drank the light, their masks split by a single vertical line, watching, waiting. They had not come to stop the broadcast. They had come for what happened after. Mok Xuanjin stepped forward. His jade rings burned cold blue, the light crawling up his fingers like frost spreading across glass. His silver hair hung unbound. His face carried no patience now, no calculation, only a grief so old it had fossilized into something harder than stone. You were supposed to burn bright and die clean, he said. That was the only mercy I could give you. Yuwen's hands were still shaking. He pressed them flat against the reading dais to stop them. Mercy, he said. The word tasted like ash in his mouth. You locked children in cells. You fed them to a system that killed 29 of the first 37. You called it cultivation. Mok Xuanjin's jaw tightened. I called it survival. The Empire survives, Yuwen said. The children did not. The relay crystals pulsed. On the membrane, the records reached the 4th cycle, the 5th, each name a crossed circle, each death a line in a ledger that had been hidden for 43 years. Above them, the vault's ceiling flickered with light from every screen tied to the ascending tiers network. Yuwen could not see the images, but he could feel them. The same records, the same names, cast across every public square, every sect hall, every market road from the upper tiers to the mist valleys. The Empire was watching, and the Empire was silent. Ma Xuanjin took another step. The white censors did not react. Their masks remained fixed, their robes still, their silence absolute. Your broadcast does not end the system, Ma Xuanjin said. It ends the people who ran it, the 9 founding sects, the directors, the examiners who filed the reports. Every name on that membrane will be hunted, tried, and erased. The court will burn them to prove its own innocence. Good, Yuwen said. Good. Ma Xuanjin's voice cracked. Do you think the court did not know? Do you think the fourth son's directive was hidden from the throne? The Empire approved this. The Empire funded this. The Empire watched every child die and counted the spirit stones they became. When you strip the names from that membrane and parade them before Changwei, you do not expose the system. You expose the foundation the Empire is built on. And the Empire will not fall. Yuwen looked at him. He saw the man who had raised him, the man who had praised his breakthroughs, placed him at the top of every seating board, and told him he was chosen. The man who had prepared a chamber keyed to his resonance before he was old enough to walk. You knew, Yuwen said, from the beginning. I knew you were the strongest anomaly in 4 generations, Ma Xuanjin said. I knew your scale reading would crack the relic. I knew your foundation would hold longer than any before you. I believed. He stopped, his voice dropped. I believed you would break the pattern, that you would reach the summit, stand above the Empire and prove the cost was worth it. I am standing, Yuwen said, and I am proving the cost. The membrane kept feeding, the 6th cycle, the 7th. Children's handwriting on cell walls, tally marks counting days. The repeated character mother scratched into stone by a hand too small to reach the top of the cell. The relay crystals cast everything. Ma Xuanjin looked at the images. His face did not change, but something behind his eyes shifted. A door closing that had been open for 40 years. There are 2 living witnesses in this chamber, he said. The girl from Skyward Terrace, the demonic heir from Hollow Reed. If you stop the broadcast now, I will let them walk out of this vault alive. I will seal the passage behind them. They will never be found. Daiyan's blade came up half an inch. Helian did not move. Yuwen looked at them, at Daiyan, who had crossed a continent to bring Kutaiba's message, who had held the line at the relay station, who had knelt in the collapse and admitted she was wrong. At Helian, who had pulled him from the mountain, taught him to survive, and never once pretended the art was clean. Your bargain is worthless, Yuwen said. Ma Xuanjin's eyes went cold. You think you can protect them from what comes next? I think I can let them choose. The relay crystals surged. The membrane reached the 11th cycle, the sensor station records, the waist-high cells, the purge protocol. The remnants Yuwen had released without feeding. Every screen in Changwei showed a child's handprint pressed into dust at waist height. Daiyan stepped closer. Yuwen. He did not turn. He kept his eyes on Ma Xuanjin. The broadcast will finish, Yuwen said. The truth will stand, and you will stand with it. Ma Xuanjin looked at him for a long moment. Then he raised his left hand. The 6 jade rings flared. The white censors moved. They did not advance on Yuwen. They spread in a half-circle behind Ma Xuanjin, their formation settling into something practiced and old. Porcelain masks turned toward the broadcast. I offered you a clean death, Ma Xuanjin said. I offered you mercy. You refused both. He lowered his hand. Then I will give you what you chose. The jade rings pulsed. The vault's resonance plate shuddered. The relay crystals flickered, and in the space between heartbeats, the hunger inside Yuwen opened its eyes. It had been patient. It had been waiting. It had watched him refuse, burning his own channels to starve it, spending his own life to avoid feeding it. Now it smiled. He is right, you know, the hunger said. The Empire will not fall, not from records, not from truth. Yuwen's black-threaded hand began to pulse, but it will fall from what I am about to do. The hunger surged, and Yuwen felt the control leave his fingers. Chapter 77. The hunger took Yuwen's hands and made them open. He watched his own fingers spread, the black threads swimming beneath the skin like veins learning new rivers. The relay crystals blazed above him. The membrane kept feeding images across Xianxia. None of it was his doing anymore. "Let me," the hunger whispered, and his throat moved without his permission. "Let me and they live." Jin's jade rings burned brighter. The white censors shifted their formation. One of them raised a hand, and the suppression array hidden in the vault's walls answered with a low hum that pressed against Yuwen's teeth. Daiyan stepped forward. "Yuwen?" He heard her. He could not answer. The hunger filled his chest like water rising in a sealed room. It reached for the relay crystals. It reached for the resonance plate. It reached for the channels between them, the invisible threads of energy that connected this vault to every screen in Xianxia. And Yuwen felt what it intended. Not destruction, consumption. The hunger meant to feed on the relay itself, on the gaze of every person watching, on the attention, the fear, the recognition that poured through the network like blood through a living heart. "They watch," the hunger said. "They have always watched. Let me take what they offer." "No," Yuwen said. His voice came out. It was thin. It was his. The hunger paused. Jin's eyes narrowed. "You are still speaking." Yuwen's hands trembled. The black threads pulsed. He forced them down, not by strength, not by will, but by the same refusal he had used in the censor station, the same refusal that had broken his meridians and released the children without feeding. He reached inside himself and took hold of the hunger's attention. "Wanted a feed," he said. "Not aloud, not in words. Then feed on me." The hunger recoiled. It had no face, but Yuwen felt its surprise, the ancient thing inside him drawing back as if he had offered it poison. "You will break. I have broken before. You will die. I have died before." He did not know why he said it. The hunger went still. Something old and cold and almost respectful passed between them. Then the suppression array hummed again, and the white censors moved. They did not rush. They stepped forward in unison, their split masks turning toward Yuwen, and the light in the vault dimmed as if their robes drank it directly. The suppression array pressed harder. Yuwen's knees buckled. Helian caught him. "Don't," Helian said. His voice was low. "Don't do what I think you are about to do." Yuwen looked up at him. "Mizme, what am I about to do?" "Feed on the relay," Helian said. "On the people watching. On the network itself. You are thinking about it." Yuwen did not deny it. The hunger stirred inside him, hopeful again. Jin raised his hand. The jade rings flared. The suppression array answered with a pulse that cracked the stone beneath Yuwen's feet. "The broadcast will end," Jin said. "The truth will be contained. The Empire will absorb this and move forward. And you, Yuwen Zhi, will be remembered as the banner who broke, not the truth that burned." Yuwen looked at the relay crystals. They blazed with light, with attention, with the eyes of every person in Xianxia who watched his ascent, his fall, his flight. And now this. They were watching him choose. The hunger pressed. Let me take it. They are already giving it. They have always given it." Yuwen closed his eyes. He thought of Kutaiba, of her hand pressing the cylinder into his, of the children's names in the ledgers, of the boy remnant who had called him Crown of the 9th tier and dissolved into peace because Yuwen had refused to feed on him. He opened his eyes. "I will not feed on them," he said. The hunger screamed. It was not sound, it was pressure, fury, the full weight of the ancient thing inside him throwing itself against the walls of his will. Yuwen's knees hit the stone. Blood filled his mouth, but he did not open the channels. Instead, he reached for the relay crystals with something else. Not the hunger, not the Silk Eater's art, the attention he had spent his whole life chasing. The gaze of Xianxia, the Empire watching. He gave it back. He turned the relay's gathered qi not inward but outward, not toward feeding but toward the suppression array pressing down on him. The crystals blazed brighter. The white censors hesitated. The suppression array hummed against a power it had not been built to contain. Jin's eyes widened. "You are..." The vault shook. Stone groaned. The resonance plate cracked. The relay crystals flared white. then white, until there was no color left in them, only heat and pressure and the scream of a network overloaded with attention it had never been designed to channel. The suppression array shattered. The white censors fell back, their formation broken, their masks catching the light of 1,000 screens burning at once. And Yuwen stood in the center of it, his foundation splitting open along every fracture he had ever taken, and realized what he had done. The relay was collapsing, the broadcast was ending, and the only way to keep Daiyan and Helian alive through the collapse was to feed the art directly from the network's dying pulse. He reached for it. The hunger opened its arms, and screen burned white. Chapter 78. The white light did not fade. It filled the vault, the corridors, the cracks in the stone, pouring through the relay crystals like water through a breached dam. Yuwen stood at the center of it, his foundation split along every old fracture, the hunger rising through him like floodwater through a broken levee. Take it, the hunger urged. All of it. The attention, the fear, the lives straining toward the screens. You can feel them, can't you? He could feel them. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. The weight of Kangwei's gaze, dense and warm and pulsing with the rhythm of living hearts. The hunger mapped each one, traced the bright chords of their vitality, showed him exactly where to bite. One pull, the hunger whispered. One moment of opening, and you will never be weak again. Helian's hand gripped his shoulder. Su. The name, not the title. Helian never called him that. You are standing at the edge of something you cannot come back from. Yuwen's teeth were clenched so hard his jaw ached. The light poured through him, through the cracks in his foundation, through the black threads that had woven themselves into his meridians. He could feel every path the hunger had opened, every channel it had dug through his body, waiting for the command to drink. Maxuan Jin stood at the corridor's mouth, his jade rings dark now, the suppression array shattered around him in pieces. He was not advancing. He was watching. He expects you to fall, the hunger said. He expects the hunger to win. That is why he offered mercy. He has already written the ending. Shut up, Yuwen breathed. Daiyan moved to his other side, her sword still drawn, her eyes on the white censors regrouping at the far wall. We have maybe 30 breaths before they reform their formation. Whatever you are going to do it now. The relay crystals pulsed above him. They were dying. The network was collapsing under the weight of the broadcast, the redirected chi, the shattering of the suppression array. In another minute the crystals would go dark, and the only energy left in the vault would be the people inside it. The hunger pressed. Feed or die. Those are the terms. Yuwen reached into the relay, not with the hunger's instinct, not with the Silk Eater's art's greedy opening. He reached with something thinner, more precise, a thread of intent that separated the dispersed chi resonance from the deeper pulse beneath it. The hunger screamed. That is not enough. That will not hold. It will hold, Yuwen said. It will hold because I am not taking their lives. He drew. The network's ambient chi flooded into him, the scattered energy that had accumulated in the crystals over decades of relay use. It was not alive. It had no heartbeat, no consciousness, no fear. It was power without cost. His meridians blazed. The fractures in his foundation screamed as the energy forced its way through channels that had been cracked and splintered and never properly healed. Blood leaked from his nose, from his ears, from the corners of his eyes. But he did not take the deeper pulse. He held the line between dispersed energy and living essence, took everything that was dead and refused everything that was alive, and the hunger threw itself against that boundary with all the fury of something that had been waiting lifetimes for a feast. You are splitting yourself apart for nothing. I am choosing, Yuwen said. That is not nothing. The white light in the crystals dimmed. The relay's gathered chi drained into him, converted through the Silk Eater's art into raw cultivation force. And Yuwen felt his foundation knit along the fractures, then crack again, then knit once more in a rhythm of agony and repair that he could not control. Helian caught him as his knees buckled. Enough, Helian said. You have done enough. Not yet. Yuwen's voice was barely a whisper. The siege. The white censors were reforming, their split masks turned toward him, their robes drinking the failing light of the crystals. They had not attacked during his feeding. They had waited, patient and practiced, knowing the hunger would do their work for them. But Yuwen had not fed as they expected. He had fed on the dead energy of the network, not the living attention of the Empire, and he was still standing. Daiyan moved first. She crossed the vault in 3 strides, her sword cutting a line of silver through the darkness between her and the nearest white censor. The blade met the mask, and the mask split, and the figure beneath it was not a face, but a void where a face should have been. "Exit route," Helian said. "Now!" He pulled Yuwen toward the corridor Marsh had emerged from, the one that led deeper into the mountain's foundation. The Patriarch did not block them. He stood motionless, his eyes on Yuwen, his expression unreadable. "Your mercy will kill you," Marsh said. "What you just did, choosing to take less than you could. That restraint will be the death of you." Yuwen looked back at him. "Maybe," he said, "but it will not be yours." The corridor swallowed them. It was narrow, rough-hewn, lit by fading traces of the same blue formation residue that had lined the burial tunnels. The walls trembled as the vault behind them began to collapse, stone grinding against stone, the white censor's silence giving way to the sound of falling rock. Helian led, Daiyan covered the rear. Yuwen stumbled between them, his body burning with energy his foundation could not hold, his meridians screaming in a language of pain that had become the only constant in his life. The corridor sloped upward. Light filtered through a crack ahead. Not blue formation light, but gray, natural, the pale pre-dawn of a sky that had not yet decided to burn. "Almost there," Helian said. The trembling behind them stopped, not because the collapse had finished, because something else had begun. A sound, low and rhythmic, like a heartbeat learned in a language Yuwen's ribs had never been taught. The third bell. It was ringing in the darkness below. Yuwen turned. The corridor behind them was not empty. A figure stood at the far end, where the passage bent toward the collapsing vault. It was not a white censor. It was not Marsh. It was taller, older, wrapped in robes that had been white once and were now the color of old bone. Its face was a mask, not porcelain like the censors, stone, cracked down the center, and it was holding something in its hand, a ledger. The same ledger Yuwen had carried, the third one, the one he had dropped in the vault when the hunger took control. The figure held it up, and the bell rang again, and the ledger's pages began to turn on their own, and Yuwen saw his own name written in ink that had not been there before. Chapter 79. The third bell stopped ringing. The silence cut deeper than the sound had. Yuwen stood in the corridor, rainwater beginning to seep through the crack above, and watched the stone-masked figure hold the ledger like an offering. The pages moved without wind. His name sat there, fresh ink on parchment that had been dry a moment ago. Helian's hand found his arm. "We need to move. That ledger has my name in it, which is exactly why we need to move." Daiyan stood at the rear, sword still wet from the void-faced censor, her gaze fixed on the figure. "It is not attacking." "Not yet," Helian said. The stone-masked figure took a step forward. The crack in its mask deepened, releasing a sound like stone grinding against stone, and when it spoke, the voice was old, layered, as if 2 people shared the same throat. "The crown of the 9th tiers does not flee." Yuwen's chest tightened. The hunger stirred, curious, predatory. "I am not a crown," Yuwen said. "You are written." The figure raised a hand, and the ledger's pages flipped, settling on a page that had been blank a heartbeat earlier. Sealed, named. The system does not forget what it has marked. A cold blue light flared at the far end of the corridor. Marsh stood within it, his jade rings burning, his silver hair wild, his face carved from the same stone as the figure's mask. But he was not looking at Yuwen. He was looking at the figure. "Council convocation," Marsh said. His voice was flat, stripped of grief or fury. "The 4th Sun's seal has been broken. Every director who signed the framework has been summoned within the hour." The figure did not turn. "Then you should answer. The throne is calling. The valleys are stirring. The broadcast is still running in fragments across the lower tiers, and the court cannot stop it because the relay network is dead and the crystals are dark, and every household that saw the first transmission is asking questions the archives cannot answer." Maxin and Jin's gaze finally found Yuwen. You have set the Empire alight. Now you must survive the fire you started. The blue light swallowed him. The corridor where he had stood was empty, the stone cold, the formation gone. The Patriarch had retreated, not defeated, choosing a larger battlefield. The stone-masked figure watched Yuwen with eyes that did not blink. 3 paths remain, it said. Return to the mountain and be unmade. Walk into the valleys and be remade. Or stand here until the white censors reform and the void behind the mask decides which of the first 2 options is less trouble. Helian's grip tightened. We choose the valleys. The figure dipped its head once and tossed the ledger at Yuwen's feet. Then carry this. Every clan that sees it will know what you are. Some will kneel, some will try to kill you. The ones that kneel are more dangerous. It stepped back into the shadow of the collapsing vault, and the darkness swallowed it the way the mountain had swallowed Yuwen Zhi. The corridor groaned. Stone dust rained from the ceiling. Helian pulled Yuwen forward. Daiyan grabbed the ledger, pressing it into Yuwen's hands. They ran. The mountain vomited them out into a world turned sideways. Storm-dark ravines opened beneath their feet, wind tearing at their robes, rain falling in sheets that turned the sky and stone and distance into the same gray blur. Lightning split the cloud layer, illuminating ridges that stretched into mist, valleys that swallowed sound, peaks that had never known a heaven scale. They ran until the mountain was a shadow behind them. They ran until the only sound was their own breathing, and the rain, and the distant rumble of thunder moving east. Yuwen collapsed under a stone overhang, his knees hitting wet rock, his hands still clutching the ledger. The leather was soaked, the pages had swollen, but the ink had not run. It had shifted. He opened it. The names of the classified children were gone. The cell records, the intake tallies, the death counts, all faded into water stains and silence. In their place, new words emerged, written in a hand that was not his, not the stone-masked figure's, not anyone's he had ever seen. The crown of the 9th tier lives. The feast begins. Let them come. The hunger inside him opened its eyes. Yes, it breathed. Finally. The pages are turning. Daiyan knelt beside him. What does it say? Yuwen could not answer. The ink was still moving, forming new lines beneath the first. Names he did not recognize, places he had never heard of, a list that grew longer the longer he stared. Helian stood at the edge of the overhang, scanning the ravines. We have company. Yuwen looked up. Figures moved in the rain, not soldiers, not censors. They wore dark cloaks, carried no banners, moved in a formation that spoke of valleys and shadows, not imperial roads. One of them raised a hand. A construct of rain and light formed above the figure, a sigil that burned in the storm without heat. Hollow Fang clan, Helian said. They are offering shelter. Or a trap, Daiyan said. Or a trap. Helian looked back at Yuwen. But they did not attack. They are waiting for our answer. Yuwen looked down at the ledger in his hands. The ink had stopped moving. The last line read, in that unknown hand, choose where you land, before the ground chooses for you. The hunger was silent, watchful, waiting to see what he would do. The rain hammered the stone, the hollow fang sigil burned in the storm, and Yuwen Zhi, the banner that had broken, the crown of the 9th tier, the boy who had been written into a system that meant to spend him, stood at the edge of the ravines and realized that the truth he had broadcast was only the first wound. The feast had not begun yet, but the invitations were arriving. The Vlograv Tozes Cardi. Chapter 80. The rain had not stopped. It fell in sheets that turned the ravines into rivers of shadow, each drop striking stone with a sound like counting. Yuwen sat beneath the overhang with the ledger open in his lap, the ink still drying on words that had not existed an hour ago. The crown of the 9th tier lives. The feast begins. Let them come. His hand moved before he thought. It reached into his robe and found the cloth bundle tucked against his ribs, the last things he had carried from the mountain. A trading token from Bai Luming, given the year he first learned to channel qi without bleeding from the nose. A bronze bell fragment from the Frost Bell Cloister, Abbot Searing Dompa's offering of a path that had never been taken. A strip of silk from his own banner, the one that had hung above the tournament grounds with his name woven in gold thread. He laid them on the stone. Daiyan watched him. Sisitchwe's propest the passerine, Hiana silently drilling. Helian watched the valley. You do not have to, Daiyan said quietly. Yes, I do. Yuwen struck flint against the rock. The silk caught first, curling at the edges, the gold thread blackening before it burned. The bell fragment reflected the flame, then dulled. The training token split along a grain he had never noticed, and the fire took the pieces one by one. The smoke rose into the rain and vanished. He watched until nothing remained but ash and the memory of heat on his palms. 17 years, he said. That is how long I carried them. Jean. Helan's voice came from the edge of the overhang, soft but carrying. You are bleeding again. Yuwen looked down. The stress lines at the base of his palms had opened, thin red seams that traced the old scar tissue. He had not felt them tear. He pressed his sleeve against the coats and watched the blood darken the cloth. I told myself that if I burned them I would feel free, he said. That the ash would mean I had chosen. That I would look at the smoke and know who I was without the mountain. Daiyan's hand hovered near his shoulder, not quite touching. And Yuwen stared at the ash. It feels like I killed someone. The rain filled the silence. Helian turned from the valley. His scar caught the last light of the dying fire, a pale line that traced from temple to jaw like a story written in healed skin. Good, he said. That means you understand what you are doing. Yuwen looked up. What is that supposed to mean? It means choosing to live is not clean. You are not walking out of a burning temple into sunlight. You are crawling out of a grave with dirt in your lungs and the taste of metal in your mouth, and everyone who sees you will either cross themselves or reach for a blade. Helian's voice had no pity in it. If burning those tokens felt like liberation, you would be lying to yourself. It feels like murder because it is. You are killing the boy who believed the mountain loved him. The word hung in the air. Murder. Yuwen looked at the ash again. The rain was already washing it away, carrying the blackened silk and the splintered wood into the runoff that streamed toward the valley below. I do not know what name I am supposed to carry now, he said. He had not meant to say it aloud. Dan's hand finally settled on his shoulder. You do not need one yet. The valleys will give you one whether you want it or not. Helian jerked his chin toward the hollow fang sigil still burning in the rain. Every clan, every camp, every exile who sees that ledger will name you something. Crown, feast, threat, opportunity. The question is which name you answer to. Yuwen looked at the ledger. The ink had not stopped moving. New lines were forming, characters he almost recognized, places that felt like memories he had never lived. The hunger watched from behind his ribs, silent and patient, waiting to see what he would do with the page. He closed the book. I am not the crown of the 9th tier. The words came out flat, final. The 9th tier is a lie the Empire built to justify eating its children. I will not carry its title into the dark. Helian's mouth curved, not quite a smile. Then what are you? Yuwen opened his mouth to answer. Movement answered first. From the valley ahead, beyond the hollow fang sigil, beyond the rain and the lightning and the ridges that swallowed sound, something stirred. Not the clan construct, something older, deeper. A shift in the dark that sent a ripple through the stone beneath his knees. The hunger's eyes opened. There. Yuwen rose, his legs shook, his meridians screamed. The blood from his palm cuts had soaked through the sleeve and was dripping onto the stone. He stepped forward anyway. Gee, Daiyan's voice. You cannot even stand. I can stand long enough to see what is waiting, or what is hunting, Helian said. Yuwen did not stop. The hollow fang sigil flickered as he moved past it, the rain-like construct bending toward him as if recognizing something in his stride. The figures in dark cloaks parted without a word, their formation opening a path into the valley. The movement came again, a shape in the dark, too large to be a man, too deliberate to be stone. Yuwen walked toward it. Behind him, Helian swore under his breath and followed. Behind him, Daiyan drew her sword and matched his pace. And ahead, in the valley that had never known a heaven's scale or a banner's weight, the shape waited. The rain fell. The hunger smiled, and Yuwen Zhi, who had burned his past to ash and found no name waiting in the smoke, stepped into the dark before he knew whether it would hold him or consume him.